A gifted elder sister and a younger brother with low vitality, bound by blood. When faced with crisis, they chose betrayal. This cruel reality made the young Su Yao fully grasp the coldness of human nature. In the Northern District's Z9 City High School number 10, the homeroom teacher Wang Yang announced Su Mo's expulsion on the grounds of malicious provocation and injuring a classmate. Su Mo lifted his head to look at Wang Yang, his mind a blur. Earlier today, as soon as he entered the classroom, Zhou Liang had gathered his lackeys to attack him. Yet now, Su Mo was the one being labeled as the instigator. Glancing at Zhou Liang, who stood there unscathed, Su Mo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he questioned Wang Yang. He provoked me on purpose and brought people to attack me. Now you're accusing me of starting trouble? Look at him, there's not a single scratch on him. Are you blind? Wang Yang adjusted his glasses, a flicker of anger and disdain crossing his eyes. You deliberately provoked Zhou Liang, but since you couldn't beat him, you ended up injured instead. Everyone saw what happened. You claim I'm wronging you? Who can vouch for you? Su Mo scanned the room, but his classmates avoided his gaze, their heads bowed. Some even chimed in loudly. Teacher, it was Su Mo who started it. I saw it happen. Yeah, Zhou Liang even warned him at first, but Su Mo wouldn't listen, so Zhou Liang had no choice but to fight back. As fury boiled within Su Mo, his eyes landed on a figure in the crowd. She stood there like a lotus on a mountaintop, untouched by the filth around her. Sister, tell the teacher the truth, it was Zhou Liang who provoked me, Su Mo pleaded. But before he could finish, Su Yao spoke. I didn't see anything. Her words struck him like a thunderclap, leaving Su Mo stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why? You saw everything, why won't you stand up for me? Seizing the moment, Zhou Liang stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with mockery and smugness. Huh? Su Mo, you injured me, and you'll have to pay for my medical expenses. But since you're so pitiful, they'll let it slide. Someone like you, with a vitality score that doesn't even reach 20, is just a useless waste. You'd better leave now before you drag our class down. From the start of their first year, Zhou Liang had looked down on Su Mo's imply because Su Mo had a genius sister, while he himself was considered worthless. With just 3 months until the martial arts exam, Zhou Liang had chosen this moment to strike. Staring at Zhou Liang's hypocritical smirk, Su Mo wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. Under Wang Yang's orders, Su Mo left the school. As he walked out the gates, his face was a mix of dejection and frustration. In a world where spiritual energy had awakened and demons roamed freely, everyone aspired to become a powerful martial artist. Yet his vitality score didn't even reach 20, leaving his hopes for the martial arts exam bleak. At that moment, a system notification rang in his mind. You have killed a young, mutating bird. Gained 10 slaughter points. Su Mo's spirit surged as a panel appeared before him. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Level, none. Vitality, 18,200. Slaughter points, 10. He allocated the slaughter points to his vitality. A warm current flowed through his body as his vitality rose to 28. Tears welled up in Su Mo's eyes, and hope reignited in his heart. He swore silently to himself that he would one day stand at the pinnacle of this world and make those who had humiliated him pay 100-fold. However, as he reached his doorstep and was about to unlock the door, a woman with a tear-shaped mole beneath her right eye suddenly appeared. Wait, this is my house, she said. I bought this place a few days ago from a girl named Su Yao. Su Mo felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. So, this was why Su Yao had asked for his ID card a few days ago. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Su Mo hesitated before answering. A mocking voice came through the line. Tisk, TSK, Su Mo. You must be home by now, right? Hearing this familiar voice, Su Mo's heart sank, and he prepared to hang up. But deep down, he knew he no longer had a home. Su Yao had sold the house their parents had worked so hard to provide, leaving him homeless, like a stray dog. Forgot to mention, I played a big part in helping Su Yao sell that house. The voice continued. You hate me so much, yet I've helped you this much. Shouldn't you be thanking me? I'm practically a benefactor to you and Su Yao, doing you such a big favor. Su Mo lowered his head, suppressing the fury rising within him. His hand, gripping the phone, turned pale from the pressure. The voice on the other end sneered. Do you know why your dear sister didn't testify for you? 1,000 yuan. I gave her 1,000 yuan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing you like this really makes me happy. Su Mo, don't say I, Zhou Liang, lack schoolmate camaraderie. He'll give you a chance. Come work for me like a dog, and he'll pay you 3,000 a month. With your blood vitality score below 20, finding a job that pays even that much won't be easy. Zhou Liang, just wait, Su Mo said before hanging up. His hand was sticky with blood. He had pressed his fingers into his palms so hard in anger that had broken the skin. Sorry for disturbing you, he said, calming himself and turning to apologize to a striking woman nearby. You, though unsure of the exact details, could roughly guess what had happened. Su Mo started to leave, but the woman pulled him inside. Entering the room, The familiar layout stirred emotions in him. The family photo that had once hung by the entrance was gone, replaced by pictures of the woman. "Have a seat," Bai Yu said, turning to grab a first aid kit. She pulled Su Mo's hand gently and applied medicine to his wounds. Before he realized it, his eyes had grown misty, though his heart was filled with bitterness. "Thank you, Sister Bai Yu. They'll be leaving now," Su Mo said as he stood up, regaining his composure. Bai Yu didn't try to stop him. She could tell something was deeply troubling the young man. As Su Mo descended the stairs, a familiar figure caught his eye. "Wait," he called out. Looking at her, the warmth in his gaze from the past was gone, replaced by cold indifference. "I know you hate me, but I had no choice," Su Yao said, her voice trembling. Hearing this, Su Mo chuckled bitterly. "No choice? What's your excuse?" he asked, staring at Su Yao, the sister he had grown up with. "There are only 3 months left until the martial arts exam, and I need money, lots of it. Selling the house was a last resort. My blood vitality has been increasing too slowly, and breaking through to 180 in 3 months feels impossible. I want blood-enhancing pills, but each one costs 100,000. Watching Su Yao's tear-streaked face, Su Mo felt nothing but disgust. "Before Mom and Dad passed, they left us each 50,000. I gave you my share. After school, I've worked odd jobs and given you all the money I earned. Altogether, it's been thousands. It's not enough, not nearly enough. After the martial arts exam, entering a better academy will require even more money. I had no other choice. Zhou Liang told me he could help me sell the house, and I agreed." Su Yao's words were abruptly interrupted by Su Mo. Su Mo spoke coldly. "So, you sold me out for 10,000 yuan? Watch me be wronged, expelled from school." Hearing this, Su Yao's emotions surged. She thought to herself, "I figured your vitality was so low that you might as well drop out and work to earn money. Besides, you only suffered some physical pain and a little injustice, nothing life-threatening. Making 10,000 yuan is far more than what you'd earn working hard outside." Su Mo sneered, feeling an inexplicable sense of irony. "I found a job for you," she said, clearly out of patience. Su Yao hurriedly replied, "I worked so hard to negotiate with Zhou Liang. Don't waste my good intentions. 4,000 yuan a month is enough to cover my living expenses in college. Once I graduate, I'll repay you 100-fold. Su Mo stepped closer to Su Yao, looking at her calmly, but feeling it was all unworthy. Her efforts over the years felt wasted. She thought bitterly, "If I could redo everything, I wish someone as heartless as you had been devoured by a monster. Su Mo, I'm your sister, and you dare curse me?" Su Yao responded angrily. Su Mo let out a cold laugh. "You don't even have a high school diploma. Your vitality score isn't even 20, and no one would hire you for a Tuthasandiyuan job. I tried to help you, and yet you." Su Yao, meeting Su Mo's indifferent gaze, averted her eyes. Finally, she took a deep breath, pulled out 2,000 yuan from her pocket, and said, "Here, rent a place to stay. Call me when you've come to your senses." With that, she turned and walked away, her figure fading into the distance. Su Mo looked at the 2,000 yuan in her hand, her thoughts bitter. "Is this charity? Am I supposed to thank you for it?" She stuffed the money into her pocket and walked off in the opposite direction. "Su Yao, remember this, it'll make you pay it back 1,000-fold." This scene downstairs was seen clearly from above by Bai Yu. Su Mo boarded a bus heading to the outskirts of town. Soon, a massive slaughterhouse came into view. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy and the invasion of demons, danger lurked everywhere. She approached the gate, where a burly figure emerged from the security booth. "What are you here for?" the guard asked. Su Mo replied, "I'm here to apply for a job." The guard seemed surprised. "At your age, shouldn't you be in school? Is your vitality score at least 50? Su Mo was stunned. She thought this was the place she had contacted earlier, where a vitality score of 15 was sufficient. The guard continued, "Yesterday, a pig mutated here and killed several people. If your vitality score isn't 50, the factory won't hire you." He handed her a paper listing the job requirements. Su Mo thanked him and left, heading to a nearby market. "Boss, are you hiring?" she asked at a poultry stall. The boss, a bald man wearing an apron, gave her a once-over before handing her 200 yuan. "Take this for now. This isn't a place for someone like you." Su Mo took a deep breath, accepted the money, then picked up an apron and skillfully slit a chicken's neck, letting the blood drain. At the same time, a voice echoed in her mind. "Kill 1 chicken, gain 1 slaughter point." The bald boss was surprised by what he saw, but didn't intervene. As the sun set, Su Mo removed her blood-stained apron and said to Zhao Shu, "He'll come back tomorrow." Zhao Shu replied, "If you keep coming, it'll make my work a lot easier." After leaving, Su Mo glanced at her status panel. Name, Su Mo, age, 18. Vitality, 28200. Slaughter points, 120. She allocated the slaughter points to her vitality. A warm current surged through her body, and her muscles became more defined. Her vitality increased to 148. By tomorrow, she would break through to become a martial artist. "Su Yao, Zhou Liang, just you wait." Su Mo suppressed his excitement, thinking to himself, It's still early, still early. Just wait. All of you, just wait. He knew that once he broke through to the warrior realm, he could apply to leave the city, hunt beasts, and rapidly enhance his strength. However, the dangers outside the city were immense. He needed to prepare thoroughly weapons, radar, a backpack, protective clothing, and cultivation techniques, all of which required a significant amount of money, something Su Mo desperately needed. To improve his strength, Su Mo rented a single room near the vegetable market for 500 yuan a month. The price was reasonable, and the room came with a bathroom and a refrigerator. After a night's rest, before dawn, Su Mo got up and headed to Uncle Zhao's stall. "You're here so early, kid," Zhao Yong said, surprised, assuming Su Mo would come later. "Couldn't sleep at home, so I got up early," Su Mo replied as he quickly put on an apron and began his day of chicken slaughtering. By midday, Su Mo had already slaughtered 200 chickens. Taking off his apron, he accepted a bottle of water from Zhao Yong, who remarked, "You're so young yet so skilled at this. Nowadays, kids your age can't even cook, let alone slaughter chickens." Su Mo smiled faintly and said, "If I had a choice, who would want to know how to do this? It's like how people admire those who buy cars with their own hard-earned money, but no one actually wants to be in their shoes. It's better to become a strong warrior, at least then you don't have to worry about your life." As the two chatted, a sudden crashing sound interrupted them. "Something's wrong. Run. Something's mutated." The market wasn't crowded, and Su Mo immediately stood up to see a seafood stall overturned, with fish and shrimp flopping about on the ground. A tumtor-long mutated lobster was rampaging, swinging its massive claws wildly. Nearby stalls were left in ruins. Zhao Yong, recalling a past encounter with a mutation, shouted in fear, "Su, run." But when he turned, Su Mo was already gone. At that moment, Su Mo's accumulated slaughter points had finally allowed him to break through, reaching the first level of the warrior realm. Energy surged within him, a warm current flowing through his body. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he charged at the mutated lobster, leaping 2 meters into the air. With a fierce swing, he brought his chicken slaughtering knife down hard. Clang! The blade struck the lobster's tough shell, sparks flying, but it didn't injure the creature. However, the force of the blow caused it pain. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Su Mo quickly dodged the lobster's counterattack and slid nimbly underneath it. Gripping the knife tightly, he slashed with all his might, the blade tracing a white arc. Stealing himself, he swung the knife downward with precision, driving it deep into the lobster's underbelly. Blood sprayed across Su Mo's face. With both hands on the knife, he decisively gutted the mutated lobster and slid out from beneath it. Thud! The massive creature collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around it. Su Mo had successfully killed the mutated lobster, earning 50 slaughter points. Su Mo stood still, his gaze fixed on the corpse of the mutated lobster. He finally let out a sigh of relief, his chest heaving heavily. The strength of a first-level martial artist was still too weak. It had been incredibly difficult to kill just one lobster. Moments ago, he had used all his strength to break through the mutated lobster's defenses. Blood mixed with seawater, releasing a pungent, fishy smell. At this moment, the chaos and noise around him seemed to dissolve into silence, and the people in the market stared at Su Mo in disbelief. Someone started clapping first, followed by murmurs of admiration. "Well done, a young hero indeed," Zhao Yong exclaimed as he rushed over, his face filled with astonishment and lingering fear. He hadn't expected the young man he casually helped earlier to turn out to be a martial artist. "Su Mo, are you hurt?" "Uncle Zhao, I'm fine. It's just the lobster's blood. But your chicken-cutting knife is broken," Su Mo replied with a faint smile, though he felt secretly relieved. "No problem. I sell knives for a living. I'll give you 10 more." Zhao Yong said proudly. "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead by now," the seafood vendor stammered, his face pale and his body trembling slightly. Su Mo shook his head. "It's what I should do. Any martial artist in this situation wouldn't stand by and do nothing." "Well said." The crowd around him nodded in agreement. So young, and already a martial artist destined for greatness. Zhao Yong puffed out his chest even more, looking particularly proud. "Quick, evacuate the crowd." 3 staff members hurried over, their eyes widening as they saw Su Mo covered in blood. One of them asked sharply, "Who did this?" "It was this young hero." Lu Shuetian, one of the staff members, exclaimed, staring at Su Mo in astonishment. He couldn't believe someone who looked only 17 or 18 had managed to take down a mutated lobster on his own. The kid's got an incredible future ahead of him, he thought to himself. "Thank you, young man. My name is Lu Shuetian," he said earnestly as he approached Su Mo. "Nice to meet you." Su Mo replied. "Thanks to you, there were no casualties," Lu Shuetian said gratefully. "I was just doing what I should," Su Mo said, knowing that the biggest reward for him was the slaughter points he had earned. "Manager Lu, you've got to make sure Su doesn't lose out here. If he hadn't been helping me with the chickens these past few days, I can't imagine what would have happened," Zhao Yong added, making Lu Shuetian quickly grasp the situation. "Of course," Lu Shuetian nodded. He gestured, and someone behind him stepped forward with a stack of cash. Hey, raise 50,000 yuan as a reward for your help. Additionally, would like to purchase the mutated lobster for another 50,000. Would that be acceptable to you, Brother Su? They'll leave it to you, Brother Lu, Su Mo said with a slight smile, the change in address subtly closing the gap between them. No accidents occurred. We got the mutated lobster, and we made the acquaintance of such a promising young man. This is a win-win, Lu Shuetian thought with satisfaction. For Su Mo, slaying the mutated lobster had earned him 50 slaughter points and a total of 120,000 yuan. A pleasant surprise. He had refused the 20,000 yuan offered by the seafood vendor, insisting he couldn't accept it. Tonight, I'm treating you to dinner at Zuaxian restaurant. You must join us, Lu Shuetian said sincerely. Su Mo didn't refuse, understanding that Lu Shuetian was no ordinary safety manager. His strength was formidable, and befriending him could be beneficial. At that moment, someone standing behind Lu Shuetian glanced at Su Mo with a thoughtful expression. Aren't you a senior in high school? And don't you have a sister named Su Yao? Su Mo turned to him, surprised. You know me? Even Lu Shuetian looked intrigued at this unexpected connection. In no time, the group arrived at the drunken immortal pavilion. Zhang Dehai spoke mysteriously. Come on, tell me, how do you know Brother Su Mo? He took a deep breath and continued. Previously, there was a girl named Su Yao who came to our security management office to register and sell a house. She seemed very quiet, with decent talent. I remember her clearly. Just now, when he said his name was Su Mo, it hit me. After he finished speaking, everyone noticed that Su Mo appeared calm and indifferent. Brother Lu spoke politely. Brother Su Mo, if you don't mind, feel free to share if you're facing any difficulties. However, Su Mo understood well that relying on others was not as dependable as relying on himself. Asking for help from someone he had just met would only invite disdain. Lu Shuetian didn't press further. After the meal, Lu Shuetian went to pay the bill. Su Mo casually glanced at the receipt and saw the total was 250,000. That was the cost of this one meal. He thought back to when he worked odd jobs, earning only 15 per hour, competing fiercely for work, and even lowering his rate just to get hired, exhausting himself for such meager pay. In his heart, Su Mo silently recited, if you're not carrying the burden up front, how can others enjoy peace of mind? This phrase resonated with him more than ever. After parting ways, Su Mo returned to his rented room and found his bank account had an additional 120,000. Just the day before, working over 10 hours would only earn him 150. Now, in a single day, he had made 120,000. His next goal was to get certified at the Martial Artist Guild and obtain a martial artist badge. Only then could he hunt down mutant beasts. He also needed to purchase a weapon and martial arts techniques. With these two items, he could have easily taken down the mutant lobster in a single move. Previously, he had focused so much on improving his combat skills, not realizing how crucial these resources would be. Looking at his status panel, Su Mo fell into deep thought. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Level, martial artist, first tier. Vitality, 348,1000. Slaughter points, 50. He needed 1,000 vitality points to break through to the second tier, a long way to go. Starting was always the hardest part, but after becoming a martial artist, earning slaughter points would become much easier. Lying on his bed, Su Mo's lips curled into a smile. Life was finally starting to show promise. His strength had reached the martial artist level, and he had some money in his pocket. For the first time since his parents passed away, Su Mo had the most peaceful night's sleep. The next day, Su Mo didn't go to kill chickens. Before he could say anything, Zhao Yong remarked, a martial artist killing chickens? That's such a waste of talent. At that moment, Su Mo was already standing in front of a luxurious building. Countless times, he had dreamed of coming here for certification, and now it had finally come true. As he entered, he was stunned to see a familiar face, especially a pair of striking features. Sister Baiyu. Su Di, what brings you here? Baiyu's eyes were filled with surprise as she saw him. Su Mo replied, I'm here for certification. Hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Baiyu's face as she pieced together some information and gained a better understanding of Su Mo. Come with me, she said. They arrived in front of a machine, and Su Mo stepped onto it. Moments later, the machine emitted a sound and displayed a reading of 398. Baiyu covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Su Di, you're actually a martial artist? Su Mo calmly stepped down from the machine and said mildly, I was lucky to become one. Baiyu exclaimed, becoming a martial artist at your age is an extraordinary feat in any city. You'd be considered one in a million. It seems that my sister is quite fortunate today, as she witnessed the rise of a young warrior. Baijie smiled and said, it's nothing special. Then she added, Su Di, wait a moment. I'll get the badge for you. Baiyu turned and left, while Su Mo waited patiently. At that moment, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. The warrior badge not only serves as a bank card but also acts as proof of identity. With his certification complete, Su Mo received a reward of 100,000 yuan. Holding the cold metallic badge in his hand, he felt a warm surge of emotion within. Bai Jia, I want to buy a weapon. Do you have any recommendations? Su Yao asked. Bai Yu was surprised by his request and asked, Su Di, are you planning to leave the city? Su Yao nodded silently. Bai Yu motioned for him to follow her and led him into another room. The room was filled with a dazzling array of weapons, each tagged with a price. Su Yao looked around and noticed that even the cheapest alloy weapon cost 100,000 yuan, while those made of mystical iron could easily reach millions, even tens or hundreds of millions. In an instant, Su Yao was reminded of his humble financial situation. This alloy knife is the best in terms of quality, Bai Yu said, picking up an alloy knife and an alloy sword and handing them to Su Yao. The alloy knife is 20,000 yuan more expensive than the sword. Which one do you want? Su Yao weighed them in his hands before deciding. I'll take the alloy knife. He handed over his badge and a card to Bai Yu. Turning with a smile, she said, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you a 30% discount. Just don't tell anyone, okay? Shortly after, Su Yao received a notification that his account had decreased by 110,000 yuan, leaving him with just 10,000. He thought to himself, Bai Yu Jia is truly generous just like certain other aspects of her personality. Since you've chosen a knife, you should also get a manual to pair with it, Bai Yu suggested, heading into another room. She soon returned with a technique book and handed it to Su Yao. This is the tiling blade technique, a lower-tier, yellow-grade manual. It costs 100,000 yuan. Without waiting for Su Yao's agreement, she deducted the amount directly from his warrior badge. Anything else you need, Su Di? Bai Yu asked. Su Yao shook his head helplessly, feeling like he had run out of bullets. She had the will, but not the means. Well, good luck, little brother, Bai Yu said encouragingly. Su Yao nodded in thanks and left the warrior guild. Not long after, Bai Yu's phone rang. Bai Yu, what are you up to? Selling the tiling blade technique for 100,000 yuan? Are you out of your mind? An angry voice boomed from the other end. Bai Yu had already held the phone away from her ear, waiting for the yelling to subside before bringing it back. I found a promising talent, she said calmly. Huh? What kind of talent could possibly come from Z City? Stop trying to fool me, the voice sneered. He's 18, with a blood energy value nearing 400, Bai Yu replied confidently. The ridicule on the other end fell silent. Are you serious? The voice finally asked. Do you think I'd lie about this? Bai Yu retorted. You've lied to me plenty before, but this time, I'll trust you, the voice conceded. Bai Yu ended the call and watched as Su Yao's figure disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, two figures approached from afar. Su Yao, your blood energy value has surpassed 170. That's incredible. Top universities are all vying for you, Wu Qiu praised. Su Yao, however, wasn't fully listening. She had a nagging feeling that the figure she had glimpsed earlier looked familiar. How could he be here? It's impossible. This isn't a place he could access. I must be imagining things, she muttered to herself. When Su Yao entered the warrior guild and saw Bai Yu, she was taken aback. Miss Bai, so you work here? She asked. Miss Su, what a coincidence. Are you here to make a purchase? Bai Yu replied. I'd like to buy some blood-boosting pills, Su Yao said. They're 100,000 yuan each. How many do you want? Bai Yu asked. 5, Su Yao said without hesitation, transferring 500,000 yuan and taking the pills. Miss Su Yao, are you sure you won't regret this? Bai Yu asked. Su Yao turned back, a fleeting look of confusion in her eyes quickly replaced by determination. I won't regret it. Besides, this is what my parents left me. Using it to enhance my strength is worth every penny, she said firmly. After Su Yao left, Bai Yu took out her phone and made a call. There's an issue with the procedures for that house. Please check with the management office. After hanging up, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, Su Yao walked into a shopping mall to buy some clothes. Holding over 10,000 yuan in his hand, he felt free to choose whatever he liked. As he browsed, two figures entered the store. Wu Qiu excitedly pointed at a few pieces of clothing. Yao Yao, come look. These outfits are gorgeous. Following her gaze, Su Yao saw the clothes, which were indeed eye-catching. Wu Qiu continued. This one would look perfect on you. Her eyes landed on a white dress, and Su Yao couldn't help but feel tempted. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she was about to introduce the dress when Su Yao interrupted her. No need to explain. I'll only buy what I like. The fitting room door opened, and Su Yao stepped out. Both the sales assistant and Wu Qiu were amazed by how stunning she looked. How much is it? Su Yao asked eagerly. Before the sales assistant could respond, Su Yao declared, I'll take it. Card, please. Miss, this dress is the star piece of our store. It's not on sale, and it costs 88,000 yuan, the sales assistant said, trying to suppress her excitement. It seemed she had encountered a big spender today. As the two walked out of the store, Wu Qiu muttered disdainfully into Su Yao's ear. Ugh, what bad luck, running into him here. Su Yao turned her head and saw Su Yao walking towards them with a few shopping bags in hand. In just 2 days, his transformation shocked her. His face looked colder, his eyes carried an icy sharpness, and there was an air of intensity about him. As Su Yao passed by them, his gaze remained indifferent, as if Su Yao were a complete stranger. Wu Qiu sneered. How rude. He didn't even greet his sister. What an ill-bred person, like someone who has a father but no upbringing. Su Mo turned his head, his gaze like a blade. Wu Qiu involuntarily stepped back, but quickly reminded herself that Su Mo's vitality level wasn't even 20. Summoning her courage, she retorted. What? Upset? Did I say something wrong? Before she could finish, a sharp slap landed on her face, leaving a red mark. If you dare insult me again, don't blame me for doing something you'll regret, Su Mo warned coldly. Wu Qiu clutched her face in disbelief, thinking to herself, how dare this useless person hit me? Su Yao quickly pulled Wu Qiu behind her and scolded. Su Mo, what are you doing? How dare you hit her? Apologize right now. The next moment, Su Yao froze as her eyes met Su Mo's. A chill ran down her spine, and she felt an icy dread wash over her. Su Mo, I'm ordering you to apologize, she demanded, standing angrily in front of him. But what followed was a resounding slap. Su Yao fell to the ground, clutching her face, her expression one of utter disbelief. You actually hit me? Heh, a dog raised for over a decade should at least wag its tail by now. Su Mo mocked, his words cutting into Su Yao like a knife. Her hands clenched tightly, her gaze growing colder as she retaliated. Who knows if your parents adopted Yao Yao with ulterior motives? Maybe they saw her talent and wanted to exploit her. Su Mo took a step forward, and Wu Qiu instinctively stepped back, hurriedly covering her face with her hands. The sales assistant, furious at seeing her client mistreated, snapped. Stop it. How dare you hit my customer? Do you want me to have you thrown out? She helped Su Yao up, glaring at Su Mo with disdain. What a disgrace. How could someone like you even exist? The sales assistant's voice was exceptionally loud, as if she were afraid no one would hear her. Before long, a curious crowd had gathered in the mall. Seeing Su Mo's shabby appearance, the onlookers began whispering among themselves, seemingly mocking him for being unable to afford even a single item in the store. Pointing fingers at him, they felt a sense of superiority, wishing to drive him out so as not to dampen their mood. Su Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within them. His clothes were neat and clean, at least outwardly, unlike the filthy hearts of these people. Though penniless, his conscience remained untainted, unlike these hypocrites who casually slandered others. A sneer tugged at his lips. Such dark-hearted individuals, he thought, had no right to exist in this world. Exactly, get out of here. This is no place for someone like you. The sales assistant chimed in, her tone sharp and her eyes gleaming with malice. She thought to herself, this insolent boy will learn his lesson today. At that moment, a curvaceous woman, likely pregnant, approached from afar. Upon seeing Wu Qiu and Su Yao, her eyes lit up, and she coughed lightly before asking, what's going on here? The manager quickly responded, this troublemaker assaulted one of our customers. Manager, throw him out immediately. He even insulted us earlier, another customer interjected. I've spent over $1 million here. If you don't handle this properly, I won't shop here again. Another customer chimed in. I've spent hundreds of thousands here too. If this isn't resolved, we'll stop coming as well. The manager felt the mounting pressure and thought angrily, how dare he cause trouble on my turf? The audacity. He turned to Su Mo and coldly ordered, kneel down and apologize to these two ladies and the others. Su Mo's icy gaze bore into the manager like a knife, causing the latter to feel a momentary chill, as if confronted by death itself. With the arrival of security personnel, the manager mustered his courage and continued his threats. Apologize, or you'll be dragged out of here. The crowd grew larger, and the manager puffed out his chest, assuming a righteous demeanor. The onlookers began to echo his sentiment. Drag him out. Young people need to learn their place and know they can't offend just anyone. Exactly. Not everyone is someone he can afford to provoke, the manager added, glancing at the security guards beside him. He commanded, kneel and apologize now, and well, let this go. Otherwise, you'll face charges of assaulting a customer and verbal misconduct, and you'll rot in jail. Hearing this, Su Mo smirked mockingly, thinking to himself, so this is human nature. Meanwhile, Su Yao remained silent, covering her face with her hands, looking pitiful and fragile, evoking sympathy from the crowd. The onlookers began to ask questions. What's going on here? Did you see? That young man slapped her so hard it echoed loudly, even from a distance. The crowd buzzed with excitement, as though relishing the drama. Su Mo ignored them entirely, his gaze fixed solely on Su Yao. Her pitiful demeanor tugged at people's hearts, deepening their anger towards Su Mo. The sales assistant seized the opportunity to incite the crowd further. Everyone, judge for yourselves. This young lady spent around $200,000 in our store, and as soon as she stepped out, this hooligan attacked her without a word, knocking her to the ground. If I hadn't stepped in, he would have continued. Just look at his clothes, clearly a pauper with a grudge against the wealthy. At that moment, a voice of skepticism came from afar. Earlier, this man bought clothes in our store for just $1,000, and he even haggled over the price. Who would have thought he'd behave like this? Who knows if that money was even earned legitimately? Here, Take your money back, and give me back the clothes. The man threw the money in front of Su Mo, snatched back the clothes, and without hesitation, tossed them into the trash can. He no longer wanted them. Feeling disgusted that they had been touched by this person and worried they might contaminate others, Su Mo didn't bother to pick up the money. Instead, she glanced briefly at the shopkeeper who sold the clothes before shifting her gaze elsewhere. She thought to herself how ridiculous and ironic it was to spend 200,000 on clothes and justify it as part of cultivation. At that moment, Su Yao's eyes flickered with determination. She realized she had to take control of the situation. With so many people watching, she couldn't let Su Mo say anything further. Su Yao stepped forward, picked up the money, and stood in front of Su Mo with a firm tone. Apologize to them. Don't escalate this any further, it won't end well for you. Surprisingly, even in anger, people can still smile. Su Mo stared at Su Yao, thinking how kind-hearted this girl was, even standing up for her. Su Mo let out a cold laugh and said, "Look at his attitude, does he seem like someone who's sorry? Miss, stop wasting your breath on him. Let him rot in jail." Exactly. Someone like that is a menace to society. Better off staying locked up forever. Wu Qiu, having recovered from her shock, saw the crowd condemning Su Mo and mustered the courage to step forward. Let me introduce her to everyone. This is Su Mo, recently expelled from the prestigious Z9 City High School. A useless waste who can't even break a blood energy value of 20, and now she's stirring up trouble on purpose. As soon as Wu Qiu finished speaking, the surrounding crowd showed expressions of sudden realization they had recognized her. And more importantly, she's just a complete failure. Wu Qiu continued passionately. This is Su Yao, her sister. She's already achieved a blood energy value of over 170 and is a renowned genius at Z9 City High School. The store manager, hearing the figure of 170, was astounded, thinking to himself that this was a prodigy destined for an elite academy. Su Yao straightened her posture slightly, and the crowd, hearing about her impressive blood energy level, looked at her with envy. They thought to themselves how remarkable it was for someone her age to achieve such a high level, with a future full of limitless possibilities. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder why the sister was so accomplished while the brother was so dismal. It was then revealed that Su Yao had been adopted by their parents, who left the house and inheritance to her after their passing. This had fueled Su Mo's resentment. Think about Idavan, his own biological parents didn't want to leave their inheritance to their biological son. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted again. If even his own parents had given up on him, and he had been expelled from school, he must truly be a lost cause. Many people were already resolved not to let the manager forgive him, insisting that he should spend the rest of his life in prison. A few days ago, Su Yao had even given him 2,000 yuan, hoping he could take care of himself. She had also gone out of her way to find him a job with a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, but he refused to work. Despite being fully capable, he chose to laze around and rely on Su Yao to support him. Hearing this, the crowd's anger flared. What a beast! If he were my son, I'd have strangled him long ago, someone in the crowd shouted furiously. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. I can't believe someone like this even exists. Manager, we don't accept any apology. Let him rot in prison. Someone like this contributes nothing to society. Su Mo looked around, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Su Yao had already stepped forward, tearfully defending her brother. He didn't mean to hit me. He must have his reasons, she said, her voice trembling, her eyes brimming with tears, as if pleading with everyone for mercy. She knew her brother resented her for selling their parents' house, but she had no other choice. If she hadn't sold it, he would have. Su Yao begged the crowd to forgive him, emphasizing that their parents had left behind only one son and imploring them not to let him end up in prison. The bystanders began to look at Su Yao with sympathy, but Su Mo found her performance remarkably cunning. Not only was she ungrateful, but she also played the victim so convincingly, like a pure-hearted saint. It was impressive in a twisted way. Su Mo, however, had long become indifferent to such public judgment. The pain and injustice he experienced when he was wrongfully dismissed from his job had already numbed him. At this moment, Su Yao turned away from Su Mo, lowering her head as she continued to defend her brother. He's not like this. After our parents passed away, I was too busy with my studies to take care of him. The crowd, however, grew increasingly angry, condemning her brother as a heartless parasite. Someone even said, if he were my son, I'd rather donate the inheritance than leave it to him. Su Yao, hearing these harsh words, anxiously tried to explain. It's not like that. He wasn't like this before. Her voice was filled with helplessness and desperation. Among the crowd, someone questioned why her brother would spend over 200,000 yuan on clothes, an obviously unreasonable expense. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat as she realized the key issue and decided to stop arguing. She must have bought those clothes for someone else. Otherwise, why would anyone pay a useless man a monthly salary of 4,000? Someone calmly analyzed. The crowd began to reconsider, and their anger slowly subsided. Su Yao let out a small sigh of relief, silently thankful that someone had provided her with an excuse. helping him like this, and he still holds a grudge against you. Unbelievable, another woman said angrily. The manager was called over, and the crowd demanded that the brother's actions be reported to the security team, vowing to ensure he faced appropriate consequences. Su Yao watched it all unfold, thinking to himself that since everyone already believed he deserved to be condemned, he might as well show them that they were right. Hearing this, many people stepped forward to shield Su Yao and Wu Qiu. Security personnel quickly took control of the situation. At this moment, the manager also spoke up, trying to ingratiate himself with Su Yao. Su Yao stepped back, narrowing her eyes slightly, and suggested, "There are surveillance cameras here. Why don't we check the footage to see what really happened?" Her words caused a chill to run through Su Yao and Wu Qiu, who suddenly remembered the existence of the cameras. A sense of foreboding filled their hearts, and their faces gradually turned pale. What's wrong? Afraid to check? There are cameras everywhere, and since this just happened, it would be easy to uncover the truth. Sumo's fearless attitude made those who had intervened earlier feel uneasy. Seeing Wu Qiu and Su Yao's evasive glances, some people began to piece things together. No need to check the cameras. We already know what kind of person you are. Besides, this young woman's vitality level is 170. She's destined to become a significant figure in the Northern District. And you, with a vitality level of only 20, dare to slander her. The person who had accused Su Yao earlier suddenly understood after hearing about the 170 vitality level and the mention of a future big shot. Of course this girl was a genius. Why should they care about the opinion of someone insignificant? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yao and Wu Qiu's faces. So, a genius reputation could truly compel people to go against their conscience. Su Yao, on the other hand, clapped mockingly. Impressive, truly impressive. I think we should go ahead and play the surveillance footage. Just then, a young man in formal attire, with gold-rimmed glasses resting on his nose, walked in. His gaze was calm, yet carried a distant coldness that kept people at arm's length. The manager, upon seeing him, nearly fell to his knees, his legs giving out. Why is he here? Greetings, young master. Chu Yi cast a cold glance at the manager, whose face turned pale as cold sweat dripped down, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. The newcomer looked toward the entrance and commanded icily, "No one is allowed to leave." The security personnel immediately stationed themselves at the doors, ensuring no one could exit. Many people outside watched the scene unfold with astonishment in their eyes. Soon, someone brought over a laptop. "Young master, it's ready." Su Yao turned to look at the large screen in the shopping mall, which began playing the footage of the earlier events. The video rewound to before the three had encountered each other. It showed Su Yao entering the mall first and heading to a clothing store, with Su Yao and Wu Qiu arriving 10 minutes later. This scene caused many onlookers' expressions to change. Su Yao didn't seem to be looking for trouble after all. The footage continued. Inside the store, Su Yao and Wu Qiu admired a beautiful dress, their eyes gleaming. "Yao Yao, this dress would look perfect on you." Then Su Yao said, "I only buy things I like." Upon hearing that the price was 88,000 yuan, she swiped her card without hesitation, leaving everyone present stunned. Her brother spent only 1,000 yuan on clothes, while she bought an 88,000 yuan dress without a second thought, even using money from selling a house. She then purchased 2 more outfits, bringing the total to nearly 240,000 yuan. She tried on each item, and they all fit perfectly. The people who had previously stood protectively in front of Su Yao and Wu Qiu gradually stepped aside, their faces pale. The indignation they had shown earlier was gone, replaced by fear. They turned venomous glares toward the young master, silently blaming him. It's all his fault. The footage then showed the moment the three met, with Wu Qiu being the first to speak. "Running into Su Yao is such bad luck." Su Yao walked past the two without sparing them a glance. Wu Qiu immediately cursed. Su Yao has no manners at all, like someone raised without a father. When this scene was played out, Wu Qiu's face turned deathly pale, and the surrounding crowd glared at her in anger. She clung tightly to Su Yao, thinking to herself that everything she did was for Su Yao. The scene continued, showing Su Yao striking Wu Qiu. Su Yao then questioned angrily, "What right do you have to hit her? Apologize to her." At this moment, the onlookers lowered their heads, silently cursing both Su Yao and Wu Qiu. Although Su Yao was a genius, people couldn't help but feel uneasy, thinking, "Those are your adoptive parents. Someone insults them, and you make your younger brother apologize? With a foster daughter like that, would the adoptive parents even leave her an inheritance?" Su Yao's face also turned pale, and she seemed unsteady on her feet. She looked up at Su Yao with tear-filled, pitiful eyes. In the past, Su Yao would have comforted her whenever she acted this way, but this time, his gaze was cold and abyss-like, sending a shiver down her spine. The mall fell into complete silence. Chu Yi stepped forward and respectfully said to Su Yao, "I apologize for the trouble caused to you, Mr. Su. Please forgive us." The manager, seeing the young owner apologizing, also turned pale. He knew Chu Yi well, and was aware that he was a genius who had already been accepted into a prestigious university. The previous boss, who had looked down on Sumo's money, also turned ashen, while the sales associate was so terrified that she nearly collapsed. "Thank you," Sumo replied, looking at Chu Yi, thinking to himself that if Chu Yi hadn't shown up, he would have dealt with the matter in his own way. Chu Yi responded, "I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Su, for showing mercy. Otherwise, this mall might have to shut down for a complete overhaul." Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing more. He could sense that Chu Yi was also a powerful martial artist. Hearing Chu Ye's words, both Su Yao and Wu Qiu were in disbelief, filled with doubt. Why is the young owner of the mall being so respectful to Sumo? How could he have changed so much in just a few days after being dismissed? The crowd, observing Chu Ye's attitude, began to change their perceptions as well, starting to realize that Sumo might also be a genius. Yes, those two women were nothing but liars, constantly spouting lies. At this moment, the mall manager cautiously approached Sumo and said, "Mr. Su, I was misled by others and made a mistake. Please forgive me." Sumo didn't even spare him a glance. The manager, drenched in cold sweat, eventually dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Sumo remained expressionless, while Chuyi stepped forward and said, "Your store is no longer allowed in any Tainyuan malls. You will also be held accountable for the losses incurred." The sales associate, who had been fired for her inappropriate remarks, was filled with regret. Realizing the compensation amount, she became terrified and crawled to Sumo, slapping herself and pleading, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I was out of my mind. Please forgive me. Please ask the young owner to spare me. I can't afford to pay." Chuyi sighed, seeing that Sumo remained unmoved. "You failed to distinguish right from wrong, so you're dismissed as well. The losses caused will be calculated and charged to you." The manager turned ghostly pale and crawled to Chuyi, but seeing the cold expression on Chuyi's face, he turned back and crawled to Sumo, banging his head on the ground with a loud thud. "Those who slandered Mr. Su will be receiving legal notices. You can wait for them at home," Chuyi announced. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. By the time they thought of apologizing, Sumo had already turned and left the mall. His tall, upright figure cast an elongated shadow behind him. Chuyi quickly followed, leaving the aftermath to others. It wasn't his place as the young master to handle such matters. After he left, many people turned their attention to Wu Qiu and Su Yao, their anger boiling over as they felt deceived by these two who had exploited their sympathy. The sales assistant and manager, still sitting on the ground, watched Chuyi and Sumo depart, their eyes gradually losing focus. The crowd's angry shouts snapped them back to reality. The sales assistant, in particular, was overwhelmed by the thought of the massive compensation she would have to pay. Driven to the brink of madness, she lunged at Su Yao and Wu Qiu in a fit of rage. The security guards stationed at the mall entrance turned their gazes away, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, the technician responsible for the surveillance footage switched off the cameras and left without a word. The echoes of screams and curses reverberated through the mall until security personnel finally escorted the women away, bringing the chaotic scene to an end. Su Yao, despite her strong vitality, lacked combat experience and ended up with scratches all over her face. Wu Qiu fared even worse, with a row of bite marks on her face that bled profusely. Once the matter at the mall was resolved, Sumo silently resolved to grow stronger. A plan was forming in his mind would make those people pay. However, he knew that gaining strength was the key to earning respect and attention. Determined, he turned and headed toward the outskirts of the city, intending to hunt beasts to accumulate more slaughter points. Chuyi watched Sumo walk away, stopping in his tracks as he saw him disappear into the distance. In Sumo's mind, a panel appeared before him. Name: Sumo. Age: 18. Realm: First level martial artist. Martial technique: Stacked wave blade technique. Yellow rank: Low grade. Proficiency 01000. Vitality 3981000. Slaughter points 0. His eyes lit up with excitement. Both the level and proficiency of his martial technique could be improved using slaughter points, which only fueled his determination further. Sumo changed direction and continued walking. Without enough money to purchase a detection radar or a map, he couldn't venture too far from the city for fear of losing his way. Of course, outside the city, the greatest danger wasn't just the beasts, it was human nature. A bottomless abyss might have an end, but the depths of the human heart remained unfathomable. Not long after, Sumo encountered a swarm of mutated red fire ants. Each ant was as large as a human head, their bodies glowing with a fiery red hue. Drawing his alloy dagger, Sumo charged at the ants. The red fire ants, their eyes glowing blood red, rushed at him in response. Despite his vitality being on the lower side, Sumo's combat skills were evident. He leapt into the air, his dagger swiftly changing angles as it slashed, stabbed, and sliced. With a precise strike to an ant's leg, he severed it immediately, rendering the creature immobile. In a single strike, Su Mo killed the mutated red fire ant and earned 15 slaughter points. After slaying a mutated red fire ant, Su Mo earned 15 slaughter points. He seemed to have transformed into an unfeeling killing machine, showing no signs of exhaustion. Only when the sun dipped below the horizon did he finally collapse onto the ground, panting heavily. The thick scent of blood clung to him, and his once white alloy dagger was now stained crimson. Su Mo dug out the red fire ant's eyes, placed them into a bag, and turned back toward the city. At this point, his body was slightly overstrained. Earlier, he had felt faint tremors in the ground. Too many mutated red fire ants had been killed, and the red fire ant queen was about to emerge. Once his strength improved a bit more, he would be ready to face it. After running for 2 hours, Su Mo finally glimpsed the city in the distance and slowed his pace, checking his system interface. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Realm: First level martial artist. Martial skill: Overlapping waves blade technique, low yellow grade. Proficiency: 01000. Vitality: 3981000. Slaughter points: 4500. Currently, his limit was killing 300 red fire ants. Su Mo first replenished his vitality to full, feeling a warm current surge through his body that sharpened his senses and boosted his energy. Then, he began investing points into improving the overlapping waves blade technique. Taking a deep breath, Su Mo thought about how he could have already used his slaughter points earlier, if not for the presence of others around him. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Realm: Third level martial artist. Martial skill: Overlapping waves blade technique, low yellow grade. Proficiency: 01000. Mastery: 15005000. Vitality: 3000500. Slaughter points: 398. Staring at the interface, Su Mo felt a wave of emotion. It was only his 4th day since being expelled, yet he had gone from a waste, with a vitality of less than 20, to a 3rd-level martial artist. Carrying a bag filled with red fire ant eyes, Su Mo knew these would fetch a good price. As the sunset painted the sky, he entered the city. The guards at the gate sensed his imposing aura and were momentarily taken aback, thinking to themselves, what a terrifying killing intent. To them, Su Mo resembled a sharp blade, his presence flowing like an unending stream. Back already, one guard said. Su Mo nodded, smiling politely. He respected these guards, who bore heavy responsibilities and risked their lives, especially during beast attacks on the city. They were the first to rush into battle, and often the first to fall. Su Mo admired their courage deeply. At the Martial Artists Guild, Su Mo immediately noticed a strong presence ahead. It was Bai Yu. Her imposing aura was palpable, even from afar. Su Mo greeted her with a smile. Sister Bai Yu, are you buying beast materials today? Of course, she replied. Su Mo opened his bag, revealing pairs of crimson eyes that looked like red crystals. Red fire ant eyes, good stuff, Bai Yu remarked. Most of these are 1st level and 1st tier. They'll fetch a decent price. After counting the items, Bai Yu pulled out a calculator. That's a total of 490,000. I'll round it up to 500,000 for you. Su Mo's eyes flickered with emotion. Earning 120,000 in a day used to be a big deal for him, but now he was making 500,000. As his strength grew, so would his earnings. How about rounding it up to 1,000,000, Sister Bai Yu? He joked. You little rascal, always trying to take advantage of me. Bai Yu teased, transferring the money to Su Mo's martial artist badge. Her gaze shifted as she asked, want to buy a spatial storage item? Too expensive, Su Mo replied, tempted but aware of his limited funds. What he needed most now were a radar and a map. Bai Yu, sensing his hesitation, didn't push further. Instead, she handed him a box. This is a radar. It can detect beasts within a 10-meter radius and identify their level up to level 2. Anything beyond that, it won't detect. And this is a map of the Z9 Southern Gate area, covering 100 kilometers. It's not entirely accurate since beasts move around, but it's close enough. Watching Bai Yu's efficient preparations, Su Mo couldn't help but be impressed. She had clearly anticipated his needs, likely hoping to make a profit. Of course, Bai Yu said with a sly smile. You're an easy target, little brother. Before Su Mo could react, he felt her arms press against his, leaving his face flushed red, as if set ablaze. Bai Yu looked at Su Mo and couldn't help but cover her mouth as she burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect little brother to get shy. I wonder if he'll throw up after being embarrassed. After saying that, she lowered her head and glanced in Su Mo's direction, clicking her tongue in amusement. Su Mo took a deep breath. Since Bai Yu was being so teasing, he decided he wouldn't hold back. His large eyes fixed on a certain spot on Bai Yu, making her blush slightly. She muttered under her breath, calling him a little pervert, then proceeded to transfer Su Mo's money away. Seeing the money disappear from his badge, Su Mo sighed dramatically. To think I used to work tirelessly to earn 500,000 a day, only to have it all swindled away by a mischievous girl in 3 seconds. Let's go. Come home with me, Bai Yu said suddenly, making Su Mo wary. You're not planning anything sinister, are you? He asked, crossing his arms protectively over himself. Yu chuckled. That's right. Big sister is plotting to eat you up in one bite, she teased, even licking her lips for effect. The playful banter came to an end, and in the end, Su Mo followed Yu back to her place. Meanwhile, Wu Qiu and Su Yao, who had just been released, walked behind their homeroom teacher Wang Yang with their heads bowed and shoulders hunched, not daring to utter a word. Wang Yang's expression was cold and stern. There are only 2 months left until the martial arts exam, and you commit such a mistake. How will others view this if it gets out? They'll let it slide this time, but if it happens again, you can stay locked up. Su Yao and Wu Qiu nodded silently. Wang Yang ordered them back to evening self-study, and after he left, the two trudged back to their classroom in low spirits. Inside the classroom, all eyes turned to them. Their hair was disheveled, scratches marked their faces, and their clothes were torn and tattered. To anyone who didn't know better, they looked like beggars. At that moment, Su Yao's mind flashed back to those cold and merciless eyes she had seen earlier. The memory sent a chill down her spine. She also recalled the young heir of the shopping mall who seemed to know Su Mo. Could there be some hidden secrets about her adoptive parents? Just then, someone burst into the room, holding a phone and looking panicked. Feng Ben, did you forget to bring toilet paper again? The comment earned an irritated response from Feng Ben. Can you not bring that up? Just look at the video, I sent it to the group chat. His urgency was palpable, and in his haste, he accidentally sent the video to the main group chat. Everyone quickly pulled out their phones and opened the video. On screen, a figure with incredible agility leapt into the air and struck a mutated lobster with a single slash, sparks flying. Though the first strike didn't finish it, the figure used the momentum to slide beneath the lobster and delivered a precise slash to its underbelly. The movements were smooth and efficient, with no wasted effort. As the person emerged from under the lobster, their body was drenched in blood. They held a battered kitchen knife, blood dripping steadily from its tip. When the figure's identity became clear, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted drastically. Their pupils constricted, and they collectively drew in sharp breaths, feeling a wave of dizziness. The once noisy classroom fell into a stunned silence as all eyes fixated on the screen. That blood-soaked figure seemed to transform into a deadly blade itself, emanating an intense, almost tangible aura of menace through the screen. Su Yao stared at the video, her body trembling, her teeth chattering. A surge of fear welled up inside her. Su Mo had become like a god of slaughter, while she felt like that mutated lobster, helpless and doomed. Especially striking were his eyes, once warm and sunny, full of hope for life. They had turned cold and unfeeling. She couldn't pinpoint when they had changed, but the transformation was chilling. It felt like everything changed from the moment he was expelled. She became a stranger, as though she was no longer the familiar Su Mo. Despite the smile on her face, her eyes carried a cold indifference that pushed people away. This Su Mo, how could it be possible? Wasn't he the one who couldn't even reach a blood vitality level of 20, a complete failure? But in the video, his performance was anything but useless. Mutated beasts were generally at level 1, which meant Su Mo must be a warrior. Yes, only a warrior could have killed that mutated lobster. In the entire Z city, with its hundreds of high schools, there hadn't been any news of a high school student breaking through to become a warrior. Those who had previously slandered Su Mo now trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Instinctively, they glanced at Zhou Liang, who was staring intently at the screen. Yes, Zhou Liang, they had all followed his lead before. At this moment, Zhou Liang's heart was filled with anxiety. Now that Su Mo had become a warrior, would he come after them for revenge? Would he hold a grudge for their false accusations and seek retribution? If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have wronged him. Bang! Zhou Liang suddenly stood up, slamming his phone to the ground. The device shattered, its pieces scattering everywhere, his fury evident. Everyone shut the hell up. What's done is done. Zhou Liang's outburst silenced the room immediately. Those who had chosen to remain neutral secretly felt relieved they hadn't taken Zhou Liang's money to falsely accuse Su Mo. However, some of them turned their gaze towards Su Yao. The reason they hadn't stood up for Su Mo was because they were afraid of Zhou Liang. Yet as Su Mo's sister, Su Yao hadn't spoken up for him either, leaving them filled with doubt. Su Yao sat in her seat, her eyes gradually losing focus. She had consumed quite a few blood-enhancing pills to raise her blood vitality to 107 and had been quite pleased with herself. But now, finding out that her useless younger brother was actually a warrior, her joy evaporated. No wonder the young heir at the mall had treated him so respectfully. Everything made sense now. It must be that their adoptive parents had left Su Mo with some kind of treasure. Otherwise, how could someone like him possibly become a warrior? That had to be it. Well, of course. You all had your own selfish motives, keeping something like that from me, Su Yao thought bitterly, feeling like an outsider. No wonder Su Mo had been so generous in giving her money. Could it be that their adoptive parents had said the opportunity was meant for both of them? But Su Mo had refused to share it with her, using money to placate her instead? Unbelievable. Su Mo claimed he'd always treat me well, yet he kept such a treasure to himself. I really misjudged him. And to think I even gave him 2,000 yuan to rent a place to stay, this is how he repays me? Su Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, a fiery determination growing within her, bordering on obsession. He'll find Su Mo and take that opportunity from him. He owes me that much. Once I have it, he'll quickly become a warrior too, and then he'll finally be the one everyone admires. Zhou Liang scanned the silent room, his eyes flickering with malice. Internally, he thought, Su Mo, you're really haunting me, aren't you? Fine. If that's the case, they'll send you straight to the underworld and put an end to this nuisance. Meanwhile, in the office, Wang Yang stared blankly at the video in the group chat, his eyes losing focus. Su Mo was actually a warrior, an 18-year-old warrior. If they hadn't expelled him, Wang Yang's regret only deepened. Wait, who's this? He looks kind of familiar. Wang Yang quickly turned off his phone, his heart racing. Qianming had a big mouth. If he realized it was Su Mo, the principal would have Wang Yang's head by the next day. The video had been filmed by students to inspire others for the upcoming martial arts exam. Qianming gave Wang Yang a thumbs up, assuming he had kept the video for motivational purposes. Impressive, Director Wang. Always looking out for the students, Qianming said, oblivious. Wang Yang exhaled in relief. As long as Qianming hadn't recognized Su Mo. No, this video can't spread. Wang Yang muttered, rushing toward the classroom. Wang Yang looked at the silent classroom and understood that the students were all aware of Su Mo's breakthrough into becoming a martial artist. To protect himself and his classmates, he spoke sternly, don't spread this matter around. If the school finds out, I will be expelled, and you will also face punishment. In the worst-case scenario, you might even lose your chance to take the martial arts exam. As soon as he finished speaking, the students' faces turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that these students were still naive and easy to manipulate. Feng Bin, Zhou Liang, you too, come here, Wang Yang called out. The three of them stepped into the hallway, and Wang Yang asked Feng Bin, where did you get this video? Feng Bin replied, I saw it on a small website. He showed them the video, which had already received a few likes, though it hadn't spread widely yet. After seeing the website, Zhou Liang immediately took out his phone and called his uncle. Hello, uncle, are you awake? A tired voice came from the other end. No, I'm not. Zhou Liang continued. I have the name of a website. Can you find someone to shut it down, especially a specific video on it? It needs to be taken down. His uncle asked, did you cause trouble again? If this can't be handled, it might lead to big problems. I might have to involve your grandfather. Zhou Liang replied, I understand. Give me 3 minutes. The three stood silently watching the website. After 2 minutes of waiting, the site finally vanished. They exchanged glances and let out a collective sigh of relief. Feng Bin also retracted the video from the class group chat, confident that no one would bring it up voluntarily. They then decided to make Su Mo disappear quietly. Zhou Liang looked at Wang Yang and Feng Bin seriously and said, if this gets out, Mr. Wang, your career will be over, and we'll be in deep trouble too. Wang Yang nodded. I'll leave it to you, Zhou Liang. Let me know if you need anything. Zhou Liang continued. First, we need to create some fabricated evidence to cover up the loophole in Su Mo's expulsion. The previous accusation won't hold up under scrutiny. We need something harsher, something that will make the school side with us and even agree that our actions were justified. Then, I'll find someone to amplify the narrative, ensuring that Su Mo is condemned by public opinion and disappears. They decided to proceed with 2 plans simultaneously. Wang Yang would take charge of the first one, but even if it succeeded, the second plan had to continue. To prepare for any future investigations, they needed to take the initiative. After some thought, Wang Yang's eyes flashed with determination. I heard about something before. As he spoke, Zhou Liang and Feng Bin's eyes widened. I'll have someone investigate this. If it's true, I'll inform you, Wang Yang said, fully aware that his future depended on these actions. They agreed to avoid focusing too much on this matter to prevent any unexpected slips, particularly Feng Bin. If you mess this up, you know what I'll do to you, Wang Yang warned. Feng Bin quickly nodded. Don't worry, I won't make any mistakes this time. After finalizing their plans, the matter was settled. Meanwhile, Su Mo was having a meal with Baiyu. Su Mo noticed Baiyu occasionally staring at him and teased, Sister Baiyu, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll think you have a crush on me. Baiyu froze for a moment, then noticed the powerful aura emanating from Su Mo. She asked, have you mastered the stacked wave blade technique? Su Mo smiled faintly. I've perfected it. Clatter. Baiyu's chopsticks fell onto the table and rolled to the side. She stared at Su Mo in shock, thinking to herself, mastering it in just 1 day, what kind of talent is this? Taking a deep breath, she asked, do you want to join the Northern Academy? Su Mo's expression slightly shifted upon hearing this, and he pondered to himself, is Baiyu's standard really this high? What are the conditions? He asked directly, do you want to go to the Northern Academy? Su Mo nodded, fully aware that the Northern Academy was the place everyone dreamed of. With the invasion of demons and the resurgence of spiritual energy, the land had been divided into 9 regions. Each region was independent, and crossing from one to another required passing through the territory of ferocious beasts. Although the northern region housed several universities, the Northern Academy stood as the pinnacle, the most prestigious institution that every student aspired to join. I still have one spot left. I can recommend you, Bai Yu said calmly and firmly. Sumo's heart trembled at the weight of this offer. However, he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch and asked, "What are your conditions?" "No conditions," Bai Yu replied, her gaze steady and serious. Sumo met her gaze with equal calmness. Bai Yu continued, "There are still over 2 months. If you can reach the Tongmai realm, I can even recommend you as an examiner." Her words startled Sumo. Clearly, Bai Yu's status was extraordinary, wielding significant influence. "Thank you," Sumo said without hesitation, though his mind was already calculating. The Tongmai realm wasn't far from his current level. After becoming a warrior, the next step was to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians through cultivation techniques. Confidently, he replied, 2 months is definitely enough. Hearing his answer, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. If Sumo truly reached the Tongmai realm within 2 months, he would no longer be an ordinary student. Bai Yu smiled faintly and suggested, "Let's eat first. You can focus on improving your strength afterward." Sumo nodded in agreement. After finishing the meal, he left Bai Yu's residence and headed to the Safety Management Registration Office. Upon seeing Sumo, Zhou Dehai and Li Wuyo immediately stood up. Zhou Dehai greeted him. "Brother Sumo, what brings you here?" "Of course, it's about the housing issue," Sumo replied bluntly. Zhou Dehai nodded, mentioning that Lu Shuetian had instructed them to prepare the materials upon learning about Sumo's situation. The staff responsible for the registration process had already been dismissed, and now the buyer's cooperation was required. The buyer is Bai Yu. She had already noted that there were issues with the house's paperwork, Zhou Dehai explained. After hearing this, he confidently added, "We'll notify Su Yao tomorrow. Don't worry, Brother Su. We'll make sure everything is satisfactory." Sumo smiled slightly, feeling a warm sense of gratitude. Once the matter was settled, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, Sumo had already left the city. The guards looked at him with admiration, thinking how remarkable it was for someone so young to be so diligent. This time, Sumo returned to the habitat of the mutated red fire ants. He had once vowed to eradicate the entire colony. Detecting his presence, the fire ants surged out from underground, swarming toward him relentlessly. Several of the ants, over a meter in size, had fiery red bodies that faintly glimmered with flames. Sumo drew his blade and unleashed the stacked wave slash. The pale blade energy flowed like waves, one after another. Facing the frenzied fire ants, he showed no fear. With each swing of his blade, notifications echoed in his mind. Mutated red fire ant slain, 15 slaughter points gained. The repeated notifications sounded like a melodious waltz, resonating in his heart. Sumo wielded his stacked wave blade technique repeatedly, becoming one with the blade as he moved effortlessly through the swarm of red fire ants, darting in and out 7 times. Even the fiery red fire ants, their bodies ablaze, were slaughtered until only a few remained. The buzzing sound filled the air, and as Sumo stopped in his tracks, the red fire ants in the distance began retreating, clearly terrified of him. The sight of their fallen comrades had instilled fear in their ranks, forcing them to withdraw. Feeling a tremor beneath his feet, Sumo suddenly stomped hard, using the recoil force to leap into the air like an agile monkey. The spot where he had been standing turned charred black in an instant. He silently thanked his quick reflexes. This was a close call. Perhaps it was time to invest in a movement technique for better agility. At that moment, the ground erupted, revealing a towering red fire ant engulfed in flames, its body reaching an imposing 3 meters in height. Sumo's eyes lit up. If he could slay this red fire ant, it would fetch a hefty price. His wristwatch radar displayed the creature's power level. First tier, 6-fold strength. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, 3rd tier. Martial skill, stacked wave blade technique, yellow grade, low quality. Proficiency, 01000. Vitality, 3000500. Kill points, 36,398. Sumo decided to allocate his kill points to boost his vitality. He added 2,000 points to reach the 4th tier, then 5,000 to ascend to the 5th tier, and finally 20,000 to elevate himself to the 6th tier. His skin turned a crimson hue, resembling a cooked prawn, as invisible waves of energy rippled around him. The grass and trees at his feet bent under the force. Glancing at his remaining kill points, Sumo allocated 3,500 points to the stacked wave blade technique's proficiency, instantly mastering it. He then upgraded the technique's grade, raising it from yellow grade, low quality, to yellow grade, mid quality. His status now read, name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, 6th tier. Martial skill, stacked wave blade technique, yellow grade, mid quality. Proficiency, 100030 000, minor accomplishment. Vitality, 30, 000100000. Kill points, 4,898. Looking at his status panel, Su Yao noted his realm had advanced to the 6th tier. He thought to himself that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Meridian opening realm. When that time came, he would need to acquire a mental cultivation technique to open his 8 extraordinary meridians. His stacked wave blade technique had now reached yellow grade, mid-quality, with minor accomplishment. At that moment, the mutated queen fire ant fixed its gaze on Su Yao, becoming even more menacing. Its crimson eyes glowed as flames surged around it, forming 3 fireballs that flew towards Su Yao. Good timing, Su Yao thought, excitement surging through him as he prepared to test his newfound strength. The stacked wave blade moved as though he had practiced it countless times before. With a swift slash, a 1-meter-wide wave of energy surged forward in an unending stream, extinguishing the 3 fireballs instantly and carving a trench 30 centimeters wide into the ground. The mutated queen fire ant let out a shrill cry before being cleaved in two by the blade's energy. Slaying the ant queen earned Su Yao 6,000 kill points. The remaining red fire ants, witnessing the scene, scattered in a desperate attempt to flee. To Su Yao, they were nothing but kill points, his ticket to acquiring new techniques and movement skills. They all belonged to him. Slaying 1 red fire ant earned him 15 kill points. 10 ants yielded 150. In just half an hour, Su Yao had wiped out the swarm. As he looked at his blade, a sharp crack sounded. The alloy blade snapped in half. He couldn't help but sigh. The upgraded stacked wave blade technique had surpassed the durability of his weapon. It seems like I'll need to spend money to buy weapons. Power truly relies on wealth. Su Yao used his broken blade to gouge out the eyes of the red fire ants, collecting them into 2 full bags. The queen ant's eyes, however, were kept separately. More than half a day had passed, and though night had not yet fallen, Su Yao was eager to purchase a spatial ring or pouch. With one, he wouldn't have to deal with such inconveniences and could focus on killing freely to accumulate points for enhancing his strength. Currently, both improving his power and refining his combat techniques required a significant number of these points. Rustle, rustle. The sound of leaves crunching underfoot reached his ears. Su Yao's expression tightened as he became alert. Since you're already here, why not come out, he called. Several figures emerged from the forest, their greedy eyes fixated on the bags in his hands. They had been watching him earlier, astonished that he had managed to take on the red fire ants alone. The allure of wealth was irresistible. It was the very reason they risked hunting beasts. Su Yao set the bags down and locked his gaze on the 3 men before him. These were the same 3 who had previously spied on him and attempted to coerce him into surrendering his belongings. Hand it over, and we might let you live, the leader of the group said coldly. Su Yao stomped his foot, launching himself toward them like a cannonball. What nerve, the man bellowed, drawing a massive blade. His body leaped into the air, descending like a mountain, the blade slicing through the air with a shrill, grating sound. Su Yao stopped abruptly, causing the man's blade to strike the ground, shaking the area. Seizing the moment, Su Yao stepped forward and kicked the back of the blade, then clenched his fist and delivered a heavy punch to the man's chest. The blade flew out of his grasp as he staggered backward, his face filled with fear. Su Yao grabbed the fallen blade, its energy surging like relentless waves, one after another. The other 2 men hesitated, but before they could react, their heads rolled to the ground in an instant. Killing the 2 fighters at the 3rd stage earned Su Yao 4,000 points. The leader froze in place, collapsing to the ground in terror, his face pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe it was at the 6th stage, yet he couldn't withstand even a single punch from Su Yao. Without hesitation, Su Yao approached him and, with a swift motion, decapitated him. Killing a 6th-stage fighter earned him another 6,000 points. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone broke the silence. Su Yao retrieved the man's phone and noticed that there was still a signal, as the city wasn't far. Seeing the caller ID, a smirk played on his lips. Zhou Liang. It had been a long time since he'd heard that name. Su Yao answered the call. Blood Tiger, I have a task for you. No matter what, kill someone named Su Yao. I'll send you his picture shortly. Zhou Liang's voice came through the phone. Su Yao said nothing and hung up immediately. What a coincidence. Using Blood Tiger's fingerprint to unlock the phone, he took a photo of Blood Tiger's severed head and sent it to Zhou Liang. Afterward, he shut down the phone and smashed it. Picking up his bags, he made his way toward the city. When Zhou Liang saw the call abruptly end, he dared not be angry. Blood Tiger was, after all, one of his grandfather's trusted men. Moments later, a photo arrived. Zhou Liang opened it in haste, and the sight of the bloodied, severed head made his phone slip from his trembling hands, shattering the screen. The grotesque image filled him with an inexplicable dread. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zhou Liang picked up the phone, found an intact portion of the screen, and called his grandfather. Grandfather, something terrible has happened. Blood Tiger is dead, Zhou Liang said urgently. A startled, aged voice replied. What? Did you provoke someone again? I contacted him for a task, but before he could act, I received this photo. Zhou Liang ended the call and used the still functional part of the screen to send the image to his grandfather. Before Su Mo even reached the city, his phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he declined the call and blocked the number. Su Yao, he muttered. It seems you've nearly spent all your money. What will you offer this time? I suppose there's only that item left. Su Mo entered the city, and the guards, upon seeing him, looked visibly surprised. Out for supplies again. Yesterday, it was 1 bag, today it's 2. Are you planning on carrying 3 bags tomorrow? One of them remarked in greeting. Su Mo, however, walked straight toward the martial guild without stopping. Bai Yu had just seen off a guest when she sensed a faint aura of killing intent from afar. She stood up and saw Su Mo walking in, carrying 2 large bags. Out for supplies again, she asked. Su Mo set the bags down and took a deep breath. Quick, calculate how much this is worth. Today, this young master plans to make some big purchases. Seeing the excitement in his eyes, Bai Yu understood he needed money and wasted no time. She opened one of the bags and found a smaller package inside. Upon unwrapping it, she exclaimed in surprise, a red fire ant queen. Su Mo nodded. You didn't actually wipe out an entire red fire ant nest, did you? She asked. That's exactly what I did, Su Mo replied. Bai Yu put the items aside and pulled Su Mo over to stand on the testing machine. Martial artist, 6th level. Bai Yu was stunned as she read the results displayed on the machine. 6th level? Were you hiding your strength the last time you came for a test? Su Mo countered. Can I have a bit of good fortune? Besides, 6th level is hardly impressive in front of you, is it? Bai Yu leaned closer, grasping his shoulders and shaking him playfully. I think I should lie down and rest. You should tie your hair up, she teased. Flustered, Bai Yu's cheeks flushed, and she punched Su Mo lightly. You really are a little monster, aren't you? Without pressing further, Bai Yu began calculating the value of Su Mo's haul. 1,354,800 coins, she concluded. Since we're familiar, they'll round it up for you. How about an even 5,000 more? Su Mo widened his eyes. That's your idea of rounding up? Bai Yu packed the items into a storage ring, then looked at Su Mo. So, what are you buying, little brother? Lightweight movement techniques, weapons, or spatial storage items? Su Mo had already made up his mind. Wait here. Bai Yu turned and entered a room. Moments later, she returned with a movement technique manual, then fetched a long blade from another room, and finally brought out a ring. Snow Step, low-grade yellow rank. The black blade, forged from century-old black iron suitable for your current use. And a spatial ring with a 2 cubic meter capacity. Altogether, 1,500,000. Su Mo scratched his head, silently cursing. Damn it, still short. He hadn't expected to be so far off. He'll lend you the remaining 15,000, Bai Yu offered with a smirk. Just remember to pay me back. Little brother, you're broke again. If you want me to tie my hair up, you'll need more than this. Su Mo put on the ring, pricked his finger to bind it, and stored the long blade inside. A smile spread across his face. Another goal achieved. 2 cubic meters of storage was enough for now. He thought to himself, I'll buy a larger one when I make more money. And maybe even get a house. Can't live in a rental forever. Seeing Bai Yu's teasing expression, Su Mo decided to give her a little surprise. After all, who doesn't want to show off in front of a beautiful woman? He opened his status panel, revealing his information. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Level, martial artist, 6th level. Martial skills, title blade technique yellow rank. Mid-grade 100, 0300000 proficiency. Snow Step yellow rank. Low-grade 01000 proficiency. Vitality, 3000100000. Slaughter points, 45,000. Su Mo noticed that upgrading Snow Step to mid-grade required 10,000 slaughter points, so he allocated them, and the skill's rank advanced. Su Mo's journey of cultivation was far from smooth. A low-grade minor achievement martial skill required 1,000 slaughter points, while a mid-grade one cost as much as 10,000. The value of slaughter points seemed far less than anticipated. At this moment, he was flipping through the manual of a mid-grade yellow-tier martial skill, treading snow, with his current proficiency at 1,000, aiming for 30,000. Another skill, stacked wave blade technique, had a proficiency of 5,000, with a target of 50,000. Su Mo's vitality was at 30,000, and he had 25,000 slaughter points. Bai Yu quietly observed Su Mo until he closed the book. She smiled and asked, So, how is the technique your elder sister recommended? Su Mo's figure moved, gradually becoming more agile, causing Bai Yu's pupils to tremble. In just 1 minute, he had successfully cultivated the skill to minor achievement, a feat that was no small matter. Feeling secretly proud, Su Mo turned and left the martial artists guild, leaving Bai Yu in a state of self-doubt. She took out her phone and dialed an old man's number. Old man, have you ever seen someone master treading snow in 1 minute? The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Bai Yu, are you sleep-deprived or drunk on fake liquor? Mastering treading snow in 1 minute? I'd eat my hat upside down. Did you actually see that? Bai Yu took a deep breath and firmly replied, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. But he really reached minor achievement in 1 minute. The old man on the other end fell silent for a moment before saying, you're not talking about that guy with 400 vitality, are you? Bai Yu nodded. He's already at the 6th stage of a martial artist. Are you serious? The old man's voice was filled with disbelief, followed by the sound of a chair falling over. Would I lie to you? You'd better keep a close eye on him. Don't let anyone else snatch him away. Which school is he from? Bai Yu replied flatly. He was expelled. Expelled? What kind of ridiculous school would do that? No, I need to see this for myself. The old man's tone grew urgent. He'll strike a deal with him. If he can break through to the meridian opening realm by the time the martial exam arrives, he'll make him an examiner. Bai Yu was stunned by his words, realizing the old man's cunning. All right, just make sure no one bullies him. Let me explain everything to you. Bai Yu recounted the events in detail, and after a moment of contemplation, the old man spoke in a serious tone. He's very smart. He's already working on reclaiming what's his. I want to take him as my final disciple. Bai Yu's eyes widened in shock. Old man, are you serious? If this news gets out, it'll shake all 9 districts. Yes, I'm serious. I wasn't planning on taking any more disciples, but if a genius like this slips through my fingers, I'd curse myself for being a fool. The old man's voice carried a hint of helplessness. The proliferation of monstrous beasts is accelerating, and their strength is growing rapidly. Meanwhile, humanity is stuck in internal conflicts, with many geniuses falling victim to schemes. I can't let someone like him go. After leaving the guild, Su Yao encountered someone on the road. It was his sister, Su Yao. She hurriedly ran up to him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Brother, wait, I have something to tell you. Su Yao looked at her coldly, thinking to himself, you didn't treat me like this before, and now you act like a stranger. Beads of sweat formed on Su Yao's forehead as she spoke in a low voice. I truly see you as my little brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you 2,000 yuan to rent a place. You know the martial exam is coming up, and my progress has been slow. The things mom and dad left behind, can you give them to me? If I can break through as a martial artist, I'll definitely stand out during the exam. When that happens, I'll buy you a big house. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Su Yao knew Su Yao was shameless, but she never expected her to be so naive. Given their current relationship, Su Yao would never give anything to her. She said coldly, Su Yao, we are enemies now. Everything you took from my family, I want you to return every single cent. Su Yao felt a wave of panic as she met Su Mo's piercing gaze. The cold, murderous intent surrounding her was suffocating, like a heavy fog pressing down on her. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead and dripped off her face. Get lost now, or I can't promise I won't hit you in the next moment, Su Yao warned, her eyes filled with disdain. Su Yao took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Su Yao, I'm your sister. How can you treat me like this? How can you be so selfish? I still remember when you had no money. I lent you 2,000 yuan. Wasn't that good enough for you? Her voice was tinged with anger. I see it now. You only see me as an outsider, someone mom and dad took in, not as part of the family. Mom and dad knew I had talent, and the opportunities they left for Mayor, trying to keep them for yourself. You just want to use money to shut me up, so you can take everything they left behind to become a martial artist. Do you really think I'll believe you care about me? Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Su Yao struck Su Yao across the face. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on Su Yao's cheek. Su Yao lowered her head, the murderous intent in her eyes intensifying, making Su Yao shiver with fear. You dare speak of my parents? Even calling you ungrateful would be too kind. If we weren't in the city, I'd already have your head chopped off and thrown into a cesspit, Su Yao warned coldly. Su Yao clutched her stinging face, her heart seething with rage. Watching Su Yao turn to leave, despair surged within her. She quickly chased after her. The opportunity mom and dad left behind is mine. If you don't give it to me, it'll end my life. Then you'll have to live with the blame. I don't believe you won't care about that. Hearing this, Su Yao turned back and grabbed Su Yao. The struggle caused both of them to tumble into a nearby pond. Su Yao flailed desperately, her face filled with panic and terror. Somebody help. Someone's fallen into the water. Su Yao shouted urgently, her voice laced with anxiety. Soon, people from the surrounding area rushed toward the pond. When they saw the two sinking into the water, their faces turned pale. Quick, get a rope. Su Yao yelled sharply before plunging into the water again. As she got closer to Su Yao, her own body began to sink. From the outside, it looked as if Su Yao was dragging her down. Su Yao, panicking, struggled wildly. Grab the rope, she cried out. Su Yao managed to grab hold of the rope with one hand, trying her best to pull Su Yao up, but her own body kept sinking deeper. Damn it! This crazy woman, someone muttered before a few others jumped into the water. They swam quickly to the two women, one of them slapping Su Yao across the face. Su Yao stared at them in disbelief. Can't you see? It's Su Yao who's doing this on purpose. Don't talk nonsense. You know how to swim. Don't think we can't tell. One of the bystanders responded coldly, eyeing Su Mo with suspicion as well. Once they were pulled ashore, Su Mo sat on the ground, gasping for air. Her face was pale, and her expression was filled with alarm. The crowd around them began to murmur, pointing fingers. The most vicious hearts belong to women. Truly a snake in human form, someone commented. Unable to stand it any longer, another person stepped forward and slapped Su Yao across the face. Su Yao held her cheek, stunned. Didn't you see? She's the one who pushed me in. You saved someone, and they turn around and accuse you? Are you even human? Judging by your appearance, you must be a student. Which school are you from? Well, inform your school and see how they educate their students. It's really him. He's my brother. We're family, someone exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to Su Mo. She was adopted by my parents from outside the city, but I've long since severed ties with her. She secretly sold my parents' house and spent all the money they had saved for us. When she ran out of money, she came to me for help. I refused, and she threatened to jump into the river to ruin my reputation. Su Mo lowered her head, her voice growing colder. Beast. Despicable. Ungrateful. Someone like you dares to call yourself family. Su Yao tried to defend herself, but Su Mo staggered to her feet, picked up the jacket from the ground, and pulled out 2,000 yuan from it. This is all the money I have left. I have nothing more. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a trail of water on the ground. I think I've seen that young man before. He used to wash dishes in my kitchen. Now that you mention it, I remember once hauled cement for me late at night and spoke about having a genius sister he wanted to earn money for. After becoming a martial artist, Su Mo's sharper features made her less recognizable at first, but now everyone finally remembered. Ungrateful wretch. She's at 10th high. Let's report her. Someone like her shouldn't become a martial artist. Her intentions are clearly impure. Yes, let's call 10th high. Hearing this, Su Yao's face grew anxious. It's not true. It's not true. He's lying. He's lying. She cried desperately, her face tear-streaked. However, the crowd had no sympathy for her. Too vile. This is beyond reprehensible. At her age, to have such a malicious heart. Someone even sent the video they had recorded to 10th high. Soon, 10th high's phone lines were overwhelmed with calls. The principal had just returned to his office when a staff member rushed in. Principal, we've been flooded with complaints. Even the safety management office called to question us. Fang Jingyu, who had just sat down, immediately stood up, his face filled with disbelief. There haven't been any major incidents recently. Let me see. 10th high never forgot its star students, and Su Yao was well known to them. When the principal saw the video footage, his expression shifted. The phone on his desk rang, and Fang Jingyu's face darkened. Of course, just as I feared. Hello. Old Fang. We've been acquainted for years, so let me cut to the chase. Simone's reached out to me about this. Fang Jingyu's expression changed. This is my oversight. Save the formalities. She's a student at your school, so there might be a misunderstanding. I'll conduct an investigation myself. Very well. But there's one more thing. Congratulations. Confused, Fang Jingyu asked, congratulations? There hasn't been anything worth celebrating recently. Your school now has a martial artist among its students. Fang Jingyu, who had just sat back down, jumped up again. Lu, are you serious? Do you think I'd lie to you? Find out for yourself who it is. I can't tell you that. You'll have to investigate on your own. Lu Shuetian from the safety management office said before hanging up, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Old Fang, as a fellow classmate, this is as much as I can do for you. Principal Fang Jingyu put down the phone and fell into deep thought. He decided to call Su Yao over to find out what exactly had happened. At the same time, the school initiated a new round of blood energy testing. His assistant nodded in agreement and quickly began making arrangements. Sitting down, Principal Fang took a sip of tea, trying to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. If the school could produce a martial artist, they would have a chance to gain admission into the Northern Academy, which would bring unprecedented fame to 10th High School. Having a student enter the Northern Academy would be the ultimate advertisement for enrollment, and Principal Fang could already envision the school being flooded with applicants next year. With more resources at his disposal, his reputation would soar, and his position would grow even more prestigious. A smile crept onto his face, growing wider and wider, almost resembling a hippopotamus. In comparison, Su Yao's matter seemed trivial. Meanwhile, Su Mo parted ways with Su Yao, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This was a move anyone could use. Su Mo did not leave, but instead turned and headed to the security management office. Lu Shuetian was just about to step out when he ran into Su Mo. Oh, Su Mo, you're here, Lu greeted him. Brother Lu, it's been a while. Come on in, Su Mo replied warmly. What can I do to help you, little brother? Lu Shuetian asked with a smile. Su Mo went straight to the point. About the house, I've already had them prepare the necessary documents. She won't have anything to say against it. Then he asked, how can I remove someone from my household registration? Lu Shuetian didn't seem surprised, as if he had anticipated the question. Once the house issue is resolved, you can do it because you're the head of the household. The property deed has your name on it, not hers. The person who helped her before has already been dismissed, and shall need to compensate the buyer for their losses. Su Yao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lu. The two chatted for a while until an urgent phone call interrupted them. Brother Lu, something's wrong, another mutated beast has appeared. A voice reported anxiously over the phone. Su Yao suggested. Brother Lu, should we go take a look together? Lu Xuetian thought for a moment, knowing that Su Yao was also a martial artist, and decided not to refuse. The two of them drove quickly to the lakeside. The scene at the lake was horrifying. The pungent smell of blood lingered near the fishing equipment, severed limbs floated on the water, and the crimson-stained lake sent chills down anyone's spine. Under the setting sun, the atmosphere grew even more eerie and menacing. Lu Dahai and Li Wuyo, armed with weapons, moved with agility as they dodged the attacks of a massive creature in the water. The mutated water serpent, its eyes glowing blood red, shot streams of water like arrows from its mouth, turning the lake's surface into its domain. Despite their 9th-level martial artist strength, Lu Dahai and Li Wuyo were struggling against such a formidable foe. This was a 2nd-level mutated beast, equivalent to a human expert at the Tongmai realm. Witnessing the battle, Lu Xuetian leaped into action. From his storage ring, he summoned a long blade that gleamed sharply. With a powerful swing, the blade's energy sliced through the air like a crescent moon, aiming directly at the mutated serpent. Sensing danger, the serpent's red eyes glowed brighter as it launched 2 streams of water arrows, forcing Li Wuyo and Lu Dahai out of the fight. Its massive tail whipped up a wave, deflecting the blade's attack. Undeterred, Lu Xuetian unleashed several more slashes of blade energy. The lake's surface and even the lakebed became visible, revealing the full form of the mutated serpentit was at least 10 meters long, with most of its body submerged in the water. Lu Xuetian cleverly used his blade energy to part the water, ensuring no hidden surprises lay at the bottom of the lake. I'll hold it off. You two aim for its vital spot, strike quickly and don't let it escape, he commanded. The energy within Lu Xuetian's meridians erupted in an instant, and the blade in his hand gleamed with a white light. It was the wind-breaking saber. With a loud shout, his momentum converged on the blade's edge, and he swung it forcefully. A 3-meter-long arc of white energy shot straight toward the mutated serpent. The serpent's eyes gleamed with intelligence as its tongue flicked out, producing a hissing sound. The lake's surface churned into a vortex, forming a water prison that firmly trapped the mutated water serpent. From the shore, Su Yao urgently warned, "Be careful. Fall back." Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo immediately turned and retreated quickly. Where they had just been standing, 2 deep pits, each about a meter wide, appeared in the ground. If the attack had landed on them, it would have resulted in either death or severe injury. This mutated water serpent is so cunning. Be careful, it's a tier 2 beast with considerable intelligence. Do not underestimate it, Lu Xuetian cautioned. He stepped lightly across the water, moving with the agility of a monkey. Leaping into the air, he aimed his saber directly at the serpent's head. The mutated water serpent swiftly lowered its body and dove into the depths of the lake. Lu Xuetian halted his descent just in time, white light flashing beneath his feet as he quickly retreated. Beneath the lake's surface, a massive shadow followed closely, relentlessly pursuing Lu Xuetian's movements. Su Yao noticed that Lu Xuetian remained calm and composed, his emotions unwavering. After retreating about 10 meters, Lu Xuetian seized an opportunity and swung his blade with force. A flash of saber light sliced through the air, and the lake's surface was instantly stained red with blood. With a loud crash, blood waves surged violently, as if attempting to swallow Lu Xuetian whole. He continued to swing his saber, landing several strikes on the serpent's head. Using the force of the recoil, he propelled himself into the air and backward, narrowly avoiding the serpent's massive jaws. At the same time, he unleashed over a dozen white saber arcs. The mutated serpent's ferocity was provoked, and Su Mo's eyes flickered as she thought to herself, Lu Xuetian is deliberately angering it, making it lose its composure and focus solely on killing him. As the saber energy approached the serpent, it suddenly merged and overlapped. Now's the chance. Attack, Lu Xuetian shouted. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo stomped the ground with force, creating 2 craters as they launched themselves like cannonballs. With 2 loud, piercing sounds, their blades plunged deeply into the serpent's body. Half of the serpent's head had been sliced off, yet it still refused to die. Writhing in pain, the red glow in its eyes began to fade. Lu Xuetian's heart tightened as he thought, "Not good, it's trying to escape." Zhang Dahai's face darkened. He had aimed for the serpent's vital spots at 7 inches, but at the critical moment, the serpent twisted its body. The overlapping saber energy surged like crashing waves, forming 20 layers of force that bore down on the serpent. With a sharp sound, the saber energy pierced through the serpent's body. Su Yao activated her snow step technique, diving straight into the water. Her black blade struck precisely at the serpent's 7 inches. The light in the mutated serpent's eyes vanished instantly, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous splash, sending enormous waves across the lake. Su Mo leaped gracefully out of the water like a carp, having successfully slain the Tier 2, Stage 3 beast, and earning 50,000 kill points. Hearing the notification, a faint smile appeared on her lips. She had managed to claim the final blow. Observing Lu Xuetian's battle, she noticed that his overlapping wave saber technique had improved from minor mastery to intermediate mastery, a significant accomplishment. Meanwhile, Lu Xuetian hoisted the mutated serpent, extracted its gallbladder, and then split open its head to retrieve a beast crystal the size of a pinky nail. His eyes lit up with delight as he skillfully skinned the serpent, leaving behind only its bare flesh. After completing these tasks, he turned to look at Su Mo, his gaze filled with surprise. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo also stared at her with similarly perplexed expressions. Brother Su Mo, be honest with us. How strong are you right now? Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Su Mo smiled faintly and replied, Warrior level 6, but give me a few days, and it'll break through to level 7. The three of them gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they were staring at a monster. Su Mo, so young, had already reached warrior level 6, an extraordinary achievement among his peers. What's with those looks? Lu Xuetian took out a snake gallbladder and a demon crystal from his pocket and handed them to Su Mo. These are for you, since you were the one who killed that snake. They'll hold on to the snake's skin for now. Once I've had some protective gear made, I'll give you a set. Su Mo accepted the demon crystal and shook his head slightly. Just this is enough. I don't need the gallbladder. Without you three weakening it first, there's no way I could have done it alone. Lu Xuetian put the items away with a laugh. No need for formality between men. Su Mo understood that if he insisted on taking the gallbladder, Lu Xuetian wouldn't agree. So, he nodded and said, let's go. Tonight, we're having snake meat. I'll cook it myself so you can try your brother's cooking skills. The four of them sat in the car, gazing at the city under the night sky. Though it seemed bustling and vibrant, danger lurked everywhere. Compared to the wilderness outside the city, it was relatively safe here. Lu Dehai looked at the dazzling neon lights outside and said, Brother, do you want me to recommend a school for you? With your abilities, they'd definitely treat you like a treasure. Thank you, Lu Go, but I've already made arrangements with someone else. Su Mo's resolute tone left Lu Xuetian with nothing more to say. Lu Go, we don't need to worry about Brother Su. He'll definitely make it to the Northern Academy someday. Lu Xuetian nodded, but he also knew that Su Mo's expulsion would make it challenging for him to take the Northern Academy's entrance exam. Not having a student record was a major hurdle. I've got a way. Su Mo's words made the three of them turn to him in surprise. For him to have a way into the Northern Academy's exam was as good as confirming his potential to get in. Lu Xuetian said excitedly, I knew you'd soar to great heights, Brother Su. When they arrived at the safety management office, Lu Zuishan's cooking skills proved to be impressive. The four refrained from drinking alcohol, aware that danger could strike at any moment and that they needed to stay sharp. After the meal, Lu Xuetian saw Su Mo off at the door. Make sure you handle your matters well, brother. Tomorrow, when you go to the school, make it big and bold. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo nodded in agreement. Lu Dehai remarked, I thought he'd ask us about Zhou Liang. Lu Xuetian replied, he's smart. He knows how to handle these things and doesn't want to trouble us. But the situation behind Zhou Liang is a bit complicated. That old man's trusted subordinates are enough to make anyone uneasy. Blood Tiger is dead. Lu Zuishan's words shocked the other two. Zhang Dehai couldn't believe it. Blood Tiger is actually dead? Lu Gu, are you serious? Lu Xuetian nodded firmly. He's definitely dead. I don't know how it happened, but it's true. Won't that old man from the Zhou family be furious? Li Wuyo asked curiously. That old man asked me to look into it. But who has the time for that? They don't even know who the killer is. Just a photo of Blood Tiger's severed head. Lu Xuetian waved his hand dismissively. That's not our concern. Taking care of Brother Su Mo's matters is far more worthwhile than dealing with that old man's problems. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo exchanged a knowing smile, clearly convinced of Su Mo's identity. After Su Mo left, as he reached the entrance of his rented apartment, he unexpectedly saw Bai Yu. She couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. The great Su Mo, the Red Fire Ant Slayer, a 6th-level martial artist, living in such a shabby apartment? Really? She teased. And you still want to tell me to tie my hair up? Little brother, you've got a long way to go. Su Mo hadn't expected to be mocked by this woman again. He thought to himself, sure, my living situation might not be great, but my skills are solid. When the time comes for you to tie your hair up, let's see who ends up begging for mercy. With a look of disdain, Bai Yu scoffed, follow me. Yes, I do have ulterior motives, first to make you lean against the wall, and then to turn you into a featherweight. The two got into the car, the playful banter fading as the atmosphere grew quieter. Bai Yu focused on driving, and Su Mo refrained from asking more questions until they arrived at a familiar home. Strangely, despite not meeting often, the two had become such close friends. You might as well stay here from now on. You're going to move back anyway, Bai Yu suddenly said. But don't touch my room. Su Mo froze for a moment before asking, are you saying we should live together? A man and a woman under one roof? That's not ideal, is it? He felt a bit concerned, worried about the possibility of sleepwalking. Have you eaten yet? Bai asked, shaking her head. She had come to find Sumo right after work, but he had returned so late. Her stomach growled audibly, and her face turned slightly red with embarrassment. I'll cook some noodles for you, she teased. I'm not eating that, it's all chives, way too prickly. Bai Dajia, what's on your mind? I meant noodles, Sumo responded helplessly, then headed to the kitchen. Shortly after, he returned with a bowl of noodles topped with 2 eggs and a sausage, handing it to Bai. Here, eat. Bai took a deep breath, savoring the aroma, and quickly picked up her chopsticks to dig in. Your cooking skills are wasted if you don't open a restaurant, she praised. Sumo remained silent. Ever since his parents passed away, cooking had become his responsibility, while Su Yao focused solely on her martial training. Su Yao came to buy a few more blood-boosting pills today. I'm guessing her vitality is close to breaking through 190. Sumo thought to himself. Those pills weren't very effective for her anymore. She was just wasting money. Bai noticed his preoccupied expression and asked, you can take action now. If she's out of money, what about selling her martial artist medals? Bai froze for a moment, realizing those medals were awarded by the Martial Artists Guild for achievements, officially recognized by the state. If Su Yao sold them, and it got discovered, she'd be in serious trouble. Are you saying she'd sell them on the black market? Bai asked. Sumo nodded. I can arrange for someone to keep an eye on her. I need to break through to the Tongmai realm. Do you really have a way to make me a North Academy examiner? Bai's eyes sparkled with hope. Sumo nodded seriously. Absolutely. And there's a huge surprise waiting for you when the time comes. Yuejia, thank you. If you ever need anything, just ask. I'd do anything for you. Sumo said earnestly, surprised by how much Bai had helped him. Then cook me another bowl of noodles with 2 eggs and a sausage. I'm still not full, Bai said playfully. Sumo gave her an incredulous look, picked up the bowl, and headed back to the kitchen. Soon, he returned with another bowl. Yuejia, how much do you think a demon crystal like this could sell for? Sumo asked, pulling out a demon crystal. Bai's eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me you went hunting for this thing this afternoon, she asked. I hunted it with others, Sumo replied. The fact that they gave him the crystal meant he had contributed significantly during the hunt, and they likely wanted to curry favor with him. Bai felt a pang of unease. Could someone be trying to poach him from her? She grew wary, thinking to herself, what nerve whoever it is must have a death wish. Bai placed the heavy objects on the table with a thud. Sumo stared in disbelief and couldn't help but ask, Sister Bai, don't you think they're heavy? Bai nodded and replied, they are quite heavy. Do you want to hold them for me? Sumo asked in surprise, can I? Before he could finish his sentence, Bai punched him lightly on the head and laughed. Hold them, my foot. You little perv. Did someone put you up to this? Bai probed cautiously. No. I worked this out with Lu Shuetian from the safety management office, Sumo replied. Hearing this, Bai patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Sumo's gaze shifted unintentionally, and he thought to himself, this woman has no idea how dangerous her gestures can be. Bai lifted the heavy objects with both hands, then released them again. The table groaned under the weight, even wobbling slightly. I've been thinking about getting rid of these theory, just too big, Bai remarked. Sumo disagreed. I don't think you need to. They're fine the way they are. Bai covered her mouth and laughed. Let me explain the use of demon crystals. Demon crystals aren't exclusive to second-tier beasts. Even first-tier beasts might produce them. These crystals contain violent energy that can't be absorbed, but they can be used to enchant weapons. However, the chances of them forming are extremely low. Usually, only beasts with special bloodlines can produce them. Sumo nodded. This one came from a second-tier beast, worth about 2 million. It's not much use for you to hold on to it. After saying this, Bai transferred 2 million to Sumo. Seeing the money, Sumo's mood improved significantly. Once Bai finished eating, Sumo cleaned up and then headed to the bathroom. When he came out, he saw Bai in her pajamas, sitting on the sofa watching TV. The screen was glaringly bright, and the dialogue coming from it was awkward to hear. Do you know you're playing with fire, woman? Sumo hadn't expected Bai to enjoy this kind of plot. Bai turned to him and asked, finished showering? Sumo nodded in response. Bai then headed towards the bathroom, while Sumo watched her back, a sudden question popping into his mind. Sister Bai, have you heard of this common knowledge? What is it? Bai looked at Sumo with slight confusion. Sumo replied seriously. It said that a woman bathing alone is dangerous. The high temperature in the bathroom lowers the oxygen level, which can lead to fainting. It's best to have a man nearby to assist, maybe even help scrub your back. Bai shot a disdainful glance at him and retorted. I've also heard that men should be careful while sleeping. Women tend to sleepwalk and might run around with scissors. Sumo felt a chill run down his spine. After Bai finished her shower and came out, she noticed that Sumo had already returned to the room he had been staying in before. Not long after, a small storm seemed to stir within the room. Bai's expression shifted as she thought to herself. Could that kid have broken through to the 7th level of martial arts? Inside the room, Sumo was feeling the warm energy coursing through his body, his mood becoming increasingly elated. The difference between the 7th and 6th levels of martial arts was stark, with a qualitative leap in his overall strength. Thinking about the second-tier mutated serpent, Su Yao gathered all his strength and finally pierced through the snake's skin. At this moment, his anticipation to break through to the Tongmai stage grew even stronger. Just then, a panel appeared, floating in front of Su Yao. Su Yao, at the age of 18, had already reached the 7th level of martial arts. He had mastered the mid-tier yellow-grade martial skill, the stacked wave blade technique, with a proficiency of 100,030,000, and his proficiency in the snow step technique was 100,005,000. His vitality level stood at 10,000, and his slaughter points were 105,000,200,000. Tomorrow, he planned to venture beyond the city walls again, equipped with a storage ring and weapons. His improved strength significantly increased his chances of survival in the wild. The next morning, Bai Yu woke up to find breakfast already prepared on the table, but Su Yao was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes flickered as she thought to herself that this brat had a particular fondness for fried eggs and sausages. By this time, Su Yao had already reached the city gates. The guards looked at him with a change in their expressions, seemingly aware that he was heading out to gather supplies again. Su Yao took out a map, its variously colored markings giving him a clear sense of direction. White areas indicated safety, green areas posed increased danger, yellow areas signified potential crises, and red areas were places he absolutely dared not approach. This time, his target was the boundary between the white and green zones. Using the snow step technique, Su Yao moved with incredible speed. Upon reaching the designated location, his expression turned serious. Suddenly, the howl of wolves echoed in his ears. Taking a deep breath, he focused on his target, the ironback demon wolves. The wolf pack surrounded him, their crimson eyes gleaming eerily in the mist. Their iron-like backs glistened with a dark metallic sheen, as if forged from black steel. High above, the wolf king stood alone, a fierce scar slashing across its body. One of its fangs was missing, and its bristling mane made it appear both majestic and menacing. With a commanding roar from the wolf king, the pack lunged at Su Yao wielding his black iron blade. Su Yao struck down several demon wolves in an instant. Killing one ironback demon wolf earned him 20 slaughter points, while another granted him 13. The familiar sound of notifications fueled Su Yao's excitement, and his blade energy surged like waves, cutting down the wolves before they could even get close. Half an hour later, Su Yao was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling. The remaining wolves crouched low, retreating cautiously, unwilling to advance further. Standing amidst the blood-soaked corpses of the demon wolves, the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Su Yao knew he had to clean up the battlefield quickly to avoid attracting more powerful beasts. Activating his snow step, his figure moved like the wind. The wolf king roared in fury, leaping toward him and slashing out with claws that emanated black energy. Su Yao swung his stacked wave blade, slicing through the black energy effortlessly. His blade struck the wolf king's iron back with a resounding crack, shattering it instantly. Su Yao froze for a moment, surprised at how fragile the wolf king was, unable to withstand even a single blow from him. As the wolf king's life faded, its eyes reflected confusion. Su Yao, however, showed no hesitation, swiftly carving out its iron back and fangs. Though his storage space was limited, he thought to himself that the demon wolf meat might fetch a good price at a restaurant. Unfortunately, he had to leave it behind, feeling a slight pang of regret for missing out on potential earnings. After clearing the battlefield, Su Yao hurried away. Not long after, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. In the distance, trees toppled one after another, and an oppressive aura approached rapidly. He dared not linger. The dangers of the green zone were still formidable for him. The massive beast just now was likely a Tier 3 demon beast, equivalent to the divine aperture realm of humans and existence, powerful enough to serve as a city lord in any of the hundreds of cities in the northern region. Su Yao quickly relocated to a new area. As his strength increased, the slaughter points needed for further advancement also grew. Although he had killed many demon wolves earlier, the points he earned were not particularly abundant. Meanwhile, back in the city, outside the rental house where Su Yao had previously stayed, several shadowy figures quietly appeared. At this moment, Su Yao, still out hunting in the wild, had no idea that his base was being raided. He had just slain a red fire ant, earning 15 kill points, and then took down a centipede, gaining another 30 points. Along the way, every beast he encountered was mercilessly killed. After all, every little bit counts. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Su Yao's eyes narrowed as he sensed a powerful presence. This was no ordinary sound from a second-tier beast. It seemed to be a mutated tiger. The roar sent shockwaves through the area, causing nearby beasts to cower on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. Su Yao, adopting a stealthy approach, continued harvesting beasts. He killed a moonlit rat, earning 35 kill points. His eyes lit up. The moonlit rat was highly valuable. Without hesitation, He swiftly eliminated all the moonlit rats in the vicinity. After slaying 30 of them, he accumulated a total of 450 kill points. Just then, distant trees began collapsing as the mist slowly dispersed. Sumo's pupils contracted sharply as he caught sight of two enormous black shadows entangled together deep in the forest. Even from afar, he could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from them. Another agonized roar erupted, followed by a massive wave of flames that scorched the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. Suemo dared not venture closer. Standing atop a large tree, he suddenly heard a hissing sound. Hundreds of vines surged toward him, weaving a dense web. He quickly moved, dodging the attack. On the tree's trunk, a human-like face appeared, its emerald green eyes fixed on Suemo. The vines were adorned with remnants of white bones. This was a level 8 mutated tree, and Suemo couldn't afford to be careless, as its rank exceeded his own. Wielding his long blade, Suemo slashed as the vines closed in from all directions. From a distance, the area resembled a giant spider web, with green energy rippling across its surface. Suemo fought fiercely, severing the vines around him. Green liquid splattered onto his black blade, sizzling on contact. He found this mutated tree was poisonous. He needed to eliminate it quickly before the toxins spread. Just as he prepared to strike, the tree vanished among the surrounding forest. Letting out a sigh, Suemo activated his radar watch and struck at another tree. "You're still trying to hide?" he shouted angrily. As his blade energy surged forward, the tree emitted a vibrant green light. Suemo channeled all his focus and energy into his attack, unleashing his most powerful strike since he began training. The blade energy carved a half-meter-wide trench in the ground as it tore through the green light, splitting the mutated tree in half. He had slain the mutated tree, earning 20,000 kill points. Breathing heavily, Suemo steadied himself. This time, he had pushed his blade technique, layered waves, to its absolute limit, unleashing 20 consecutive waves of power. Approaching the fallen tree, he discovered a green Orba demon crystal. This was a significant gain. He stored the crystal in his spatial ring and swiftly leapt through the dense forest like an agile monkey. Before long, he approached a massive white tiger, its body stretching over 20 meters. The tiger was locked in a fierce battle with a mutated vulture of similar size. The vulture's wings had been partially torn off by the tiger, while the tiger bore a massive wound on its back that extended to its abdomen. Scattered around the two powerful beasts were the skeletal remains of humans and other creatures. It seemed someone tried to take advantage of the situation but ended up being killed. The mutated white tiger and the vulture faced off, their crimson eyes locked on each other. Eventually, the mutated vulture stepped back, while the mutated white tiger growled deeply, the king, character on its forehead glowing even brighter. The vulture retreated a few more steps before turning and disappearing into the dense forest. The white tiger let out a roar, but then collapsed with a heavy thud. The wounds it had sustained earlier began to split open, with blood gushing out. Suemo dared not approach, his heart uneasy. This was a second-tier beast, equivalent to the Tongmai level, and even the radar couldn't detect the white tiger's strength. He hid behind a large tree, waiting patiently. As a hunter, patience was his virtue. The sound of rustling emerged, and several shadowy figures appeared in the distance, greedily eyeing the fallen mutated white tiger. It was completely immobilized, and the people among the shadows began discussing teaming up to kill it. Suemo cursed them silently from behind the tree, his heart racing with anxiety. Just then, the fallen mutated white tiger suddenly stood up, and even the injured vulture returned. The two massive figures launched an attack on the encroaching shadows. Witnessing this, Suemo was stunned. These beasts were so intelligent, they had set a trap and had long been aware of the humans hiding in the forest. His heart tightened, unable to believe that these two creatures had joined forces. "Retreat! We're no match for them," someone shouted in panic. The white tiger let out a thunderous roar, releasing an invisible sound wave. Suemo clutched his ears as his head buzzed, feeling dizzy and weak. The vulture, with its remaining wing, suddenly spread it wide, launching feathers like steel blades. With a series of loud impacts, dozens of 1-meter-wide craters appeared on the ground, blood seeping out. The coordination between the two was incredibly powerful. The tiger's roar combined with its mental attack complemented the vulture's relentless assault. The tiger and the vulture lowered their heads, devouring the bodies in the craters. Suemo stayed hidden behind the tree, not daring to make a sound, relieved he hadn't acted impulsively. As he silently rejoiced, he suddenly felt a chilling, abyss-like gaze upon him. His heartbeat quickened as though it would leap out of his chest. He looked up to see a towering figure, like a mountain 100 meters tall, rising. The tree he had been hiding behind was right next to it. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on the vulture and the white tiger, and although it wasn't looking at him, Suemo felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. In his moment of shock, the giant ape uprooted the tree he had been hiding behind and hurled it at the mutated white tiger and the vulture. Suemo clung tightly to the tree, paralyzed with fear. At this moment, The mutated white tiger and the vulture retreated, trying to escape, but the tree was already upon them. The vulture's feathers shot out, breaking the tree apart. Su Yao seized the opportunity to leap out, his heart still pounding wildly. Just as he sat down, a deafening crash resounded. The vulture was thrown back by the giant ape to the very spot where Su Yao had been hiding. Its remaining wing was torn off, and its head drooped as its gaze turned lifeless. Without hesitation, Su Yao drove his blade into the vulture's head, blood splattering everywhere. He had slain a second-tier, 6th-rank beast and earned 120,000 kill points. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yao thought to himself, 120,000 kill points, how many first-tier beasts would I have to hunt to achieve that? Roar. Boom. The rock he was hiding behind suddenly exploded as a white tiger descended from the sky, shattering the stone and creating a massive crater in the ground. Su Yao wielded his black blade and delivered the final blow, slaying the second-tier, 6th-rank beast and earning another 120,000 kill points. After completing his task, Su Yao moved swiftly, running into the dense forest while picking up a few vulture feathers along the way. The giant ape pounded its chest, unleashing a powerful shockwave that instantly turned the surrounding hundreds of meters into ruins. The force sent Su Yao flying forward, slamming heavily onto the ground with a loud thud, blood spurting from his mouth. He dared not linger, desperately employing his snow step technique, with only one thought in his mind: escape, as far as possible, or face certain death. The 100-meter giant ape did not pursue him. Instead, it turned toward the mutated tiger and vultures, grabbed them, and stuffed them into its mouth. As it bit down, blood splattered in all directions. Blood stained the corners of its mouth as it revealed a satisfied expression, pounding its chest once more before gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. Half an hour later, Su Yao hid behind a large tree, his face pale. Seeing the massive crater on the ground, he couldn't help but swallow hard, silently wondering when he would ever become that powerful. Thinking of the system he possessed, a sense of determination rose within him, believed he would reach that level soon enough. Gathering the feathers scattered on the ground, he counted over 100, filling his storage ring to capacity. After glancing at his map, Su Yao began making his way back to the city. Despite today's substantial gains, he had sustained injuries his first time getting hurt in the wilderness. He was grateful for having purchased the escape technique earlier, otherwise, he would have been doomed. The shockwave from the giant ape had only hit him as it was dissipating. If it had been any closer, Su Yao shuddered to imagine the alchemy likely would have been reduced to pulp. Due to his injuries, Su Yao was especially cautious on his way back. He avoided first-level demonic beasts rather than engaging them, as his strength was insufficient for combat. Finally, upon seeing the familiar city gates, he let out a sigh of relief. Little did he know, the guards were also anxiously awaiting his return, wondering why the young man who had gone to restock supplies hadn't come back yet. When the guards saw Su Yao approaching, blood still at the corner of his mouth, they immediately rushed to support him, asking in surprise, "You're injured?" Su Yao gave a bitter smile. "Don't even mention it, I almost didn't make it back." He sat down to rest, and one of the guards brought him a cup of tea, eyeing him curiously. When the guard noticed Su Yao's storage ring, he realized it was likely packed to the brim. After sitting for a while, Su Yao's energy gradually stabilized. He thanked the guards and stood up to leave. Before departing, he left behind 10 vulture feathers. The guard, holding the feathers in his hands, looked astonished. "This kid is something else, feathers from a second-level demonic beast," he muttered to himself, carefully storing them away. He decided he would like to befriend someone as capable as Su Yao. Suddenly, Su Yao's phone rang. He answered, and a voice on the other end said, "Su, you better come back and take a look." Hanging up, he hurried back to his rented apartment, already planning to move out in the next couple of days. When he arrived, he found the place in shambles, furniture destroyed, and knife marks on the walls. The landlady looked at him with concern and asked, "Su, did you offend someone?" Su Yao sighed. "Perhaps, but since they're after me, it's just as well. I was planning to move out anyway. Ma'am, here's 2,000 yuan. It should cover the damages to the apartment." He handed her the money. The landlady shook her head. "No need to be so formal. None of this stuff is worth much. My husband's a carpenter, can make a new set." In the end, she only accepted 1,000 yuan. Su Yao didn't insist further. Leaving the apartment, he set off to find Bai Yu. Bai Yu heard a knock at the door and felt a sudden tightness in her chest. She knew Su Yao had returned. She hurriedly opened the door, and a strong, metallic scent of blood hit her. Su Yao stood there, his face pale, his body swaying slightly. Bai Yu was startled and quickly helped him inside. It was only then that she noticed blood still oozing from his back. "Take off your clothes, quickly," Bai Yu urged. "That's not appropriate," Su Yao refused. "Now's not the time for modesty. Listen to me, lift your arms," Bai Yu ordered. Su Yao's upper body was almost entirely stripped, and Bai Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. She couldn't help but think to herself, this guy has a really good physique. However, the moment she saw the bruises and bloodied wounds on his back, any strange feelings vanished. She immediately grabbed the medical kit and began tending to his injuries. Finally, she took a pill from the kit and held it to Sumo's lips. Here, open your mouth. Ah, she said softly. Sumo caught the faint fragrance of the pill and glanced at the blue-green medicine. After a moment of hesitation, he didn't refuse. As he swallowed it, a surge of warmth coursed through him. The bruises on his back visibly lightened, and the bleeding wounds began to scab over. The turbulent feeling inside him subsided, replaced by a refreshing coolness that even restored some of his energy. After cleaning his wounds, Bayu didn't press him with questions. Have you eaten? She asked with concern. Sumo shook his head. When Bayu returned from the kitchen with a bowl of food, she found him already asleep on the sofa. She set the bowl down, turned to her room, and brought back a blanket, gently covering him. This troublesome guy, making me worry, Bayu thought to herself. Just then, her phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, a peculiar expression flickered across her face. TSK, I thought you were dead. You haven't even called once, she said. A hearty voice came from the other end of the line. Sis, I came across a genius kid named Sumo. I noticed him while guarding the city gates. He's no ordinary guy. You've always had high standards and dismissed other so-called geniuses, but trust me, on this one you'll be impressed. Bayu's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You said you met a genius named Sumo? Yeah. Is he injured? Yes. Was he wearing a black jacket and high-waisted black pants? Exactly. Sis, you're amazing. Wait, something's not right. How do you know? Take a guess. You guess if he'll guess? You guess if he'll guess your guess. Don't tell me you've already pushed him down. A loud, surprised laugh erupted on the other end. Well, he's definitely down fast asleep. You beast. Where are you? Tell me your location now. Bayu snapped. Why do you care? Just focus on your own business. Bayu retorted, hanging up with a scoff, shaking her head at her unreliable brother. Meanwhile, back at the city gate, Baishio stared at his phone in confusion after the call ended. What's her problem? She's not even worried about her precious little guy out there hunting beasts. Brother-in-law, you've got it tough. When you get married, they'll give you a huge gift, Baishio muttered to himself before dialing another number. I need you to investigate someone for me. His name is Su Mo, around 17 or 18 years old. He'll send you a photo. Got it, the voice on the other end replied. Not long after, Baishio's phone rang again. Baishio, are you out of your mind? Or did you lose it completely? You sent me a picture of someone's back. How am I supposed to investigate that? Hey, that's the guy my sister's interested in, Baishio responded helplessly. Relax. Even if you sent me just a piece of clothing, I'd still figure it out. As soon as Baishio hung up, he saw Bayu calling again and quickly answered. Don't meddle in anything, and tell your group of friends to stay out of it too. He has his own path to follow, Bayu said firmly. Hearing the severity in her tone, Baishio felt uneasy. The old man wants to take him as his last disciple. With a clatter, Baishio's phone slipped from his hand, his face frozen in shock. He quickly picked it up and called his contact. Forget about the investigation. I didn't even start, came the calm reply. Didn't you promise you'd investigate even with just a piece of clothing? Come on, do you think someone your sister's interested in would be ordinary? Investigate? You're out of your depth. No wonder you're stuck guarding the gate. Baishio stared at the phone, shocked to his Carrizo. The fool was himself all along. His sister had once teased him for being slow-witted, and it seemed there was some truth to her words. The next day, Sumo finally woke up leisurely. When he got up, he didn't feel any pain. Looking in the mirror, the bruises and purple marks had disappeared, and the scabbed wound on his back had faded to a faint scar. What kind of miraculous pill had such powerful healing properties? It seemed essential to carry some of these pills when traveling. On the table were 2 fried eggs and a sausage. Sumo glanced helplessly at the charred food, finding it rather unappetizing. Turning toward the kitchen, he cooked himself a bowl of plain noodle soup. After eating, his stomach felt warm and comfortable. Only then did he turn his attention to the status panel. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, level 7. Martial skills. Overlapping waves blade technique yellow grade. Mid-tier, 100, 0300000. Proficiency, intermediate, 500, 050000. Treading snow yellow grade. Mid-tier, 100, 005, 0000. Proficiency, minor achievement, 100, 005, 0000. Vital energy, 10500020, 0000. Slaughter points, 275000. After consuming 95,000 slaughter points, Sumo's realm broke through once more, advancing to martial artist, level 8. The remaining 180,000 slaughter points were still insufficient for reaching martial artist, level 9. This recent crisis made Sumo deeply realize the importance of the treading snow skill. He allocated 40,000 slaughter points to its proficiency, raising it from minor achievement to intermediate. Another 50,000 points elevated it to major achievement. Feeling a surge of excitement, Sumo extended his hands quickly, stopping just before the wall. His speed had doubled compared to before. Looking at the remaining 90,000 slaughter points, Su Yao sighed. Gaining 270,000 points had been a stroke of luck amidst great danger, and now they were nearly gone. His gaze shifted to the overlapping waves blade technique. He decided to upgrade its tier, consuming 29,000 points to raise it to yellow grade, high tier. Each time a martial skills tier is upgraded, its proficiency resets, which was an unavoidable trade-off since upgrading essentially meant acquiring a new technique. Adding another 45,000 points, the yellow grade high tier overlapping waves blade reached minor achievement. Name: Su Yao. Age: 18. Realm: martial artist, level 8. Martial skills: overlapping waves blade technique yellow grade, high tier, 3000, 010, 0000 proficiency, minor achievement, 5000, 010, 0000. Treading snow yellow grade, mid-tier, 100, 005, 0000 proficiency, major achievement, 5000, 010, 0000. Vital energy, 200000, 500000. Slaughter points, 16,000. Breaking through to martial artist, level 9 required 300,000 slaughter points, and beyond that lay the Tongmai realm. As for living outside the city, Su Yao dared not risk it. Monsters could appear even at the city gates at night. With his current strength, venturing out would be courting death. After tidying up, Su Yao decided to visit the Martial Artist Guild. His storage ring was already crammed full, and converting items into money would allow him to buy many necessities. For instance, he needed a new storage ring. 2 cubic meters of space was far too small for his needs. Arriving at the Martial Artist Guild, Bai was dozing off at the counter. When she saw Su Yao approach, her eyes lit up, and she eagerly grabbed a calculator, exclaiming, "Hurry, I can't wait any longer." Su Yao pulled out his items, over 100 vulture feathers. Bai picked them up, her face lighting up with delight. "These are great. Feathers from a level 6, rank 2 monster. 113 feathers, 30,000 each, that's 3.39 million. Su Yao then took out wolf pelts. A first-level demon crystal isn't particularly valuable. At 460 pieces, each worth 5,000, the total comes to 2.3 million. Su Yao took out a green demon crystal and was surprised to discover that it was a mutation of a plant type. Though it was only first level, it was still a rare find, estimated to be worth 1.2 million. Such crystals could be used to refine pills, which made them slightly more expensive. Other first-level demon crystals were generally worth only 1 million. After some calculations, 1.2 million plus 2.3 million, combined with another 3.39 million, brought the total to 6.89 million. Adding the 2 million he had previously received, Su Yao now had 8.88 million. Congratulations. You're finally rich. Isn't it time to upgrade your storage ring? Bai asked excitedly. Su Yao was speechless, thinking to himself that he was being treated like a pushover. Bai pulled out a storage ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, priced at 5 million. Su Yao couldn't help but gasp. It felt like daylight robbery. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and bought it. "How much can I sell my 2 cubic meter ring for?" Su Yao asked while taking off his old ring. 20,000, Bai replied. Su Yao's face darkened as he muttered inwardly. The price was outrageous when buying, but ridiculously low when selling. On top of that, removing the imprint on the ring required special methods, and the labor cost wasn't cheap either. He decided not to sell it after all. 2 cubic meters could still hold a decent amount of items. After 5 million was deducted, Su Yao looked at the remaining 3 million with a heavy heart. He hated spending money, especially on expensive items. Bai then brought out a radar, claiming it was more advanced and cost only 2 million. It could detect movements within a 50-meter radius, even spotting beasts at the Tongmai level. Su Yao's eyes lit up, and after some hesitation, he bought it. His old radar could only fetch 100,000 when sold, as it was practically useless now. "Do you have any pills?" "The kind I can consume," Su Yao asked. "You can't afford them," Bai replied, resting her chin on one hand while drawing circles on the counter with the other. "How much?" Su Yao pressed. "First-level pills are 5 million each, and second-level pills are 10 million, Bai answered. "What the hell? How is this not robbery?" Su Yao exclaimed, incredulous. "Why are blood-enhancing pills so cheap?" "Because those can be machine-made. The others can't," Bai explained. Su Yao sighed helplessly, reflecting on how the poor truly had no bargaining power. Seeing his dejected expression, Bai couldn't help but laugh. "So, little brother, you still have a long way to go. If you want me to tie my hair up, you'll need to make a lot more money," Bai teased. Su Yao was speechless. He hadn't expected a casual remark to be turned into a joke at his expense. Meanwhile, at number 10 high school, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo had arrived. The principal, Fang Jingyu, was waiting at the entrance. He didn't have to come personally, but he wanted to find out who had broken through to the warrior level, as the school's blood energy tests hadn't detected anything. "Please, come inside," the principal said. "No need. Just handle the matter quickly. We have other areas to inspect," Zhang Dehai replied curtly. Which class is Su Yao in? The principal asked nervously, suddenly suspecting that this might be related to the previous drowning incident. Is it about that drowning incident? The principal's expression changed instantly as he led the two men to Su Yao's class 9 of grade 12. The students of class 9 stared intently out the window, catching sight of Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai. Their expressions varied, but everyone was aware that the appearance of these two harbingers of trouble signaled the onset of something ominous. Zhou Liang's face darkened slightly. Could it be that his secret had been exposed? Meanwhile, Su Mo, who had recently become a martial artist at the young age of 18, was now a figure of considerable significance. The classroom was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. A few worried students began to sweat nervously, silently speculating that Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai's arrival must have something to do with Su Mo. Sure enough, Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai walked straight up to Su Yao and said coldly, "Come to the safety management office after school today. You secretly took Su Mo's ID and household registration documents to sell the house, without proper procedures." The classmates exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions turning strange. None of them had known about this. Zhou Liang's face grew even darker. After all, he had been the one who arranged for someone to handle the matter. Why was it being exposed now, and in such a public manner? The buyer reported issues with the house. Upon investigation, we found that the property belongs to Su Mo, who is still alive and was never present for the transaction. None of this is in compliance with regulations. Surely you know who the buyer is? We're under pressure as well, so we ask for your cooperation, Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai concluded before leaving without another word. The classmates' expressions shifted again. Those who had previously remained silent on Su Mo's behalf now looked at Su Yao with disdain in their eyes. They all knew that Su Mo worked part-time after school and stayed busy even during holidays, and now his family's house had been sold behind his back. Fang Jingyu's face turned grim as he thought to himself. If this incident escalates, combined with the earlier issue of Su Mo falling into the water, the reputation of 10th High School will be ruined. He said coldly to Su Yao, "Come with me." Su Yao followed closely behind, feeling the judgmental stares of her classmates piercing her like daggers. Her heart was filled with bitterness. "Su Mo, how could you be so ruthless? After all, I even gave you 2,000 yuan to rent a place. Now that you're a martial artist, why are you still so petty? You're truly narrow-minded." In his office, Fang Jingyu reviewed a document while Su Yao stood silently beside him. The document showed Su Yao's blood vitality level at 190. With 2 months remaining before the martial arts exam, she might reach 200 and become a martial artist. Another document was Su Mo's, showing his blood vitality level at only 18. He had already been expelled. The two were siblings, yet their situations were so drastically different. Su Yao knew she couldn't reveal her brother's recent breakthrough. "I want to become a martial artist before the exam. After my brother was expelled, he started squandering money recklessly, so I had no choice but to do this. I'm confident I can break through before the Exameister Day. My blood vitality level already reached 193, Su Yao said. Fang Jingyu's eyes lit up. If Su Yao truly became a martial artist, all her previous actions would be trivial. In fact, if she were admitted to a prestigious school during the martial arts exam, all the gossip would disappear. This was the privilege of being a genius. "Are you confident?" Fang Jingyu asked. "I am. The house has been sold, and I didn't waste the money. I used it to buy things that enhance my strength. However, I don't have much money left. If I'm required to compensate for the house, I might have to drop out of school to work and pay off the debt," Su Yao replied. "You can go now," Fang Jingyu said, waving her away. After Su Yao left, the principal summoned Wang Yang. "Mr. Wang, you're the homeroom teacher of class 9. What's the situation with that student, Su Mo?" Wang Yang's heart sank, his face showing a mix of anger and helplessness before he let out a heavy sigh. "The principal, Su Mo's blood energy value has been stuck at 18 and hasn't broken through. Although he seems diligent on the surface, something happened that made me realize you can never truly know someone." Wang Yang exaggerated as he spoke, and Fang Jingyu slammed the table with a loud bang. Expelling him was the right decision. "Well done, Mr. Wang. If this matter were exposed, it would have been troublesome. We also have to thank Zhou Liang, truly another great talent from your class 9. You can leave now. He'll handle this matter, no need to ask further." Wang Yang left the principal's office, letting out a sigh of relief only after closing the door behind him, unaware that his back was already drenched in sweat. At that moment, Zhou Liang was waiting for him in the hallway, clearly with something to discuss. "Have you arranged that matter?" Wang Yang asked, uneasy. Zhou Liang smiled faintly. "Don't worry, everything is in place. We're just waiting for the right moment. The only issue is that the boy has disappeared, and my people haven't tracked him down yet." Wang Yang nodded. "It's almost ready on my end too. Once Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo return, we can proceed." When Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo came back, they found Su Mo sitting in Lu Xuetian's office. They approached and greeted him warmly. "Brother Su Mo, this protective suit is yours." Su Mo watched as Lu Xuetian retrieved the protective suit from his spatial ring. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, cool to the touch, and exuded remarkable resilience. He knew Lu Shuetian must have put a lot of effort into acquiring it. Thank you, Brother Lu, Su Mo said gratefully. No need for formalities. This is for the two of you, Lu Shuetian replied with a smile. The two of them looked at the protective suit with excitement, knowing it could be a life-saving tool in critical moments. Just then, Lu Shuetian's phone rang as Su Mo and the others were getting ready to leave. Brother Su Mo, we're all friends here. Stay and listen, Lu Shuetian said as he answered the call, and the three sat back down. Hello, old Fong, what's the matter? Lu Shuetian asked. On the other end, Fong Jingyu's voice came through. There is indeed something. It's about the property issue. You should know about it, right? At the mention of property, everyone's ears perked up. I know. The procedure was illegal, so I sent someone to find her, Lu Shuetian replied. Fong Jingyu paused before continuing. Old Lu, is the buyer someone unusual? Lu Shuetian nodded. Yes, she's with the Martial Artists Guild and claims there's a problem with the property. There was silence on the other end of the line. People from the Martial Artists Guild were not to be trifled with. How much compensation do they need? Fong Jingyu asked. The house was sold for 5 million, and the compensation is 3 times that 15 million, Lu Shuetian answered. Fong Jingyu sounded displeased. Can you help me contact the buyer? I'll pay her, and this matter will be settled. You're mistaken. This is the buyer's compensation, and it also involves Su Mo, Lu Shuetian explained. We still need to repurchase the house from her. Fong Jingyu was puzzled. That's not right. After paying the compensation, the house should effectively belong to me. I can just give it to Su Mo. Why do we need to buy it again? Lu Shuetian sighed. She's from the Martial Artists Guild. Handling these matters wastes their time, and that place earns a significant amount of money every hour. Then help me get in touch with her, Fong Jingyu finally said. After Lu Shuetian hung up the phone, he noticed that Su Mo's face showed no signs of anger. Su Mo said softly, Brother Lu, do you want me to find out who framed you? Lu Shuetian shook his head. No need. This matter has Zhou Liang's involvement, and the forces behind him aren't simple. Students are most easily angered by just a few things. It's not hard to figure out. I need a favor from you, Brother Lu. Let's leave it at that for now. Lu Shuetian's eyes widened as if he had seen a monster, staring at Su Mo while thinking to himself, truly extraordinary, a mastermind in the making. By the way, I have a video recording here of the people you encountered at the rental house, Su Mo added. His eyes revealed a hint of gratitude. Thank you. No need to be formal. We call this an investmentee or a promising talent. Su Mo nodded, understanding that some things are better kept in mind than said aloud. When do you plan to confront them directly? Lu Shuetian asked. The martial arts exam is in 2 months, right? By then, I'll give them a special gift, Su Mo replied. The forces behind Zhou Liang are tricky to deal with individually. It's better to take them all out in one go. Our principal is putting so much effort into helping Su Yao. It seems that my dear sister might break through to martial artist level before the exam, Lu Shuetian remarked. I'll make sure she understands that even if she becomes a martial artist, there's no escape. Su Mo pulled a few vulture feathers from his pocket and added, I got these outside the city. You and the others can use them to forge weapons. I saved them for you since I didn't sell everything last time. Relationships need maintenance too. Lu Shuetian and the other two wanted to decline, but Su Mo had already walked out. Brother Lu, that Fong Jingyu is your classmate, right? Zhang Dehai asked. Yes, but it's foolish to make decisions without investigation. It seems that his position has made him think no one would dare deceive him, Lu Shuetian replied. Honestly, if we hadn't seen Su Mo in action, would also think he was some weakling stuck at a blood energy level under 20, Zhang Dehai continued. We wouldn't have helped him otherwise. In this world, everything revolves around profit, and power rules over reason. Whoever has the strongest fist makes the rules now. Not long after Su Mo left, he received a text. Do you want to come over? The principal of number 10 High is here. He replied, No, I want go. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Guild, Su Yao glanced at the text on her phone and looked up at Fong Jingyu. Principal Fong is such a good principal, stepping in to solve problems for students, she said. Miss Bai, you flatter me. When students make mistakes, it's my duty to step in, Fong Jingyu replied with a smile. Then congratulations to Principal Fong for acquiring a martial arts prodigy, Su Yao said. Fong Jingyu's face broke into a faint smile. Miss Bai, name your condition. 2 million once paid. They'll return the house to that Su Mo. The principal nodded, took out his martial artist badge, and transferred the 2 million without showing any emotion. For the strong, making money is easy, but 2 million is still no small sum for a principal. Take care, Su Yao said as she watched Fong Jingyu leave. Looking at the additional 2 million in her account, Bai Yu's lips curved into an amused smile. Hello, Safety Management Office? Return the house to Su Mo. After hanging up, she dialed another number. Hey, little brother, the compensation payment has arrived 2 million. The house is yours again. You're not going to kick me out, are you? I can't let you stay for free, can I? Shouldn't you pay some price? Bai Yu teased. How about I cook for you? Su Mo hesitated before answering. Never mind. I'd like to live a few more years, Yu joked. After hanging up the phone, Su Mo returned home with a dark expression, anger burning in his heart. How relentless could she be? Su Yao was watching him from such a close distance, filling him with suspicion. Su Yao's face was cold and unyielding, clearly unwilling to back down. At this moment, Su Mo had no desire to argue with her. He thought it would be better to hunt beasts outside the city than waste his breath. Why did you do this? Su Yao demanded, her voice filled with pressure. Do you know how much embarrassment you've caused me in class? What will my classmates think of me, and how will the principal view me? How can you be so selfish? Her tone was full of accusation. I threw you into the water, and you didn't even hold it against me. I sold the house to grow stronger and give us a better life. Didn't I give you 2,000 yuan? How can you be so ungrateful? Su Mo responded coldly, thinking to himself that as her older sister, shouldn't he deserve some respect? Su Yao, do you think I could kill you right now? If I kidnapped you and dragged you outside the city to kill you, would anyone find out? Su Mo's icy gaze made Su Yao instinctively step back a few paces. Just wait, Su Mo. Su Yao stormed off, her heart racing with a mix of anger and unease. Originally, she had planned to extract some money from Su Mo, but now the relationship was completely broken, and she could no longer count on him. She had promised the principal that if she became a warrior, she would have a chance to enter the Northern Academy, where she would be admired as a prodigy. After selling the house, Su Yao started splurging, her bank account suddenly swelling by millions. She told herself it was all to grow stronger. Every day, her dorm mates would discuss the cost of her clothes, and the thought of her outfits being worth tens of thousands filled her with pride. She even resented her adoptive parents for dying too early. If she could hunt beasts outside the city, she could live as gloriously as those people. Whenever someone mentioned Su Mo, a wave of anger surged in her heart. Why did she have such a useless brother? Working hard day and night, earning only tens or hundreds of yuan, and when he gave her money, she found it laughable. Yet, she was aware that the 500,000 yuan Su Mo had transferred to her before was long gone. Now that she could make money as a warrior, Su Mo had turned his back on her. Su Mo, just you wait. I'll make you regret it. When the time comes, you'll kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. A sinister smile spread across Su Yao's face as she envisioned herself becoming a warrior, entering the Northern Academy, and becoming the center of attention. She imagined noble young men with immense wealth and power vying for her favor. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao snapped out of her daydream and pulled out a medal. It was something her parents had earned before they passed away. Now, in desperate need of money, she realized this medal could be of great value. She understood the risks of selling it, but once she became a warrior and entered the Northern Academy, someone would surely help her deal with the consequences. Zhou Liang, do you know anyone in the black market? She asked. Yes, but if you want me to introduce you, you'll have to agree to one condition, Zhou Liang replied, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. What condition? Su Yao's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling in her chest. A disrespectful brother like that is useless anyway. Zhou Liang's condition made her heart jolt, but she quickly nodded resolutely. Fine, I agree to your condition. She hung up the phone and saw the number Zhou Liang sent her. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, she thought, just you wait, Su Mo. Your downfall is near. After scaring Su Yao away, Su Mo's phone rang. On the other end, Brother Lu's voice came through. Brother Su Mo, we've been monitoring Su Yao and noticed she's heading to the black market. Su Mo replied. Thanks, Brother Lu. If possible, try to record their conversation and take some photos. After hanging up, Su Mo took a deep breath and thought to himself, Su Yao, you really are heartless and ungrateful. This was exactly what Su Mo had anticipated. Su Yao's behavior was always the same, foolish and self-righteous, pretending to be as pure as a white lotus. Glancing at the time, Su Mo saw it was only midday and decided to head out of the city. Advancing to the Tongmai realm required a substantial amount of kill points, not to mention the cost of purchasing cultivation techniques and enhancing combat skills. Yu had given him an opportunity, and he had to seize it. The Northern Academy was a gathering place for geniuses and would present new challenges. Su Mo donned his cold protective armor, which surprisingly gave him a sense of warmth without compromising flexibility. After preparing himself, he set off. When Su Mo reached the city gate, Bai spotted him and his eyes lit up. He approached enthusiastically. Brother Su Mo, heading out of the city again? Su Mo nodded. Nothing better to do, just going out to make some money. Bai was speechless, thinking to himself that others leaving the city usually looked grave and tense, but Su Mo acted as if he was casually going shopping. Seeing Su Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Bai couldn't help but laugh. Bai gaze swept across a few figures in the distance, clearly noticing Su Mo's relaxed attitude. As soon as Su Mo left the city, he moved swiftly through the snow, leaving faint afterimages behind him. In mere moments, his figure disappeared dozens of meters away. The 5 men following him revealed their martial emblems, but by the time they looked up, Su Mo was already gone. Damn it, that kid is fast, one of them cursed. Keep searching. He can't have gone far. We've been tasked with this by the young master, and we must do it properly. The five of them quickly pursued in the direction Su Yao had disappeared. Along the way, Su Yao continued hunting beasts, amassing a significant number of kill points. One thunder shadow leopard earned him 40 points, a bamboo worm, 15 points, a fire cloud python, 60 points, and 10 fire cloud pythons, 600 points. When he stumbled upon a mutated python nest, he didn't hesitate to kill a few before moving deeper into the area. The white zones offered too few kill points, so he had no choice but to take risks and advance further. Fortunately, with the protective armor, his chances of escaping dangerous situations were higher. As Sumo's movement technique, treading snow, continued to improve, so did his swordsmanship. He thought to himself, if I don't take risks, how will I achieve anything? As for the group tracking him, they were likely sent by Su Yao. One martial artist at the 9th stage and 4 at the 7th stage. If he could eliminate them, Su Yao would definitely feel it. Su Yao, at the 8th stage, was confident he could take them down, but he wanted to ensure their deaths served a purpose. If beasts could be lured into traps, why couldn't Su Yao do the same with people? Thus, along the way, he intentionally left tracks to lead them on. Taking out his map, Su Yao confirmed his approximate location and realized he had reached the light green zone marked on it. Just then, his radar gave a warning there were Tong My Realm beasts nearby, and not just one. Sumo's eyes lit up as he thought, this just got interesting. The group chasing him noticed he had stopped and exchanged glances of excitement. They hadn't expected the kid to be this fast. As they approached Su Yao, he turned his head and revealed a sinister grin. A chilling sensation surged down their spines. With a single swing of his blade, it was as if a massive tidal wave crashed forward not at them, but at the spirit beasts in the Tongmai realm. A deafening roar erupted as the ground trembled violently. From beneath the earth, a colossal stone python emerged, leaving the surrounding area within tens of meters utterly devastated. The stone python appeared to be composed of massive rock fragments pieced together, its eyes gleaming like blood-red moons. Su Yao moved as if gliding on snow, his figure vanishing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the blood leopard's face twisted in alarm, his eyes brimming with fear. This is bad. Retreat now, he shouted urgently. Big brother, look behind us. Turning his head, his soul nearly left his body. A swarm of mutated venomous bees was approaching, densely packed, and blotting out the sky. Though these were only first-level spirit beasts, the sheer number thousands of them was terrifying. The tails of several bees glowed crimson, as if stained with blood. We were tricked. That kid did this on purpose. The blood leopard exclaimed in horror. Damn it. The young master said that guy was only at the first level of the martial artist realm. But who would have thought he'd be so cunning? Amidst the buzzing sound, the venomous bees' black, gleaming eyes locked onto the five of them. Nervously gulping, the group stood back to back as the swarm divided into 5 clusters, encircling them tightly. Thousands of venomous bees were enough to overwhelm them, and a single sting could be fatal. To make matters worse, the stone python loomed nearby, watching them hungrily. Big brother, do you think we can make it out alive? Will I ever see Xiao Cui again? One of them asked fearfully. The blood leopard roared, shut up. Stick together and kill the bees first. We need to carve a path out if we want any chance of escaping. The leader of the venomous bees flapped its wings and descended from above, launching itself at the 5 men. They hurriedly fought back, while Su Yao remained hidden in the distance, observing the chaos unfold. Should I buy a manual for a technique that can conceal my aura? Su Yao pondered to himself. He wasn't sure if such a thing was available, but it would certainly be a lifesaver outside the city. Making up his mind, he resolved to purchase one. When he returned, figured by you might have some connections. Big brother, help me. 2 of the men were stung by the bee leader, their bodies swelling rapidly as they collapsed to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. With a series of loud crashes, blade energy erupted, and the heads of the 2 martial artists rolled to the ground. Killing 2 7th-level martial artists earned Su Yao 44,000 slaughter points, while taking down 60 venomous bees added another 1,200 points. Show yourself. Hiding in the shadows doesn't make you a hero. The blood leopard roared, his killing intent surging as he watched his comrades fall. His long blade glowed with a menacing red light. With a powerful swing, the venomous bee leader emitted a strange fluctuation, causing the swarm to gather together. Their stingers glowed with black light, and when the red and black lights clashed, they instantly dissipated. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he noticed the stone python's inaction. It seemed to be wary of the venomous bees. While contemplating this, he unleashed his tidal blade technique, sending 50 waves of blade energy surging toward the stone python like a relentless tide. However, the blade energy struck the python without leaving a scratch. Instead, it provoked the python's ferocity, and it charged straight at the remaining 3 men. Sensing the opportunity, the venomous bee leader's black eyes glimmered, and the entire swarm gathered tightly together. The massive stone python hesitated, its enormous body coming to a halt. Sumo's eyes gleamed with realization the venomous bees might possess a unique method to bring down the stone python. As a good person, he decided to intervene and lend a hand. The stone python dared not move, while the venomous bees turned their attention back to the three individuals. Blood Leopard's face turned ashen. Though he had claimed not to fear death, facing it directly inevitably stirred fear within him. This time, the venomous bees swept through in swarms. The stone python retreated repeatedly, its massive body causing thunderous sounds as it moved. On the ground lay three figures, their bodies swollen and blackened. A blade aura suddenly swept in from the distance, leaving a meter-wide trench in its wake. Blood Leopard and his companions barely managed to turn their heads, their narrowed eyes catching a glimpse of the white blade aura. With a sickening sound, blood splattered onto the ground. Slain 1 9th level martial artist. Earned 26,000 slaughter points. Slain 2 7th level martial artists. Earned 26,000 slaughter points. The venomous bees flapped their wings, swarming in the direction of Su Yao moments ago. It was this trickster who had killed their kin. Su Yao moved swiftly, his steps leaving faint afterimages in the snow. He swung his stacked wave blade repeatedly, each wave of blade energy crashing like relentless tides. The sound of bodies falling echoed continuously. Slain 50 venomous bees. Earned 1,000 slaughter points. Slain 30 venomous bees. Earned 600 slaughter points. Su Yao unleashed another strike and darted away, but the venomous bees, especially those trailing the leader, flapped their wings with increasing speed, closing in on him rapidly. Su Yao suddenly halted, stomping on the ground to propel himself high into the air. From above, he unleashed a 3-meter-wide blade aura, slicing through the approaching venomous bees, cutting them all in half. Activating his snow tread technique, he shifted his direction toward the stone python. Slain 160 venomous bees. Earned 4,000 slaughter points. Sumo's eyes gleamed brighter. Indeed, upgrading snow tread to mastery had been his greatest advantage. Without it, dealing with this swarm of venomous bees would have been a dire challenge. Su Yao had already discerned the stone python's weakness. Despite its massive size and formidable strength, its movements were clumsy. Although it was a Tier 2 beast, it kept retreating at the sight of Su Yao, its eyes warning, "Stay away." But Su Yao paid no heed, charging straight at it. The python lashed out with its tail, the air whistling from its force. Su Yao leapt into the air, landing on its body and quickly maneuvering across its massive frame. Meanwhile, the venomous bee leader halted mid-flight, its wing beats shifting rhythm. In an instant, the tails of hundreds of venomous bees lifted, and with a series of sharp sounds, their poisonous stingers shot fiercely towards Su Yao. Su Yao leapt again, turning midair to swing his blade. The 3-meter-wide blade aura didn't aim at the incoming stingers, but instead struck the venomous bees that had fired them. Slain 300 venomous bees. Earned 6,000 slaughter points. A faint smile played at the corner of Sumo's lips. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. At that moment, his pace slowed as he noticed the stone python's body emitting a grayish glow, the air around it growing heavy. Su Yao landed some distance away, taking a deep breath, his guard up. He couldn't afford to be careless. The venomous stingers struck the python's body, producing metallic clinks and sparks. The python's massive body twisted, sweeping its tail through the air toward the venomous bees. With one devastating strike, hundreds of bees failed to evade and were crushed instantly, the scent of blood saturating the battlefield. The swarm of venomous bees was scattered by a single strike from the stone python, revealing a clear space. The leader of the venomous bees glared coldly with its black, glinting eyes as the swarm regrouped and launched a massive assault on the stone python. From a distance, Su Yao witnessed the scene and involuntarily swallowed hard. He noticed that the gray glow surrounding the stone python grew increasingly dense, and as the swarm approached, they noticeably hesitated. The python lashed out with a sweeping strike, while venomous stingers continuously shot toward it. Su Yao realized this was the perfect opportunity. Raising his black blade high, he focused his energy and spirit, stacking the layers of his ripple blade technique until it reached 70 layers. With a single slash, the black blade trembled violently, developing fine cracks on its surface. Neither the stone python nor the venomous bees had expected Su Yao to unleash such terrifying power. The bees attempted to pierce the python with their stingers, but the python fought desperately to defend itself. The unexpected intervention of this third force left both sides in disarray. After the strike, Sumo's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. Half of the stone python's body had been severed, and the venomous bee leader was cut cleanly in two. The remaining swarm was once again scattered. The blade's energy tore through the swarm, leaving a deep trench over 10 meters long in the ground. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the ripple blade technique, Su Yao cautiously approached the python. Suddenly, its closed eyes snapped open, and it lunged, jaws wide, attempting to devour him. Prepared for such a moment, Su Yao grabbed the severed half of the python's body. His muscles bulged with tension as the python's teeth bit down on the severed portion, ultimately losing its strength and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Killed a second-rank demonic beast, the stone python. 60,000 kill points earned. Killed the venomous bee leader. 30,000 kill points earned. Killed the venomous bee swarm. 36,000 kill points earned. Watching the remaining hundreds of venomous bees attempting to flee, Su Yao acted swiftly. With a flash of his blade, hundreds of bees were instantly slain. Killed 20 venomous bees. 9,000 kill points earned. Concerned about encountering issues like before, Su Yao quickly began collecting the bees' venomous stingers. He realized that the only reason he was able to kill the stone python so easily was due to the earlier attacks by the bees, which had weakened the python's body. This explained why the python had been so wary of the bees despite their lack of a second-rank leader. Sheer numbers alone posed a significant threat. Su Yao inspected the python's corpse and pried open its skull, only to find, to his disappointment, that there was no demon crystal inside. The venomous bees also yielded none. He realized the python's body would have made excellent material, but much of it had already been damaged by the bees. After gathering what he could, Su Yao turned his gaze to the slain corpses, then walked over to the blood leopard, pulling out his phone to check the messages and photos sent by Zhou Liang. Carefully reviewing the content, he packaged the information and sent it to Lu Xuetian, snapping a photo to send back to Zhou Liang before smashing the phone. To Su Mo's surprise, the blood leopard had a ring on its hand, something he'd overlooked in his focus on killing it. After organizing his belongings, Su Yao left the scene. Meanwhile, Zhou Liang, who was in class, nearly vomited upon seeing the pictures on his phone. The three corpses had been severed at the waist, their bloodied, grotesque faces swollen and blackened. Suppressing his inner horror, Zhou Liang tried calling, but the call didn't go through. He then forwarded the photos to his grandfather. Receiving no reply, Zhou Liang felt a growing sense of unease. Had they gone after Su Yao? Were they now dead? Would Su Yao be in danger? He stared at the message his grandfather eventually sent, his throat tightening. The cleanly severed torsos were clearly the result of a blade. He decided it was best to stay low for a while and investigate further. Replying with a simple, understood, he glanced at the blackboard, but the words blurred in his vision, morphing into the faces of the blood tiger and blood leopard in their final moments, then shifting to Su Yao advancing toward him with a blade. Zhou Liang let out a startled cry, causing his classmates to jump in shock and even drawing the teacher's puzzled attention. "Zhou Liang, are you all right?" the teacher asked. "I'm fine, just had a sudden epiphany and got a bit too excited," Zhou Liang replied. The teacher nodded, choosing not to press further. Internally, Zhou Liang fumed. No, Su Yao had to die. He glanced at the balance on his bank card and resolved to hire someone to take care of Su Yao. Lu Xuetian from the security management office stared at the pictures and message screenshots that had been sent to him, his pupils contracting sharply. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo leaned in to take a look, and their expressions turned equally grave after seeing the content. They all knew about Zibao's formidable existence at the 9th level of martial arts. Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai exchanged puzzled glances, clearly having no clue about the sender's identity. Lu Xuetian speculated, "I think it must have been sent by Su Yao, our young brother." He decided to record this as evidence for capturing Zhou Liang in the future. Before the two could fully process Lu Xuetian's words, Li Wuyo asked in disbelief, "Brother Lu, are you saying this was Su Mo's doing? He's only at the 6th level of martial arts, and even if he's broken through to the 7th level, he'd still get injured taking on Xu Bao." Lu Xuetian responded with a question, "Have you ever seen an 18-year-old martial artist at the 7th level?" Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai were rendered speechless. Indeed, in the Northern District, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. The only 18-year-old martial artist they knew was Su Yao. Recorded separately, Lu Xuetian continued, "And how's the progress on the task Su Yao entrusted to us?" Li Wuyo replied, "Don't worry, Brother Lu, I'm personally overseeing it. There won't be any mishaps. I'm already collecting evidence, and when they try to frame Su Yao, that'll be our moment to act." Lu Xuetian nodded in approval. These two were his trusted aides, and he had full confidence in their work. Su Yao had placed his trust in them, asking for their help, and they couldn't afford to let him down. After leaving the Martial Artists Guild, Bai gazed outside, her heart filled with worry. That brat still hadn't returned, and his phone was unreachable. What troubled her even more was her brother's warning that someone was hunting Su Yao, which left her increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Su Yao, completely unaware of the situation, was focused on a swarm of mutated beetles in a green zone, numbering over 1,000. For Su Yao, solitary beasts no longer held any appeal, mainly because they weren't strong enough. With a swift movement, Su Yao charged at the mutated beetles. As he attacked, the beetles relied on their hard shells to counter him, but Su Yao's layered wave technique, combined with his mastery of the treading snow skill, caused the beetles to collide with one another. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao struck decisively. His blade danced through the air, slaying 300 mutated beetles and earning 1,000 kill points. Then 400 more, earning 1,200 kill points. Another 200, earning 600 kill points. And finally, a single beetle that granted an astonishing 13,000 kill points. Su Yao pulled the sharp spikes from the beetles' heads and turned to leave. At this moment, Su Yao was like a guerrilla fighter, striking and quickly relocating. Shortly after leaving, he stopped in his tracks, his expression turning serious as he stared into the distance. Through the mist, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged, though the figure itself remained indistinct. Su Yao could feel his heart pounding violently as those millstone-sized blood-red eyes locked onto him. Alert and cautious, Su Yao began to retreat slowly. As the shadowy figure gradually became clearer, Su Yao was nearly scared out of his wits. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A trace of terror was evident in Su Yao's expression. Su Yao recalled a question Bai Yu had once asked him. Only beasts with special bloodlines could produce demon crystals. The mutated serpent before him, more accurately referred to as a python, carried a familiar aura. It was the same aura as the mutated water snake he and Lu Xuetian had once slain. The similarity between the two beasts was uncanny. Summoning his full strength, Su Yao activated treading snow, causing the ground to tremble violently. Nearby beasts scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Observing the chaos, Su Yao's sole thought was to escape. Even as he ran, he used poison darts to fend off any beasts in his way. He managed to kill a mutated bear, earning 6,000 slaughter points, and a mutated tiger, gaining 10,000 points. But when he glanced back, a chill ran down his spine. The massive 100-meter figure behind him left a trail of destruction-cracked earth, shattered trees, and obliterated obstacles. Suddenly, he felt an icy chill at his back. Turning, he saw hundreds of water arrows hurtling toward him. In desperation, Su Yao invested 40,000 points to upgrade treading snow to high-grade yellow level. Then he spent another 50,000 points to bring its proficiency to minor mastery, and 100,000 more to reach intermediate mastery. His speed doubled instantly, but the increased velocity made it difficult to control his movements. After stabilizing himself, he realized his energy was depleting rapidly. At his current level, martial artist stage 8, sustaining the high-grade skill for long was draining. The gorilla. Su Yao suddenly remembered the giant gorilla. Checking his map, he continued running toward a distant location. As he passed injured beasts, he didn't forget to deliver finishing blows, though he dared not stop to collect materials worth millions. Meanwhile, the python's speed was increasing. After slaying 20 beasts and gaining 350,000 slaughter points, Su Yao caught sight of a pair of scarlet eyes in the distance. Strangely, he felt a hint of familiarity. But what happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. The 100-meter giant ape, upon spotting the python, immediately turned tail and vanished without a trace. Su Yao cursed inwardly. What a useless creature. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped the area. The python's water arrows turned to ice upon release, freezing everything they touched. Su Yao shivered as his poison darts failed to penetrate the icy barrier. It's in the transcendence realm, Su Yao muttered, realizing the python's terrifying power. He quickly spent another 300,000 points to advance from martial artist stage 8 to stage 9. His speed increased again, and his fatigued body regained some energy. But after running for some time, he noticed the python had stopped moving. A sense of unease crept over him. Was he nearing the red zone? Around him, the beasts were collapsing one by one. Seeing that the python dared not proceed, Su Yao decided to act. He cut open the fallen beasts, obtaining their blood and flesh. In the red zone, he could only take a gamble. After hunting 60 beasts and earning 280,000 slaughter points, he even discovered a demon crystal, which brought him some excitement. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A pair of massive wings blotted out the sun. The python also turned its gaze upward, locking onto the enormous figure in the sky. Taking advantage of the distraction, Su Yao quietly slipped away. The gigantic divine eagle in the sky paid him no attention, instead focusing on the python with its sharp, calculating eyes. Changing direction, Su Yao sprinted toward the city gates with all his might. Moments later, a frigid aura swept through the area, followed by deafening explosions in the distance, reminiscent of bomb blasts. After 4 hours of relentless running, Su Yao finally reached the city. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for air. Bai Xiu approached, scrutinizing him. You look like a mess today. What happened? Did you get targeted by a transcendence-level beast? Su Yao shot him a glare. This guy was definitely a jinx. Wait, don't tell me it's true? Bai Xiu pressed. After catching his breath, Su Yao got up, dusted himself off, and walked away, grumbling inwardly about Bai Xiu's incessant chatter. Not long after Su Yao entered the city, a massive shadow appeared outside. Bai Xiu narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly as a powerful aura emanated from him. The shadow disappeared into the mist, leaving Su Yao uneasy. No wonder this guy didn't want to talk to me, he thought. Poor fellow. To be targeted by a python like that. Did he kill its offspring or something? On his way home, Su Yao still felt his legs trembling with weakness, and a wave of lingering fear washed over him. Luckily, the mutated eagle had dragged off the giant anaconda. Otherwise, he might not have returned safely. He pulled out his phone, saw a missed call, and dialed another number. Su Yao, what's going on? Lu Xuetian's surprised voice came through the phone. Don't leave the city, you three. The mutated snake we killed earlier, its father is still alive and has transformed into an anaconda, Su Yao said gravely. Are you alright? Oh, listen to me, of course, you're alright. Or you wouldn't be calling me, Lu Xuetian said, trying to reassure him. I've already made a separate backup of that data. My contact in the black market brought me news today. Zhou Liang has already made his move. Got it. Thanks, Lu Ge. Su Yao hung up the phone and headed toward the Martial Artist Guild. Well, who's this stunning beauty? You almost look like you're turning into a stone of longing, he teased as he plopped down in front of Baiyu. I thought you might have died out there, Baiyu replied with a smile. Su Yao shook his head, choosing not to mention the danger he had encountered. Instead, he excitedly took out the materials he had collected, the pungent scent of blood filling the hall. Quick, take a look and tell me how much these are worth, he said eagerly. Baiyu's eyes lit up as she swiftly picked up a calculator to estimate the value. After half an hour of calculations, she looked up at Su Yao, a sly smile playing on her lips. Not bad, 37.65 million. Hearing the number, Su Yao took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, by the way, I also have a few rings here, he said, pulling out several rings. Baiyu's pupils dilated slightly as she glanced at them, but she refrained from asking too many questions. I want to praise these for now. There might be other things inside. Once we open them using special methods, I'll give you an updated estimate. Thanks, Sister Baiyu. No, I should be thanking you. Ever since I met you, my performance has skyrocketed, Baiyu said with a smile. Su Yao shook his head, knowing full well that Baiyu's clientele hardly relied on him alone. Sister Baiyu, do you have any recommendations for good cultivation techniques? Something for concealing one's aura as well? He asked. Baiyu's eyes widened. You haven't already reached the Tongmai realm, have you? Su Yao quickly shook his head. Not that fast. I'm just preparing in advance now that I have the money. I can't give you an answer today. Cultivation techniques are crucial, and I'll make sure to find the best ones for you. That includes aura concealing techniques. The fact that you're thinking about these shows how much more experienced you've become. It makes me proud to see your growth, Baiyu said warmly. Su Yao felt a sense of reassurance seeing her steady presence. Baiyu glanced at him briefly before transferring the money to his martial artist badge. Here's an address, she said, handing him a slip of paper. Su Yao glanced at it, memorized it, and turned to leave. Sister Bai, come back early today. I'll cook noodles for you. You better actually mean noodles and not something else, Baiyu teased, watching Su Yao's departing figure. Her worry eased slightly. As long as he was safe, she could relax. The phone suddenly rang. Seeing her unreliable brother's name on the caller ID, Baiyu hesitated but eventually picked up. Sis, your little sweetheart has caught the attention of an anaconda. Did he tell you? Her brother's voice came through. Baiyu's heart tightened. Are you sure it's an anaconda? Ever since I started guarding the gates, my eyesight has only gotten sharper. Do you think I'd be mistaken? I understand. Baiyu ended the call, her mind racing. She had to make arrangements to keep that troublemaker safe. Anacondas were known to hold grudges, and Su Yao couldn't afford to go out recklessly again. Or perhaps, it was time to eliminate that anaconda once and for all. Baiyu's gaze flickered slightly, but she eventually shook her head. Since Su Yao hadn't spoken up, he probably wanted to handle the matter himself. She spoke to the old man on the other end of the phone. Hey, old man, how's that apprentice of mine? The one who hasn't officially joined yet. He's doing just fine, but today he wanted to buy a mental cultivation technique and a skill to conceal his aura, the old man replied. Oh, could it be that he's already broken through to the Tongmai realm? Baiyu asked. Not yet, but I reckon it won't be long. His cultivation speed defies common logic. Someone who can master treading snow in a second isn't ordinary, the old man said. I'll come over tomorrow. Bring him to meet me, but don't reveal my identity, Baiyu said, feeling a wave of shock. All right, but you'd better charge him more. Otherwise, he might get suspicious. Right now, he has nearly 40 million on hand, the old man reminded her. I'm taking in a disciple, not extorting money, Baiyu retorted. Old man, you weren't like this before, she added before hanging up the phone. Taking a deep breath, she began to prepare. She hadn't expected the old man to actually follow through and come. At that moment, Su Yao returned home. After a quick wash, he sat down and looked at the panel in front of him. Name, Su Yao. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist 9th level. Techniques, overlapping waves blade technique yellow grade. High level, 30, 0001000, proficiency. Minor achievement 100, 0003000, treading snow yellow grade. High level, 10, 00050, proficiency. Intermediate achievement 200, 0005000. Vital energy, 500, 0001, 000, Killing points, 530,000. It was just enough for him to break through to the Tongmai realm. I still need to wait for the mental cultivation technique. The stronger the technique, the wider the meridians expand, and the stronger the power. If the technique isn't strong enough, I can always upgrade it first, he thought to himself. With 2 months left, he was confident he could break through to the Tongmai realm. Looking at the protective gear on his body, Su Yao pondered. Could that python have been able to track me because of this? After making his decision, he started preparing dinner. Not long after, Bai returned. Smells amazing. She sniffed the air and said, since you're back, wash your hands and eat. As they sat down, Bai glanced at Su Yao. Tomorrow, come with me to meet someone. The mental cultivation technique is quite special, so be prepared to spend a lot. Thank you, Sister Bai. Su Yao said, knowing she had put in a lot of effort, and expressed his gratitude. What's the big deal? As your sister, I might not spend your money, but I'll definitely use your strength. So are you up for it? Bai teased. Ugh, not a single serious word from you. Who wants your strength? Su Yao retorted playfully. The two bantered for a while before heading to their respective rooms for the night. Su Yao quickly fell asleep, but Bai remained awake. She sensed several figures outside and thought to herself, interesting. In the room, Su Yao opened his eyes, slipped out through the window, and sent a message to Lu Xuetian. Excited by such a business opportunity, Lu Xuetian was thrilled. Su Yao changed direction and silently hid in the shadows, smirking coldly. So, you're here to kill Su Yao as well. His words sent chills down the spines of the three figures, nearly scaring them out of their wits. Who's there? Show yourself, the leader whispered. I'm here to kill Su Yao too, Su Yao replied. Hearing this, the three figures relaxed slightly. Since we're on the same side, why not come out and meet us, brother? You're not qualified to meet me, Su Yao said coldly. The oppressive aura he exuded made the trio tense up. You go ahead. I'll cover you, he instructed. Summoning their courage, the three pride opened the door and stepped inside. They turned left and headed to the innermost room. The three nodded and stepped into the room, heading towards the innermost chamber on the left. Through the crack of the door, they felt a slight relief as the faint moonlight revealed a figure lying on the bed with Su Yao. The three drew their daggers and simultaneously thrust toward the figure on the bed. At that moment, the eldest among them suddenly sensed something was off. Something's not right, he said. The door creaked open, and standing there were Lu Xuetian, Li Wuyou, and Zhang Dehai, all smiling at them. The sight of Lu Xuetian made the trio feel as if the sky had fallen. Outside, someone approached. Su Yao teased. Not bad. You're quite obedient. The man exclaimed in shock. It's you. It was you earlier. Lu Xuetian clearly recognized him and said coldly. Lizzie, you've got some nerve. The man quickly tried to explain. Brother Lu, I was wrong. I was wrong. I want dare again. Someone offered us $1 million to do this. A few days ago, I got into debt with loan sharks. I had no choice. Look, I didn't hurt him, so can't we just let this go? Li Wuyou and Zhang Dehai stepped forward, landing a few punches on the trio, leaving fresh panda eyes on their faces. After capturing them, Lu Xuetian led them away into the night, while Su Yao turned back to the room. Not far away, Lu Xuetian knocked the three unconscious and bound them up. Later, they got out of the car and rushed back to where Su Yao was. Someone had played a trick on them with a diversion, but they had been completely unaware. As they entered the house, they froze in shock. The room was brightly lit, and Su Yao stood trembling in a corner, not even daring to breathe loudly. A striking woman stood holding a wooden stick, while on the floor lay a man missing a tooth. She asked coldly, daring to sneak into my room, who gave you the courage? With a few sharp thuds, she shattered both of his legs. Su Yao turned to look at the trio, who quickly averted their gaze, cursing internally. Damn it. Not someone we can afford to mess with. Better stay away. The three lingered outside, smoking, only daring to enter after hearing the commotion quiet down. Inside, the scene was grim. Bai had already entered the room, and Su Yao crouched beside the injured man, asking, who sent you? The man turned his head away, refusing to speak. Su Yao tooted softly. It's Zhou Liang, isn't it? I already know. The assassin remained silent. Su Yao continued. Do you know who she is? She's from the Martial Artists Guild. The assassin's lips bled as he turned his gaze toward Lu Xuetian. Although Lu Xuetian didn't recognize him, the assassin clearly knew who Lu Xuetian was. She's indeed from the Martial Artists Guild, with an impressive background, Su Yao said in a low voice. If she posts your photo everywhere, it's not just you who'll suffer. Sure, you could die alone, but if you have a family, well, let's just say you won't be getting any martial artist certifications. You'd be nothing but a rat in the shadows. Not even a school would take you in. Despised by all, cursed by many. He went on, don't doubt it. For a young woman to become the head of a city's martial artists guild, the power behind her is unimaginable. Before Su Yao could finish, the assassin finally spoke. It was Zhou Liang. He offered me 10 million to kill a young man, specifically you. I even have recordings and videos as proof. Sumo's eyes flickered with surprise. In your line of work, aren't you supposed to be the most trustworthy? Yet you'd leave evidence behind. The assassin gave a bitter smile. I'm not like the others. Sometimes, after we solve problems for our employers, they hire someone else to eliminate us. Later, we had to stay vigilant. Sumo stared speechlessly at the person in front of him. The man pulled a USB drive out of his pocket and inserted it into the computer, and immediately, a face that Sumo despised appeared on the screen. Silently, Sumo backed up a file, then handed the USB drive to Lu Shuetian, saying firmly, "Don't worry, brother." After the person was taken away, Bai walked out of the room, sat down in front of Sumo, and playfully asked, "Little brother, your sister was so scared. Won't you stay with me tonight?" Sumo was speechless and thought to himself, "Bai Jia, you seem pretty excited. Could it be that your innocence is just an act?" He began to doubt her true emotions. Earlier, when she faced the assassin, her excitement seemed rather unnatural. Bai lowered her head, looking aggrieved. "I was just threatened, and now my little brother is misunderstanding me. I'm so hurt." Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness, as if trying to gain sympathy. Suddenly, Bai swung a fist at Sumo. With a thud, Sumo fell to the ground. Startled, Bai panicked, thinking to herself, "I didn't even use much strength." She quickly asked with concern, "Sumo, are you okay?" Sumo's face gradually turned pale, and seeing this, Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, she pinched Sumo's thigh hard. Sumo clutched his leg in pain, grimacing. Bai, however, burst into laughter. "Haha, pretending, huh? When I learned this trick, you weren't even born yet." Watching Bai's retreating figure, Sumo shook his head and returned to his room. This time, he could finally sleep peacefully. He took a phone from his drawer, powered it on, and sent a video he had just captured to someone Zhou Liang. In his apartment, Zhou Liang heard his phone buzz. He quickly sat up and looked at the screen. It was a video of the assassin he had hired to kill Sumo. A chill ran down his spine as he thought, "Who are you?" A dignified heir of the Zhou family hiring an assassin. TSK. And that Sumo seems to be a martial artist. If this gets out staring at the threatening message on the screen, Zhou Liang felt a surge of fear. This wasn't the assassin he had hired. Who could it be? Could it be the person who killed Shui Bao and Shui Hu? Suppressing his unease, Zhou Liang thought, "Let's discuss your terms." He'll think it over. Sumo turned off the phone, removed the unregistered SIM card, and even crushed the phone. He then went to sleep with a sense of ease. Zhou Liang, on the other hand, stayed awake all night, staring blankly at his phone screen. The message he sent was met with a red exclamation mark, sending a chill straight to his heart. His hands and feet turned cold as he thought, if Grandpa finds out about this, the consequences will be unimaginable. In the Zhou family, no one dares to defy Grandpa's orders. He had been so cautious, so how had he left evidence of hiring an assassin? The assassin had worked with Zhou Liang several times before without incident, which was why Zhou Liang had felt confident enough to reach out. Now, filled with anger, Zhou Liang muttered under his breath, "Damn it." He threw his phone to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Ever since Sumo was expelled, Zhou Liang had already broken 3 phones in his frustration. Seething with resentment, he growled, "Sumo, why? Why won't you just die?" His roar echoed through the room, like the howl of a beast. Gradually, he calmed down, and a thought struck him. If this person was so capable and knew of him, perhaps he could pay a price to have this person kill Sumo. Someone this cautious fit the profile of a person who lived on the edge. A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhou Liang's eyes as he thought, "I hope this person contacts me soon." The next day, Sumo was still lost in his dreams, while a figure stood by his bedside, staring at his lumped-up silhouette. Bai curled her lips in disdain, thinking to herself, "Who is he trying to scare?" She grabbed a strand of Sumo's hair and mischievously stuffed it into his ear. Half asleep, Sumo instinctively pinched his ear, only to be jolted awake by a heavy sensation. He sat up abruptly, stammering, "No, sister, you. Wait, let me explain." Bai left Sumo's room, clapping her hands as if celebrating the success of her prank. Sumo, sporting a black eye and swollen red marks on his arms that clearly bore the imprint of slaps, got ready for the day. After washing up and having breakfast, he followed Bai to the warrior guild. She motioned for him to wait outside while she went inside. Standing nervously outside the closed door, Sumo couldn't help but feel uneasy. Before long, Bai emerged and said indifferently, "Come in with me." Sumo carefully entered the room, his eyes landing on a large office chair. The chair was facing away from him, revealing only a leg. The person seated there held a document in their hand, seemingly deep in thought. Bai stood silently to the side, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Sumo couldn't tell how much time had passed. Suddenly, the chair slowly turned around, and Sumo finally got a clear look at the person. It was an elderly man, nearly 70, with a head full of white hair and a face covered in scars, giving him a rather intimidating appearance. The smile on his face resembled that of a beast, sending chills down Sumo's spine. The man's eyes were calm yet profound, fixing directly on Su Mo while holding a document that appeared to be about him. Their gazes met, and the room seemed to fill with an oppressive energy that crashed over Su Mo like waves. He felt a suffocating pressure and thought to himself, "Why you wouldn't harm me? After all, I've never heard of needing to pass a test just to purchase a cultivation method." As the pressure intensified, the man's gaze gradually softened, seemingly satisfied with Su Mo's perseverance. Su Mo's back was already drenched in sweat, his body swaying slightly, but he forced himself to remain composed. Seconds turned into minutes. Bai took a deep breath, her eyes showing a hint of astonishment as she thought, "This guy is actually holding on for this long." The old man's aura continued to grow, surpassing the level of a fifth-stage pulse on Sealer. Sumo's body began to tremble, and beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his face, dripping onto the ground and forming a small puddle. At last, the old man withdrew his aura, allowing Sumo's energy and spirit to gradually recover. Sumo realized that the pressure had been a way to temper his body. Once steady on his feet, he bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you." The old man's eyes showed a trace of appreciation as he openly remarked, "Not bad. Even without my guidance, you will make progress on your own." Hearing this, Bai let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, Sumo had passed the old man's test. The elder picked up 3 cultivation manuals from the table and gestured for Sumo to take a look. Approaching the table, Sumo read the titles: Ancient Will Scripture, Carefree Scripture, and Path-Shaping Scripture. He hesitated for a moment, deep in thought. The old man encouraged him, saying, "Trust your instincts. Follow your intuition." Closing his eyes, Sumo took a deep breath and ultimately chose the path-shaping scripture. Bayu's pupils subtly contracted, her mouth slightly open, as if surprised by Sumo's choice. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he asked, "Are you sure about your choice?" Sumo nodded firmly. "Yes, I choose him." The old man nodded slightly before taking out a book titled Hidden Secrets Technique from his robe. It was a high-grade Xian-level manual. He asked, "Is this the manual you wanted?" Sumo looked at the Xian-level manual, his heart sinking. He shook his head and said, "I can't afford it. A Xian-level manual costs billions." However, the old man handed the book to him with a solemn tone. "Take it. But I have one condition." "What condition?" Sumo asked curiously. "Become my disciple," the old man replied. His words sent a jolt through Sumo's mind. Though he didn't know the old man's background, anyone who could casually produce a Xian-level manual must be extraordinary. Coupled with Bayu's earlier mention of an introduction, it was highly likely that this old man was from the Northern Academy, someone of significant standing. The old man had previously used pressure to temper Sumo's body, making him realize that blindly chasing power was not always beneficial. With such a mentor, Sumo's cultivation path would surely be less fraught with detours. After thinking it through, Sumo respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, master." The old man laughed heartily. "I assume you've already guessed my identity. I am indeed from the Northern Academy. What Xiao Yu promised you is absolutely within reach. When you come to the Northern Academy, we will meet again." The old man continued, "Since this is our first meeting, I'll give you a gift." He retrieved a storage ring the size of 100 meters and a high-grade, Xian-level weapon forged from black iron. "These should suffice for now," he added. With that, the old man clasped his hands behind his back and vanished from the room in an instant. Sumo was filled with questions, but Bai, standing nearby, reminded him, "Don't ask. I won't say anything. All I can tell you is, you've hit the jackpot." The atmosphere in the room grew mysterious and tense. After Bai left, Sumo flipped through the path of formation technique in his hands, his gaze flickering as he realized the difficulty of cultivating this manual. The path of formation technique allowed one to awaken attributes and shape their own power during the transcendence realm. However, the process was perilous. Any mistake during its execution could lead to death by self-detonation. After Bai left the room, she entered another chamber and asked the old man, "Master, do you think he'll choose that manual?" The old man shook his head. "If he can't succeed in cultivating it, then no one can. Let him figure it out himself. This will serve as a good test of his mental resilience." Bai nodded in understanding. The old man's figure flickered and disappeared, leaving Bai behind with a look of envy. Meanwhile, Sumo glanced at his system panel, deep in thought. Name: Sumo. Age: 18. Realm: 9th level martial artist. Cultivation technique: Path of formation technique 010-000. Martial skills: Layered wave blade technique yellow level high grade 30, 000-100-000. Proficiency: Minor mastery 100, 000-300-000. Snow step yellow level high grade 10, 00050-000. Proficiency: Moderate mastery 200, 000-500-000. Hidden secrets technique Xian level high grade 01, 000-000. Proficiency: Vitality points 500, 000-1, 000-000. Slaughter points, 530,000. Su Mo decided to allocate 10,000 slaughter points to the Path of Formation technique, raising it to the first level. This gave him deeper insights into opening his meridians. Strangely, however, the system did not display a level for the cultivation technique. Next, he had the option to break through to the meridian opening realm. Su Mo took a deep breath, trying to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. He had finally reached the Tongmai realm. As 500,000 slaughter points disappeared, Su Mo felt the Su Yao art circulating vigorously within his body, and his physical strength rapidly increased. One of the 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened, and a powerful aura began to emanate from him, causing a fierce wind to stir throughout the room. Su Mo opened his eyes. A glimmer of light flashing within them had successfully broken through to the Tongmai realm. Just over half a month ago, he had been a nobody, unable to raise his qi and blood value beyond 20, often the subject of ridicule. He had struggled to make a living doing odd jobs for meager pay, with no one willing to hire him otherwise. Yet, in a mere 15 days, he had become a cultivator of the Tongmai realm, now capable of earning tens of millions in wealth daily. After composing himself, Su Mo glanced at the floating panel before him. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, Tongmai first stage. Cultivation method, Su Yao art, first stage 10, 0001, 000. Martial techniques. Stacked waves blade art yellow rank, high grade 30, 000100, 000 proficiency. Minor accomplishment 100, 000300, 000. Snow step yellow rank, high grade 10, 00050, 000 proficiency. Intermediate accomplishment 200, 000500, 000. Concealment art mystic rank, superior grade 01, 000, 000 proficiency. 0100, 000. Qi and blood value 1, 000, 0003, 000. Slaughter points 20,000. Breaking through to the second stage of the Tongmai realm would require 2 million slaughter points. Su Mo couldn't help but click his tongue at the daunting figure. On top of that, advancing the Su Yao art would demand another million slaughter points, adding even more pressure. Slaughter points were truly difficult to accumulate. He began pondering whether the serpent in the wilderness had left by now. His master had given him a black iron blade and a spatial storage of 100 cubic meters, which were more than sufficient for his current needs. If he had to buy these items with money, the cost would be unimaginable. However, many cultivation methods couldn't be bought with money. Even the one his master had given him was merely a copied version. After reading through it once, the book self-destructed, and the same was true for other martial techniques and cultivation manuals. When Su Mo stepped out, Bai Yu approached him. She immediately noticed the drastic change in his aura and thought to herself, this kid is going to drive countless women crazy in the future. Handsome and gifted, what a combination. She teased him. Well, you finally decided to come out. I thought you might have died in there. Su Mo sighed helplessly. How could I bear to die when a beautiful woman like you is around? Sister Bai Yu? Ugh, you shameless brat. That mouth of yours is getting sharper by the day, Bai Yu said with a laugh. Where are you heading? Just taking care of some business, Su Mo replied. Bai Yu didn't press further, but instead pulled out her phone. Old man, I think he might have succeeded in his cultivation. What did you say? A surprised voice came from the other end of the line. I think he's made a breakthrough. I can't confirm it yet since I haven't asked him directly, Bai Yu explained. But if he really has advanced this quickly, old man, you've truly found a treasure. After leaving, Su Mo followed the address Bai Yu had given him and stood staring at the location, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just then, 3 salespeople approached him, trying to peddle their services. Hey there, handsome. Want a package deal? Only 300. Hey, handsome, how about 250? They'll do it for free and even pay you 200. Their chatter surrounded him, but Su Mo ignored them and turned to leave. However, in the next moment, he found himself blocked in an alleyway. Kid, you've been staring at that spot for a while now. Who sent you? Speak up, or else I'll. Sir, brother, father, ancestor. I was wrong. I admit it, I really do. Please spare me. I have a 100-year-old wife and a 70-year-old daughter waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, my wife will be heartbroken. Su Mo looked at them with a strange expression. Who lives at this address? The person who had been crying just moments ago suddenly changed his expression when he saw the address. Wait, isn't this your place, big brother? Someone with swollen eyes exclaimed. Shut up. No one asked you to speak, another scolded. Oh, so it's your place, Su Mo said casually, prying a brick loose and smiling cruelly. Please, big brother, just tell me what you want, and I'll take care of it. Su Mo glanced at his phone, which displayed a photo of Su Yao, followed by an image of a medal. Familiar, isn't it? Su Mo asked. Big brother, what are you talking about? What is that? Bang. A sharp sound rang out, and blood trickled down someone's head. Big brother, stop. Please, I was wrong. I know. I did introduce a client to that girl. Despite their lack of backbone, Su Yao knew these people had their ways. Who did you introduce her to, he asked. We can't say, they replied. Su Yao took a deep breath and made a call. Hey, brother Lu, want to hit your targets? Su Yao, you're not joking, right? There's really such a good deal. I just dealt with 3 muggers, Su Yao said as Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai arrived. After greeting Su Yao, Zhang Dehai gave a thumbs up when he saw the bruised and battered men. Impressive, Su Yao. Seeing how respectful Li Wuyo and Zhang Dehai were to Su Yao, the thugs began to feel uneasy. Su Yao, want to come over to our place? We know his boss. One of them offered. Su Yao nodded. Back at the security management office, Su Yao stared oddly at the man across from him, who looked helpless. On the table was a medal, the very one Su Yao had sold. See? Knowing the right people makes things easier, Su Yao muttered. The man finally handed over a phone, which contained a recording of Su Yao's voice and a record of transactions between 2 individuals. Taking the medal, Su Yao left. Brother Lu, thanks for your help. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. I'll leave the rest to you. Since they were all acquainted, Su Yao decided not to intervene further. Lu had already done a lot for him, and it wouldn't be fair to make things harder for him. Lu, your brother here has quite the attitude, someone remarked. Of course, if I had broken through as a martial artist at 18, and not just at the first level, I'd be even prouder. I'd walk so tall even birds would look up to me, Lu joked. Hearing this, Sun Yi tensed up, watching Su Yao's retreating figure with a look of astonishment. Thanks, Lu. You might want to find some better subordinates, Su Yao advised before leaving. Sun Yi nodded, already considering it. You're one of the underground black market leaders. You should understand the potential of someone like him. He might break through to the Tongmai realm by 19, Lu added. Sun Yi's pupils constricted as he took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. I understand. He'll stay quiet about this, and he'll make sure to record anything related to him for you, Lu. Lu Shuetian nodded in approval. This was the mark of a smart man, someone who knew when to let go. The black market was complex, and even he couldn't meddle recklessly. He and Sun Yi had worked well together at times. With Su Yao showing such respect, Lu knew he had to handle the aftermath properly. The medal was found, and the evidence of Su Yao's trafficking was in hand enough to give her a hard time. Su Yao secretly anticipated the moment, hoping to give Su Yao a surprise, though she wished it wouldn't scare her to death. She removed her protective suit, casually placed it into her storage ring, and planned to take another round outside the city. With the abundance of beasts outside, she could accumulate a significant number of kill points. Relying on mutated beasts within the city would take an eternity. When Bai Xiu saw Su Yao, his expression turned slightly peculiar. You're heading out again? He asked. Of course. What else would I do? Sit around in the city. Su Yao replied nonchalantly. Bai Xiu gave her a thumbs up, seemingly agreeing with her decision, but didn't press further. You'd better be careful. After you left the other day, a giant anaconda showed up, Bai Xiu warned, causing Su Yao to pause and narrow her eyes slightly, scrutinizing him. Clad in armor, he looked imposing, and Su Yao suddenly found him somewhat familiar. You actually remind me of a girl I know, but she's as pretty as a flower. You, on the other hand, look a bit understated, Su Yao teased. Get lost. Hurry up and go, Bai Xiu retorted, his face darkening. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the armor, he'd show Su Yao what real intimidation looked like. As soon as Su Yao left the city, her figure moved swiftly like the wind. She scanned her surroundings but saw no sign of the anaconda. That massive creature was incredibly powerful, surviving even after an encounter with that eagle. She could only sweep through the outskirts, relentlessly hunting. She killed 1,000 mutated red fire ants, earning 15,000 kill points, a mutated blue bear, earning 9,000 points, and a venomous human-faced spider, earning 8,000 points. Su Yao continued her slaughter on the outskirts, leaving behind a trail of corpses and bones, like an unrelenting killing machine. Many others who ventured out to hunt beasts were left grim-faced at the sight. Initially, they assumed a powerful beast had appeared, but their investigations revealed no such thing. As night fell, the warriors outside the city grew excited, having picked up many spoils. Yet, they also learned a shocking piece of news: there wasn't a single beast within a 30-mile radius. Killing a second-tier, first-level beast earned Su Yao 100,000 kill points. When a Tongmai realm first-level beast collapsed at her feet, Su Yao took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. After cleaning up the battlefield, her figure vanished into the night. By the time Su Yao returned to the city, darkness had fully settled. She let out a sigh of relief. At the guard post, Bai Xiu held his phone, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Seeing Su Yao return, he stood up, his throat moving slightly. You'd better check the North District Warrior Forum. Su Yao nodded, indicating she understood, and turned to head into the city. After a day of intense combat, even though she had broken through to the Tongmai realm, she still felt exhausted. In the Warrior Guild, Bai Yu was also looking at her phone, her face reflecting the same shock. Meanwhile, Lu Shuetian from the Security Management Office stared at the Warrior Forum, a sense of absurdity welling up within him. It all seemed too surreal. In the black market, Sun Yi was similarly fixated on the warrior forum, his gaze tinged with astonishment. When Su Mo returned to the warrior guild, she sat down directly. Bai Yu poured her a cup of tea, which Su Mo drank in one gulp before handing her storage ring to Bai Yu. Bai Yu efficiently went through the inventory, taking 2 full hours to complete it this time. The materials being counted were mostly low-grade items, with only 10 being level 2, totaling a value of 24 million. The storage ring Su Mo obtained last time didn't contain anything valuable, amounting to just 3 million in total. Without hesitation, Su Mo agreed to sell it, even including the 1 incubator storage ring. When he saw the balance of 66.74 million in his warrior badge, the corners of his mouth lifted in satisfaction, glad that his hard work had finally paid off. Now, he possessed a heart technique, a skill to conceal his aura, and a sufficiently sharp black iron blade. The dye wave blade technique and treading snow were also part of his training plan. To ensure he had recovery pills for hunting beasts outside the city and to have a life-saving option in case of danger, asked, Sister Yu, do you have any recovery pills? Bai Yu replied, yes, spirit recovery pills, level 2, 1 million each. Without hesitation, Su Mo decided to purchase 5 at once. Bai Yu went to a distant room and retrieved a jade box. Originally, the jade box itself cost 3 million, but considering Su Mo's large purchase of 50 million, she decided to waive the fee. Su Mo thought to himself, this jade box is worth 3 million? It's specially forged from jade to preserve pills, and there are even higher-grade jade bottles that sell for 500 million. He decided the jade box was suitable but kept his thoughts to himself, unwilling to admit he was short on money. When you get back, you'd better check out the Northern District Warrior Forum, Bai Yu advised. Su Mo's expression flickered with a hint of curiosity. Bai Shou had mentioned this forum before as well. All right, I'll head back now. No dinner invite for you today, Su Mo said with a wave, turning to leave. Back home, after freshening up, he picked up his phone and downloaded the Northern District Warrior Forum app. He had registered before, but uninstalled it when his blood energy stagnated. Seeing those powerful warriors had always put him in a bad mood, so he avoided it altogether. Logging in again, he noticed a top-ranked post titled, Who says our human race has no emperor? One man, one blade, slaughtering beasts across 30 miles. The post included images of countless beast corpses scattered across the mountains and a blurry photo of a figure holding a black iron blade, surrounded by the remains of beasts. Su Mo instantly recognized the blurry figurite was him. The comments under the post were lively, offering a hefty reward. My husband and I had a fight, and he stormed out with a black iron blade. He hasn't returned yet. Whoever finds him will be rewarded with 10 million. Another joked, Lady, your baby in the background is crying from hunger. Go feed the kid. Su Mo glanced at the comments briefly before moving on to other posts. B326, an alligator farm experienced a mutation, resulting in 46 casualties before the situation was brought under control. The post included pictures of people standing beside the slain alligators, with the farm's blood-soaked grounds creating a gruesome and chilling scene. 2 months until the martial exams. Will anyone from Z District make it into the Northern Academy this time? Someone lamented in a post, clearly disappointed with the performance of Z District's young warriors. Last year, no one from Z District made it into the Northern Academy, and they were ridiculed by other districts. Many were eager to see when this trend would change. Latest news. Rumor has it that a warrior has emerged from the 10th high school, and it's a stunningly beautiful girl. A comment questioned, is this for real? She says she'll marry no one, but what should I do? Another replied, wake up, bro, stop dreaming. Reality won't wait for you. Amid the lively discussions, Su Mo's mind was filled with thoughts as he prepared to face the challenges ahead. Su Mo watched as Su Yao successfully broke through to the martial artist level, his gaze filled with anticipation. He thought to himself that perhaps he could witness her final moment of glory. In front of Fang Jingyu, the principal of Shigao High School, the usually quiet girl managed to surprise him. With 2 months left until the martial arts examination, Su Yao's breakthrough made him wonder if she might be able to take her progress even further. I understand. He'll keep working hard, Su Yao said as she accepted the honorable yuan reward from the school, feeling a sense of relief. Returning to her class, she raised her head slightly, her eyes sweeping over her classmates with a hint of pride. Yet deep down, she knew the truth. As an older sister, her breakthrough came too late. Her younger brother, Su Mo, had already surpassed her long ago. What's she so smug about? Her younger brother broke through to martial artist ages ago, and she's only just catching up. What's there to be proud of? The whispers of her classmates stung her. Rumors circulated that she had sold a house to gather resources, with Su Mo's name still on the property deed. Anger boiled within her. She hadn't expected that her brother, who had once worked tirelessly for her, would become the source of such betrayal. Are you all looking to get kicked out of the class? Zhou Yang's casual remark silenced the room instantly. The students lowered their heads, pretending to focus on their books, too afraid to meet his gaze. Zhou Yang sat down next to Su Yao, a sinister glint in his eyes. Now that you've broken through to martial artist, we can proceed with that plan. We can't afford any mistakes. Su Yao nodded without hesitation. As long as Su Mo was out of the picture, her blemished reputation would vanish, and her future would shine brightly. Zhou Liang pulled out his phone. The person who had previously threatened him had gone completely silent. Glancing toward Wu Qiu sitting in the back, he asked, "Are you ready?" Wu Qiu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with inner conflict. After considering Zhou Liang's terms, he finally agreed. "All right, everything starts tomorrow. There can't be any slip-ups. I've already taken care of the rest," Zhou Liang said firmly. Su Yao smirked coldly from the side, her disdain for Wu Qiu growing deeper. For 30 million yuan, he was willing to stoop so low. "Tomorrow, he'll validate my martial artist status first to make the story more credible," Zhou Liang added with a smug expression. Meanwhile, Su Mo was in his room, fully focused on the information displayed on his panel. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, Tongmai Stage, Level 1. Cultivation Technique, Plastic Dao Technique, Level 110, 000100000. Martial Skills, Overlapping Wave Blade Technique Yellow Grade, High Tier, 30, 000100000. Proficiency, Minor Mastery, Treading Snow Yellow Grade, High Tier, 10, 000500000. Proficiency, Intermediate Mastery, Concealment Technique Mystic Grade, Superior Tier, 01000000. Proficiency, None. Vitality, 1, 0000003, 0000000. Slaughter points, 3,100,000. He had swept through the beasts 30 kilometers outside the city, accumulating 3.1 million slaughter points. However, going farther into the wilderness would increase the risk of encountering a giant python. An escape would be nearly impossible. The luck that saved him last time wouldn't strike twice, had to focus on improving his strength first. With 200 slaughter points allocated to his vitality, another meridian in Su Mo's body was successfully cleared. This also marked Su Mo's breakthrough to the second level of the Tongmai realm. Looking at the remaining slaughter points in his possession, Su Mo decided to invest them all into his cultivation technique, the Su Dao Ju. In an instant, 990,000 slaughter points were consumed, and the Su Dao Ju advanced to the second level. As Su Mo felt the technique operating within him, it seemed as though an indistinct energy from his surroundings was flowing into his body, warm and comforting. Could this be the spiritual energy hidden within heaven and earth? The Tongmai realm was actually capable of absorbing spiritual energy. What a powerful technique. He thought to himself that only after reaching the transcendence realm could one truly absorb spiritual energy. At this moment, Su Mo still had 110,000 slaughter points left. He decided to directly allocate them to the proficiency of the Tsang Yin Ju. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, Tongmai Level 2. Cultivation Technique, Su Dao Ju Level 21, 0000003, 0000000. Martial Techniques, Dai Lang Dao Ju Yellow Grade, High Quality, 30, 000100000. Proficiency, Minor Accomplishment, Ta Shui Yellow Grade, High Quality, 10, 0005000. Proficiency, Intermediate Accomplishment, Song Yin Ju Profound Grade, Superior Quality, 01, 0000000. Proficiency, Minor Accomplishment, 110, 000500000. Vital Energy, 3, 0000006, 0000000. Slaughter Points, 0. Seeing his slaughter points drop to 0, Su Mo took a deep breath and turned to head toward the safety management office outside. Aside from earning slaughter points and materials today, he had also obtained something valuable. When he found Lu Xuetian, the three men stared at Su Mo with a peculiar look, sizing him up from head to toe. "Su Mo, did you break through to the Tongmai realm?" Su Mo only responded with a faint smile, offering no answer. The three couldn't help but gasp, and Zhang Dehai and Li Wei's gazes towards Su Mo shifted from polite friendliness to genuine respect. "We're all brothers here. No need to be so formal. You three have helped me so much. It's only fair that I give something back." Su Mo took a small bottle out from his pocket. Inside was a liquid that looked like water but appeared thicker and more viscous. "Go get some bottles," he said. Lu Xuetian seemed to realize something and quickly fetched some containers. Su Mo divided a portion among them. As the three felt the pure energy radiating from the liquid, their eyes lit up with greed, excitement, and exhilaration. Even Lu Zuishan's face flushed with enthusiasm. "Spiritual liquid. Su Mo actually has spiritual liquid," they exclaimed under their breath, hurriedly securing the precious substance. "Su Mo, we owe you one." Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo nodded earnestly, their eyes filled with gratitude. "If you ever need anything, no matter how dangerous, we're there for you." The two had been stuck at the peak of the martial artist realm for years. With this spiritual liquid, They now had hope of breaking through to the Tongmai realm. Such a treasure was incredibly rare. Just a drop the size of a thumb could sell for billions, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed to be available. Now, each of them had about 20 drops in their possession. By the way, Su Yao, someone asked me to look into you. Do you want to meet them? Lu Shuetian asked. Who? Su Yao asked curiously. The city lord of Z9 City, Lu Shuetian replied. Su Yao fell into thought. Su Yao, do you trust me? Lu Shuetian pressed. Su Yao nodded. Then you should meet him. It could be very beneficial for you. Even if you decide to eliminate the Zhou clan, he would likely support you. In that case, I'll take your advice and meet him tomorrow, Su Yao said, deciding it would be wise to familiarize himself with the situation beforehand. When Su Yao left the safety management office, it was already 10 p.m. Returning home, he saw Baiyu sitting on the couch in her pajamas, staring at the TV, her head nodding slightly, as if she was dozing off. Hearing the door open, she looked up at Su Yao and smiled mischievously. Well, the hunter has returned, she teased. Su Yao shook his head, ignoring Baiyu's teasing. He directly took out a small bottle from his pocket and placed it in front of her. Take half and leave the other half for me. Baiyu stared at Su Yao in astonishment, a flash of shock in her eyes. Where did you get this? She asked. Su Yao replied succinctly, outside the city. Those two words made Baiyu's expression change instantly. You're really not afraid of dying out there? Those things are guarded by highly intelligent demonic beasts, she said with concern. I was lucky. I only ran into a beast at the Tongmai realm, Su Yao said calmly. Baiyu opened her mouth as if to retort, but no words came out. I don't need it. It's useless to me now, she said. Su Yao's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, and he thought to himself that Baiyu wouldn't lie. If the spiritual liquid was of no use to her, then what level of power had she reached? Shenxiao realm? She only looked a few years older than him. Since Baiyu didn't want it, Su Yao didn't push her. Did you find the martial artist emblem? He asked. Su Yao nodded in response. Did you check the forum? Someone from the top 10 schools broke through to become a martial artist. She's likely coming to the Martial Artists Guild tomorrow for verification, Baiyu said with a playful smile. Do you want to come and have a look? She suggested. I won't go. I have a guest to meet tomorrow, Su Yao replied. Baiyu nodded, not pressing further since Su Yao had plans. Early the next morning, Su Yao found Lu Shuetian and went to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, to the same private room as before. Inside, a middle-aged man was already seated. When Lu Shuetian entered, the man nodded slightly. This must be Su Yao. A young hero indeed, the man remarked, his sharp gaze making Su Yao's heart ripple slightly. He noticed some resemblance between the city lord and Lu Shuetian. This is my elder brother. No need to stand on ceremony, Lu Shuetian introduced. Brother Su Yao, you might not realize your own worth, but am honored to know you, Liu's elder brother said with a laugh, instantly lightening the mood. Su Yao silently marveled at Lu Zuishan's extensive connections. Even those from the black market treated him with respect. Please, have a seat. Lu Shuetian has already told me about your situation, Liu's elder brother continued. Su Yao nodded, thinking to himself that since Lu Shuetian called him brother, he should reciprocate. You're too kind, brother Lu. I'm the one benefiting here, Su Yao replied. We're all like family. No need to be so formal, Lu Shuetian said as he picked up some food with his chopsticks, further easing the atmosphere. In the private room, Su Yao walked ahead, with Lu Shuetian following closely behind. Lu Shuetian gave Su Yao a peculiar look. You've grown up, he remarked half-jokingly, though he felt a slight unease in his heart. Help him well. In the future, our Z district might have to rely on him, Liu's elder brother said to Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility. Someone's trying to frame him recently. While he's fully capable of handling it, you should consider using your connections. After all, you're the leader of this city. I can't intervene, Liu's elder brother said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. A significant figure has been here. I wasn't certain before, but now I am. It's because of Su Yao. It seems he has already caught their attention. These challenges are likely part of his training. Cultivation, mindset, opportunities, and luck are all essential. If I step in, there will be no problems, but Su Yao wouldn't agree. Otherwise, he wouldn't let those clowns run wild, Liu's elder brother continued. I suspect he's waiting for the martial exam. Everything will likely be resolved by then. However, he'll investigate some matters and share the findings with you later. With that, Liu's elder brother patted Lu Shuetian on the shoulder and turned to leave. As the city lord, he had endless tasks to handle. At the Martial Artists Guild, Su Yao stared at the number 205 displayed on the instrument, her expression filled with excitement. She had finally broken through to become a martial artist. Congratulations on becoming a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist with limitless potential. The person responsible for the assessment looked at Su Yao with delight in their eyes. Su Yao returned a faint smile, though her mind was occupied with other thoughts. The house she had sold was to this very woman in front of her. She had assumed the buyer was just an ordinary guild member, not expecting her to be the guild leader. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Su Yao knew she couldn't afford to offend someone of such stature. Bai Yu, having heard that Su Yao's blood vitality had reached 205, cast a scrutinizing gaze her way. Inwardly, she thought to herself that Su Yao's strength paled in comparison to that boy. The first time he came for verification, his blood vitality was nearly 400. Bai Yu's heart was filled with disdain, thinking Su Yao was nothing more than a weakling. Congratulations, Bai Yu said flatly. Thank you, Su Yao replied, though unease stirred within her. Guild leader, have the investigation results come in? Bai Yu's tone turned serious. Not yet. The information might be false. Who would dare to steal and sell the medals of our martial artists guild? If caught, whether they're martial artists, pulse awakeners, or divine aperture users, they'll all pay a heavy price. Su Yao's face turned pale, her heart tightened, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Miss Su Yao, are you feeling all right? Bai Yu asked with apparent concern. I'm fine. I just wanted to buy some blood boost pills, Su Yao quickly replied. 100,000 per pill. How many do you need? Bai Yu asked. 15, Su Yao answered. Bai Yu nodded, signaling for others to bring out 15 blood boost pills. Su Yao swiped her card for 1.5 million, her anxiety growing as she hurried to leave this unsettling place. Watching her retreating figure, the attendant's lips curled into a mocking smile, the earlier delight nowhere to be seen. Guild leader, how was my performance just now? An employee nearby asked. Not bad. I'll add 100,000 to your salary this month, Bai Yu said with satisfaction. Thank you, guild leader, the employee replied, beaming with excitement. Afterward, Bai Yu took out her phone and posted on the martial artists forum. Rumors are circulating that someone has been stealing and selling medals issued by our martial artists guild. A reward of 100 million will be given to anyone who assists in the investigation. After posting, a faint smile played on her lips. Unbelievable. Someone actually dared to sell the medals? Who has the guts? This is insane, like dancing in front of the Grim Reaper. Comments flooded in on the forum. Brother above, the Grim Reaper might just take a liking to you, someone joked. Are none of you noticing the reward? 100 million. If it were me, I can't even imagine how happy I'd be, another chimed in. The post quickly climbed to the second spot, with the top post still being news about someone single-handedly clearing a 30-mile radius of beasts outside the city. Bai Yu casually scrolled through the replies, reading some of the more colorful comments. Husband, killing beasts must be exhausting. Come to me, I'll pamper you for 1 million a month. Another joked. That's my man. We had a little argument, and I accidentally exposed his strength. Bro, could it be that you like men? How about me? Someone else added. Damn, another one. I'm the emperor here, guards. Take these two and have them castrated. Another user quipped. Bai Yu shook her head, thinking to herself how just the vague shadow of someone had driven so many women into a frenzy. In a world plagued by beast invasions, who wouldn't want to find a powerful protector? At that moment, the attendant's voice sounded behind Bai Yu. Sumo's younger brother is really quite popular. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If he were my boyfriend, I'd treat him to warm water and iced water every day, Bai Yu thought silently, a trace of helplessness in her heart. After leaving the warrior guild, Su Yao finally felt the heavy weight in her heart lift. However, the matter had already spread, and Su Mo had learned about the warrior badge left by his parents. What if he found out and reported it to the warrior guild? Su Yao took out her phone, dialed a number, but then hung up. She hesitated. She couldn't tell Zhou Liang. After all, Zhou Liang didn't know what she had secretly sold, and the person she dealt with was introduced by him. He would certainly tell Zhou Liang everything. After some inner conflict, Su Yao finally dialed again. Zhou Liang, are you sure the person you introduced won't cause any problems? Zhou Liang's reply reassured her. Don't worry. The black market has its rules and would never disclose the employer's information. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Zhou Liang was scrolling through forum posts, thinking to himself, Su Yao, you're something else. I didn't even know what you were selling before. The rules of the black market gave him peace of mind, but when he saw the post from the warrior guild, he couldn't help but wonder who was bold enough to pull such a stunt. Just then, Su Yao called him, and he was now certain it was her. But did Sumo's parents really have a badge? Once this matter was resolved, Zhou Liang decided he would cut her off. Otherwise, keeping her around would only bring trouble. This woman was too reckless, acting on impulse and too easily manipulated. Zhou Liang himself had already broken through to become a warrior, but he hadn't publicized it. Everyone still thought his blood energy value was at 190. In Zone Z, there only needed to be one genius, and that genius was him, Zhou Liang. If he exposed Su Yao's actions during the warrior exam, an ominous smirk appeared on his lips. At the same time, Su Mo and Lu Shuetian were on their way home when Zhang Dehai pulled out his phone. Look at this. The warrior guild posted about someone selling a warrior badge. Su Mo glanced at the phone, his expression unchanged. Below the post, there was another by the mayor of City Z9, stating that those who earned a warrior badge had contributed to the city and that the mayor's office would cooperate with the warrior guild to investigate such ungrateful acts. The mayor encouraged anyone with information to come forward and promised to inform the guild. Among the numerous replies, most people were just there for the drama, commenting that investigating such a case was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Su Mo returned the phone to Zhang Dehai and said indifferently, Su Mo, my brother, these days many women want to be your girlfriend, offering sky-high prices. The highest bid is $1 billion a month. Su Mo smiled faintly at this, completely uninterested. To him, hunting a few beasts to improve his strength seemed far more worthwhile. His current Tongmai realm strength wasn't enough. Just one anaconda had left him helpless, forcing him to avoid it. He silently vowed that one day, he would kill that anaconda. When Su Mo returned to his residence alone, he found someone waiting for him. The person looked arrogant, with a warrior badge pinned to their chest, clearly here to show off. I have something to discuss with you, the person said coldly. What is it? Come inside and talk, Su Mo replied. You're not worthy of inviting me in. If you don't want to talk here, then get lost, the person sneered. Su Mo, I've already broken through to become a warrior. In just over a month, I'll be entering the North Academy. By then, the gap between us will only grow wider. And you? You're just an expelled student with no academic record. Even if you become a warrior, no academy will accept you. Su Mo stared coldly at Su Yao, his eyes filled with disdain. You actually expect me to flatter you? Although he had just broken through to become a martial artist, his mind remained as simple as ever. Su Yao let out a cold snort, her tone laced with contempt. I'm your sister. Of course, I don't want to see you fall. I'm just trying to help you. Oh, and how exactly should I thank you? Su Mo's voice dripped with sarcasm, clearly unconvinced. Su Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued, you're a martial artist too. You can hunt beasts, collect materials, and earn money. My talent is better than yours, and once I enter the Northern Academy, my strength will improve much faster. So, what you're saying is I should hunt beasts and earn money for you. Su Mo frowned, cursing inwardly. Su Yao nodded, as if it were only natural. I don't have an academic ID. Whose fault is that? Back then, your blood energy couldn't even break 20, and 10,000 yuan wasn't a small amount for me. I even gave you 2,000. You didn't lose out. Rage boiled within Su Mo. This selfish person made him wish he could end her right then and there. But for the sake of justice for their parents, he held back, deciding to give her some more time. He waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. Just looking at you annoys me. If you come to me again, I'll kill you. Su Mo, I'm a martial artist now too. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Yao retorted, refusing to back down. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she asked, where are my parents' martial artist medals? Hand them over. Su Yao's expression instantly grew tense. Those were left by their parents, why should he have them? You didn't sell them off, did you? Su Mo's gaze turned icy as he pressed her for an answer. Su Yao sneered. You're going to report me to the Martial Artist Guild? Go ahead. You know what the consequences will be if you falsely accuse me. Su Mo's face darkened slightly, realizing her move was a shrewd one. If you won't agree, then we'll see who has the last laugh. Su Yao smirked inwardly. She had planned to drag things out if Su Mo agreed, but since he had outright refused, she decided to proceed with Zhou Yang's plan. If Su Mo died, no one would know about their parents' medals, and her troubles would be over. Once I enter the Northern Academy, become stronger, and make money, I can buy them back. The people at the black market will definitely curry favor with me, Su Yao thought, feeling pleased with her cleverness. Meanwhile, Su Mo noticed her light steps as she walked away and grew suspicious, wondering what scheme she was plotting this time. Just as he was about to turn and enter his house, a voice called out from the doorway. Su Mo, you beast. So this is where you've been. Hearing this, Su Mo turned around, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Everyone, come and see this heartless man. Wu Qiu's shout drew a crowd of onlookers. Su Mo's chest tightened. This was trouble. This beast drugged me and did despicable things. Wu Qiu's voice was hoarse from yelling. The onlookers began recording videos and posting them on the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. A scandal of this scale? Everyone wanted to see the true face of this so-called beast. Su Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had anticipated that these people might falsely accuse him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, especially from Wu Qiu, who had always harbored resentment toward him. The crowd around him glared at him with anger, their indignation palpable. Let me introduce him to everyone, Wu Qiu said coldly, her tone dripping with disdain. This is Su Mo, a student expelled from Shigao. Back then, I was naive. He asked for my help, gave me a bottle of water, and after drinking it, I lost consciousness. After that, he did those things to me. Her voice trembled, a mix of rage and fear. What's even more despicable is that after doing it, he denied everything and even threatened me. He told me that if I ever spoke up, he would kill me. I've been suffering in silence until I discovered I was pregnant with his child. He then dragged me to the hospital. She pulled out a medical report, Su Mo's signature clearly visible on it. These are the messages he sent me after he was expelled, Wu Qiu said, holding up her phone and scrolling through the chat records for everyone to see. Send me some money, or I'll reveal what happened back then. His words are right here. Her voice was sharp, piercing the hearts of everyone present. I've been expelled. From now on, give me 4,000 a month. or I'll print your photos and post them all over the streets, she read aloud. Her accusatory tone left the crowd suffocating with anger. These are recent messages, she continued, revealing more records, some of which showed her pleading with him, her words filled with desperation. The crowd erupted, condemning Su Mo, calling him a monster undeserving of forgiveness. You should have gone to the authorities back then, someone said. Scum like him only becomes more emboldened. Many began taking pictures and posting them on the martial artists forum in the Northern District. The posts quickly went viral, climbing to the second most discussed topic, with a flood of outraged comments. Are you okay, dear? A middle-aged couple rushed over, tears streaming down their faces as they embraced Wu Qiu, sobbing uncontrollably. Please, let our daughter go. We know you have a genius sister. We're begging you please spare her. The spectators, witnessing this scene, grew even angrier. I've already reported this to the authorities. Scum like him deserves nothing less than death to quell my fury, someone shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Mo. Look at him still smiling. Disgusting. People like him should be executed immediately, another yelled furiously. Daughter, we can't afford to provoke him. Let's leave the city, okay? Listen to your parents, the middle-aged couple pleaded. Wu Qiu trembled all over. She raised her tear-streaked face and, with a sudden thud, knelt before her parents. Mom, Dad, please forgive me for being unfilial. This time, I must seek justice. At that moment, voices could be heard from outside. A group of people in white coats entered. It was the doctors from the 7th Hospital of Z9 City, including the head of gynecology herself. Everyone, please listen to me, the doctor said firmly. I had advised this young lady before, but she refused to listen. When I saw the news just now, I rushed over with the evidence. Her voice was resolute as someone behind her opened a laptop, displaying clear footage of Su Mo accompanying Wu Qiu to the hospital. At the hospital, Wu Qiu was subjected to harsh treatment, including a sharp and resounding slap. She was sternly advised to behave herself and terminate the pregnancy as soon as possible. Su Mo coldly declared he would not give her a single penny and warned her to bear the consequences if word of this got out. Wu Qiu's grievances were unmistakable in that moment. She willingly offered to pay for the procedure, but Su Mo was already nowhere to be found. Her anger towards Su Mo intensified, feeling that such a heartless man deserved punishment, a sentiment that filled her with indignation. In the principal's office of number 10 high school in Z9 City, Fang Jingyu hurriedly pulled out his phone, his face turning grim as he informed the principal of a major incident on the forum. They needed to ensure that this matter wouldn't affect Su Yao or implicate number 10 high. Meanwhile, numerous posts condemning Su Mo's misconduct appeared on the forum. Wang Yang, the homeroom teacher, admitted his failure to notice Wu Qiu's distress and felt deeply remorseful. Feng Bin remarked that Su Mo was widely disliked in the class. Fang Jingyu also stated that Su Mo's actions were a disgrace to number 10 high and assured that the school would provide an explanation for Wu Qiu. The posts included photos of Su Yao during training, showcasing her dedication and perseverance. Su Mo's sister publicly distanced herself from him, explaining that she had adopted him solely because of his talent. She expressed shock at his behavior and remarked that justice would prevail in the end, attaching an image of a martial artist's badge as proof of Su Yao's hard work. Meanwhile, Su Mo paid no attention to the external condemnations. However, his gaze inadvertently fell on a concealed assassin within the crowd. Lu Shuitian had arrived, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, inwardly cursing that such scum deserved to die. At that moment, 3 furious individuals charged at Su Mo. Wu Qiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Mo was dead, her plan would succeed. She would gain money, alter her appearance, and enroll in the academy. As the 3 men closed in on Su Mo, the surrounding crowd grew increasingly agitated, surging toward him. The assassin hidden in the shadows also took action, planning to use the chaos to silently end Su Mo's life. Observing from a distance, Zhou Liang watched the scene unfold and thought to himself that this troublesome man was finally going to meet his end. Once Su Mo was gone, no one would ever overturn his fate. Su Mo paid no attention to these people at all. Among the crowd, a few assassins quietly drew daggers hidden under their sleeves. Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wuyo swiftly arrived like agile swallows. Realizing they had been noticed, the assassins hurriedly concealed their weapons, but Lu Shuetian had already caught on to their movements. His strikes were as fast as lightning, leaving the assassins no time to react before they collapsed to the ground. He demanded, "Why are you attacking us? Don't think being a security officer gives you the right to act recklessly." Zhang Dehai pulled out his phone, zoomed in on a photo, and said coldly, "This is the evidence." Lu Shuetian immediately understood, stepped forward swiftly, and dislocated the jaws of the 3 assassins. Using a dagger, he pried open their mouths and retrieved a small black pill from each of them. At this moment, fear was evident on their faces. From a distance, Zhou Liang witnessed the scene, his expression changing drastically. He quickly took out his phone and said, "Uncle, The assassins you hired have already been caught. He added, I understand, you don't need to worry about it. Just focus on your exams. Those who had been rushing towards Su Yao suddenly froze, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts as they realized they had been used. Wu Qiu also felt a surge of unease. She hadn't expected Lu Xuetian to arrive so quickly. She thought to herself, if Su Yao were killed, wouldn't all these problems disappear? Zhang Dehai fixed his gaze on the person who had been inciting others and said coldly, I just couldn't stand him, but I have nothing to do with those people. Without a word, Zhang Dehai handcuffed the man. Su Yao stood motionless, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. His decision to ask Lu Xuetian to investigate the evidence earlier had been the right one. Now that Lu Xuetian had taken action, there was no need for Su Yao to intervene. However, he wasn't about to let this provocation slide. Su Yao began walking toward Wu Qiu, his gaze resolute. What are you trying to do? A middle-aged couple stepped in front of Wu Qiu, shielding her and watching Su Yao warily. Ignoring them, Su Yao continued toward Wu Qiu and said coldly, now that the security officer is here, I suggest you don't make a move. He spoke each word sharply and clearly. It's simple, you falsely accused me, and he'll make sure you pay for it. The promises Zhou made to Yoha can't keep them. Hearing the name, Zhou, Wu Qiu's expression shifted dramatically. Su Yao suddenly turned his gaze toward the trees, where Zhou Liang and Su Yao were hiding. Their eyes met his cold, piercing stare, and they shivered, feeling as if their secrets had been laid bare. If you can falsely accuse me, I can present evidence too. Su Yao took out his phone, compiling the evidence Lu Xuetian had gathered into a file. He played a video showing rehearsals at the Z9 City 7th Institute. In the video, a voice could be heard saying, your imitation isn't accurate, Su Yao doesn't walk like that. Take bigger strides. Scene after scene played, leaving the onlookers stunned at how malicious the girl had been. Then, Su Yao opened another video, which showed someone forging his handwriting. Wu Qiu stood frozen, her face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did Su Yao get this evidence? In the distance, Zhou Liang and Su Yao quietly slipped away, desperate to leave the chaos behind. Su Yao glanced in their direction, but showed no concern they wouldn't escape for long. Su Yao scrolled to another video, which showed an unfamiliar man with dyed yellow hair, walking with an exaggerated swagger. Everyone, take a look. This guy is actually her boyfriend, she said mockingly. Continuing, she added, back when I was at 10th high school, her name was Wu Qiu, and she always had it out for me. As for Su Yao, today I'm exposing her true colors. She thought I was easy to bully. She was adopted by my parents. But honestly, they might as well have let her die at the hands of the beasts back then. 5 years ago, after our parents passed away, they left each of us 500,000 yuan. I transferred my share to her, hoping she could focus on her cultivation. Some of you might know me used to do odd jobs and met a lot of people. At best, I earned 15 yuan an hour, and at worst, only 10. Every penny I made went to her. Su Yao pulled up her transaction records, showing detailed amounts. 80, 100, 120, 150, 60 all clearly listed. At this point, Zhang Dehai stepped forward. Reading the messages Su Yao had sent, he felt a pang of sorrow. Though Su Yao was a martial artist, her actions were despicable. He couldn't remain silent. Producing a video, he sternly said, everyone, take a close look. This is evidence of Su Yao using Su Mo's household registration book, property deed, and ID to secretly sell off the house their parents left behind. The person who processed the illegal registration has already been dismissed. Meanwhile, the public account of TNI Mall released another video, highlighting Wu Qiu's verbal abuse of Su Yao forcing Su Yao to apologize, and Su Yao casually spending 200,000 yuan on clothes without hesitation. The onlookers began to buzz, sharing the video of Su Yao and Su Yao's confrontation on martial artist forums. Outrage erupted. Damn it, what a lying fraud. She had a grudge against her all along, and even claimed the other was plotting against her. Turns out she's the real snake. No one here is innocent. The crowd soon redirected their criticism toward Wu Qiu. You slandered her and tried to ruin her reputation. All of you involved should be held accountable. At this moment, the gynecology director from the 7th hospital remained silent. The damage was done. It was better to focus on resolving the aftermath. Considering Su Mo's financial struggles, compensating her might prevent further escalation. With this plan in mind, the director regained her composure, deciding to take the involved parties away, suspecting they had orchestrated this mess to frame Su Yao. Su Yao approached Wu Qiu and coldly asked, do you think Zhou Liang will let you all off the hook? Hearing this, everyone shivered, even the previously composed gynecology director. They had only thought of Su Yao, forgetting about Zhou Liang entirely. Su Yao added, as for those who insulted me earlier, I've remembered every word. Manager Liu, can I report these people for their slander? I've got plenty of free time lately, so I don't mind suing them one by one. Let's see who can afford to waste time on this. You all enjoy watching drama, right? Well, they'll give you a show. Her words sent a chill through those who had been quick to criticize her. Regret spread across their faces as they realized the gravity of their actions. By the time they came to their senses, Su Yao had already turned and walked away. "Let's go," she said icily. "All of you, follow me to the security office. And feel free to run if you'd like, there are cameras everywhere." Lu Xuetian, disgusted by those who blindly criticized without knowing the full story, nodded in approval. Su Yao handled this well, he thought. Some tried to cozy up to Lu Xuetian, but he immediately took out his phone. "I've recorded everything. You'll all end up locked up if you keep this up." His words made their faces turn pale with fear and regret. Phones began ringing among the crowd. "You've been fired. Because of you, the company lost a major deal. Expect a lawyer's letter soon." Another voice roared over the phone. "Where the hell are you? Marrying you was the worst mistake of my life. I was about to get promoted to manager, and now I've been fired because of your nonsense. Every time you meddle and accuse others, it ruins everything. We're done divorced now." As the situation escalated, the incident grew increasingly intense. The Z9 City Lord's office issued an announcement, blunt and unequivocal, questioning whether certain individuals were truly fit for their positions. The moment the statement was released, it sent shockwaves throughout Z9 City. In the office of the 10th High School, Fong Jingyu sat in his chair, clutching his phone, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was the City Lord's office insinuating something about him? His throat tightened, panic surging within him. But what was done could not be undone. "Wang Yang, get in here," he roared. Wang Yang, drenched in sweat and visibly flustered, stepped into the office. Fong Jingyu, seething with rage, hurled a teacup at Wang Yang's head. "You've ruined me. If I go down, you're going down with me. It was your advice I listened to, and now the City Lord's office is dissatisfied with me." Blood trickled down Wang Yang's forehead and along his face, but he didn't dare raise a hand to wipe it away. "Principal, I have something to say. This whole thing was Wu Qiu's idea. I was deceived too. Call Su Yao in here." Fong Jingyu bellowed, his anger boiling over. In his mind, retaining his position was paramount, nothing else mattered, not even a prodigy. When Su Yao entered, her face was pale, her eyes filled with fear, as if Fong Jingyu were a beast ready to devour her. "I thought it was just a matter of a house, but I didn't expect it to involve so much. What's the deal with that mall? We managed to suppress the incident with the drowning, but now it's all out in the open again. Tell me, how should I handle this? Should I expel you?" The mention of expulsion drained all color from Su Yao's face. At that moment, Wang Yang hesitated, his lips slightly parted. "Speak," Fong Jingyu snapped coldly. "Principal, other schools have martial artists appearing as well," Wang Yang said cautiously. Fong Jingyu's expression shifted sharply, his gaze flickering to the warning message on his phone. "Do you think I care about one martial artist? Even if there were two, I wouldn't care. But if I get dismissed because of you, I'll make sure you're all expelled before I leave. None of you will keep your student status, and forget about taking the martial arts exam. Dream on." Su Yao trembled at his words, her face turning ghostly pale. Just then, a student wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door open and walked in. "What are you doing here?" Fong Jingyu said, clearly recognizing Zhou Liang, his tone unfriendly. "Principal Fong, don't be angry. I have a way to fix this," Zhou Liang replied. Fong Jingyu's demeanor shifted slightly as he scrutinized Zhou Liang. "Yeah, so it's you pulling the strings behind the scenes. You really are a Zhou through and through," he sneered, though Zhou Liang could tell it wasn't a compliment. "The issues that have come to light are, at most, a matter of character." Wu Qiu won't say anything. "Yes, I orchestrated this from behind the scenes, but Director Wang was the one who persuaded Wu Qiu. Principal Fong, you are the head of this school. Even if you didn't know the truth, the outside world will still judge you. You're the principal, this is your territory. Nothing happens here without your knowledge. If we go down, you won't escape unscathed either." Fong Jingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a suffocating tension filled the office, making everyone feel as though the air had been sucked out of the room. "Are you threatening me?" he asked coldly. "Principal Fong, you must be joking. You are the head of 10th High School, the one in charge here. I'm just a student, how could I possibly threaten you? I'm merely stating the facts, nothing more." Fong Jingyu gradually calmed down after venting his emotions. Although Zhou Liang's words were harsh, they revealed the truth. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Liang began to outline his plan. What would happen if Wu Qiu died in the security management office? The expressions on everyone's faces shifted, and even Fong Jingyu began to scrutinize Zhou Liang carefully. This young man was more ruthless than his grandfather, as if human life held no value in his eyes. Even Zhou's family elder adhered to certain rules, but Zhou Liang evidently had not experienced any significant setbacks. His repeated failures against Su Yao only fueled his determination to prove himself. If Wu Qiu were to die, their secrets would remain hidden. The death in the security management office would spark a series of speculations, with outsiders possibly believing it was a conspiracy orchestrated by Su Yao. After all, being expelled would naturally leave some resentment. Those who had previously criticized Su Yao would seize the opportunity to strike, turning the situation around, shifting the blame, and preserving Zhou Liang's identity. The plan seemed feasible, and Zhou Liang decided to proceed with it. Zhou Liang and the others left the office, and teacher Wang reminded everyone to clean up first to avoid attracting attention. Wang Yang nodded in agreement and left. However, Su Yao felt uneasy. She had originally believed the flawless plan would help restore her reputation and even catch the attention of the Northern Academy. Zhou Liang left with a smug smile, feeling secretly pleased. Of course, he had noticed Su Yao's post, but had not intervened. He had always believed Su Yao to be foolish and lacking foresight, and promoting herself at this time would only invite more trouble. Zhou Liang had long prepared contingencies for his plans, especially for dealing with Su Mo, knowing full well that Su Mo was not an easy opponent. He had already learned about the previous incident at the mall, and as long as he subtly revealed evidence suggesting Wu Qiu's wrongful treatment, the plan would unfold smoothly. However, a new scheme emerged in Zhou Liang's mind to further frame Su Mo, regardless of success or failure. Additionally, the news of Su Yao breaking through as a martial artist could be exploited to drag the 10th high school into the fray. The principal, eager to protect his position, would certainly take action, shifting all suspicion regarding Su Mo onto the principal and the class advisor. By this point, Wu Qiu and his family should already be gone. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Liang's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought to himself, Su Mo, you're not just dealing with me anymore. Zhou Liang found a secluded spot and made a call. Grandfather, Fang Jingyu will come looking for you. Don't agree to anything. The person on the other end asked in confusion, what's going on? Zhou Liang briefly explained the situation before hanging up. Returning to the classroom, he furrowed his brows, putting on a worried expression. Meanwhile, inside the security management office, Wu Qiu and a middle-aged couple were vomiting uncontrollably, writhing in pain. Lu Shuetian watched them intently while a doctor stood by. Su Mo had already arrived at the Martial Artists Guild, inquiring about the pills he had purchased. Bai Yu handed him 3 green pills. Su Mo's gaze sharpened as he thanked her repeatedly and hurried off. Go quickly. Some poisons can't be expelled just by vomiting, Bai Yu said, watching his retreating figure with a sense of relief. This guy was getting smarter. When Su Mo reached the security management office, the 3 individuals were pale and bloodstained from vomiting, and even the doctor was shaking his head. Without hesitation, Su Mo entered the room, forcibly pried their mouths open, and fed each of them a pill. Soon after, they vomited black blood and gasped for air, having been unable to breathe moments earlier. Seeing them slowly recover, Su Mo let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Zhou Liang, you're truly something. Su Mo observed the 3 people, their faces pale and silent. Zhou Liang, being a member of the Zhou family, couldn't possibly be so foolish given his upbringing. He had been trying to deal with Su Mo for some time, yet Su Mo remained unharmed. It was only natural for them to harbor doubts. This was also why Su Mo had told Wu Qiu earlier, do you think Zhou Liang will let you live? After being brought back, the 3 of them tried to induce vomiting repeatedly. Lu Shuetian took a deep breath and called Su Mo, who simply said, don't worry, they won't die. Wu Qiu and her parents slumped to the ground, their faces pale, with traces of black blood at the corners of their mouths. Wu Qiu asked in confusion, why did you save me? Su Mo replied coldly, because you're still useful. Hearing this, Wu Qiu burst into laughter, which soon turned into tears. Huh, I wronged you, looked down on you, framed you, and yet you saved me in the end. How much did Zhou Liang pay you to make you so reckless, even ignoring the judgment of others? 30 million, plus entry into an ordinary academy. Su Mo replied indifferently. TSK. These 3 pills alone are worth about 30 million. Besides, your blood energy level is just enough for an ordinary academy. All you care about is that 30 million, nothing more. Pitiful people always have something detestable about them. What do you want to know? Do you want to watch them roam free? Having just survived death, Wu Qiu said angrily. It's one thing for him to kill me, but he even tried to kill my parents. I'll never let him go. Su Mo said coldly. Fine. From now on, you're already dead. Lu Shuetian instantly understood, but this would mean trouble for brother Lu and his people for a while. Still, he smirked. Perfect. When the truth comes out, the Zhou family will collapse. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo also caught on, and Lu Shuetian turned and left the room. Once everything was arranged, an ambulance quietly appeared at the back door of the safety management office. 3 black bags were loaded into the vehicle. From a distant high-rise building, someone noticed the ambulance and the 3 black bags. Lu Shuetian, looking on edge, had a smile on his face. Su Mo walked out, his face pale and appearing lost. Young Master Liang, the 3 of them are dead, he said, sending a photo to Zhou Liang. Seeing Su Mo's distraught expression in the photo, Zhou Liang's lips curved into a smile. Su Mo, this time I've won. But I still need to wait for the right moment. Once the principal takes action, I can shift all suspicion away from me. For now, everyone believes that Wu Qiu's family is doomed. When the truth comes to light, their deaths will be revealed, and by then, the principal will have already made his move. With this thought, Zhou Liang felt quite pleased. He turned his head and spotted a familiar figure. It was Su Yao. Previously, his animosity towards Su Mo stemmed from his jealousy of Su Mo's beautiful and talented sister. At first, Zhou Liang was interested in Su Yao, but now he had no such feelings. A woman like her would only bring trouble if he married her. Besides, Su Yao only had eyes for herself. Su Yao stared at the forum posts filled with insults directed at her. How could someone like this become a warrior? Heaven must be blind. An ungrateful person like her, there's no way the academy would accept her. One commenter joked, "Bro, don't be bitter. She's a genius. If her character is flawed, it can be corrected. But you're just a loser, you can't fix that." Another sighed, "If it weren't for my brother's recent miscarriage, I wouldn't be here complaining." The commenter above interrupted, "Hold on, wait a minute. My brain just short-circuited. I understand every word, but what are you even saying? Why does everything seem unfamiliar when put together? Huh, don't you get it? He's talking about his second brother. A miscarriage for the second brother, what else could it be? Damn, you're sharp, bro. But while you're all criticizing her, didn't anyone notice how beautiful she is? If I had a sister like that, even if she mistreated me, I'd still be willing. Damn, you simp. Drag him out and castrate him. The brother is a good one, but the sister? She's terrible. She even sold the house left by their parents, leaving the brother homeless. She spends hundreds of thousands on clothes, while the brother earns just a few dozen a day from his job. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. If he were my brother, I'd spoil him to no end." Zhou Liang looked at Su Yao, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, shook his head, and avoided her. This foolish woman. She's still scrolling through the comments that are insulting her. But at this moment, she wasn't the only fool. There was another one. Fang Jingyu. A principal like that? Investigate him, and you'll surely find something shady. Aiding and abetting. How could someone like him be fit to be a principal? Even if Fang Jingyu deletes the posts, it's no use. Many people have already taken screenshots. At first, I thought he was an upright and selfless person, but turns out he's just a small-time fraud. Now I seriously doubt this school. No wonder they haven't had anyone get into Beiyuan University in years. The problem starts at the top. If the engine is crooked, how can the train run straight? Step down already. Stop wasting resources and let someone competent take the position. Fang Jingyu turned off his phone, anger swelling in his chest. He dialed a number. "Master Zhou, have you made a decision? I've already told you, I won't work with you. Whoever makes a mistake has to take responsibility. Besides, the problem stems from your own actions. Isn't it just a grandson? I have plenty of those." Hearing the call abruptly end, Fang Jingyu set his phone down and called Wang Yang over. When Wang Yang came out, his head was bleeding again. Internally, Wang Yang was cursing non-stop, though he didn't dare say anything out loud. "Su Mo, why don't you just die already?" At the same time, Su Mo was also feeling troubled. "Brother, how about I be your sister? He'll give you 100,000 a month. Mo Bao, be good. You don't need a sister like that, ungrateful and undeserving of someone like you. Tomorrow is Thursday. I'll Venmo you 50 yuan so you can grab some KFC. Come work for me. 15,000 a month. Whenever you're ready, just reach out. I mean it. Su Mo, you've got a great look. Interested in shooting adult films for us? Hey, dude upstairs, where's the connection? Can I join? I'm 6 feet tall, 18 years old. You're not qualified." Damn, that hit hard. After closing the post, Su Mo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. But it wasn't too late to handle this. She looked at the household registration book. She had already been insulted to the point of tears, but as her brother, how could I let my sister suffer like this? Removing her from our household registration should make her happy, right? Without household registration, her ID card would be invalid, and she wouldn't be able to take the martial arts exam. Su Mo knew someone would step in to help her, like that principal from the 10th school. So she went back to the security management office again. "Lou, remove her from my household registration. She's already said she has nothing to do with my family. Besides, someone as ungrateful as that doesn't deserve to be on our household record. She even claimed my parents took her in with ulterior motives. If that's the case, I think she should compensate for all the years of support my family provided." "Got it. They'll notify her right away." After registering, Su Mo turned and left the safety management office. His destination was, of course, outside the city. Within a 30-mile radius of the beast he had slain earlier, there were no other beasts present. The corpse left behind would undoubtedly attract many beasts. That's right, Su Mo had deliberately left the beast's body there to lure more beasts to the area. At this moment, Su Mo wasn't bothered by Su Yao, Zhou Liang, or the Zhou family. His priority was to enhance his strength. With enough power, he wouldn't need to handle these troubles himself, others would take care of them for him. Next was the martial exam, and Su Mo planned to ensure Su Yao and Zhou Liang fell into irrelevance. Zhou Liang couldn't be allowed to remain. In the past, he had acted personally, leaving evidence behind. Recently, however, Zhou Liang had stopped taking direct action, showing how quickly he was growing, a prime example of the privileges enjoyed by scions of powerful families. While Su Mo had evidence against Zhou Liang, he had none against the Zhou family. The Zhou family's cunning patriarch would undoubtedly sacrifice pawns to protect the core. If Su Mo were strong enough, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. Taking this opportunity, he decided to head outside the city to hunt beasts and improve his abilities. He quietly approached the city gate guards and instructed them, "If anyone asks whether you've seen me leave the city, just say no." Meanwhile, Bai Xiu was secretly monitoring recent developments. "Aren't you afraid of that serpent?" Bai Xiu asked, noticing Su Mo's determination to stay outside for a while. For the sake of gaining power, Su Mo was willing to take the risk. He couldn't let the presence of a serpent halt his cultivation. Su Mo left the city, but soon returned. "What happened? Is the serpent outside?" Bai Xiu sneered at him with disdain. Just moments ago, Su Mo had seemed resolute, but now he appeared timid. Su Mo left the city once more, and Bai Xiu patiently waited for his return. Minutes passed, but Su Mo didn't come back. Bai Xiu figured Su Mo wasn't foolish if he dared to venture out. He must have cultivated a special technique. Indeed, Su Mo had activated the concealment technique, a high-grade, Xian-level cultivation method that effectively masked his presence. The serpent, hiding in the shadows and unable to detect Su Mo, likely assumed he had left. Su Mo stayed hidden, not revealing himself. The serpent, whose intelligence rivaled that of a human, eventually emerged, a massive figure appearing at the city gates, scanning its surroundings. Su Mo's mind sharpened as he used the concealment technique to tread silently through the mist. Upon reaching the red zone, he became fully alert. This was the most perilous area. From his spatial ring, he retrieved protective clothing made from the skin of a mutated water snake. Su Mo threw it out and quickly retreated. The serpent, initially focused on the city outskirts, suddenly sensed something amiss and withdrew rapidly. Moving at incredible speed, Su Mo changed direction to avoid colliding with the serpent. After returning, he drew his black iron longsword and slew a second-level, first-tier beast, earning 30,000 slaughter points. The slaughter points varied depending on the beast's strength, but even the weakest second-level beasts awarded several thousand points. His earlier massacre had attracted numerous second-level beasts. After slaying another second-level beast, Su Mo gained an additional 40,000 slaughter points. Wielding his black iron sword, Su Mo moved swiftly through the mist. After each hunt, he collected valuable materials from the beasts and discarded the corpses far away to lure even more beasts to the area. As night fell, thick clouds of mist enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility to barely 10 meters. Suddenly, a sound surged like a tidal wave, and the mist was torn apart by a blade's aura. A massive beast emerged from within. Su Mo stood his ground, his chest heaving rapidly. The five-meter monster before him was sliced cleanly in half with a single strike. Mammoth, a second-level, fourth-tier beast, hunted, earned 80,000 kill points. Su Mo's eyes gleamed with a divine light. He, at the second level of Tongmai, had managed to kill a beast equivalent to the fourth level. His heart surged with excitement. Sensing the commotion around him, Su Mo swiftly gathered materials, his movements as agile as a monkey. He leapt onto a nearby tree. Crunch, crunch, the sound of bones being crushed echoed in the silence. This was Su Mo's first night outside the city. Even as a second-level Tongmai, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness. Crimson eyes, as large as grinding stones, locked onto him. A massive, gaping mouth with razor-sharp teeth glinted menacingly in the dim light. Its form was obscured by the mist, but soon, the beast's corpse was devoured, and the shadowy figure vanished into the fog. Hiding behind the tree, Su Mo suddenly turned his head and was startled. A spider the size of a human head was glaring at him. Without hesitation, he cleaved it in two with his blade. First-level beast slain. Earned 4,000 kill points. At this point, anything under 10,000 kill points hardly caught his attention. Carefully inspecting the tree to ensure no other beasts were lurking, he closed his eyes and prepared to rest. Before long, the sound of vibrations jolted Su Mo awake. Instinctively, he gripped his Xian iron blade tightly. The dense fog obscured his vision, and his watch radar could only detect activity within a 20-meter radius. Climbing down the tree, he quickly dispatched two beasts below, a first-level, 7th-tier beast, earning 18,000 kill points, and a first-level, 9th-tier beast, earning 24,000 kill points. Switching to another tree to rest, he grumbled inwardly about how their commotion had disturbed his sleep, even shaking the tree he was on. Just as he was about to drift off again, the tree trembled once more, and the temperature around him plummeted. His drowsiness vanished instantly. Using his radar, he moved cautiously toward the source of the vibrations. Such powerful waves, could it be beasts fighting each other, he wondered. Relying on his radar, Su Mo proceeded with care, aware that beasts beyond his level couldn't be detected. If the beast posed no significant threat, he would take the opportunity to slay it. The ground roared as if alive, and the surrounding mist dispersed, transforming the area into a frigid domain. Su Mo crouched behind a rock, only to notice it trembling beneath his hands. Without hesitation, he struck with his blade. What kind of beast dares to disguise itself as a rock, he thought. Second level, 7th tier beast slain. Earned 90,000 kill points. His eyes lit up with excitement. These two powerful beasts had scared the nearby creatures into unconsciousness, truly a gift from the heavens. At this moment, Su Yao fully embodied the essence of cunning, swiftly hunting down the unconscious demonic beasts. He killed a second-tier, 7th-grade beast, earning 100,000 slaughter points, then a second-tier, 8th-grade beast, gaining 130,000 points, and next, a second-tier, 9th-grade beast, securing 170,000 points. In the blink of an eye, Su Yao had taken down over a dozen beasts, but he soon felt something was amiss. Why were there only second-tier beasts here? In a place this formidable, it was inconceivable that there were no third-tier beasts. With this thought, Su Yao moved quickly, stepping through the snow and rushing toward the distance. Two battling beasts suddenly stopped. One was a massive python, and the other a towering black eagle. The python opened its mouth, emitting an eerie sound, and growled angrily. "So you're the ant? I never thought you'd really dare to come and kill my son." At this moment, Su Yao's expression shifted as his watch radar displayed a dense cluster of red dots. Bang! The radar exploded instantly, and Su Yao's face darkened. He moved closer to a large tree, using his concealment technique to suppress his breathing. At this point, he dared not act rashly. If an accident occurred, he might have to break through instantly, hoping his body would recover quickly enough to save his life. Dozens of demonic beasts emerged from the mist, and Su Yao's expression grew even graver. Judging by their aura, these beasts were likely all at the divine aperture realm. Suddenly, one beast stood up, pounding its chest. Su Yao immediately recognized it was the same giant gorilla from before. Before he could react, the gorilla began walking toward him, causing Su Yao's heartbeat to race. The gorilla stopped next to the large tree where Su Yao was hiding, its massive body slightly hunched. Just as Su Yao prepared to flee, the gorilla clasped its hands together and yanked the tree out of the ground with a sudden pull. In that instant, Su Yao's eyes revealed surprise and confusion, but above all, fear. The gorilla didn't kill him. Instead, it used the tree to sweep around, trapping Su Yao in its palm. Why? Why? Su Yao could only wait silently. Dozens of beasts gathered around the python, roaring as if reporting something. The python conjured 3 icy arrows, which shot out with a loud bang, instantly killing 3 beasts in the distance. The python roared furiously. "Find him. If you can't, I'll kill all of you." The third-tier beasts scattered into the mist, while Su Yao remained concealed in the gorilla's hand. The black eagle spoke in human language. "I know. He must not be harmed." A flicker of emotion passed through the eagle's eyes before it carried Su Yao away. The gorilla placed Su Yao on its shoulder and rushed into the mist. Only then did Su Yao notice the golden light flickering in the gorilla's eyes. These dense mists seemed non-existent to it. Su Yao was stunned. No wonder it was the only creature that had found him despite his concealment. This was their third encounter. The first was a fight for food, involving the hunting of a vulture and a tiger. The second was when Su Yao lured the python into the gorilla's territory. The gorilla arrived at a mountain peak, set Su Yao down, and pointed to a crack in the rock. Then it pointed at Su Yao before smashing a nearby boulder with immense force. Su Yao roughly understood its meaning. Looking down, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Good heavens, that's deep." The crack was narrow, just enough for one person to pass through. Below it was a fruit tree, its branches laden with a few bright red fruits. At this moment, Su Yao finally understood the meaning behind the gorilla's actions. It wanted him to pick the fruits. The gorilla's massive body couldn't descend, and there were marks near the edge where it had tried. It let out deep, rumbling roars. Ho 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 ho. The gorilla found a vine, stood at the cliff's edge, and pointed its finger at Su Yao. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao thought to himself, "This gorilla is so clever. When it grows up, it'll definitely be a terrifying existence." With no other choice, Su Yao grabbed the vine and began descending slowly. As he approached the fruit tree, he glanced down and was startled. The abyss below seemed bottomless. The gorilla was a tier 3 beast and had taken a long time to climb. If he fell, wouldn't he be smashed into pulp? Moreover, Su Yao had no intention of secretly keeping the fruits. This gorilla was far too shrewd and would undoubtedly count the fruits. Thus, Su Yao decided to cut the tree down entirely. Killed a tier 3 mutated spirit fruit tree. Gained 300,000 slaughter points. Su Yao was stunned. He hadn't anticipated the fruit tree to be a tier 3 mutation. While he was lost in thought, the gorilla yanked the vine, and Su Yao instinctively clung to it. As soon as he climbed back up, the gorilla grabbed him, snatched the fruits, and stuffed them into its mouth. After chewing, its body emitted a red glow, and a patch of golden fur appeared on its chest in the blink of an eye. The gorilla pounded its chest, letting out deafening roars that caused rocks to tumble down around them. The gorilla grabbed Su Yao and leaped off the peak. Su Yao was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. With a loud crash, the ground cracked for hundreds of meters, and trees toppled one after another. Su Yao's throat tightened. The gorilla had become so powerful. What kind of fruit was that? He thought to himself that survival was the most important thing right now. The gorilla charged through the forest, crashing through everything in its path, and eventually arrived at a different part of the woods. With a single sweep of its massive arm, several thick trees snapped like twigs. At this moment, a wild boar, over 100 meters in size, appeared, its tusks radiating a black glow. Upon seeing the gorilla, the boar let out a cry. The gorilla pounded its chest and charged at the boar, throwing a punch. Su Yao was alarmed. Big guy, no don't. He worried that the gorilla's hand would be pierced by the boar's tusks. However, his concern was unfounded. The boar's tusks shattered under the punch, and its massive body was sent flying. Su Yao was astonished. This wild boar was also a Tier 3 beast, though its specific rank was unclear. The gorilla set Su Yao down and pointed at the boar. Was it saying the boar was his now? The gorilla nodded. Su Yao didn't hesitate, walking up to the boar and driving his black iron blade into its skull. The boar's head burst with a sickening splatter. Killed a Tier 3, Level 8 beast. Gained 2 million slaughter points. Su Yao was shocked. He stored the boar's corpse in his 100-meter-sized spatial ring. The gorilla grabbed Su Yao again and dashed outward. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yao finally saw the familiar city walls. The gorilla set him down, and Su Yao turned to look at it. The gorilla pulled up a massive tree, pointed at Su Yao, then at itself, and finally snapped the tree in half. Su Yao nodded. Today, he had helped the gorilla, and in return, it had given him the boar and brought him back to safety. The next time they met, it would undoubtedly be a life-or-death encounter. The gorilla disappeared, but Su Yao didn't return to the city. By nightfall, the city gates would be closed to prevent beasts from entering. Besides, Su Yao had no intention of going back. He found a secluded spot, concealed his presence, and prepared to break through. In Su Yao's heart, the future confrontation with that black gorilla had already taken shape. He gazed at the system panel as information appeared before him one by one. Name Su Yao, age 18, realm Tongmai level 2. The cultivation progress of the Suda Ju technique was 1,000,000,300,000. The proficiency of the stacked wave blade technique was 30,000,100,000, and the proficiency of treading snow was 10,000,050,000. His vitality was at 3,000,006,000,000, and his slaughter points reached an astonishing 8,777,779. Most notably, the concealment technique, a high-tier Xin level skill, had already achieved sufficient proficiency at the beginner level. Su Yao decided to focus on enhancing his strength. With the expenditure of 3 million slaughter points, his realm instantly advanced to Tongmai level 3. As the Suda technique circulated through him, Su Yao felt his body absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy like a sponge, undergoing a transformation as it was tempered. After the breakthrough, he did not rush to pursue a higher realm, but instead carefully observed the changes in his physical body. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered into a gentle breeze, flowing softly. Time flew by, and an hour passed in silence. The rate at which his body absorbed spiritual energy gradually slowed until it came to a complete stop. At this moment, Su Yao felt that his strength had more than doubled compared to when he was at Tongmai level 2. It was not yet time to test his newfound power, so he continued allocating points. This time, he consumed 4 million slaughter points. The immense vitality within him surged like a tide, impacting his internal organs. Facing the challenge of a minor bottleneck, Su Yao remained fearless. Spiritual energy poured into his body like waves, expanding and transforming his meridians, making them thicker and more robust, while his physical strength grew rapidly. Several hours later, Su Yao opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickering in their depths. Staring at the remaining 1 million slaughter points, he fell into thought. The stacked wave blade was his signature technique, so Su Yao began allocating points to it. With the consumption of 70,000 slaughter points, the stacked wave blade advanced to Xian level low tier. He then invested 200,000 points, raising it to Xian level mid tier, and finally used 500,000 points to elevate it to Xian level high tier. A trace of surprise flashed in Su Yao's mind as he realized the stacked wave blade could not advance further. Its limit appeared to be Xian level high tier. He poured the remaining 1 million slaughter points into its proficiency. Instantly, a vivid image emerged in his mind. He stood on the surface of a vast ocean, wielding a long blade. The blade's light shimmered as surging waves rose layer upon layer. With a single slash, 100 layers of blade energy cascaded like tidal waves, overlapping with immense force, as if one strike could split mountains and sever rivers. Su Yao opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and gripped the black iron blade tightly, feeling a surge of powerful excitement. However, recalling the dense fog and lurking dangers outside the city, he suppressed his urge. The treading snow technique also required improvement. Su Yao decided to allocate points to it, ultimately raising it to Xian level low tier. Su Yao, at the age of 18, had reached the 4th level of the Tongmai realm. His cultivation technique, the plastic Dao art, was at the second level, while his martial skills were impressive. His mastery of the stacking waves blade technique, a high-grade Shin level skill, was perfect, and his proficiency in the snow treading technique, a lower-grade Shin level skill, had reached 50,000 points. Despite his efforts, his realm had only improved by 2 levels, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. At this moment, the weather began to clear, with the clouds dispersing. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao gripped his blade tightly, preparing to hunt beasts. He killed a first-level beast, earning 8,000 slaughter points. Then, he went on to defeat 15 more, accumulating a total of 130,000 points. Venturing deeper, he slew a third-stage, second-level beast, gaining an additional 50,000 slaughter points. Su Yao understood clearly that to acquire more points, he needed to find groups of beasts. He pulled out his map, studied it carefully, and set his sights on the iron-toothed crocodile herd and the three-tailed wolf pack. Meanwhile, at the gate's guard post, Bai Xiao was on the phone with his younger sister. She expressed concern for Su Mo's safety, worried he might encounter danger while out. Bai Xiao, however, dismissed her worries, confident that Su Mo was smart enough to avoid trouble. On the other end of the line, Bai Yu felt uneasy, recalling the time Su Mo was targeted by a giant python. She hesitated, unsure whether she should go out to check on him. At the same time, in the security office, Lu Shuetian held a whip in his hand, angrily reprimanding intruders and demanding to know their identities. He had just received news of mutated beasts and was on high alert. Just then, Zhang Dehai arrived with information about the intruders. As Lu Shuetian glanced at it, his eyes narrowed sharply, recognized Fang Jingyu among them. Growing wary, he resolved to uncover the truth. Upon returning to his office, Lu Shuetian was met by Su Yao. She always felt nervous in his presence. Lu Shuetian handed her a sheet of paper listing conditions, including the removal of her household registration and matters requiring compensation. As Su Yao was about to speak, Lu Shuetian cast her a glance and urged her to handle the situation quickly. Su Yao refused to sign the papers, fully aware that once she did, her household registration would disappear, and it would be nearly impossible to establish her own independent one. To do so, she would need to own a property entirely under her name, even if it were just a small one-bedroom apartment, which would cost close to $1 million. But all her money had been spent on elixirs, leaving her far from affording it. She thought to herself that she would rather endure more insults than sign the papers. Unfortunately, Su Mo was the head of the household registration, and his decision was final. Especially after her inappropriate remarks, she no longer had the right to refuse. If she didn't sign, the matter might even be taken to court. Give me some time, Su Yao said as she turned and walked outside, picking up her phone to call Su Mo. However, all she got was the sound of his phone being turned off. She sent him a message, but when she saw the red exclamation mark indicating it hadn't been delivered, a wave of grievance welled up in her heart. He wasn't like this before. Why had he changed? I'm your sister, she muttered to herself. The people around her noticed Su Yao's tear-streaked face and began whispering and mocking her. Just as expected, a worthless burden. She's like a dog fed for over a decade and still only knows how to wag her tail. Their ridicule was merciless. Just leave already. Look, she's crying again. Who knows? She might even accuse us of bullying her later. Tears streamed down Su Yao's face once more. She regretted everything. If only she had testified, Su Mo wouldn't have been expelled, and things might not have turned out this way. But that 10,000 unit had taken Su Mo so long to earn it through hard work, and now she could only watch helplessly as he suffered. Zhou Liang. Yes, Zhou Liang. She quickly dialed his number. Hello? Can you do me a favor? She asked when Zhou Liang answered. Lend me 2 million. I need to buy a house. Su Mo is trying to kick me out of the household registration. I can't help you, Zhou Liang replied bluntly. My allowance is restricted now. I could manage 10,000, maybe 20,000, but not 2 million. Besides, you spend 20,000 on clothes without a second thought. How are you short on this 2 million? Su Yao's expression turned complicated. After ending the call, she gritted her teeth and dialed another number. Su Yao, don't tell me you've gotten yourself into trouble again. I don't have time to deal with you right now, came the impatient voice on the other end. Principal, Su Mo is kicking me out of the household registration. I have no choice. Just buy a house then. You spent 20,000 on clothes and tell me you can't afford this. I sold Su Mo's house and paid 2 million in compensation to others just to protect you. I even gave you a 1 million reward. How could you not have any money? I've spent it all, Su Yao admitted hesitantly. You're unbelievable. A few million gone just like that? Are you out of your mind? What did you even spend it on? I bought blood-enriching pills. They're 10,000 each, and after a few, the effects start to diminish, she explained cautiously. You're telling me you've been eating those nonstop? Are you serious? Left with no choice, Su Yao responded in a low voice, feeling utterly helpless inside. Damn it. You've really driven me crazy. Relying on pills to boost your strength without refining yourself? Don't blame me if you can't even defeat someone with less than 200 vitality. Forget it, I'll handle this. Get back here already, you embarrassing idiot. A genius? You can't even deal with your younger brother. What a useless fool. There's one more thing, he said, his tone shifting to one of impatience. What is it? Spit it out. Stop beating around the bush. We still need to pay 7 million. Su Yao could hear the deep breath on the other end and felt a pang of anxiety. Fine, I'll give you 10 million, plus the 20 million already paid. That's 30 million. But you better write me an IOU, or I'm not lending you a cent. You think money grows on trees. All right, I'll sign. Su Yao's face turned pale as she realized the principal wouldn't help her, leaving her feeling helpless. Then come back and sign it. Once it's done, I'll give you the money. Hurry up and clean up your mess already. Lu Shuetian watched Su Yao leave, a smirk playing at his lips. Shortly after, his phone rang. Old Lu, there's something about Su Yao's household registry. What do you think? Lu Shuetian smiled slyly, thinking to himself that as long as she had property, it would be an easy matter to handle. Old Lu, I need to ask you something about Wu Qiao. Because of her, the city lord is dissatisfied with our 10th high school. Lu Shuetian interrupted. Old classmate, let me be honest with you. Wu Qiao was already dead the day she was brought back. What? Are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you? The person on the other end sounded deeply shocked. She died coughing up blood when she was brought back. They had already taken poison before that. No idea who could be so ruthless. They didn't say anything before passing away. After hanging up, Lu Shuetian picked up another phone and quickly scribbled a line on a piece of paper. Back in the cell, the phone rang again. The person Lu Shuetian had interrogated earlier looked at him with despair. I've confessed everything. Just give me a quick death. Leave my family out of it. Do as they instructed. All right. Lu Shuetian answered the call and asked coldly. Hello. What's the matter? You haven't taken action yet, right? Not yet. It's not easy to get into the security office, let alone mess with the circuits. We were planning to act in 2 days. Good, good. Don't act. Cancel this mission. I'll still pay you. Why? The other party was confused. Don't ask, Lu Shuetian replied, hanging up. He glanced at the recording and smiled smugly, knowing Su Mo was truly his stroke of luck. It wouldn't be long before he climbed the ranks. Well done, Fong Jingyu muttered in the 10th high school office, wiping sweat off his forehead, relieved that a major mistake had been averted. Sitting down, he reflected on Lu Shuetian's words and thought to himself, Zhou Yang, I really underestimated you. No wonder that old fox from the Zhou family refused it. Turns out you were trying to drag me down with you. Huh. Trying to wash your hands clean, but too bad you didn't realize Lu Shuetian is my classmate. With that thought, Fong Jingyu called Lu Shuetian and requested an autopsy report. Lu Shuetian, of course, obliged, secretly amused by the situation. Watching the chaos unfold between them was entertaining, and he'd rather let Fong Jingyu expose himself than have someone else do it. Fong Jingyu squinted slightly after receiving Lu Shuetian's facts, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He thought to himself, Zhou Yang, you're even more ruthless than that old man in your family, completely disregarding the rules. If Zhou Yang wants to drag me into the water, why can't I turn the tables and drag him down instead? However, that old fox from the Zhou family always operates so discreetly it's truly troublesome. Lu Shuetian had been planning to conduct an inspection when he suddenly received a phone call. Brother Lu. A sinister voice came from the other end of the line, causing Lu Shuetian to pause in surprise. It was Sun Yi, one of the black market leaders. What's the matter? Lu Shuetian asked. It's about Su Mo. Someone from the Zhou family went to see Jiang Quan today. Sun Yi continued, and a flicker of complex emotion crossed Lu Zuishan's eyes. Go on, he urged. I had someone planted near Jiang Quan, and they sent me a recording. He'll forward it to you, Sun Yi replied. Good. Brother Sun, let me tell you something. Tu Simeon's planning to make a move against the Zhou family. And by the way, Brother Su Mo has already broken through the Tongmai stage, Lu Shuetian said. The sound of a teacup shattering came through the phone. Brother Lu, are you serious? Sun Ye's voice betrayed his astonishment. We've been working together for years. I know who you are, or else we wouldn't have chosen to collaborate in the first place. Do you think I'd lie to you? Lu Shuetian responded calmly. The black market in Z9 City is chaotic. It's about time a true leader stepped up to organize and manage it properly, Sun Yi said after a brief pause. I know what to do. Don't use your pawns too frequently. If the other side catches on, it'll be easy for them to set a trap for you, Lu Shuetian warned. Brother Lu, don't you know me by now? Sun Yi retorted. Lu Shuetian nodded slightly, already forming a plan in his mind. Lu Shuetian opened the recording and immediately recognized the familiar voice of Zhou Bongyu, the second son of the Zhou family. Brother Jiang, as long as the person in this photo is dead, 500 million will be transferred to your account immediately. Lu Zuishan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that Su Mo, the younger brother of that genius sister? It's him, Zhou Bongyu confirmed. All right, I understand. He'll arrange it. Once it's done, there will be further rewards, Jiang Quan replied. Lu Shuetian took a deep breath, thinking to himself, Zhou Bongyu is doomed this time. If Sumo's strength is exposed, many people will likely take the opportunity to kick him while he's down. Not everyone is eager to lend a helping hand. But there's no shortage of those who seize the chance to strike when someone's vulnerable. He wanted to call Su Yao, but the call wouldn't go through. He must have gone outside the city again. That kid really isn't afraid of that giant python, is he? Shortly after, Su Yao walked over. Manager Liu, I'm here to handle the household registration issue, she said urgently. Don't you see it's almost closing time? You really have no sense of timing, Lu Shuetian said before turning away, ignoring Su Yao behind him. He thought to himself, what a selfish, ungrateful woman, only caring about herself. He had no interest in dealing with her further. Manager Liu, please, I need to go on patrol. If something serious happens, will you take responsibility? Su Yao's voice was low, knowing she couldn't bear the consequences. The weekend is tomorrow and the day after. Don't bother coming in, Lu Shuetian replied coldly. A wave of unease washed over Su Yao. Was he truly going to refuse her request? After Lu Shuetian left, Su Yao headed toward the school. On the way, a panic commotion broke out. A mutated leech was writhing on the road, its body stretching 2 meters long with a pair of blood-red fleshy wings on its back. Beside it lay a lifeless corpse, pale and bloodless. Su Yao's face turned ashen at the sight, and she immediately turned and ran. Hey, isn't that the genius martial artist, Su Yao? Aren't you a warrior? Go kill that beast, hurry. As the crowd shouted, Su Yao's face grew pale. She had never faced a beast before, and the monstrous creature before her made her legs tremble uncontrollably. Hurry, it's just a newly mutated beast. Its strength shouldn't be greater than yours. Go kill it. The mutated leech flapped its wings and flew toward the crowd. Seeing this, Su Yao let out a gasp, her face turning ashen. She had nothing to rely on and no way to fight the beast. At that moment, the mutated leech seized a passerby, fiercely draining his blood and leaving him a cold, lifeless corpse in an instant. Looking for death. Just then, Zhang Dehai arrived at the scene. With a swift motion, his blade sliced through the mutated leech, splitting it in two as blood sprayed everywhere. Zhang Dehai looked down at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, his heart sinking. He muttered under his breath, I'm sorry I came too late. Many in the crowd noticed the bloodstains on him, a clear sign that he had just been hunting other beasts. Thank you, Manager Zhang. People expressed their gratitude one after another. If you hadn't come, who knows how many more of us would have died. Zhang Dehai took a deep breath, his expression stern as he addressed the crowd. Next time you encounter a mutated beast, run toward buildings. Their large size makes it harder for them to navigate obstacles, giving you a better chance to escape. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging his advice. However, at that moment, Lu Shuetian and Li Wuyo arrived on the scene. Seeing the 2 cold corpses, their hearts filled with a mix of anger and helplessness. They had seen far too many beast mutations and witnessed countless deaths, leaving them feeling numb and despairing. Get lost. Today's incident will be recorded by the Safety Management Office. As a supposed martial artist, you don't even have the courage to step up. Do you really think you deserve to be called a genius martial artist? Lu Shuetian said coldly to Su Yao, his eyes filled with disdain. Su Yao lowered her head, her heart filled with resentment, but she had no words to defend herself. Zhang Dehai didn't even spare her a glance. Go home, Lu Shuetian added. The 3 of them began to clean up the battlefield. Faced with such a situation, Su Yao felt not only anger but also a deep sense of helplessness. She thought of when she first met Su Yao, her younger brother, who had effortlessly killed a mutated lobster with just a poultry knife. Later, he had assisted in hunting a mutated water snake, and even slain a horde of beasts 30 miles outside the city. Compared to him, Su Yao, who couldn't even muster the courage to face a beast, felt utterly inadequate as a martial artist. I can't be held accountable. I have no combat experience, Su Yao stammered in defense. Hearing this, Lu Shuetian's expression darkened with fury. Then what about the knowledge you've learned? Don't tell me you don't even know how to use that. You could have told them to scatter and seek shelter in buildings. Are you seriously saying you didn't learn that? If you dare say you didn't, I'll kneel every 3 steps to your school and personally apologize. Don't hang your head. Look at me, face me directly. Lu Shuetian barked. But Su Yao kept her head down, silent. The 3 continued cleaning the battlefield, while Su Yao seethed with frustration and humiliation. Lu Shuetian turned away and took out his phone, dialing a number. Hey, old Lu, what kind of principal are you? Are you incompetent, or has your brain been kicked by a donkey? If you don't want the job, I'll recommend to the city lord's office to replace you. On the other end of the call, Fang Jingyu was left utterly bewildered. My brain must be stuffed with nonsense, and my eyes are failing me calling anyone a genius these days, Lu Shuetian muttered as he hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo shared the sentiment. After packing their things, they left, their minds preoccupied with the thought that the principal would soon come to apologize. Meanwhile, Fang Jingyu put down his phone, his face dark and brooding. He knew this matter undoubtedly had something to do with Su Yao. After the meeting, he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Yao's number. Before long, the sound of his furious yelling filled the office. Are you an idiot or just completely useless? Where's that cleverness of yours when you're scheming to take your brother's money or selling your parents' house? Now the household registration can't even be processed, and you don't think to come up with a solution? Even a simple phone call could have helped us salvage something. You're absolutely worthless. I must have been blind to have invested in you. Even a dog would have been more useful. He raised his head, his anger boiling over. You spend 200,000 on clothes without blinking, but now you've disappeared? Speak up, you fool, you moron. You waste of space completely useless. The closer someone gets to you, the more misfortune they face. Honestly, I'm starting to think your adoptive parents died because of you, and I might be next. Your reputation is in shambles now. All the universities in the North District have issues with you. You finally had a chance to prove yourself, and you backed out. What's wrong with you? Are you brainless? You're a martial artist. Even if you're injured, it's not fatal. Seeing your determination would have changed how others view you. Fang Jingyu took a deep breath, ready to continue his tirade, when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his face turned pale, his body trembled, and his tone instantly became respectful. Hello, City Lord. If she's unfit for the position, I can replace her. I have the authority to make that decision. This is my fault, and I'll remedy it. I've already punished her. But please understand, she's never stepped outside the campus before. Her combat experience is lacking, and though she's learned the theory, she couldn't even apply that properly. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself as regret churned in his heart. After the City Lord hung up, Fang Jingyu slumped into his chair, his gaze becoming hollow. He thought to himself, it's over. Everything's over. I thought the issue with Wu Qiu was behind us, but now this mess with Su Yao has surfaced. I'm so exhausted. Maybe it'd be better if everything just ended destroyed. Or maybe I should just kill Su Yao and end it all. He shouted, his voice filled with rage. Get out. Get out of my sight. Seeing you makes me furious. Pay me back my money, 30 million. You think you're getting into Northern Academy? Keep dreaming. Su Yao left with her head down, looking a bit dejected. She spotted her homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, and wanted to vent her frustrations. However, Wang Yang, with an unpleasant expression, ignored her and walked into the office. When he came out, he was bleeding from a head injury. Su Yao returned to her class, still keeping her head low and remaining silent. Deep down, she felt helpless, realizing that while she didn't have the life of a princess, she had somehow developed the temper of one. Not long ago, those envious of Su Yao's breakthrough as a martial artist began gloating. Zhou Liang heard the mocking voices, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. A so-called genius like Su Yao might not even make it into a prestigious academy, he sneered. Self-inflicted failure. It seems that even achieving a martial artist breakthrough doesn't guarantee admission, perhaps not even to an average school. TSK, look at the posts online. Let me read them to you. Genius martial artist? More like worthless trash. Absolutely no value. The comment section is even livelier. Sure, Su Yao might not be the sharpest, but she's not completely powerless. Weak as she is, she'll cry at least. She doesn't even know how to apply theoretical knowledge. Did she cheat on the exams? Letting someone like her become a martial artist is a joke. Heaven must be blind. Shut up. Su Yao suddenly erupted, slamming her palm on the desk, yelling furiously. Why are you yelling at us? Now Class 9 is being dragged into this mess. What does it have to do with us? Exactly. You've brought trouble to Class 9. I think they should just expel you, someone muttered. Su Yao took a deep breath, her anger barely contained. After speaking, she stormed out of the classroom. The other students began to feel wary. After all, Su Yao was a martial artist, while their own blood energy levels hadn't even reached 160. With the martial exams just over a month away, tension was high. Meanwhile, Su Mo remained outside the city, completely unaware of what had transpired. Leaping effortlessly from tree to tree, Su Mo's figure moved like lightning, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. After slaying a three-turtle spider, he exhaled deeply. Around him, spiderwebs dangled with skeletal remains, the flesh long devoured. The kill level 2, stage 7 beast earned him 200,000 slaughter points. Sitting atop a tree, he took a brief rest. At the same time, the North District Martial Artist Forum was in an uproar once again. Posts flooded in. Beasts roaring every night. What's going on? Several photos and blurry silhouettes sparked heated discussions. The images depicted indistinct figures surrounded by the corpses of beasts, including a dozen nearly 20-meter-long creatures. The only clear detail was the figure standing atop a beast's corpse. Shrouded in mist, the figure wielded a dark iron blade, its tip occasionally dripping blood. That's definitely my husband. Why won't you forgive me? One user commented. Here we go again. The guy above, aren't you a dude? Another replied. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Why is there such a gap between martial artists? Thinking about that so-called genius student makes me feel hopeless. I advise you to watch your words. Don't insult the guy in the photo. Exactly. How can trash like that even be compared to my backview bro? To the person who took the photo, send me your address. They'll ship you a top-tier camera. Who do you think backview bro really is? Judging by his silhouette, he doesn't seem that old. If I knew. I'd go kneel and beg him to take me as his apprentice. Heck, I'd pay him $1 million a month just to call him my big brother. Does Backview Bro have a girlfriend? I'm a 34E, fair-skinned with long straight hair, 10 properties, and an 11-figure bank account. If he becomes my boyfriend, it's all his. 34 years old, trying to mooch off him? Ugly, crooked legs, origami figure? And what's with the 8 digits after the decimal? Don't insult the lady. How about sharing a photo? Wait a second, her profile picture looks familiar. Let me check. Yep, I found it. Nationwide Flying Feather? Damn, I know her. I even have some resources. Her and CEO Wong of AAA Building Materials Private Life. Wait, weren't we talking about Backview Bro? Sorry, but hey, to the guy with resources, mind sharing? For a price, of course. Count me in. Me too. Thus, the story continued to unfold, intertwining the fates of Su Yao and Su Mo in a world of martial artists filled with challenges and opportunities. In the Martial Artists Guild, Bai stared at the figure on the forum, thinking to herself, this brat has gotten even stronger. I wonder what level he's reached now. Suddenly, her phone rang, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Old man, you actually called me? How's my disciple doing? Or have you stopped caring about your disciple? If you don't, I might just tell my master's wife. Well, never mind. After all, it was me who helped you get this internship at the Martial Artists Guild. A trace of disdain flashed through Bai's mind. The person on the forum was none other than his precious final disciple, incredibly powerful, hunting down beasts outside the city without ever coming back. Once the martial exams are over, you should return too, she said to herself. A hint of astonishment appeared in her gaze. Could something have happened? The old man then informed her that a powerful beast had appeared outside the northern district of the city, and another siege incident might be imminent. Bai's heart tightened. Every time a beast attacked the city, it left rivers of blood, roads paved with bones, and countless fallen martial artists. I'll return with my junior brother when the time comes, she said. My tasks are nearly complete anyway. All right, he replied. After hanging up, a shadow of unease clouded Bai's mind. The news of a beast siege couldn't be easily shared. If it spread, it would undoubtedly incite panic. Worrying wouldn't help, though when the sky falls, someone taller will bear it. She continued to watch the Northern District Martial Artists Forum. At the same time, Lu Shuetian was also fixated on the figure, knowing it was his brother. Su Mo had grown so strong that he could now hunt second-tier beasts with ease. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo looked on with envy. Without the spiritual liquid provided by Su Mo, they wouldn't have even broken through the Tongmai stage. In the black market, Sun Yi stared at the figure. Lu, you lied to me. How could someone who just broke through Tongmai achieve this? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. A new post caused a sensation. I am not a coward, nor am I useless. Attached to the post was a photo of a massive beast lying lifeless on the ground. Beside it stood a determined figure, blood still dripping from their hand. The post instantly went viral. Where did this person come from? Exactly. How could that foolish girl kill a beast? It's true. She was injured too. I saw it with my own eyes. She really killed the beast. Su Yao stumbled away, her body swaying unsteadily. She was determined to get into the Northern Academy. She absolutely would. She wasn't just a pretty face. This was her first step. She would have her revenge. Suamo, just you wait. You kick me out of the household registry, it'll make you regret it. And all those who insulted me will eat their words. At this moment, Fong Jingyu, reading the post, suddenly shot up from his chair. If you're faking this, I suggest you apologize. I'm not, Su Yao replied, hanging up the phone immediately. Fong Jingyu was taken aback. She actually hung up on me? He thought about how no one dared to argue with her before. Could she really have changed? At the security management office, Zhang Dahai held up his phone. Lu, has Su Yao risen up? Risen up? Don't be ridiculous. This is just her trying to get back at brother Su Mo and make those who insulted her regret it, Lu replied dismissively. Why bother about her? Just handle her matters when she comes to register. There's still a month to go before the martial arts exam, and that's when the real drama will unfold. Lu Shuetian stared at the information on his phone, thinking to himself. This was a message sent by Sun Yi, mentioning that Su Mo's whereabouts were unknown, leaving the Zhou family visibly anxious. Could this be their final desperate struggle? Early the next morning, a post sparked heated discussions online. The assessment for the Northern Academy would be held in Z City, with specific content to be arranged by the chief examiner. As soon as the news broke, the entire northern region erupted in excitement. People were puzzled why was the assessment, traditionally held in a city, now moved to Z City? Could it be that Z City was on the rise? Was it all because of Su Yao? Wake up, folks. To get into the Northern Academy, you at least need to be a martial artist. There's more than one martial artist in the northern region, and some schools like to keep their talents hidden, someone commented in the discussion. Still, the arrangement to hold the assessment in Z City was unexpected and went against the usual practices of the Northern Academy. In fact, martial arts exams often required candidates to travel to the academy itself. Shortly after, the assessments for Lian Academy, Tianfeng Academy, Tiao Academy, Tianshi Academy, and Xingyao Academy were also announced to take place in Z City. One post after another, and the entire northern region was in an uproar. What was so special about Z City that everyone was flocking there? For the first time in history, an assessment was being held in Z City, a place that hadn't even hosted regular examinations before. People were thrilled and speculating about the reasons behind this. Good Z City be hiding some kind of true dragon? Meanwhile, in a luxurious office at the Northern Academy, the dean was well aware of the arrangements for the assessments. Let them proceed without interference, he instructed. Four of the academy's teachers were puzzled by the decision, unable to understand the reasoning behind it. Bai Yu, standing nearby, reminded them, "You can ask her when the time comes. My personal disciple is in that area as well." "What? When did you take on a personal disciple?" Long Lintian exclaimed as he opened his phone, spotting a silhouette in a forum post. "This is my personal disciple, already 18 years old," the dean remarked with a sigh, noting that their strength was still lacking. The teachers quickly gathered around, their eyes fixed on the silhouette in the photo, exclaiming, "Dean, is this really your personal disciple?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" The dean smiled faintly. This assessment isn't just for him. It's also about boosting morale. With news of the beast hunt 30 miles outside the city and the recently posted announcements, the stage was set. Thinking about the upcoming events, the teachers felt a heavy weight in their hearts. No wonder the dean placed such importance on TSID. All made sense now. These teachers were old comrades who had fought side by side for years. The impending beast siege was no small matter. They could only hope the northern region wouldn't suffer the same fate as others. The dean took a deep breath, his eyes filled with worry. His words left the teachers with complex emotions. There were only 9 regions left now. There used to be 10. One region had been completely wiped out by the beasts, a devastating loss for humanity and the greatest tragedy in history, with billions of lives lost to the beasts. There's 1 month left. Prepare yourselves. With the announcements from the Northern Academy and the 5 major institutions, the entire 9 cities of the Z region were abuzz with excitement. This was not only a grand occasion for Z region, but also a shared honor for all the cities. The 9 city lords gathered to discuss the significance of choosing Z City for this event, each hoping to make it a resounding success. Lu Xuedao, upon hearing the news, smirked to himself. While he had some suspicions about the situation, he hadn't anticipated such unified cooperation between the Northern Academy and the 5 major institutions. He speculated that this might have something to do with Su Yao. The city lords now needed to collaborate, mobilize resources, and construct the martial examination venue. They unanimously agreed that Z City hadn't seen such liveliness in a long time. An area previously designated by former city lords, located at the junction of the 9 cities, was deemed suitable for construction. However, over the years, not even ordinary higher education institutions had paid attention to it, forcing examinees to travel to other cities for assessments. A sense of frustration and unwillingness surged within the city lords, as the gap between Z City and other cities remained significant. As time went on, the atmosphere in Z City grew increasingly vibrant. Martial artists stood ready at any moment, and even many independent fighters volunteered to contribute to Z City's efforts. At the city gates, Bai Xiu was scrolling through the martial artists forum, pondering the fact that the Northern Academy and the 5 major institutions had all gathered here, seemingly because of Su Yao. He realized that Su Yao might be one of the examiners, which caught him by surprise. As he was lost in thought, a graceful figure approached, but Bai Xiu did not greet her, as he had no interest in this woman. Su Yao returned to the city and took a deep breath. She had just hunted a beast outside the city and was preparing to upload the photos to the martial artists forum. Opening the forum, she noticed several posts and felt a surge of excitement. The Northern Academy's examination site was set in Z City. This was fantastic. She felt a sense of relief, determined that everyone was waiting for her to create a legend for Z City, and those who once insulted her would regret it. Only 1 month left until the martial examination. I need to work harder, Su Yao silently reminded herself. After hunting a beast today, she resolved to continue her efforts tomorrow. She uploaded the photos and found a spot to quietly monitor the comments below. The remarks amused her. Some doubted her courage, claiming she wasn't qualified to hunt beasts. Nonetheless, Su Yao's reputation was gradually improving. Though there were still insults, she believed that when the examination arrived, the Northern Academy's decision would prove everything. Principal Fang Jingyu of the 10 High School saw the forum posts and took a deep breath, feeling a trace of relief. Su Yao had finally realized the importance of self-reliance, and there seemed to be hope for her to gain admission to the Northern Academy. He noticed that the posts criticizing Su Yao were decreasing, and even the insults directed at 10 High were dwindling. Fang Jingyu took out his phone and snapped a picture of the promissory note Su Yao had signed, feeling a private sense of satisfaction had already torn up that note. She took a photo and sent it to Su Yao, transferring her 1 million yuan as well. I'm glad to see your awakening. The matter of the IOU is behind us now. This is your reward. Keep up the good work. You have 1 month left. Use it as you see fit. Su Yao looked at Principal Fang Jingyu's actions, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. She let out a cold snort, turned around, and headed toward the martial artists guild. I want to buy a storage ring and a black blade, totaling 1.5 million, she said without hesitation. Bai responded without even looking up. These are the materials I obtained from hunting 2 beasts. Take a look. After a glance, Bai offered a price of 60,000. In the end, Su Yao paid an additional 440,000 out of her own pocket. As she walked out of the guild, a trace of dissatisfaction lingered on her face. This martial artist guild doesn't even know how to do business. They don't even offer discounts for a genius martial artist. One day, I'll make them come to me for favors. She stood at the entrance, imagining scenes where the Northern Academy would come seeking her and the 5 elite academies would compete for her. A proud smile spread across her face. Bai watched her retreating figure, chuckling and shaking his head. He picked up his phone and sent a message. Seeing no reply, he sighed. That guy must be out treating the wilderness like his home again. Meanwhile, the 9 city lords of Z City worked tirelessly, showing no signs of exhaustion. The vast examination area carved out at the borders of the 9 cities was immense, but they weren't the only participants. Neighboring cities near the 9 were also pitching in to help, recognizing this as a golden opportunity to strengthen ties with Z City. In just half a month, they had almost completed a massive fortress capable of accommodating nearly 80 million people. This was only possible because they hired martial artists to work through the nights. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been finished so quickly. The martial arts examination had become the hottest topic across the entire northern region, and another focal point was none other than Su Yao. She spent her days hunting beasts, and this time was no exception. 3 beasts lay lifeless beside her. Her clothes were soaked in blood, her face pale, and her breathing labored. To live up to my youth, my time, and myself. Keep going. Yao Yao, remember to rest. There's still half a month left. You should take it easy for a bit, she silently reminded herself. Hunting 3 beasts alone was no small feat, but she couldn't help but think about clinging to someone stronger. Not even a shadow of my brother Backview's prowess, she muttered with a bitter smile, recalling how every time she posted something, that guy would inevitably show up. It was both amusing and frustrating. At the city gate, Bai Xiu watched as someone reached their breaking point, a grin spreading across his face. Of course, that was his line, he remarked. Recently, he'd found joy in watching people's reactions. After so long guarding the gates, he'd never encountered such a self-absorbed woman. In half a month, she hadn't even managed to kill 20 beasts. That Su Mo, on the other hand, always returned with full loads. And considering this was someone his eldest sister valued, he naturally had to support her. The youngest examiner in Northern Academy's history will take charge of this year's martial arts examination. He is the personal disciple of the Northern Academy's headmaster and a genius martial artist. A single announcement from the Northern Academy could cause ripples across the region. The youngest examiner, the headmaster's personal disciple, and a genius martial artist, these 3 pieces of information struck like a hammer on everyone's heart. The Northern Academy was already a cradle of talent, a sacred place in the Northern region. For someone to be acknowledged as a genius martial artist by the Academy itself, just how extraordinary must they be? At that moment, Su Yao saw the announcement, her body trembling. The headmaster's personal disciple, a genius martial artist, could it be that he was coming for her? The thought brought an involuntary blush to her cheeks. A genius like that should naturally possess an extraordinary appearance, and only a remarkably talented woman could be a match for him. Su Yao considered herself no less impressive, with exceptional talents of her own. Besides, the assessment was to take place in Z City this time, and the outcome seemed obvious. She firmly believed she was the most qualified candidate. As the comments continued to pour in, Su Yao kept her eyes glued to the updates, eager to catch a glimpse of this genius. Could it be that the assessment was arranged in Z City because of this exceptional martial artist? A bold guess crept into her mind. Was this genius here for someone in particular? Commenter upstairs, have you been reading too many novels? Are you implying he has his eyes on Su Yao? Someone joked. Well, it's not impossible, another replied. A mix of comments filled the thread, and when her name was mentioned, Su Yao couldn't help but smile. Who said there was no chance? Perhaps this genius really was here for her. After all, geniuses are meant to pair with other geniuses. Back in her room, Su Yao freshened up and dressed carefully. Standing before the mirror, her fair and rosy complexion and radiant smile made her want to kiss her own reflection. She snapped a few photos, ready to post them online, but paused. Surely, a genius like that would admire someone hardworking and dedicated. Resolving to impress, she decided she would head out of the city again tomorrow to hunt more beasts. Her determination was set. Meanwhile, Su Mo, still outside the city, was facing an unprecedented ordeal. What stood before him wasn't a beast, but a creature unlike anything he had ever seen. It was towering, about 2 meters tall, with 2 horns protruding from its head. Its face was etched with intricate patterns, and it wielded a pair of massive hammers, speaking with a human-like voice. Gripping his black iron blade, Su Mo stared down the creature. To think you survived my hammers. Impressive. Come, Let's see how long you last, the creature sneered. With a mighty leap, it raised its hammers high and brought them crashing down towards Su Yao. He quickly raised his blade to block, sparks flying as the impact forced him back a step. The hulking figure pressed on, swinging its hammers furiously. The clanging of metal echoed as strike after strike was exchanged. After hundreds of moves, Su Yao finally managed to retreat and unleashed a high-gear technique, the stacking waves. A surge of powerful blade energy roared forward, shaking the very air. The creature's hammers, shrouded in black energy, clashed against the blade's force with a thunderous boom that reverberated through the mist. The creature was pushed back, a flicker of surprise flashing in its eyes. "You dare challenge me?" it growled. With a cold snort, its hammers began to glow, and it leapt high into the air, descending with devastating force aimed directly at Su Yao. Su Yao steadied his blade in front of him, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Stacking waves. With no unnecessary flourish, his strike went straight for the vital point. Just as the descending figure was only centimeters away, Su Yao sidestepped with lightning speed, evading the fatal blow. Slaying a stage 1 demon yields for 1,000,000 kill points. Using his blade for support, Su Yao felt a wave of dizziness and weakness wash over him, as though his strength had been completely drained. This move, developed during his training outside the city, came with a significant drawback. Each execution left him utterly depleted. It was a technique he couldn't afford to use lightly, especially in the wilderness. A demon? What on earth is this thing? He muttered, baffled. He had never come across anything like it in the records. Pulling out his phone, he prepared to snap a photo to send to Baiyu. As for his so-called master, there wasn't even a way to contact him. Su Yao put away the corpse and his twin hammers, then turned and left the site of the recent battle. The air was thick with the stench of blood. His energy was depleted, and he urgently needed to find a place to recover. Meanwhile, in the Martial Artists Guild, Baiyu was hosting a group of teachers. "Teachers, you've had a long journey. Thank you for coming," Baiyu said with a smile. "It wasn't a problem. We came early to check on your junior apprentice," one of the teachers replied. "The dean has spoken very highly of him. He'll play a key role in the upcoming assessment, and we need to ensure the city lord of Z City is prepared in advance." Baiyu's expression turned slightly helpless at the mention of Su Yao. That guy had been outside the city for over a month, and recently, there had been no news of him. She only knew he was still alive because someone had sent her photos. The teachers from the Northern Academy were very impressed with Su Yao's performance, praising his exceptional talent and relentless determination. Just then, Baiyu's phone rang. When she saw the photo on the screen, her expression changed dramatically. "Teachers, look at this." She urgently gestured for them to check her phone. The image of a dismembered body made the teachers' faces turn grim. "The demons have surfaced again? Su Yao, where are you? Come back quickly." Baiyu immediately sent a message to Su Yao. "I'm almost at the Martial Artists Guild. Wait for me, and I'll bring them to meet you," Su Yao replied. The 4 teachers shook their heads and followed Baiyu out of the guild. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the area around the guild was deserted. Otherwise, anyone who saw Su Yao might mistake him for a wild man emerging from a primeval forest. "Big Sister Baiyu, I'm back," Su Yao's voice rang out. Baiyu, seeing him safe and sound, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "The martial arts exam is in half a month. If you hadn't come back, I would have thought you died out there." It was only then that Su Yao noticed the teachers standing behind Baiyu, all scrutinizing him. "Go clean yourself up. I have something to discuss with you," Baiyu said, pulling him toward the wash area before turning to leave. When Su Yao reappeared, the teachers nodded in approval, silently noting his striking features, deep-set eyes, a cold yet handsome face, and an aura that was calm but distant, with no trace of emotion in his gaze. "Good evening, teachers," Su Yao greeted politely. "You must be Su Yao. No need to be so formal. We're here because we need to discuss something with you." "Open the Martial Artists Forum," one of the teachers said. Su Yao took out his phone, opened the forum, and his pupils contracted slightly as he read the content. "You're the chief examiner for this assessment. What are your thoughts on the plan?" one of the teachers asked as everyone took their seats. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yao noticed that the person who had casually referred to himself as Su Yao's chief master was actually the dean of the Northern Academy. "I'd like to share my thoughts. If there's anything the teachers find unsatisfactory, please feel free to correct me," Su Yao said earnestly. The 4 teachers were pleased with his attitude, and the atmosphere grew amicable. The blood energy assessment should remain unchanged, but instead of having the students fight each other, we should have them battle beasts and evaluate their performance based on points. "Go on, explain your reasoning," one of the teachers said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he focused on Su Yao. "Some students excel academically but lack courage. When faced with a beast, they can't even stand, let alone fight. Once they enter the academy, it takes significant time and resources just to build their confidence. Beasts reproduce rapidly and grow stronger by preying on each other, while humans grow slowly and methodically. Exposing students to beasts early on serves as a trial by fire. We can choose creatures they've studied in books, ones with well-documented weaknesses," Su Yao explained. Afterward, students who advance to the martial artist level can participate in a points competition by hunting beasts outside the city, determining their final rankings. What do you think, teachers? Suemo looked at the four teachers, awaiting their feedback. The four teachers clapped in unison, their faces filled with satisfaction as they looked at Suemo. This young man truly had a commanding presence. No wonder the principal had chosen him to be the examiner. Now, everyone finally understood the principal's intentions. Bai too, stared at Suemo in amazement. Testing blood vitality was the safest assessment, but hunting ferocious beasts and demons was fraught with danger. This marked the first test of their theoretical knowledge and courage. Hunting demons outside the city would be the next challenge. Once the results were in, the fear these talented students had of demons would diminish significantly, along with their apprehension about venturing beyond the city walls. It had to be said, this plan was quite ingenious. Many warriors were like flowers in a greenhouse, untouched by the baptism of blood. Though this test might attract criticism towards Suemo, it would undoubtedly gain him many supporters as well. At that moment, one of the teachers compiled Suemo's suggestions and sent them to the principal. As the reporting teacher answered a call, a voice came through. The plan is good. I'll discuss it with the 5 academies, and I believe they'll agree. It's just a matter of sending some people to capture the demons, and half a month should suffice. Suemo, well done. You didn't disappoint me. Suemo responded gratefully. Thank you for your praise, master. The teacher continued. Keep up the good work. Once you come to the Northern Academy, we'll meet again. Suemo nodded, understood. After the call ended, he let out a sigh of relief. In that case, let's leave for now and return in half a month. The 4 teachers departed. Though their visit seemed like a discussion on the surface, it was, in reality, a test for Suemo. Bai, did you see the picture I sent you? That's a demon. Suemo asked. Bai nodded, indicating she had heard of them. The disappearance of District 10 was related to demons, and it was unclear why they had appeared in the Northern District this time. The teachers were eager to return and report to the principal, as the emergence of demons was no trivial matter. Unlike beasts, demons possessed immense strength, extraordinary intelligence, and volatile tempers, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Undeniably, they were stronger than many beasts, but their numbers were scarce. This was Sumo's first encounter with such a creature. You, on the other hand, managed to kill one. That's no small feat. What's your current strength? Bai asked. Suemo humbly replied. My strength isn't worth showing off in front of you, Bai. It's nothing compared to yours. Bai nodded in agreement, not bothering with modesty. You should rest. You're radiating so much killing intent that someone might mistake you for a maniac, she reminded him. I've got quite a bit of stuff in this ring. Bai, could you help me catalog it and credit it to my warrior badge? Suemo said before leaving the warrior guild. After heading out of the city, he reminded himself to sleep with one eye open, especially after his close call with that python. Back home, Suemo collapsed onto his bed, exhaustion enveloping him. Nothing beats the comfort of a bed, he sighed. When Bai returned, she noticed several shadows lurking outside. Her expression darkened, and killing intent surged within her. These people just don't give up, do they? The Zhou family sure has guts, she thought to herself. As she sensed someone approaching, she glanced over and saw Lu Shuetian. Bai, you're here too. Lu greeted. Where else would I be? Bai retorted. Lu Shuetian exchanged a smile with his 2 companions and said no more. Bai moved swiftly, and in the darkness, 3 loud thuds echoed. This was followed by the sound of blood being coughed up. 3 figures were promptly hurled out into the open. Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wuyo hurriedly escorted the 3 handcuffed suspects away. Back in the car, Zhang Dehai couldn't suppress a surge of fear in his heart and asked, Big brother, just how strong is that person? Lu Shuetian shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure either. At this moment, the masks of the 3 assassins had been removed. Lu Shuetian took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, snapped their photos, and made a call. Big brother, I've captured someone Zhou Banyu, the 2nd son of the Zhou family. I need you to keep him detained. They'll send someone over. The person on the other end gave a curt response before hanging up. Lu Shuetian sighed. They just won't give up on Suemo. Brother Lu, there's only half a month left. By then, their days will be numbered, Li Wuyo remarked. An hour later, Lu Shuetian met with the personnel sent by the city lord. Shuetian, we'll take them from here. Be careful, these assassinations are connected to that examiner. The group nodded solemnly. We've also gathered plenty of evidence against the Zhou family. When the time comes, we can uproot them completely. After ensuring all arrangements were in place, Lu Shuetian finally felt a sense of relief. His own security bureau didn't have sufficient precautions against the Zhou family, but the city lord's mansion was a different story. The old foxes of the Zhou family wouldn't dare act recklessly there. Meanwhile, in the room, Sumo's tense muscles gradually relaxed. With a click, the room light came on, and Bai Yu exclaimed, you pervert. She hadn't left the room and was staring directly at Suemo, startled. Suemo quickly pulled the blanket over himself. inwardly cursing himself for not expecting Bai Yu to barge in like that. Sister Bai Yu, barging in like this, what if I sleepwalked and did something to you? Then what? Su Yao teased. Bai Yu covered her mouth, laughing mischievously. With those assassins around, I don't believe you're sleeping at all. Since you're awake, why not get up and make me something to eat? I haven't had dinner yet. Then get out first. Su Yao urged. But Bai Yu waved him off nonchalantly, replying, what's the big deal? It's not like I'm taking anything from you. Look at you, acting all stingy. She turned and left, closing the door behind her. Su Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. But just as he stood up, the door swung open again. Hey, I'm back. Feeling defeated, Su Yao decided not to bother anymore. After all, it wasn't like he was losing anything. TSK, boring. Can't you at least give some kind of reaction? Bai Yu teased. You're supposed to tie your hair back, slowly approach me, push me down, and pin my hands. Any reaction, and ID play along. Ignoring her, Su Yao got dressed and headed to the kitchen. Bai Yu leaned against the doorframe, watching him and exclaiming, wow, little brother, you're amazing. So smooth and efficient, I could never do that. This aroma is incredible, like a dream come true. No wonder they call you the kitchen master. Watching you handle ingredients is so cool. Su Yao turned his head and gave her a disdainful look. If you're not going to help, at least stop babbling. Bai Yu laughed. In providing emotional support, you know. It's not much, but it's something. So, what's your plan for the next half month? Bai Yu asked. Su Yao grinned slyly at her. Figure out how to win you over and get you into bed. Bai Yu chuckled and encouraged him. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. Su Yao focused on eating, thinking about how he'd continue hunting beasts after taking a day off. Women? They'd only slow him down. The two of them joked around for a while before Bai Yu took out the warrior badge and said softly, I've already tallied it up for you, 1.6 billion in total. Hearing the figure, Su Yao, though it was over a billion, didn't show any sign of excitement. He understood how much danger and effort had been involved in earning that money. Besides, it was far from enough. Just one healing pill could cost tens of millions. Cultivation required an endless supply of money. After a deep sleep through the night, Su Yao woke up at 11 a.m. Bai Yu had already left for the warrior guild, and feeling bored, Su Yao decided to browse the warrior forum. Another productive day, read a post. The author had hunted down 3 demonic beasts. Attached to the post was a photo of a pure and pretty young woman, her face smeared with the blood of the beasts, with 3 beast corpses lying behind her. Yao Bao is really working harder and harder, Sumo thought to himself. Although he couldn't get close to her, he had done his best to support her. Hey, stop being so inappropriate. My brother had a miscarriage too, joked one commenter. Another replied dismissively. Not even a match for a single strand of my Backview brother's hair. Su Yao shook his head helplessly, thinking, seriously, you again. You're always here. Why don't you drop your address already? This person had rarely posted photos before, but now they posted daily. Was it to attract the new assessment officer? With this level of skill, you'd find plenty of people better than her in the Northern Academy. Nothing extraordinary here, commented one user. Oh, a frontal shot this time. I thought her back looked straight. If she gets married, I bet the milk powder bills will be steep, someone teased. Another chimed in. The people who always say she's not even worth a strand of Backview brothers' hair are now just firing shots at everyone. A bunch of shameless simps, tripping over themselves to be insulted. Su Yao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This person really had guts. To his surprise, Su Yao actually responded. I take photos to document my growth, nothing more. Please don't misunderstand. Also, I realize I was immature before. I'm working hard to change, so please give me some time. The forum quickly lit up with replies. See? She's already showing the right attitude. That's what makes a genius, acknowledging mistakes and improving. Meanwhile, supporters of Backview Bro kept going. Oh, really? I don't buy it. Are you hoping the new assessment officer falls for you at first sight and declares they came here just for you? No way, right? Su Yao, who had just returned to the city, saw the reply and looked visibly annoyed. She coldly responded. Dude, that's a bit much, don't you think? At least she's trying. Who are you anyway? Just another keyboard warrior hiding behind a screen. Other users couldn't stand it anymore and started firing back at the guy. Who I am doesn't matter, he replied. All you need to know is that everyone in the Northern Academy is a genius, and when those geniuses see me, it's like fireflies gazing at the moon. He even attached a photo of a massive demonic beast, hundreds of meters long, lying in a pool of blood with a bullseye hole in its head, blood still gushing out. Bro, don't use stock photos from the internet, someone replied. This isn't from the internet, another user chimed in. The new assessment officer happens to be my junior. Is an 18-year-old warrior really that impressive? My junior surpassed the Tongmai stage at 18 and might have already reached the Divine Aperture stage by now. The crowd quickly backed off. Oh, this is a big shot. We're out. Not worth the argument. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. He'll just go show my brother this photo and let him cry. Su Yao sighed and thought to himself. Who is this clown? At the city gate, Bai Xiu slapped his thigh and let out a loud, cackling laugh. With a smug expression, he said, still daring to mess with me? I'll crush you. Then, he sent another message, adding, "Who else wants some?" followed by a string of arrogant emojis. Su Mo scrolled further through the feed and noticed that the upcoming martial examination was the hottest topic. Many experts were speculating why it was being held in Z City and debating whether the exam process would change. There were also reports about mutated beasts and rising death tolls. To Su Mo, these were nothing new. Death happened every day, it was inevitable. He silently vowed to continue hunting beasts. After packing his things, Su Mo prepared to leave the city. With half a month left before the martial examination, he knew he couldn't just sit idle. Part of the reason he had returned after slaying the demon was because his system was undergoing an upgrade. Taking a deep breath, Su Mo opened the system interface to check his stats. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm. First level of the Divine Aperture stage, Cultivation Technique. Third level of the Shaping the Tao Art, Martial Skills, Layered Wave Blade Technique, and Flawless Snow Stepping Technique. Both at the high tier profound grade and fully mastered. He had 3 slaughter points. The system upgrade had brought some changes. The blood vitality bar had disappeared, replaced by a strength allocation feature, which Su Mo had anticipated. Another change was the reduction in slaughter points earned. Killing a level 1 tier 1 beast now gave only 0.1 points, while a level 1 tier 9 beast granted 0.9 points. Only beasts at level 2 or higher awarded a full point. Su Mo welcomed these changes, as they spared him from being bogged down by confusing numbers. Moreover, his martial skills were now fully mastered, which was his greatest gain, along with his increased strength. The Divine Aperture stage itself was divided into 9 levels, each requiring the opening of 40 apertures. Su Mo had just achieved the first level. Over the next half-month, Su Mo planned to focus on strengthening himself as much as possible. His current martial skills were already more than sufficient. Bai Xiu, still gleefully provoking people online, quickly put away his phone when he saw Su Mo approaching. His face turned slightly awkward. "Heading out of the city now? It's already afternoon," he asked. "Yeah, they'll be out for another half-month," Su Mo replied casually. Bai Xiu shook his head in amazement. "You're something else. I admire you." Su Mo didn't respond, and simply walked out of the city gates. Bai Xiu sighed, thinking to himself, some people can survive outside the city for a month and a half without an issue, while others can barely manage to kill a few level 1 beasts and still feel the need to post photos to show off. Truly frustrating. After posting his latest taunt, Bai Xiu sat down, clearly waiting for someone to take the bait. "Why? What did I ever do to you? Why do you keep targeting me and refusing to let go?" Su Yao, frustrated by his posts, couldn't help but grumble to herself. She wondered who this person was and why they seemed to have it out for her. "Well, I didn't mention any names," Bai Xiu teased. "If someone feels called out, that's on them. Are you the type who'd taste steadist anything left on the road, just to check its flavor?" Su Yao's friends tried to comfort her, saying, "Don't let him get to you. Keep posting your photos. The bloodied look has its own twisted beauty. Every time I see one, it gives me the strength to hold on a little longer. It's oddly captivating." Bai Xiu, meanwhile, boasted, "I'm a bit better than you. I can last an impressive 1.234 seconds longer." Seeing that Su Yao didn't respond, Bai Xiu shook his head in disappointment. No one was rising to his bait. Despite Bai Xiu's provocations, Su Yao continued to post her photos daily, and the number of beasts she hunted steadily increased. Before anyone realized it, half a month had passed. The once quiet Z City had become bustling with activity. The martial examination had officially arrived. Inside the warrior guild, Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief when she saw Su Mo return. This guy's phone had been unreachable, and she was genuinely worried he might have lost track of time. After all, in the wilderness, the tense environment could easily make someone forget the clock, and Sumo's frequent trips beyond the city walls felt as natural to him as returning home. At this moment, Sumo's face was filled with exhaustion, and he silently cursed that serpent, vowing to settle the score one day. During his 2-week trip outside the city, he had spent 5 or 6 days being relentlessly hunted by that creature. Still, the experience wasn't entirely without its benefits. Su Mo had gained significant insights along the way. "Come in quickly," Bai Yu urged as Su Mo entered the room. Inside, 4 instructors were already waiting. The vice principal spoke. "Everything is ready. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. Thank you, instructors, for your efforts." The 4 instructors observed Su Mo with serious expressions, noting the palpable transformation in his aura over just 2 weeks. He now stood before them like a blade, sharp and unyielding. It was astonishing at his age to have such strength, and even grasp the essence of blade intent was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, Su Yao returned to her school, 10th high. Her homeroom teacher, Wang, also breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Fang Jingyu, upon hearing of Su Yao's return, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Su Yao had performed exceptionally well, spending her days hunting beasts. At this moment, she had called Zhou Liang out into the hallway and asked, "You've broken through to becoming a warrior, haven't you?" Zhou Liang looked at Su Yao, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He thought to himself, this woman has gotten smarter. Your blood energy value was already higher than mine before. Plus you have backing and money, Zhou Liang continued. I know you plan to auction off the warrior insignias left by your parents after the martial arts exam and spread the word about it. But let me warn you, you'd better not do that. I have evidence against you as well, and if it comes to it, we could destroy each other. Zhou Liang didn't look back as he spoke. Instead, he gazed into the distance, his emotions in turmoil. He hadn't expected Su Yao to be so quick-witted and perceptive. I won't do that. After all, we're in the same boat, Su Yao replied, nodding before turning to head back to class. A few days ago, she had a gnawing feeling of unease, suspecting that Zhou Liang might be a problem. Many of the plans had been driven by Zhou Liang, but he had never directly participated, only giving verbal instructions. She suddenly recalled that when the Warrior Guild first posted the news, she had called Zhou Liangbi. The time she realized the implications, it was already too late. She dared not voice her suspicions, fearing that Zhou Liang might kill her. But now, things were different. The martial arts exam was tomorrow. All senior year students and teachers, please gather on the field. A voice announced as the martial arts exam assembly began. A wave of tension swept through the students as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Back at the Warrior Guild, Bai Yu and Su Mo were in the same room. Feeling down, Bai Yu asked with concern. What? Su Mo didn't even look up as he continued eating. I mean, you've been reading posts on the Warrior forums about the oath-taking assembly. Aren't you disappointed you can't participate? Bai Yu pressed. Why would I be disappointed? On the contrary, I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, everything will come to an end, Su Mo replied. She betrayed me for 10,000 yuan, leaving me burdened with false accusations and forced to leave. After the martial arts exam, I shattered her dreams with my own hands. At this moment, excitement was all I felt. My thoughts were interrupted by the vibration of my phone. It was Lu Xuetian calling with good news. She had gathered irrefutable evidence against the Zhou family. I couldn't help but marvel at how power changes everything. If I were still that weakling with a blood energy level below 20, I'd probably be working in some factory screwing bolts, let alone thinking about revenge. With this in mind, Su Mo's determination to cultivate grew even stronger. Closing his eyes, he focused on the energy flowing within him. The stronger one becomes, the more power they wield, and the more respect they command. This truth had long been ingrained in his mind. Bai Yu's voice broke his concentration. Tomorrow, you'll be attending the event with those 4 teachers. Where are you planning to sleep tonight? Su Mo lifted his head, his gaze landing on Bai Yu. A playful smirk tugged at his lips. Can I sleep in your arms? Don't overthink it, I just want to experience the feeling of suffocation. Bai Yu's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She feigned annoyance. You brat, you're getting bolder with your teasing. Then she added with a sly grin. But it's not entirely out of the question. Maybe when you surpass me, I'll consider it. Su Mo's eyes lit up. Oh, Bai Yu, I knew you had feelings for me. You just admitted it, didn't you? Bai Yu shot back without missing a beat. That's right, I do have feelings for tying my hair up. But don't get too cocky. If I ever give you a chance, you better not blow it. You're all talk now, but on the battlefield, you'd probably burn out in 3 seconds. That would be embarrassing. Just as Su Mo was about to retort, a familiar figure walked in, interrupting their banter. Hey, what are you doing here? Su Mo asked, surprised. Without a word, Bai Xiu grabbed a pair of chopsticks and started devouring the food on the table. Through a mouthful of food, he grumbled. Eating so well behind my back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Bai Yu shot him a disdainful look. Could you at least eat like a civilized person? You look like a stray dog fighting for scraps. Bai Xiu looked up, his mouth still stuffed with food. Sis, it's been so long since we last met. Can't you praise me a little? Praise you for what? Guarding the gate well? Or scaring off little girls? Bai Yu retorted mercilessly. Su Mo quietly observed the sibling interaction. When he had last met Bai Xiu, he had felt a sense of familiarity. Now it was clear Bai Xiu was Bai Yu's brother. Bai Xiu swallowed his food and turned to Su Mo. Kid, tomorrow's the martial arts exam. I'm here to cheer you on. Su Mo raised an eyebrow. This doesn't look like cheering to me. I'm pretty sure you're just here for the free food. Bai Xiu shrugged nonchalantly. You've already stolen my sister away. What more do you want? Su Mo countered. Do you really think I have that kind of ability? Bai Xiu gave him a once-over and then nodded as if coming to a realization. You're right. You're probably the one being pursued. Su Mo shook his head, speechless. After finishing the food on the table in record time, Bai Xiu stood up to leave. Before walking out, he turned to Su Mo and said, Good luck. The next morning, as the sun rose, a massive martial arts arena stood at the intersection of the 9 cities of Z City, like an ancient beast towering over the bustling crowd. The atmosphere was electric, filled with chatter and anticipation. Today, millions of candidates from the northern region had gathered here. Some would soar to great heights, others would fail, and many would go on to become the backbone of society. In the audience stands, countless parents waited anxiously. Among them were elegantly dressed individuals holding bouquets, adding a touch of color to the scene. When their gaze fell on the rows of cages in the center of the arena, tension filled the air. Inside the cages were bloodthirsty, sharp-fanged beasts, their low growls sending chills down spines. Su Yao's eyes gleamed with a strange light as she observed the scene. Could the exam really involve slaying these beasts? If so, wasn't this her chance? Was that young examiner truly here for her? On the high platform, a row of chairs was neatly arranged. The 9 city lords of Z City entered one after another, taking their seats. Following them was Bai Yu from the Martial Artists Guild, who also found a seat. Then came the examiners from the 5 major academies, their imposing presence and stern expressions commanding respect. Once the examiners from the 5 academies were seated, all eyes turned to the remaining 5 seats. Several figures stepped forward, among them the youngest chief examiner in Legenda, recognized genius martial artist from the Northern Academy and the personal disciple of its dean. As the 5 individuals stepped out, all eyes in the examination venue focused on the last figure. The entire arena fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. His chiseled face exuded an imposing presence, his demeanor cold and commanding, inspiring awe among the onlookers. Everyone recognized him. Soon after, 4 examiners from the Northern Academy sat in a row, leaving the center seat empty. The man they all recognized walked to the center and took that seat. It was only then that the thousands in the examination venue snapped out of their daze. How could it be him? Whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't he the guy everyone was talking about recently? His name is Su Mo, right? His sister is the genius martial artist Su Yao. Rumors had also come from the 10th high school that he had been expelled. And yet, here he was, the chief examiner. Am I dreaming? He's only 18. How could he possibly become an examiner? Confusion filled the minds of the crowd. Becoming a martial artist at 18 was already extraordinarily rare, and the Northern Academy would never make a careless decision. Something must have happened behind the scenes that they were unaware of. The ones paling with the most panic at the moment were undoubtedly Fang Jingyu, the principal of 10th High School, and Wang Yang, Su Mo's former homeroom teacher. Their faces turned ashen, their hands and feet cold, and the excitement they had felt earlier sank into despair. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be him? They thought in disbelief. Su Mo had been dismissed as worthless. How had he become the Northern Academy's headmaster's personal disciple and an examiner? Fang Jingyu's face was ghastly, his body trembling, and cold sweat soaked his back. Wang Yang was in no better shape, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. I expelled him, and now he's not only a martial artist, but also the headmaster's personal disciple, and even the chief examiner for this martial arts exam. Why? Why him? Fang Jingyu's heart was a storm of anger and fear, as if his career and life were on the brink of collapse. Zhou Liang nervously adjusted his glasses, repeatedly taking them off to wipe them clean. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he muttered to himself, trying to convince himself this was just a dream. But the pain from pinching his thigh told him it was all real. The Northern Academy headmaster's personal disciple, a prodigy martial artist, was indeed Su Mo. Su Yao's face was equally pale, her breathing rapid. No, it can't be. How could it be Su Mo, my useless brother who could barely earn a few bucks a day? She clung to a fantasy in her mind that the headmaster's personal disciple had come for her. Seeing the mystical beasts on the field, she felt a fleeting excitement. She imagined that after the martial arts exam, the Northern Region's martial arts forums would spread the news that the youngest prodigy of the Northern Academy had set the exam in Z City to win her favor. She had thought she would become the envy of everyone in the region, with Su Mo kneeling at her feet, begging for her forgiveness. But now, that illusion was utterly shattered. The classmates who had previously testified falsely against Su Mo collapsed to the ground one after another upon recognizing his familiar face, feeling as if the sky had fallen. How could it be Su Mo? How could it be him? Meanwhile, several school principals eyed Su Mo with skepticism, doubting the authenticity of the situation. 18 years old, a chief examiner for the martial arts exam, it seemed inconceivable, something unprecedented in history. Su Mo sat in the position of the chief examiner, her gaze sweeping across the room. She remained unfazed by the questioning and fearful looks directed at her. Rising from her seat, she walked to the podium, signaling the official start of the assessment. Without a single unnecessary word or any form of encouragement, she uttered 4 cold and firm words. As Su Mo spoke, the crowd's wandering thoughts were brought back to the moment, and the martial arts exam officially began. No one was in a position to question it anymore. After all, this was a decision made by the Northern Academy. To question Su Mo was to question the Northern Academy, and its headmaster, a risk no one dared to take. The first round was a blood vitality test. The assessment venue was filled with teachers from the Northern Academy and the 5 major prestigious schools. Thousands of blood vitality testing machines were activated simultaneously, with staff members recording the results beside them. Suddenly, one of the machines began flashing red. A2 first high. Feng Qin, blood vitality, 385. All eyes turned toward him. The blood vitality testing machines used in the martial arts exam were different from regular devices. They would only light up if the blood vitality exceeded 350. At this age, a blood vitality of over 200 was already considered a genius. let alone someone who reached 350. Truly, City A was a place brimming with talent. While many were still marveling at this, several more machines began flashing red one after another. Z1 second high, Nangong Su Yao, 464. A7 ninth high, Zhao Yifei, 393. B4 fourth high, Lei Bao, 399. The appearance of these three red lights made many people feel both nervous and excited. The blood vitality of 464, in particular, captured everyone's attention. Based on past martial arts exam results, such talented individuals were almost guaranteed to be recruited by the Northern Academy. However, the final outcome would still depend on the students' choices. Then, an even more dazzling red light emerged, followed by other machines lighting up in succession. A8 first high, Yi Xiaoxi, 684. C6 seventh high, Kong Ping, 628. The assessment venue fell silent. Blood vitality scores above 600 had been almost unheard of in previous years, yet here they were, appearing one after another. Such scores were equivalent to the second level of martial artists. As time passed, more students surpassed a blood vitality of 200, but the machines remained dim for those who failed to reach 350. Many parents began to grow anxious. What they once thought was an excellent score now seemed mediocre in comparison to others. It was a humbling reminder that there is always someone better. At that moment, another machine emitted a piercing red light. D7 third high, Lu Yao, 643. The crowd was stunned. Another genius with a score over 600 this year seemed to be producing an unprecedented number of prodigies. After Lu Yao stepped down, the teacher in charge of the assessment glanced at the list in his hand and announced, Z9 10th high, Zhou Yang. Many turned their heads. It seemed that Su Mo had once been a student from this class, yet now she was the chief examiner while her former classmates were still participating in the martial arts exam. The contrast was striking, one in the heavens, the other on the ground. Suppressing his nervousness, Zhou Liang stepped up to the machine. Another red light flashed. Z9 10th high, Zhou Liang, 383. The crowd was astonished. City Z had produced yet another genius. As discussions broke out among the audience, the teacher's voice rang out again. Z9 10th high, Su Yao. The moment this name was announced, all eyes turned to her. Everyone was familiar with Su Yao, the girl who frequently posted photos on the martial artist forums. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao stepped forward to the testing machine. As Su Yao stepped onto the testing device, countless eyes focused on her. With a Z9 physique, her blood energy value unexpectedly reached 400, leaving even the high school teachers and principal from City A astonished. This girl was undeniably talented, but compared to her brother, the gap was still immense. They found it hard to believe that the Northern Academy would appoint someone once considered a failure as an examiner. On the arena, Su Mo showed no reaction to this revelation. Su Yao instinctively glanced toward the high platform. Her earlier excitement fading the moment Su Mo became the chief examiner. What did breaking through a blood energy value of 400 even mean anymore? Who could have imagined that after being expelled, Su Mo would directly become an examiner for the Northern Academy and even be taken in as the headmaster's final disciple? Such a status was utterly unattainable for them. Zhou Liang stared at Su Yao's blood energy value, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He thought to himself how unbelievable it was that this fool had a higher blood energy value than him. Almost unconsciously, he looked towards Su Mo on the arena. Someone he had once dismissed with contempt had now become an insurmountable presence. In his heart, he even prayed that Su Mo would not hold a grudge against him. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the blood energy tests finally concluded. The teacher in charge of recording handed the rankings to Su Mo. Glancing at the list, Su Mo noticed that Yi Xiaoxi ranked first with 684 points, followed by Lu Yao with 643 points, and Kong Ping in third place with 628 points. Wang Yinran from City C High School ranked fourth with 564 points. All other candidates had blood energy values below 500. Su Yao, with her 400 points, ranked 88th, while Zhou Liang was at 140th. In previous years, such scores would have guaranteed direct admission to the Northern Academy, but with Su Mo's presence, entering the academy now seemed like an unattainable dream. Su Mo felt a quiet sense of satisfaction, letting them celebrate momentarily before delivering a harsh reality check. After all, the number of martial artists with blood energy values exceeding 200 barely reached 1,000. Among tens of millions of candidates, having fewer than 1,000 martial artists underscored just how difficult it was to achieve such a status. After the results were announced, Su Yao felt increasingly disheartened. A blood energy value of 400 wasn't even enough to break into the top 50. In previous years, her performance would have placed her in the top 10 of the martial arts exam. Seeing the glaring 684 at the top of the rankings, she couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and resentment. If only she hadn't listened to Zhou Liang and turned Su Mo into an enemy, she might have been the one in the spotlight. She resented those candidates with blood energy values exceeding 600, resented Zhou Liang's manipulations, and most of all, resented her late adoptive parents. If only she had the financial resources, she could have reached 600 as well. Then, she wouldn't have fallen out with Su Mo or become the subject of ridicule. As the results were released, the examiners remained seated. It wasn't until Su Mo stood up that they followed suit, rising from their seats and trailing behind him as he walked away. Witnessing this, many students looked on with envy, longing for such honor even if only once in their lives, they would die without regret. In a closed meeting room, Su Mo sat at the central seat at the head of the table. The blood energy test results were out, and the next challenge was a battle with beasts. The teachers nodded in agreement, promising to do their best to ensure the students' safety. Every prodigy warrior was a valuable asset to humanity, but their curiosity was particularly piqued by Su Mo, the personal disciple of the Northern Academy's dean. They were eager to see just how strong Su Mo truly was. It seemed that Su Mo had cultivated a hidden technique, leaving the teachers unable to gauge his depth. One teacher from the Tianfeng Academy asked curiously, "What level has he reached?" "Divine aperture." A gasp echoed through the room, and the teachers collectively drew a sharp breath. Su Mo, at just 18, had reached the divine aperture realm. No wonder the Northern Academy hailed him as the youngest prodigy. Previously, the record holder was Bai Yu, who had reached the divine aperture at the age of 19. However, Su Mo only mentioned reaching the divine aperture without specifying the exact stage. This revelation clearly shifted the teacher's attitudes toward him. Su Mo, on the other hand, understood the advantages of strength but remained cautious, knowing these teachers were powerful figures who had made significant contributions to humanity's survival. After the meeting, Su Mo approached Bai Yu, his gaze fixed on her. With a playful smirk, Bai Yu asked, "What? Did you fall for me?" Su Mo chuckled and replied, "I always knew you were a genius, but I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary, breaking through to divine aperture at 19. Bai Yu's expression sharpened momentarily before she realized. "Looks like those teachers told you about me." Su Mo nodded, remarking, "Truly gifted." Bai Yu teased in return, "You're quite the celebrity now. Aren't you worried people will come after you? Who knows, maybe some girl is already lying in wait for you." She pulled out her phone, joking as she read aloud. "The youngest, the toughest, the most resilient chief examiner, officially acknowledged as the Northern Academy's most talented warrior, finally unveiled as the dean's personal disciple." 3 posts dominated the top rankings, even pushing aside the earlier posts about slaying 30 miles of beasts. Just then, Su Mo noticed another post rapidly climbing the charts, soon reaching the 4th spot. "The shadow slayer of the 30 beast massacre is Su Mo." The news sent the entire thread into a frenzy. Some questioned, "Is this for real? Did you leave your brain at home?" Others joked. Su Yao once said her brother was a waste. What a ridiculous claim. One commenter quipped, "Hubby, when are you coming back? I won't argue with you anymore." Another retorted disdainfully, "Get lost. Su Mo is humanity's hope now. You think you're good enough to have his child." Someone else joked, "Su Mo, can I borrow your jeans? He'll pay $1 billion per session." Another chimed in, "I've always said that brainless girl couldn't hold a candle to our shadow slayer, not even to his shadow's shadow." All of this only highlighted Su Mo's unparalleled talent and strength, making him shine even brighter in the eyes of the public. "Brother, it was my fault earlier. I failed to recognize greatness and looked down on you. I apologize." There are still people tagging Su Yao, Wang Yang, and Fang Jingyu under the post. How could the hope of the human race, a martial arts genius, and the North Academy Dean's prized disciple be reduced to a nobody in your mouths? Are you just trying to gain fame and sell products through live streams? At this moment, Fang Jingyu sat in a hotel room, putting his phone down. His eyes were sharp as blades, fixed on Su Yao, Wang Yang, and Zhou Liang in front of him. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the air was thick with a suffocating sense of dread, as if death itself lingered around them. A murderous intent surged in his heart as he thought about the online discussions suggesting shutting down the Tenhai program. In a cold, chilling voice, he said, "You'd better figure out a solution within the next 2 days. If you don't, I swear I won't let you off, even in death." "Wang Yang, oh Wang Yang, I trusted you so much. You're really something else. If this situation can't be salvaged, it'll drag your entire family down with me, even if it costs me my life." Wang Yang broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing. He never expected Su Mo to turn out to be that genius. Previously, Su Mo's blood energy levels couldn't even break 20. Ever since Su Mo joined his class, Wang Yang had despised him and wanted him expelled. Every time a teacher brought up Su Mo, it infuriated Wang Yang to the point of trembling. He had been planning to use the upcoming martial arts exams as an excuse to kick Su Mo out. Who would have thought that Su Mo was actually a genius among geniuses? It's all Su Mo's fault. Who told him to play the fool and pretend to be worthless? Wang Yang cursed silently. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Only 2 days left. Even if I have to kneel before him, he'll beg for his forgiveness. No, at this point, I should be begging just to get the chance to meet him. Zhou Liang stepped out of the room. trying hard to suppress the fear in his heart. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his heart tightened. He answered, and his grandfather's aged and helpless voice came through. Hello, Yang. The Zhou family has been targeted. Our only hope now is to seek Su Mo's forgiveness. If not, after the martial arts exam ends, our family will be doomed. On the other end, his grandfather mentioned that their second uncle might have already been secretly captured, as no one had been able to reach him. His grandfather pleaded with Zhou Liang to ask Su Mo for a chance to meet. After the call ended, Zhou Liang felt a deep sense of despair. The once ignored Su Mo now required them to beg for even a meeting. Su Yao, come with me, Zhou Liang said, leading Su Yao to a secluded spot. Hope flickered in his eyes. Can you contact Su Mo? I can't. He blocked me a long time ago, Su Yao responded. Her mood instantly heavy at the mention of Su Mo. Zhou Liang pressed on, unwilling to give up. But you're his sister. Su Yao felt a sudden jolt, realizing the weight of her connection with Su Mo. If she could earn his forgiveness and reconcile with him, she could still regain her position as someone admired by others. After all, she and Su Mo were not related by blood. The thought brought a faint blush to her cheeks. Seeing her expression, Zhou Liang cursed inwardly. What are you thinking about now? He urgently added. You must get Su Mo to give me a chance, or I'll expose your secret about selling the martial artist's medal. If I go down, I'll take you with me. Hearing the words, martial artist's medal, Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. I have an idea, but it requires your cooperation, she said. Zhou Liang nodded, and Su Yao continued. We can use the martial artist's medal as leverage. That will give me an excuse to meet Su Mo and create an opportunity. Right now, all the instructors are staying at the Martial Artist Guild, and we can't get close to them. This is our only option. Zhou Liang's expression shifted slightly as he thought to himself. I hope we can still retrieve it. No one could have predicted that Su Mo would become the apprentice of the Northern Academy's dean, the youngest examiner, and a prodigy. Regret was useless now. He quickly called his grandfather, knowing his connections were broader and that he was acquainted with the leader of the black market. It would be easier for his grandfather to act. Hearing his grandfather assure him that he would do his utmost to help, Zhou Liang felt a small sense of relief. In my grandfather's eyes, there's nothing he can't achieve, he thought. But we can't pin all our hopes on this, Zhou Liang added. You're Su Mo's sister. Go to the Martial Artist Guild and ask to see him. Maybe they'll agree. After all, you two lived together for over 10 years. There must be some bond. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Liang's eyes showed resignation, a far cry from his former arrogance. I'll give it a try, Su Yao said, also taking a deep breath. She hoped she could mend things with Su Mo before the martial arts exam concluded. As he watched Su Yao walk away, Zhou Liang leaned against the wall, his heart filled with bitterness. The woman he once looked down on was now his only chance for help. He, the proud heir of the Zhou family, had fallen to such a pitiful state. Ever since Su Mo was expelled, his luck had taken a nosedive. Sliding down the wall, he sat on the ground, his eyes gradually losing focus. Is there hope? Not much, he thought grimly, especially since he had once used Wu Qiu to frame Su Mo. At that moment, Wang Yang and Fang Jingyu walked by, noticing Zhou Liang sitting on the ground, silent and despondent. Suddenly recalling something important, he frowned deeply. Lu Shuetian had once told him about a genius martial artist who had appeared at 10th high, only to vanish without a trace later. He angrily pounded the steering wheel, frustrated that he hadn't thought of this earlier. If he had acted in time, perhaps he could now be leveraging Su Mo's talents to achieve greatness. Glancing at his subordinates, who exchanged uneasy looks, he felt an overwhelming urge to crush them on the spot. Suddenly, Fang Jingyu's eyes lit up. Lu Shuetian might know Su Mo, there's still hope. Follow me, we're going to see someone who might help us get in touch with him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liang and Wang Yang felt a surge of mixed emotions. They couldn't pin all their hopes on Su Yao. Meanwhile, Su Yao had already arrived near the Martial Artists Guild. She stared at the heavily guarded entrance, bit her lip, and mustered her courage to step forward. Excuse me, may I go in? She asked. The guard gave her a cold glance. No, I'm Su Mo's sister, Su Yao quickly explained. A trace of disdain flashed in the guard's eyes. Get lost. Pale-faced, Su Yao froze under the guard's menacing glare, her gaze betraying a flicker of fear. Gritting her teeth, she thought to herself, wait until I reconcile with Su Mo, he'll make you kneel and apologize. Raising her chin defiantly, she said, just you wait. My brother is a genius martial artist and the Northern Academy dean's protege. The guard smirked mockingly, clearly uninterested in entertaining what he deemed another delusional claim. Determined, Su Yao pulled out her phone to send Su Mo a message, only to see the familiar red exclamation mark yet again. An idea struck her, and she began shouting, Su Mo, Su Mo, Su Mo. The guard frowned and warned, if you keep yelling, I'll have you locked up. Inside the guild, Su Mo had already heard her shouting. Bayu glanced at him. Aren't you going to check it out? Su Mo looked at Bayu with a strange expression. Why would I? Watching her is less interesting than watching delay. Bayu nodded in agreement. True. She's completely ridiculous. Suemo couldn't help but joke. They say big chest, no brains. I didn't believe it before, and now I'm even less convinced. That saying doesn't apply to you, sister Baiyu. Baiyu rolled her eyes, about to retort, when Sumo's phone rang. Hello, Lu Gu, Suemo answered. Lu Zuishan's voice came through the line. Suemo, my brother, you've really made it big this time. Congratulations on your hard-earned success. Lu Gu, you're too kind. Without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today, Suemo replied humbly. Come on, don't be modest. By the way, there's some idiot who's probably putting two and two together and will come begging me to meet you. Just giving you a heads up. Suemo understood immediately. I'm not meeting anyone. Got it. Lu Shuitian hung up, taking a deep breath. Outside his office, a car slowly came to a stop. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo, still beaming with excitement, were genuinely happy for Sumo's achievements. Fang Jingyu burst into the office, looking frantic. Old Lu, I need your help. Lu Shuitian smirked playfully. Well, if it isn't old Fang. Have a seat. No time for that, I'm in a rush. Sweat dotted Fang Jingyu's forehead. Old friend, can you help us meet Suemo? You've done so much for him before. If you give him a call, I'm sure he'll agree to see us. Lu Zuishan's expression turned serious. I can't help you. Do you know who he is now? The Northern Academy Dean's protege, a prodigy. And who am I? Just a squad leader in the Security Management Division. I'm nowhere near his level. Come on, don't say that. I'm begging you. Whatever it takes to meet Su Ma, name your price. Fang Jingyu was practically on his knees. Anything? Lu Shuitian asked, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo tensed up. Lu Gu, don't do anything rash. Yes, anything. Fang Jingyu exclaimed desperately. Lu Shuitian sneered. All right, hey, raise my price. Disappear from my sight. Immediately. Leave. Crawl if you have to. Fang Jingyu's face turned ashen, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. This was their last hope. They had made countless calls along the way, only to be met with rejections or excuses. All their lofty reputations meant nothing compared to their futures. In the end, they were still thrown out. Staring at the tightly shut doors, they were filled with despair. Zhou Yang quickly called Su Yao. Did you see Suemo? At that moment, Su Yao was outside, covered in mosquito bites. She was about to answer honestly, but suddenly had a change of heart. After all, she was Sumo's sister. Though he was angry now, if she sincerely apologized, he might forgive her. They had lived together for over 10 years, she couldn't be that heartless. Worst case, she'd kneel and beg for forgiveness. These people had caused her fallout with Suemo, and she intended to make them pay. Perhaps Suemo would forgive her even faster once he knew. The thought brought a blush to her face. The guard watched Su Yao crouching nearby, and instinctively took a step back, as if her level of intelligence might be contagious. Adjusting her emotions, Su Yao spoke with a hint of excitement to Zhou Liang. Yes, I saw him. Su Yao's voice came through, and the three exchanged glances before hurriedly asking. Su Yao, where are you? I just parted ways with Suemo, and am heading back to school. Su Yao replied, causing their hearts to tighten. All right, stay at school and wait for us. We'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang both let out a sigh of relief, while Zhou Liang exhaled deeply, his expression grim. What's wrong with you? Fang Jingyu looked at Zhou Liang, his eyes filled with confusion. I think there's something fishy going on, Zhou Liang said in a low voice, his tone laden with unease. Hearing this, the other two began to feel uneasy as well. After all, their future was at stake, and they could only pin their hopes on this risky endeavor. If you were Suemo, would you forgive Su Yao? Zhou Liang asked, then turned and walked toward the car. This foolish woman was still deceiving them at such a critical moment. It was truly exasperating. With the Zhou family's survival on the line, they couldn't afford to place their trust in her. Let's head back to school, Fang Jingyu said, his and Wang Yang's moods growing heavier. Seeing Zhou Liang sitting in the car with a look of despair sent a chill through their hearts. As for dealing with Su Moha, who would dare touch him? Everyone knew why the martial arts exam was being held in Z City. The dean of the Northern Academy was building momentum for his disciple, showing how important Suemo was to him. The Northern Academy's dean was no ordinary person. With just one word, he could force every resident of Z City to relocate. It was too late, everything was too late. Putting themselves in Sumo's shoes, they realized he would likely act even more decisively. Zhou Liang took a deep breath, pulling himself out of despair. Since the Zhou family was on the brink of ruin, he figured they might as well take a gamble. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his grandfather. Grandpa, the Zhou family has no hope left. We might as well take one last gamble. However, there was no reply, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Even after they returned to school, there was still no word from his grandfather. Zhou Liang's eyes reflected a deep sense of helplessness. When they saw Su Yao, she appeared relaxed, even faintly excited. Zhou Liang thought to himself, what kind of daydream is this foolish woman having now? Working with her before had been like teaming up with a complete liability. No worse than that. Su Yao was adopted by Sumo's parents from outside the city. Could it be that her biological parents abandoned her because they knew she was incompetent? You guys got back so quickly. Did you see my brother? Su Yao asked with a bright expression, the word brother sounding particularly affectionate. Zhou Yang found a seat and replied coldly. Stop pretending with us. You didn't see Suimo? Su Yao's heart skipped a beat, but she managed to keep her composure, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Zhou Yang, you need to understand I lived with him for 10 years. No matter what, I'm still his sister. I've already asked for his forgiveness, and he still has feelings for me. Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang exchanged uncertain glances, doubt creeping into their minds. Really? Or are you lying? You framed him for a mere 10,000 yuan, got him expelled, secretly sold his parents' house, and left him homeless. Trying to persuade him to work for me, to earn your college expenses, combined with your behavior at the mall, Wuqiu's malicious framing, and your post accusing his parents of adopting you with ulterior motives. Su Yao, do you really think everyone is as foolish as you? Who are you trying to deceive? He's already removed you from the household registry, making clear he's cut ties with you. Do you think he'd forgive you? Do you take Suimo for a fool, a saint? Su Yao, stop inflating your own worth. You're not that important. If I were Suimo, I wouldn't forgive you either. Maybe he won't trip you up directly, but no academy will accept you. Do you even know his current status? A recognized prodigy of the Northern Academy, the youngest martial arts exam chief examiner, a rulemaker, a student of the academy's dean, and the pride of Z City. He single-handedly slaughtered beasts over a 30-mile radius outside the city, and that image of him standing atop the beast is at least at the Tongmai level. What do you have that could make him forgive you? The only bond you had with him was your shared past, and you destroyed that yourself. I know you're still daydreaming. During today's examination, how many talented girls with better backgrounds, gifts, and looks were there? Didn't you notice how they looked at Suimo? What could you possibly offer him? You, a foolish sister, would only hold him back. I can't imagine any way you could gain his forgiveness. Why don't you tell us how he would forgive you? Zhou Yang is acting like a rabid dog right now, lashing out at anyone. Are you still hoping we'll beg you? Is it money or resources you want? Then take those to beg Su Mo for forgiveness. Is that it? After Zhou Liang finished, he glanced at Su Yao. Her thoughts had been exposed, and panic flashed across her face. She hadn't expected Zhou Liang to see through her lies. Slap. Fang Jingyu stood up and slapped Su Yao. Calling you an idiot is an insult to the word. You're the dumbest of the dumb. A 3-year-old would be smarter than you. No wonder your biological parents abandoned you. They probably realized you were a fool long ago. Do you even understand what time it is? We're 2 days away from a life and death decision, and you're still playing games. Do you believe I won't make you pay back the money right now, sell your house, and cancel your registration for the martial arts exam? Su Yao was in a panic. No. Principal, there's still a way. Just give me money, and he'll use it to beg Su Mo for forgiveness. They'll say I was saving it for him, to toughen him up. Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang sat down heavily, their eyes filled with deep frustration. They didn't even want to waste their breath scolding Su Yao anymore. You're completely blind to the situation. Still thinking about our money? Do you think everyone's as greedy as you? Besides, do you really think Su Mo, with his current power, cares about a bit of money? If he said he needed money now, we wouldn't even qualify to line up to offer it. Just wait for the end. The sun rose, casting a glow of dawn across the sky. As the day brightened, the examination grounds buzzed with voices. All eyes were on the top row of seats. Su Mo walked at the front, with all the examiners following behind him. Only after Su Mo took his seat did the others sit down. After checking the time, Su Mo stood and began announcing the rules. The second round of the exam is combat against beasts. For those whose blood energy hasn't reached 200, you may choose ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are on the same blood energy level as humans. After the announcement, the examination grounds fell silent. While some had speculated about the rules, they hadn't expected this. In previous years, the blood energy test was followed by combat between martial artists. This year, the rules had changed. Rows of cages were opened, releasing beasts that hadn't eaten for days. They growled lowly as they emerged, saliva dripping from their mouths as they stared at the martial artists before them. First-level beasts aren't particularly intelligent, but they're not entirely stupid either. Each of the thousands of martial artists faced a beast roughly equal to their own strength. This was a test of their courage, theoretical knowledge, and combat experience. Many martial artists were trembling with fear. A scream pierced the air. Some warriors, faced with the oncoming charge of the demonic beasts, were so overwhelmed by fear that they collapsed to the ground, their trembling legs giving way, leaving a yellowish puddle and a rather distinct odor behind. The supervising teacher, observing this, shook his head and with a slight motion of his fingers, forced the demonic beast back into its cage. He then began to grade the performance. However, there were also those who faced the incoming beasts without hesitation, charging forward with swift movements. In the blink of an eye, the beasts were slain. In just 30 seconds, Yi Xiaoxi from A8 effortlessly killed her beast and secured first place. As she gazed at the fallen creature, her expression remained calm and indifferent. Her eyes shifted to the main evaluation platform, where a young figure stood tall, his gaze sharp and cold. His lips curled slightly as he licked them, revealing an indescribable expression. Yi Xiaoxi's composed performance stirred the competitive spirits of many, but their lack of combat experience meant they struggled significantly before managing to slay their beasts. Liu Yaoyao from D7 claimed second place with a time of 40 seconds, while Kong Ping from C6 came in third with 42 seconds, and Su Yao from Z9 secured fourth place with 50 seconds. When the results were announced, many were visibly surprised, their gazes collectively falling on Su Yao's graceful figure. Su Yao felt a surge of joy inside. She was relieved to have achieved fourth place. Had she not ventured out of the city to hunt beasts in advance, she might well have been among those who lost composure in fear. Su Yao's performance sparked a wave of discussion among the crowd, with some speculating whether she had prior knowledge of the test. Rumors began to circulate that Su Mo might have connections with her and had possibly informed her about the beasts in advance. These whispers reached the ears of the examiners, causing visible displeasure. A teacher from the Northern Academy narrowed his eyes, seemingly ready to speak, but Su Mo gestured for him to hold back. The other examiners, noticing this, also chose to remain silent and observe. Zhou Liang from Z City's 10th High School took 3 minutes to slay his beast, ranking 465th. Afterward, his face darkened, shocked by the significant gap between his performance and Su Yao's. Internally, he cursed. That vile woman must have known something beforehand. Having never hunted a demonic beast himself, he believed his wealth and status made taking such risks unnecessary. As the battles concluded, the rankings of over 1,000 participants were finalized. Aside from Su Yao's standout performance, there were no major surprises. Su Mo scanned the list and noted that only 500 individuals had succeeded in killing a beast. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Many participants, upon hearing his rare praise, beamed with pride, their spirits uplifted as though soaring above the rest. In stark contrast, those who had fled from the beasts, despite ranking relatively high for their attempts, received no acknowledgement or commendation. The 500 successful participants were now set to be taken outside the city by the examiners and other teachers for the next stage of the assessment known as the points competition. This phase would last 3 hours, during which participants would compete to slay as many beasts as possible, with higher kill counts earning more points and better rankings. The announcement left the examination grounds in stunned silence, as no one had anticipated the scale of the event. Many parents looked at Su Mo with admiration, believing this assessment to be a valuable challenge for their children. However, dissenting voices arose, questioning the fairness and appropriateness of such an evaluation method. Su Mo observed the voices of dissent, but refrained from speaking immediately. The opponents argued that slaying beasts was already dangerous enough. Why venture outside the city? They questioned the arrangement of this assessment, insisting it broke with tradition, expressed concerns about their children's safety, and demanded an explanation from the Northern Academy. Silence. Su Mo's voice was loud and resolute, instantly quelling the clamor in the examination grounds. You want an explanation? To put it bluntly, do you even deserve one? If you refuse to follow the rules I've set, the Northern Academy won't accept your children. His words left the opposing parents looking grim, and the atmosphere grew tense. Someone mentioned that there were still 5 other prominent academies in the northern region, and dissenters could opt out of this assessment. However, the examiners from those academies stepped forward and declared that any students who refused to participate in this assessment would not be accepted by their schools either. The parents were dumbfounded, questioning aloud. Why does Su Mo command so much authority? The teachers from the 5 prominent academies had clearly seen the benefits of this new assessment. Previously, they hesitated to implement such reforms for fear of public backlash, but the boldness Su Mo displayed as the Northern Academy's head had earned their admiration. Those warriors defending the city are in their 20s. They were once cherished children too. So why not yours? Su Mo's words resonated with some of the parents. We agree. This is an invaluable opportunity for our children to hone their survival skills outside the city, testing their courage and building critical combat experience. More than half of the parents began to support the assessment. Su Mo gave a cold smile. If you disagree, feel free to take your children home. With that, he turned and walked toward one of the 20 helicopters parked in the distance. He boarded one, followed by the other examiners. The opposing parents exchanged uneasy glances, anxiety etched on their faces. At that moment, the massive screen on the examination platform began broadcasting live footage of the assessment. Many were moved, murmuring, "This is what young people should be like. If my child can enter the Northern Academy, they'll make sure they build a good relationship with the chief examiner." Bai Xiu watched the helicopters take off, seemingly reminiscing about his own assessment days. Meanwhile, students began disembarking from the helicopters. Once divided into their respective zones, the 500 candidates set out. The examiners had already vanished into the mist, evidently marking the boundary lines. Many students sought out Yi Xiaoxi, hoping to team up with her, but she ignored them. Light as a swallow, she darted into the mist. Those with blood vitality levels exceeding 600 appeared calm and confident, while students with levels in the 400s or 500s seemed visibly anxious, nervously rubbing their hands and hesitating. Su Mo remained in place, keeping a close eye on the time. As the chief examiner, he was responsible for overseeing the entire operation. As time passed, students began to be escorted back by teachers. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A colossal beast, 100 meters in length, burst forth from underground and lunged directly at Su Mo. Even the invigilators were taken aback, rushing towards Su Mo in alarm. Inside the examination venue, many were shocked by the sudden turn of events. That towering figure, standing over 100 meters tall, was undoubtedly a Tier 3 demonic beast. A beast of the Tier 3 spirit aperture realm. The creature seemed to harbor a murderous intent toward the chief examiner, likely due to the examiner's history of slaughtering numerous demonic beasts, provoking their desire for revenge. Whether the chief examiner could handle this beast left many parents deeply worried. At the same time, some parents had indescribable emotions flickering in their eyes. On the spectator stand, Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang kept their eyes fixed on the scene, silently praying. They hoped the beast would devour Su Mo, preferably killing him outright. That would solve their predicament entirely. Sensing the disturbance, Su Mo quickly drew a black iron blade, standing firm without a trace of fear. With one swift slash, the blade gleamed, and before the beast could close the final meter between them, it was cleaved cleanly in two. Slaying a Tier 3 beast earned Su Mo 3.3 kill points. He sheathed his blade and refocused his attention on the computer. The invigilators stood frozen in place, pupils contracting, their eyes locked on Su Mo blade intent. It was unmistakably blade intent. How could this be possible? The spirit aperture realm was already astonishing enough, but Su Mo had also comprehended blade intent. On the giant screen in the examination venue, the replay showed the Tier 3 beast being effortlessly split in half. How strong was the chief examiner? It was terrifying. At only 18 years old, his strength had already reached such a level. The 9 city lords of Z City exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the pride of Z City. The chief examiner had clearly reached the spirit aperture realm, comprehended blade intent, and was only 18 years old. That earlier strike was nothing short of breathtaking. Many who witnessed the scene couldn't help but marvel. 18 years old, spirit aperture realm, and blade intent. What kind of talent is this? As long as he doesn't fall, the northern region will undoubtedly see the rise of a supreme powerhouse in the future. The parents who had supported Su Mo before began to clamor. Did you see that? This is the kind of role model our children should aspire to, not delicate flowers sheltered in greenhouses. They unanimously expressed their disbelief that such a genius as Su Mo had been expelled from 10th high school. Huh. And to think his so-called genius sister conspired with outsiders to frame the chief examiner. I hope they all end up behind bars after the martial arts exam concludes. Fang Jingyu felt the weight of everyone's stares and wished he could crawl into a hole. Wang Yang didn't dare lift his head at all. Their faint glimmer of hope was completely obliterated the moment Su Mo struck. Many reporters swarmed over, closing in on Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang. Principal Fang, may we ask for your thoughts on this? Fang Jingyu stammered, unable to form a coherent response. The crowd's attention shifted to the students. Could you tell us how Chief Examiner Su Mo was expelled in the first place? The students kept their heads down, remaining silent. They weren't fools seeing the principal at a loss for words. They knew better than to speak. The reporters, undeterred, pressed on. If you won't tell us, we'll just start making up stories. You're Su Mo's former homeroom teacher, right? Didn't you once post online saying Su Mo was a bad student, a failure? Is that true? The reporters turned their questions to Wang Yang. Su Mo reached the spirit aperture realm and comprehended blade intent at just 18 years old. And in your eyes, that makes him a failure? Tell us what's your level of cultivation. The homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, was drenched in cold sweat, his head lowered, veins bulging, looking like a frightened rabbit. Regret consumed him entirely. Faced with the reporter's relentless questioning about the post he had previously deleted, who could endure such pressure? He had the chance to soar to great heights, yet a single misstep had plunged him into this predicament. In the assessment arena, all eyes were fixed on the large screen. Su Yao's performance was nothing short of remarkable. She had slain more than a dozen beasts. Meanwhile, other students with blood energy levels exceeding 500 appeared timid and hesitant, their expressions tense, unwilling to take the initiative to attack. As the chief examiner, Su Mo displayed exceptional resolve. It was high time for such reforms to take place. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The roar of helicopters echoed in the assessment arena as rows of students poured out. Some were beaming with excitement, while others wore expressions of disappointment. Su Mo ascended the platform and announced the successful conclusion of the assessment. The overall rankings were about to be revealed. First place remained unchanged Yi Xiaoxi. Second was Lu Yao. Third was Kong Ping. Fourth was Wang Chuyan, and sixth was Su Yao. As the rankings were announced, there were no objections. Everyone had witnessed the process of hunting the beasts firsthand. Next, the students were to choose their academies. The 5 major academies had all set strict requirements except for the Northern Academy, which imposed none. Both Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi chose the Northern Academy. Su Yao instinctively glanced at Su Mo, her heart uneasy. Would he stop her? Fang Jingyu, Wang Yang, Zhou Liang, and the students of Class 9 all had their eyes on Su Mo, as did the parents who had gathered to watch. They held their breath, waiting silently for his decision. With just one word from Su Mo, Su Yao could lose her chance to enter any academy. When Su Yao saw that Su Mo remained silent, her heart leaped with joy. He didn't stop her. This was wonderful. She knew he would forgive her. He still had feelings for her. With a radiant smile, Su Yao declared, "I choose the Northern Academy." The moment she said this, her heart surged with excitement. Once she entered the Northern Academy, she would have more opportunities to interact with Su Mo. She refused to believe he wouldn't forgive her. At this moment, the Su Mo she once found disagreeable now appeared exceptionally dashing, standing there like a figure bathed in sunlight. Rumors had it that he had slain a third-tier beast with a single strike, and had even comprehended the essence of the blade. Su Mo was hers. No one could take him away. After Su Yao made her choice, there were no issues. At this point, Fang Jingyu, Zhou Liang, Wang Yang, and others let out a temporary sigh of relief, and those following the matter stopped discussing it. After all, Su Mo's ability to slay a third-tier beast with one strike and comprehend blade intent made him an untouchable presence. Finally, it was Zhou Liang's turn. He, too, instinctively glanced at Su Mo and noticed that Su Mo wasn't looking at him. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. After all, the unjust accusations he had made were his wrongdoing, but there was no evidence of his subsequent actions. There shouldn't be a problem. He said, "I also choose the Northern Academy." Once all the students had made their choices, it marked the end of this martial assessment. Some were overjoyed, while others were disheartened. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, Baiyu suddenly stood up, breaking the silence. Su Yao's heart tightened. Had her secret been exposed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how formidable Baiyu was, she couldn't interfere in the matters of the black market. Su Yao had already taken responsibility for other mistakes, but the matter of the warrior's medal could not be revealed. Su Yao's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Su Mo, only to find him also looking at her. Her joy and fantasies vanished in an instant, replaced by a wave of fear. Su Mo's gaze was cold and indifferent, as if she were already dead in his eyes. She prayed in her heart, "Don't let it be like this." She had made a mistake. Su Yao was almost pleading, tears glistening in her eyes, but Su Mo's expression remained unchanged. It was as if her existence no longer mattered to him. After Baiyu stood up, all eyes turned to her. She cleared her throat and said firmly, "Ladies and gentlemen, our Martial Artists Guild previously issued a notice regarding someone illegally selling our guild's medals." As she finished speaking, Baiyu's gaze swept across the crowd, and the atmosphere grew tense. People exchanged uncertain glances, questioning in their hearts. Could this really be true? Who would dare commit such a bold act? If the medals were being sold, it would spell serious trouble. At that moment, the expressions of the 9 city lords darkened. This was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. While the Martial Artists Guild could disregard their pride, they could not ignore the guild's authority. Besides, they were just as eager to uncover who was behind this scheme. As the crowd speculated, Baiyu's eyes suddenly locked onto Su Yao. "Miss Su Yao, could you provide me with an explanation?" Her voice was sharp, cutting straight into Su Yao's heart. Under Baiyu's piercing gaze, Su Yao's face turned pale. Her body trembled slightly as she struggled to remain standing, only to collapse onto the ground in a heap. Her thoughts spiraled. They've really uncovered the truth. At the same time, Zhou Liang's gaze also fell on Su Yao, a wave of panic rising within him. Selling martial artists' medals was a grave crime, and Su Yao was the accomplice he had roped in. That foolish woman would surely betray him. If he had known this would happen, he would have silenced her long ago. Meanwhile, in the audience, Fang Jingyu and Wang Yang slid down in their seats, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Su Yao had actually auctioned off martial artists' medals. How could she dare? Fang Jingyu was filled with regret. He had spent over 30 million for Su Yao, only to end up in this disastrous situation. At first, he had thought that if Su Mo remained silent, the matter would eventually blow over, and the worst outcome would be losing his position. But now, it seemed even that slim hope was gone. Many others in the crowd looked at Su Yao with expressions of disbelief. That she could do something so audacious was beyond comprehension. Some cursed inwardly. This isn't just bold, it's reckless to the point of absurdity. Selling martial artists' medals? She must have a death wish. Su Yao, however, seemed to grasp at a sliver of hope. She thought to herself, they're just suspicious, that's all. If they had evidence, they would have presented it already. No, it's not me. I didn't sell martial artists' medals, she exclaimed anxiously, her eyes pleading. If you're accusing me of selling the guild's medals, you need proof. Besides, I've never even received a martial artist medal. How could I sell one? After speaking, Su Yao instinctively glanced towards Su Mo, silently begging for his help, hoping that for the sake of their past relationship, he wouldn't expose the truth about her parents' medals. She couldn't bear to be abandoned and despised by everyone. Bai Yu, however, remained composed. Our martial artists guild has conducted an investigation, she stated calmly. Before I assumed the role of president of the Z9 City Guild, the previous president awarded martial artist medals to Su Mo's parents. Su Mo's parents had once helped the warrior guild resolve some troubles, and as a result, the guild secretly awarded them a medal. During the assessment, Bai Yu presented a video. The footage showed a young couple holding a child in their arms, with a medal in their hands. Then, she played another recording that clearly showed Su Yao going to the black market to auction off the medal. Bai Yu questioned her sharply. Miss Su Yao, you claim you didn't sell the warrior guild's medal. So what is this? Our guild has made it clear that auctioning off a medal is an act of hostility against us. Do you not regard the warrior guild at all? Su Yao was instantly flustered and hastily defended herself. It's not like that, really, it's not. At this moment, the Lord of City Z9 stepped forward to condemn her. Someone like this doesn't deserve to be part of Z9 City. Ungrateful and treacherous. The accusations and insults from the crowd surged like a tidal wave, leaving Su Yao's mind blank. She understood that she had to get through this ordeal today and could not let herself be overwhelmed by these voices. Frantically, she tried to think, repeating to herself, this medal was awarded to my parents. They gave it to me, so it belongs to me. Do I not have the right to decide what to do with it? Selling it, or using it for something else, shouldn't that be my choice? It's just a medal. Although it symbolizes honor, can honor feed someone? I exchanged it for money to buy cultivation resources, improve my strength, hunt monsters, and protect the safety of the citizens. Isn't that maximizing its value? Her explanation caused the crowd to momentarily freeze, as if they had never considered this perspective. Bai Yu snorted coldly and continued. The Warrior Guild's medal cannot be gifted or sold. This is a strict rule of the guild. Medal recipients can use it to seek assistance from us. Are you unaware of this? The coldness in Bai Yu's eyes made Su Yao's heart sink. Moreover, what evidence do you have to prove that this medal was gifted to you by your adoptive parents? Are you exceptionally talented? Are you outstanding in any way? Or perhaps you are kind-hearted and grateful? Bai Yu's relentless questioning struck Su Yao's heart like a heavy blow. Su Yao knew that her only hope now rested on Su Mo unless he confirmed that the medal was gifted to her by their adoptive parents. She had no way out. With reddened eyes, Su Yao looked pitifully at Su Mo and pleaded, Brother, please say something. This medal was given to me by our parents. Please tell them, I'm begging you. Her gaze lingered on Su Mo, hoping to awaken even a shred of compassion in him, as he had always responded to her requests in the past. However, the surrounding crowd sneered and mocked her, ridiculing her for shamelessly calling him brother, now after previously disassociating herself from him. They believed she was reaping what she had sown. The city lord's words cut even deeper. A wolf in sheep's clothing. This is the behavior of a despicable person who only thinks of themselves and acts selfishly. Su Yao ignored the barrage of scorn and insults, her soft gaze fixed on Su Mo, silently praying that he would speak up for her. Su Yao mumbled with trembling lips, her face full of grievance, resembling a wounded little bird. She murmured softly, You don't even have a household registration with my family. The moment Su Mo uttered those words, the entire assessment venue fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone thought to themselves, Su Mo, the chief examiner, I truly admire you. You are indeed not to be underestimated. Tisk, TSK. Now it's not just theft, but also illegal trading. That's a serious crime. Looks like you'll rot in prison. Someone sneered sarcastically. Forget prison. Who in the entire northern district would dare to associate with someone like her? Let her fend for herself. Su Yao's heart sank instantly into despair, her eyes filled with helplessness and hopelessness. She couldn't believe how ruthless Su Mo could be. She kept questioning herself. How can you be so heartless? Wasn't it just because I took a payment of 10,000 yuan that got you expelled? I was doing it for your own good. I even found you a job with a monthly salary of 4,000. After selling our parents' house, I gave you 2,000 to rent a place. Why are you treating me so mercilessly? I've been so good to you. These words ignited the fury of the crowd completely. Someone shouted angrily, What a scumbag. An idiot. You secretly sold someone else's parents' house, leaving them homeless, then gave them 2,000 and called it kindness? If I sold you to a brothel and spat at you, claiming it's for your own good, wouldn't that be the same logic? Su Yao ignored the crowd's accusations, her heart filled with grievance and anger. She muttered under her breath, You've become such a powerful martial artist, and yet when I ask you to earn money for me, you refuse. You're just looking down on me, doing it on purpose, trying to get back at me, aren't you? Now that you see me being scorned by everyone, are you satisfied? She collapsed to the ground, mumbling incessantly, her tears blurring her vision. The onlookers cast her peculiar glances, thinking she had lost her mind and was on the verge of insanity. Hidden among the group of students, Zhou Liang was also deeply startled, thinking to himself, Su Yao seems mentally unstable now. Who knows what she might reveal next? Why are you so selfish? I'm your sister, your closest family. Why won't you let me live a better life? Su Yao looked up at the sky, as if complaining to the heavens about her unfair fate. Oh, cruel heavens! Why are you so unjust? Why must you treat me this way? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Didn't Zhou Liang say there wouldn't be any accidents? Then why was everything exposed and investigated? Yes, it must be him. He deliberately sowed discord between my brother and me and reported me, all to make my life miserable. Her heart filled with rage and jealousy. She believed Zhou Liang was envious of her talent and jealous that she had such a good brother. Brother, listen to me. This isn't how it seems. Zhou Liang is behind all of this. He's the one who stirred up trouble, trying to tear us apart and ruin our relationship. If you don't believe me, look, I still have the records of him persuading me to sell the house. Even the stolen martial artist badge. He was the one who introduced me to the buyer. He said there wouldn't be any issues, but now it's all exposed in public. That was his plan all along. He envies our bond and probably likes me. He thinks the only way to have me is to destroy me. Even though we're siblings, we don't share blood ties. His motives are obvious. Brother, you have to believe me. Your sister still loves you. You have to trust me. Su Yao's voice echoed through the assessment venue, filled with desperation and pleading. Su Yao quickly came up with an excuse and blurted it out confidently, her eyes gleaming with certainty. She could already see her younger brother believing her words. The moment of judgment for Zhou Liang was approaching. Holding her brother's hand, it seemed as though everything was about to return to normal. However, the surrounding students began stepping back, creating a distance between themselves and Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang's heart sank as he realized the judgment was imminent, happening right after the martial arts exam, under the gaze of tens of millions. Su Mo, you really outdid yourself, Zhou Liang thought bitterly, recalling how he had once framed Su Mo. Back then, he had humiliated Su Mo in front of the entire class, forcing him to leave the school like a disgraced stray. Now, Su Yao was orchestrating his humiliation in front of millions in the northern district. It was a masterful move. Zhou Liang smirked coldly, determined not to go down without a fight. You wretched woman, Zhou Liang roared, stepping forward and kicking Su Yao to the ground in fury. Wasn't it you who asked me to help you? How would I know what you were selling? And you think you're any better? I gave you 10,000 yuan back then to keep quiet, and you eagerly agreed. You're selfish and self-serving. How could you ever think I'd like someone like you? Disgusting. You're not even worth a worm crawling into my house. Su Mo sat quietly nearby, saying nothing. Zhou Liang took a deep breath, thinking that since he was doomed anyway, he would make sure Su Yao suffered as well. After Su Mo was expelled, Zhou Liang had told Su Yao that if Su Mo agreed to work for him like a dog, he would give them 4,000 yuan a month, just enough for her living expenses at school. Su Yao had eagerly tried to convince Su Mo. By this point, the crowd's emotions were boiling over. Many people began taking off their shoes and hurling them at Su Yao. Get rid of this disgrace. How can someone like this exist in the northern district? Angry voices erupted from the crowd, their outrage fueled by sympathy for Su Mo's suffering. Zhou Liang watched Su Yao coldly, his heart full of resentment. Look at Su Mo, Zhou Liang sneered mockingly. He worked tirelessly, earning only a few dozen yuan a day, just to support you. And you? You spent 200,000 yuan on clothes without batting an eye, even selling his parents' house to fund your lifestyle. What a hypocrite. Zhou Liang's hatred for Su Yao only deepened. He knew that not long after Su Mo's expulsion, it became known that Su Mo was a martial artist. Every student in the class knew, but none dared to speak up. The homeroom teacher and Zhou Liang had conspired to eliminate Su Mo to prevent the truth from coming out. Surprised, aren't you? Zhou Liang said coldly. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. On the observation platform, the principal, homeroom teacher, and classmates all collapsed into their seats, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Cameras zoomed in, capturing their faces up close. Tell me, as the principal, what were you thinking? Instead of protecting a genius, you shielded a fool? Are you a fool yourself? Zhou Liang demanded. Finally, one of Su Mo's classmates couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. We're just students. The homeroom teacher threatened us, saying we'd be expelled and banned from taking the martial arts exam if we said anything. We didn't testify against Su Mo, but we didn't defend him either, another classmate added. This was all orchestrated by the homeroom teacher, Zhou Liang, and Su Yao. The teacher had always disliked Su Mo, thinking he was a burden to the class. Zhou Liang provoked Su Mo, and when Su Mo went to the teacher for help, the teacher turned around and expelled him. Some students, like spilling beans, eagerly revealed the truth. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, is this true? Wang Yang opened his mouth, but had no way to refute it. After all, it was the truth. Even the principal didn't step in to explain on his behalf, so what could he possibly say in his defense? Meanwhile, Zhou Liang burst into laughter on the side. Since he was doomed anyway, why should he care about anything anymore? He had given up entirely. There was no way Su Yao could make a comeback. After everyone learned that Su Mo was a martial artist, Zhou Liang became even more aggressive in his attempts to target her. Whenever it came to framing or sabotaging Su Mo, he would fully cooperate. By now, the onlookers were too tired to even hurl insults. A scumbag like this wasn't worth the effort. It's not true. It's not true. Su Yao finally saw a glimmer of hope. She quickly stood up, ran over, and knelt at Su Mo's feet, pleading desperately. Brother, you have to believe me. It's really not like this. I was deceived by him. It's all his fault. Please trust me. We've lived together for over 10 years. How could I ever harm you? Believe me, I truly love you as your sister. Su Mo cast her a cold glance, and the guards immediately dragged Su Yao away. Someone like her wasn't worthy of approaching Su Mo. It was an insult to the pride of Z City. Su Yao knelt on the ground in pain, despair written all over her face. I even knelt before you. Why don't you believe me? What do you want from me? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she continued. If you like me, just say it. We're not related by blood, so we can get married. I won't get involved with any other men, and we can have lots of children together. Please, forgive me. I was wrong. After saying this, Su Yao scrambled to her feet again, attempting to cling to Su Mo's arm. Bai Yu's face turned slightly red, her eyes glinting with killing intent. At the same time, Yi Xiaoxi's expression mirrored hers, equally filled with murderous intent. Bang! Su Mo kicked Su Yao, sending her tumbling to the ground like a rolling gourd. Bai Yu took a deep breath, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Yi Xiaoxi shared the same sentiment. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao approached Yi Xiaoxi and whispered, Do you like him? Yi Xiaoxi turned to look at her, her eyes flickering. Who wouldn't like someone this outstanding? Lu Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. So, you're thinking of competing with me? Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoxi replied, Of course, why not? The two whispered to each other, leaving the surrounding crowd completely dumbfounded. What kind of shocking declarations were these? Everyone seemed petrified, utterly stunned. No wonder the chief examiner had previously remarked that if he had a choice, he would let Su Yao die at the hands of a beast. Who could raise someone with such a lack of sense? With a brain like hers, who would ever like her? In my 30-plus years of life, this is the first time I've wanted to kill someone. Even my blade is itching to end her life. Zhou Liang observed the scene, his eyes flickering as he thought to himself. It doesn't matter, I'm going to die anyway. Su Mo, do you think you'll have it easy? Wu Qiu was already dead, and now everyone knew that what he had said was true. Zhou Liang stepped forward, facing Su Mo, and said coldly, Do you really think everything is as it seems? Regarding Wu Qiu, don't think that staging a performance will make people believe you. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Wasn't Wu Qiu already in prison? Why was this being brought up again? Could it be that many already knew this was Zhou Liang's last desperate act? Moreover, it had already been proven earlier that someone had framed Su Mo. Principal Fang Jingyu clung to the last straw, secretly relieved that his fear of the Zhou family had stopped him from publicly revealing Wu Qiu's death. His prudence now seemed particularly significant. I know about Wu Qiu. Wu Qiu is already dead, Fang Jingyu declared loudly, stepping forward. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, and all eyes turned to him on the high platform. The examiners from the other prestigious academies were momentarily speechless, as Sumo's previous demeanor had convinced them he wasn't that type of person. Even the 4 teachers from the Northern Academy simply observed quietly, without a hint of doubt. Sumo, you hypocrite. Pretending to be righteous while hiding your true colors. Do you think you're the only one with tricks? Bah. Even if I die today, they'll make sure everyone in the Northern District sees your true face. Zhou Liang shouted angrily. Yet the crowd noticed that Su Mo showed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly sat back down. Zhou Liang, Principal Fang, do you both wish for my death so much? A voice suddenly rang out as the students parted to make way. 3 figures emerged from the crowd, their hands and feet bound. When Zhou Liang saw Wu Qiu, his pupils constricted sharply in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Qiu is already dead. That poison was lethal. There's no way he could have survived. Bai Yu, seeing this, also sat down as if watching a show. If Su Mo hadn't been prepared in advance, the situation might indeed have spiraled out of control. Even Fang Jingyu's pupils kept contracting, while Lu Xuetian followed closely behind, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed on Fang Jingyu, as if he were already a dead man. I believe most of you know me. I'm Wu Qiu, a student from Class 9, Grade 10 of Z9 City High School. The earlier incident was indeed my doing. I falsely accused Su Mo. Here, I sincerely apologize to him. I also want to thank him for saving my parents, Wu Qiu said firmly. After speaking, he knelt before Su Mo and bowed 3 times deeply before slowly standing up. I wronged Su Mo because I colluded with Zhou Liang. Back then, he promised me 30 million and a chance to change my identity and enroll in an ordinary academy. For that 30 million, I betrayed my conscience. But who would have thought he'd poisoned my entire family during a banquet? If it weren't for Su Mo saving us, we'd all be dead by now. Wu Qiu's voice was resolute. while Zhou Liang didn't dare to utter a word in response. I kept evidence, fearing Zhou Liang might backtrack. I secretly recorded everything and uploaded it to the cloud. Even if I died, the truth would still come to light today. Zhou Liang's face turned ashen, realizing that this seemingly foolish individual had taken precautions against him. At this moment, Lu Shuetian pulled out a phone and played a recording. Wu Qiu, as long as you successfully frame Su Mo, they'll give you 30 million and arrange for someone to perform the identity-altering surgery, Zhou Liang's voice rang out. Following that, Wang Yang's voice played. Wu Qiu, 30 million is already a lot. Even if you become a martial artist, it'd be hard to earn that much. It's enough to ensure your family lives comfortably for the rest of their lives. Lastly, Su Yao's voice joined in. Haha, this Zhou Liang is truly not to be underestimated. He uses facts to mislead us, then spins a colossal lie to frame Su Mo. While we never trusted them to begin with, some who are envious of Su Mo might. Zhou Liang's face turned deathly pale. The evidence was undeniable, and his final gambit had failed. This opportunity also marked the moment for the Safety Management Office to settle accounts with certain individuals. As Lu Shuetian's voice faded, the screen began to display a series of shocking evidence. The first image revealed evidence of Zhou Liang arranging for Xu Bao to assassinate Su Mo. Upon seeing this, Zhou Liang's pupils contracted sharply, and he involuntarily glanced at the peer sitting in the center. He noticed Su Mo staring at him with a mocking gaze and bitterly smiled to himself. So it had all been a setup from the start. No wonder Su Mo had been hiding his strength all along. It seemed likely that both Shuahu and Shuabao had been killed by him. Those photos were undoubtedly intended to keep him awake at night, tormenting him mentally. Next, interrogation videos played in succession, showing assassins attacking Su Mo late at night. More critically, footage emerged of Zhou Bongyu, the second son of the Zhou family, hiring assassins in the black market. As the videos continued to unfold, the black market was thrown into chaos, with its leader, Jiang Quan, already taken into custody. Sun Yi watched the safety officer's departing figure with an expression of both excitement and relief. The evidence kept rolling, and Zhou Liang collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way under the weight of the sudden blow. The mayor of Z9 City retrieved his phone and sent a brief text. You may proceed. With this command, the Zhou family's downfall was sealed. The safety administration personnel quickly stepped forward and arrested Zhou Liang on the spot. At the same time, the principal of Tenhai was not spared either. Lu Shuetian turned to Fang Zhengyu, presenting a piece of evidencing interrogation record, along with the call logs of Fang Zhengyu contacting assassins. Fang Zhengyu's face turned pale as he realized he had been caught in a trap all along. No wonder Lu Shuetian had refused to help him. He had brought this upon himself, a fitting punishment for his actions. Reflecting on why Z City's Tenhai rarely produced talented martial artists, it became clear how could genius thrive under such leadership? Even the homeroom teacher was no better. Lu Shuetian thought to himself that he must transfer his youngest son out of Tenhai. Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yang were taken away by the safety administration, along with their classmates, who were all rounded up for questioning. Those deserving punishment would face it. Those who had broken the law would serve their sentences. Su Yao struggled nearby, crying out desperately. No, I don't want to go to jail. Brother, give me another chance. They'll listen to you from now on. Her voice was shrill and pitiful, echoing in the air, yet no one offered her any sympathy. It was her own doing. When it was all over, Su Mo turned and left, followed closely by the other examiners. The Northern District's Martial Artist Forum erupted instantly, with posts flooding in to discuss Su Mo's performance. He was praised for his courage and capability despite his young age, his mastery of blade intent, and his feat of slaying a third-level beast with one strike, making him a source of pride for humanity. The judgment following the martial arts exam brought a sense of justice and satisfaction to many. The Z9 City Mayor's office released an announcement declaring the closure of Tenhai, with its students to be transferred to other high schools and batches. A new inspection team was also established, tasked with overseeing all high schools. Online, netizens expressed their admiration. The pride of Z City resilient and determined. Let's all learn from examiner Su Mo. By now, Su Mo had become a household name across the Northern District, even recognized by many children. At just 18 years old, he had reached the Xinxiao realm and comprehended blade intent. Back at the Warriors Guild, Su Mo's eyes lit up. As the weather grew warmer, Baiyu had switched to a sleek black dress that hugged her figure, the hem reaching her knees and slightly flared. Her voluminous hair fell naturally over her shoulders. Seeing Su Mo's expression, Baiyu covered her mouth and laughed. Look at you, like you've never seen the world. She wore a proud look, and Su Mo, in a good mood, played along. It's just because Baiyu Ejia is so beautiful, he said. Baiyu glanced at Su Mo, whose demeanor was relaxed, but she couldn't help but wonder to herself. Is this guy going to continue living like a wild man? Take a few days off. You've been working hard lately, she said, nodding. How did it feel to lock them up in prison today? Wasn't it satisfying? Baiyu asked, noting the coldness in Su Mo's gaze and sighing helplessly. This little guy had been through so much that he was guarded with everyone. Even though he could joke with her every day, there was still a chill in his heart. Just then, two graceful figures walked in, their eyes immediately focusing on Su Yao. Su Yao greeted them. Hello. The newcomers were Lu Yao and Yi Xiaoxi. Nice to meet you. I'm Yi Xiaoxi, Yi Xiaoxi said, her gaze fixed intently on Su Yao as she extended her hand. Su Yao responded, my mom told me not to touch girls' hands, it's impolite. Both Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yao froze for a moment. Countless men had tried to shake their hands and been refused, but now they were the ones being declined. The two stared at Su Yao in disbelief. Lu Yao half-jokingly said, you're quite obedient. If we pushed you down, grabbed you by the waist, and kissed you till you cried, would that feel satisfying? I'm Lu Yao, and she's my best friend. We just came by to meet you. From now on, we'll be classmates. Lu Yao introduced herself. Su Yao nodded. Congratulations, he said flatly. Lu Yao's almond-shaped eyes widened. Dude, your small talk is seriously lacking, she teased. Bai Yu observed the two women warily, her instincts telling her they were likely related to those two troublemakers. We're planning to stay in Z9 City for a while. Could you be our guide for a bit? 100 billion a day, Lu Yao said loudly. Su Yao was stunned. Why don't you just go rob someone, he retorted. Lu Yao continued. 100 billion dough, you even dare to take it? Su Yao thought for a moment. Fine, he agreed. Yi Xiaoxi said seriously. Give me your warrior badge, and I'll transfer 100 billion to you. Su Yao was taken aback. He was only trying to brush them off, and had never expected them to follow through. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Backing out. Feeling weak. Yi Xiaoxi provoked. Su Yao handed over his badge, and Yi Xiaoxi transferred 100 billion into it. Even Lu Yao followed suit, transferring another 100 billion. Su Yao was astonished, thinking to himself, 18 years of savings gone in an instant. Surprise flickered in his eyes, and he couldn't help but reflect, they must be here to show off. 100 billion some are born in Rome, while others are born as mere cattle and horses, destined to labor. These two must have been born with the innate gift of extravagance. All right, tomorrow I'll accompany you for a day. Are you up for something exciting? Su Yao asked, a fiery glint in his eyes that made Lu Yao and Yi Xiaoxi feel a strange thrill. Sure, they answered in unison. Su Yao smiled. Great. Leave me a number, and I'll call you tomorrow. After the two left, Bai Yu looked at Su Yao suspiciously. What are you planning? She asked. Su Yao smiled faintly. Two beautiful girls willing to spend this much off course. They'll make sure they're satisfied and give them an unforgettable thrill. Seeing the smile playing on Su Mo's lips, Bai Yu's brows knitted slightly as she wondered to herself, what is this guy planning? Just then, Su Mo's phone rang. It was Lu Xuetian calling. Brother Su Yao, it's been a while since you visited our safety management office. Would you like to drop by? Lu Xuetian's voice carried a polite tone, but Su Mo's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Lu Xuetian had a favor to ask. Sure, Lu, just give me a moment. I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Su Yao bid farewell to Bai Yu and left the Martial Artist Guild. The two locations weren't far apart, and with Su Mo's speed, he arrived at the safety management office in no time. Lu Xuetian was already waiting at the entrance. When he saw Su Yao, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Brother Su Yao, you're here. Follow me. The two got into a car, and Lu Xuetian drove Su Yao to an unfamiliar location. Su Yao immediately recognized the building. It was the city lord's mansion. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Inside the mansion, Lu Yao was already waiting. Upon seeing Su Yao, his face lit up with joy. Brother Su Yao, what a pleasant surprise. You flatter me, Brother Lu. Su Yao replied humbly. Lu Yao then led Su Yao into an underground chamber. Brother Su Yao, the Zhou family members have already been detained, Lu Yao stated gravely. Su Mo's heart tightened as he understood the implication. We have gathered enough evidence to sentence the Zhou family to death. After finishing his words, Lu Yao left the chamber with Lu Xuetian, leaving Su Yao alone. Su Yao walked deeper into the underground chamber, where the Zhou family members were being held. Among them was Zhou Liang. The sound of footsteps startled the prisoners, and all eyes turned to Su Yao. Upon seeing him, their pupils contracted in fear. Although Su Yao had come alone, the Zhou family members felt a suffocating sense of dread. The elderly patriarch, Zhou Qijing, struggled to stand with the support of those beside him and approached the cell door with great difficulty. His gaze fixed on the young man before him, a face he had seen countless times, but now stirred complex emotions within him. He knew that his son and grandson had once sent people to kill this young man. What they had dismissed as an insignificant ant had now transformed into a formidable dragon. Upon learning that Su Yao was the personal disciple of the Northern Academy's dean and an examiner for the martial arts test, Zhou Qijing had spent sleepless nights consumed by fear. He had exhausted every connection he could find, hoping for a chance to meet Su Yao, but all his efforts had been in vain. Now, looking at Su Yao, Zhou Qijing pleaded, could you leave a seed for the Zhou family? Before he could finish, he dropped to his knees, like a flickering candle in the wind. The Zhou family members, witnessing this scene, displayed conflicted emotions in their eyes. The man they had once scorned as insignificant now held their fate in his hands, and they had to beg for mercy. In just 3 months, everything had changed. Su Yao let out a cold laugh. If you were me, would you have spared me? When you had the power to trample on me, you didn't even give me a second thought. And now, you realize your mistake and expect me to let you go? Life doesn't work that way. With that, Su Yao drew a black iron blade from his coat, and, without hesitation, plunged it into Zhou Qijing's heart. Not a single one of you Zhou family members will survive. Haven't you heard the saying, wildfire cannot destroy it. Spring winds bring it to life again. Zhou Qijing opened his mouth as blood gushed from his throat, his head falling lifelessly. The Zhou family members, overwhelmed by a mixture of fury and terror, shouted at Su Yao in rage. You're courting death. If you've got the guts, come in here. With a creak, Su Yao opened the cell door. His black iron blade was still dripping blood, the sound of droplets echoing in the chamber. Bright red blood dripped onto the ground, producing an eerie sound that sent chills down the spine. The countdown to life had begun. The eldest of the Zhou family turned pale, his hair standing on end, and instinctively took a step back. I'm sorry, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp swish interrupted him. A head soared into the air and landed precisely in front of the other members of the Zhou family. Terrified screams echoed through the room, and several faint-hearted members of the family passed out on the spot. At this moment, Su Yao appeared like a merciless executioner. He coldly gazed at the group in front of him, people who once treated human lives like dirt and bullied the honest without remorse. Now, faced with an awakened, honest man, they wanted to negotiate peace. Su Yao sneered inwardly. How could life be so convenient? I'll give you money, a lot of money, one of the Zhou family members begged, his voice trembling. The response was another swish. Blood splattered, and another head soared into the air. Finally, Su Yao's gaze landed on a trembling figure in the corner, Zhou Liang. In the silent dungeon, the sound of Zhou Liang swallowing nervously was unervingly clear. As Su Yao approached step by step, an invisible pressure enveloped Zhou Liang. With a loud thud, Zhou Liang's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was wrong. He stammered, slapping himself repeatedly. The sound echoed in the empty dungeon, and soon his cheeks were swollen. Master Su, Father Su, I beg you, give me a chance, Zhou Liang pleaded. I'll be your dog. Whoever you want me to bite, I'll bite. Please, just give me one chance. Su Yao stared coldly at the terrified Zhou Liang, whose words had become incoherent. Zhou Liang, you and I had no grievances to begin with, Su Yao said, towering over him. Honestly, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have seen Su Yao's true colors. No, it's my honor to have helped you. Zhou Liang stammered desperately. Give me a chance, just one chance. I have money, I can give you money. I swear, I'll be the most loyal dog you've ever had. Su Yao pressed his black iron blade against Zhou Liang's forehead. Zhou Liang's face turned ashen, and beads of sweat dripped down his face. He could feel the deadly intent emanating from the blade. With another swish, Su Yao turned and left the dungeon, walking out. Outside the dungeon, Lu Xuetian and Lu Xuedao were smoking at the entrance. One was the city lord, the other the captain of the safety management division, yet at this moment, they resembled mere doormen. When Su Yao emerged, neither of them even glanced inside. The three walked away, and behind them came a loud rumble as the dungeon collapsed. Leaving the city lord's residence, Su Yao motioned to Lu Xuedao. Brother, call me anytime if you need anything, Lu Xuedao said. Su Yao nodded, and the two drove off. In the car, Lu Xuetian glanced at Su Yao in the passenger seat. Brother, we're heading to the safety management division. Zhang Dehai called earlier. Su Yao's parents have shown up. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Mo's eyes. Lu Xuetian added, brace yourself. Don't let idiots get under your skin. When they arrived at the safety management division, a sharp voice rang out. When is my son coming back? This was followed by another voice. You're talking nonsense. Stop claiming relations. Don't insult Su Mo. Get out of here. Su Yao walked in and saw a young couple. Their eyes lit up with joy when they saw him. Son, you're finally back. Make them apologize, the couple said. Su Mo's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura began to emanate from him. The couple's faces instantly turned pale as they looked at him in terror. Su Yao coldly said, if you dare speak disrespectfully again, I'll kill you. Su Yao despised nothing more than people insulting his parents. The man in the suit stepped forward with a hint of disdain in his voice. Don't get the wrong idea. We're Su Yao's parents. Since you're her brother, doesn't that make you like a son to us? We know about the trouble Su Yao's caused. Honestly, with a daughter like that, we'd rather disown her. We've come here to make amends with you. Your parents have passed away, but we're still alive. We can be your parents. Don't worry, we'll treat you well. Zhang Dehai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Xuetian were stunned, their minds reeling in shock. Who are these people? No wonder Su Yao ended up with that kind of personality. It must run in the family. Sumo's lips curled into a faint smirk, his gaze sharp as a blade. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if a storm were about to break. I don't doubt your identity. You probably are Su Yao's parents, Su Mo said coldly, but your shamelessness is an exact match for hers. Let me give you some advice. Get lost before I lose my temper. The young couple looked flustered and hurriedly said, We're sincere about wanting to take you in as our son. We have no ulterior motives, we promise. Please believe us. Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo quickly stepped forward and handcuffed the pair. Come on, let's go. You'll be spending a few days inside. Insulting the personal disciple of the Northern Court Dean. If we let you off, do you think others wouldn't tear you limb from limb? The couple's faces turned ashen, their fear mounting. Su Mo is our son who would dare treat us like this? With a loud thud, they were slammed against the back wall, blood spurting from their mouths as they slid weakly to the floor, collapsing to their knees. Su Mo retracted his foot and slowly drew out his black iron blade, advancing step by step. The couple huddled together in the corner, trembling with terror. Brother Su, wait. Let me turn off all the cameras here first, one of them stammered. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads as dread consumed them. They hadn't expected to be treated this way. In fact, Zhang Dehai had already disabled the cameras earlier, solely to frighten the couple. For people like this, straightforward intimidation was the best approach. We were wrong. We're sorry, so sorry. The young couple choked out their apologies, their voices shaking as they looked into Su Mo's eyes, which burned with murderous intent. Regret gripped their hearts. If they could go back, they'd never have come here. Now, they weren't even sure if they'd make it out alive. Su Mo's icy, lethal gaze left them utterly terrified. Su Mo pressed the tip of his blade close to them, then slowly dragged it across their bodies. I won't kill you, but if I ever hear you mention me or anything about me again, I'll throw you outside the city to be devoured by monstrous beasts. They'll rip the flesh from your bones piece by piece, and you won't die quickly or painlessly. Hearing this, the couple's faces turned deathly pale, and they fainted on the spot. Li Wuyo stepped forward, dragging their unconscious bodies away, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Their earlier audacity had infuriated him. Lock them up for a few days. They'll make sure they behave. Daring to cause trouble in my security division, how bold of them. Su Mo nodded, watching as the couple was taken away. Lu Shuetian shook his head. No wonder Su Yao is such a brainless fool. Seems like it runs in the family. I used to think her parents were killed by beasts, but it turns out they just abandoned her because she was a burden. Perfect. This accusation will keep them locked up for a few years. Coldness flickered in Su Mo's eyes. Let's go. It's time to check on my brainless sister. Lu Shuetian brought Su Mo to a secluded detention area. At this moment, Su Yao's face was pale, her eyes filled with unease as she paced anxiously back and forth in the cell. She occasionally banged on the door, screaming, Let me out. I can't stay in this filthy place. My brother is Su Mo, a genius martial artist and the North Academy Dean's last disciple. I'm his sister, and am supposed to give him children in the future. How dare you treat me like this? Let me out. Just wait until my brother gets here. Hell, make you pay for this. Let me out. As she screamed hysterically, she caught sight of Su Mo's figure. A flash of excitement and relief crossed her eyes. Her brother had come. She felt a glimmer of hope, certain he wouldn't abandon her. Su Yao called out desperately. Take me back. I can't stay here. Brother, I regret it. I know I was wrong. As long as you forgive me, I'll listen to you from now on. I knew you still cared about me. Please, brother, I promise I'll never act foolishly again. I'll obey you, just like before, okay? I'll be a good sister. I'll do whatever you say, even bear children for you. Just take me away from here. However, Su Mo remained silent. His cold, emotionless gaze fixed on her, gradually silencing Su Yao's frantic pleas. Seeing his indifference, she stopped shouting. Su Mo, disheartened by her selfishness, felt no desire to engage with her. Without a word, he turned and walked away. As for Wang Yang and Fang Jingyu, others would deal with them. Su Mo didn't even have the interest to spare them a glance. No, don't leave. Don't. Su Yao cried out, reaching through the bars, her hands flailing as if trying to grab hold of him. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, she collapsed to the ground in despair. Why won't you give me a chance? Why? I've already apologized. Why are you treating me like this? You won't even give me the chance to make amends. Even if Su Mo hit me or scolded me, it would feel better than this. The utter disregard left her drowning in hopelessness. Lu Shuetian shook his head, thinking to himself how delusional she still was at a time like this. Were those young parents Su Yao's biological parents? Of course. Lu Shuetian had offered them the chance to see her, but neither of them showed up. Manager Lu, I beg you, please, bring him back. Bring him back. I know I was wrong. I truly do, Su Yao murmured from the ground. Shut up. Stop whining. You're louder than a fly, Lu Shuetian said coldly. Su Yao slumped on the floor, still mumbling. All of you just bully me. You just pick on me because I'm easy to target. Hearing this, Lu Shuetian let out a derisive laugh, his face filled with mockery. Your biological parents came here looking for you. A glimmer of hope lit up Su Yao's despairing eyes. Did they come to save me? Tell me, did they come to take me out of here? Lu Shuetian shook his head. Those two only wanted to get closer to Su Mo just like you. Brainless fools. When they mentioned you, their eyes were full of disgust. They cursed you even as they spoke your name. The only reason they admitted to being your parents was because of Su Mo. They didn't even bother to look at you. Su Yao, having parents like that is your misfortune. But you were given a second chance by fate, and you ruined it with your own hands. Su Mo's parents were open, honest, and kind-hearted, yet you learned none of their virtues. Instead, you inherited the hypocrisy, foolishness, and selfishness of your biological parents, using those traits against the very people who cared for and loved you. I believe Su Mo's parents, wherever they are, wouldn't regret saving you. They were too kind for that. But they might regret raising you themselves, only for you to harm Su Mo in return. Su Yao sat numbly on the ground, memories of the past flashing through her mind. After a while, Lu Shuetian left and took out his phone, dialing a number. Su Mo, your sister, Su Yao, has committed suicide. Su Mo's eyes flickered with surprise. He thought to himself, even someone like her would take her own life? Lu Shuetian really knows how to handle things. But he didn't ask further. Sometimes the truth wasn't all that important, was it? After hanging up, a faint smile appeared on Su Mo's lips. It was over. Everything had come to an end, and it was time for him to begin a new journey. With that thought, he dialed another number. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao appeared in front of Su Mo as agreed. Yi Xiaoxi wore a white, fluffy, knee-length dress, her hair slightly curled, with a faint smile on her lips. Lu Yaoyao, on the other hand, was dressed in a white cheongsam, the neckline adorned with a sparkling crystal gem. She held a parasol, exuding the gentle charm of a Jiangnan water town. Su Mo looked at them with a peculiar expression on his face. I suggest you change your outfits, he said. What? You don't like them? Yi Xiaoxi stared at Su Mo. I carefully picked this outfit myself, and am not changing it. Su Mo nodded, and then said, all right, let's go. I've made all the arrangements. Are you ready? I'm about to take you to a place full of excitement, thrill, and unforgettable experiences. Hearing this, both Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi looked at him with anticipation. Meanwhile, at a cemetery, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo let out a sigh of relief. After burying Su Yao, they turned and left the cemetery. As their figures disappeared, a man dressed in a black trench coat appeared, staring intently at the grave. With a wave of his hand, Su Yao's body emerged from the ground. He crouched down to examine it carefully, then removed his coat and gently draped it over her body. Outside the city, Lu Yaoyao furiously shouted at Su Mo, are you out of your mind? Two stunning beauties like us spent 2 billion together, and you bring us out of the city only to get chased by a python. Is this your idea of excitement? Disheveled and in distress, she turned to see the blood-red eyes behind her and quickly picked up speed, running toward the city. Yi Xiaoxi was no longer composed either, fear evident in her eyes. The demonic beast in the transcendent realm launched icy arrows at them from time to time. If not for their specialized movement techniques, they would have been in serious trouble by now. Su Mo watched as the python stopped chasing him and instead went after Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi. Leaping into the air, his figure left blurred afterimages as he shouted, slash. As his voice fell, his blade intent condensed, and with a single strike, a trench about 2 meters wide and 100 meters long marked the ground. The python's massive body recoiled, its glowing eyes fixed on Su Mo with a hint of surprise. This insignificant human had actually mastered blade intent, and his cultivation level had reached the divine aperture realm. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi glanced back, their eyes flashing with astonishment. Is this Su Mo's true power? They thought. Su Mo charged toward the python with his blade. The two women didn't dare linger and sprinted back toward the city. They understood that the faster they ran, the less Su Mo would have to worry about them, and the safer they would be. Once inside the city, they leaned against the city gates, gasping for air. Their hair was disheveled, their faces pale, and their expressions filled with lingering fear. Just then, Su Mo's voice came from behind. See you later. In a flash, he re-entered the city. The python, watching him retreat, hissed and made strange noises, clearly enraged. Bai Xiu stepped out, giving Su Mo a once-over with a peculiar look in his eyes. Half an hour ago, Su Mo had left with 2 beautiful women, and Bai Xiu had already imagined what might happen next. Yet, to his surprise, they were chased by a python. TSK, 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 the heavens really have a sense of humor. Are you all okay? Bai Xiu asked with feigned concern. Ever since Su Mo realized Bai Xiu's cheeky personality, he had no desire to engage with him. Instead, he thought to himself, exciting? Truly unforgettable. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao rolled their eyes at Su Mo in unison upon hearing the teasing remarks. Lu Yaoyao stood up, hands on her hips, with a defiant smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Su Mo, you're really something. I'll remember what happened today, she said provocatively. With that, Yi Xiaoxi also chose to ignore him, and the two left together. Su Mo watched their backs as they walked away, taking a deep breath and secretly feeling relieved. Finally, he could claim that 2 billion as his own. Su Yao, watching the trio leave, felt a wave of awkwardness, his face involuntarily flushing red. On the way back to the Martial Artists Guild, Su Yao drew plenty of attention. Many people smiled as they whispered among themselves, "It's really Su Yao, the chief examiner. Who would have thought we'd get to see him up close today?" Some even eagerly asked, "Lord Su Yao, could you give us an autograph?" Su Yao paused slightly, shook his head with a modest smile, and said, "Please, I'm just an ordinary person, no different from any of you, just a bit luckier." With that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, a wave of exclamations followed. "Wow, he's so cool, and even humble when he speaks. I can't even imagine how happy I'd be if I could cuddle with him at night." One girl sighed dreamily. Another girl teased, "Girl, it's not even dark yet. Stop daydreaming." But hey, at least you've got some dream material for tonight. Just imagine Su Yao holding you from behind. She chuckled, reminiscing about a video she had watched with her ex-boyfriend, thinking to herself, if only it was Su Mo's face instead. That would have been perfect. Too bad that jerk broke up with me when he found out. The others overheard and silently thought she had it coming, though they couldn't help but find her idea intriguing. When Su Yao returned to the Martial Artists Guild, Yu approached him with a playful grin. "Wow, you're really something. Those two pretty girls couldn't even get out of bed because of you. I bet they've gone home by now." Su Yao smirked mischievously and retorted, "What exactly did you think I did with them?" Curious, Yu sat down and fixed her gaze on Su Yao suddenly. Su Yao leaned in close, their faces mere centimeters apart, so close they could hear each other's breaths. Yu's neck turned pink, and her cheeks and ears quickly followed suit. A sly glint appeared in Su Mo's eyes as he teased, "Sister Yu, are you that curious about what I did with them? Are you that concerned about me?" Yu lowered her head and leaned back slightly, but Su Yao seized the moment to move even closer. Finally, Yu abruptly stood up, grabbed Su Yao, and pinned him against the counter with a playful smirk. "Little brother, trying to pull this on me? You're still a bit green," she quipped. Su Yao took a deep breath, silently marveling at how this woman could play any role she wanted, yet somehow he always ended up falling into her trap. "Sister Yu, I surrender. Let me go," he pleaded. Yu released him, looking pleased with herself. "This brat thinks he's all grown up, daring to mess with me. Take those girls outside the city and let them play with the python for a while," she added with a teasing grin. Su Mo's expression turned blank as Yu gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, truly impressive. You're something else. Who else would take 200 billion from someone and then take them to play with a python?" "Be careful when you head to the Northern Academy," Yu warned with a sympathetic look. "Those two pretty girls may not be strong, but their brother is a powerhouse." Su Yao sighed and stood up, ready to leave. Just then, Yu's phone rang. "What is it, old man?" she muttered, frowning. Her expression turned serious as she listened to the voice on the other end. "You and Su Yao need to head to the east gate of D6 City immediately. A large number of beasts have gathered there, and there are even signs of demon activity." Yu's pupils contracted slightly, and Su Yao, overhearing the conversation, promptly responded, "Well, head there right away." Moments later, the sound of a helicopter roared from the rooftop of the Martial Artists Guild, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Although Z City was some distance from D City, it would still take an hour and a half by helicopter to reach their destination. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of the D6 City Martial Artists Guild, where two figures were already waiting for Su Yao and Yu. "Welcome to D6 City. We'll skip the pleasantries for now. Let's head straight to the east gate," Yu said coldly. Su Yao was no longer surprised. Yu was always like this. When they arrived at the D6 East Gate, pairs of blood-red eyes flickered in the mist outside the city, causing an involuntary tightening in their chests. At that moment, a voice rang out. Yu turned toward the city wall guard post, where Lu Bai appeared. Unexpectedly, he was guarding D6 City. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Bai shifted his gaze to Su Yao. They greeted each other, and then Lu Bai fell silent. "How long have these beasts been gathering?" Su Yao asked. Lu Bai replied. "A small group of beasts appeared around 7 in the morning. At first, there was no significant activity, but their numbers kept growing. I even vaguely spotted a demon among them, though its exact strength is unclear." His gaze remained heavy as he looked at the beasts outside the city. Su Yao didn't respond, but he understood that these beasts weren't particularly strong. They were gathered at the east gate, staring intensely, as if they were trained soldiers locked in a standoff. Could they be a distraction, with the real attack targeting another gate? Su Yao speculated. Just as he finished speaking, a figure flew overhead, delivering urgent news. "A heaven-treading realm beast has appeared at the south gate." Yu and Lu Bai turned their astonished gazes to Su Yao. Su Yao was speechless. It was just a casual remark, yet it seemed he had been influenced by Xiao's knack for predictions. "How about this? I'll guard this place while you two go assist at the south gate," he suggested tentatively. Yu and Lu Bai nodded, their figures vanishing in an instant. Even after Lu Bai's departure, the east gate still had plenty of guards, so Su Mo wasn't worried. Staring at the beasts outside the city, Su Mo turned to one of the guards and said, "I'll be back shortly." With that, he stepped out of the city. Moments later, the East Gate guard saw a brilliant flash of light, followed by a deafening roar from outside the city. The air became thick with the stench of blood. The slaughter had begun. These first-tier beasts posed no threat to Su Mo, especially after he had comprehended the essence of blade intent. In the mist, blood-red eyes glinted, accompanied by low growls. A dense horde of beasts charged at Su Mo wielding his black iron blade. Su Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind focused as he unleashed the technique stacked waves. With a single slash, waves surged through the air, transforming everything in their path into a vacuum. Explosions echoed as the beasts were obliterated one after another. Su Mo slew 2,000 first-tier beasts, earning 240 slaughter points. Moving lightly across the snow, Su Mo seemed to glide through an uninhabited realm. Facing a charging herd of mammoths, he executed a newly mastered technique with a single slash. A dazzling light erupted, and the oncoming mammoth herd was instantly cleaved in half. The pale mist had long turned crimson, and the guards at the D6 gate were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the power of the North Academy's headmaster's personal disciple? Among the mammoth herd, there had even been a third-tier beast, yet it hadn't even had the chance to resist. It was truly astounding. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but it turns out they're true. He really has comprehended blade intent, someone exclaimed in awe. Su Mo continued to hear system notifications in his mind. 300 second-tier beasts slain, earning 400 slaughter points. 3 third-tier beasts slain, earning 15 slaughter points. 2,000 first-tier beasts slain, earning 220 slaughter points. It was as though Su Mo had become an unstoppable, tireless machine. This was a golden opportunity to enhance his strength. Su Mo fought fiercely against numerous beasts in Z9 City, leaving him with a slight discomfort, especially with that giant python fixating its gaze on him. He decided not to let this opportunity slip away. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot out from the mist. In a flash, Su Mo disappeared. The light struck the ground, emitting black smoke. He dashed deeper into the mist, and amidst the resounding clashes, a sudden flash of light emerged. Su Mo appeared, holding the severed head of a level 3, tier 5 demon. After slaying the demon, he earned 3.5 killing points. As he looked down at the bone flute in his hand, Su Mo was startled. He realized the demon had been using it to control the beasts. Who were these demons, capable of manipulating such creatures? With the demon's death, the beasts began to regain their senses. Su Mo stored the demon's head, gripping his Xian iron blade tightly. He had pushed the power of his wave-stacking blade technique to its peak. Even from a distance, the scent of blood lingered in the air. Once the beasts had dispersed, Su Mo set the corpses of the beasts ablaze. The flames quickly consumed the spirit energy-infused remains. Standing before the fire, he silently watched the scene unfold. The guards at the eastern gate of D6 recorded everything. After the fire died down, Su Mo turned and returned to the city, receiving praise from the guards. They remarked that he truly deserved to be the final disciple of the Northern Academy's headmaster, remaining calm and composed even when facing tens of thousands of beasts. With the beasts outside the city gone, the guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Mo paused to check his system interface, where his name, age, strength, and other details were clearly displayed. After this battle, his strength had advanced to the 4th level of the Divine Aperture realm, and his killing points had been refreshed. However, Su Mo decided not to allocate points just yet, opting to wait until he returned to make further plans. Bai Yu and Lu Bai returned to the outskirts of the city, surprised to see the area completely cleared. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. Both of them turned to Su Mo, noticing the bloodstains still on him. Bai Yu gave him a light kick and teased. "You really have no fear of death, do you?" Su Mo retrieved the demon's corpse and the bone flute from his ring. Bai Yu took them, marveling at the items. It was her first time seeing such things. She suggested Su Mo show them to their teacher, as they might prove useful. Bai Yu pulled Su Mo along, and he paused, asking, "Is it all resolved?" Bai Yu replied that the teachers from the Northern Academy had arrived and had already slain the heaven-stepping realm beast, so it was just a false alarm. Su Mo nodded and bid her farewell, but Bai Yu dragged him toward the Martial Artists Guild, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "TSK, TSK, TSK, aren't you going to thank me? That Lu Bai is actually Lu Yaoyao's brother." Su Mo was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that. He nodded slightly, thinking to himself that the siblings bore no resemblance to each other. Her little sister already complained about you how petty. But weren't you the same when you tricked her out of her pocket money, or took her along to find the python? Lu Bai is also a cultivator at the Transcendence realm, so you'd better be careful. Su Mo's expression shifted slightly, his thoughts racing. Are you all in the Transcendence realm already? Take a guess. Little brother, you've got a long way to go. Su Mo took a deep breath and silently set a goal for himself. By the time the Northern Academy starts, I must break through to the Transcendence realm. Back in Z9 City, the first post on the Northern District Warrior Forum was a video of a Northern Academy teacher slaying a Skystep beast. Another post, with the title Back to the Crowd, Flames Soaring Ahead, contained only 5 words: one man, 1,000 beasts. Back Shadow Bro Su Mo is still as badass as ever, slaughtering 1,000 beasts on his own. Truly incredible, just incredible. One man against 1,000 beasts, the pride of Z City, and that familiar silhouette still stands tall. Gosh, my husband is as strong as ever. Last time I saw him, I noticed how long his legs were. The more I think about it, the more I like him. To the person above, you better be talking about his legs and nothing else. He means the middle one. All he knows is hunting beasts. He should learn to interact with people. Such a dense straight guy. Wait, something's not right. Are you implying you've got something going on with Back Shadow Bro? As the discussions died down, Su Mo gradually lost interest in the Warrior Forum. Back at home, he secretly attempted a breakthrough, feeling quite pleased with himself. The exhilaration of becoming stronger was intoxicating. With the consumption of 4,000 kill points, Su Mo felt his apertures resonate with a pounding rhythm. Soon, 40 apertures were opened, advancing his realm to the 5th level of the Divine Aperture realm. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Strength: Divine Aperture level 505000. Cultivation technique: Shaping Dao formula, level 310300. Martial skills: Stacked Wave Blade High Grade Profound, perfected. Treading Snow High Grade Profound, perfected. Hidden Veil Art High Grade Earth, perfected. Kill points: 633. Almost there. It won't be long before I break through to the Transcendence realm. That will be a complete transformation. My mortal body will gradually evolve into a spiritual body, better suited for cultivation. At that point, I'll awaken my own attributibic gold: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, or the rarest ones, space and time. For instance, spatial rings are crafted by blacksmiths who have awakened the space attribute. Such individuals are extremely rare, which is why spatial rings are so scarce. Thinking of spatial rings, Su Mo hurried out the door and headed to the Martial Artist Guild. When Bai Yu saw Su Mo walk in again, her expression was one of confusion. You're back already? Big sis you. What's the largest spatial ring you have here? Su Mo asked. 50 cubic meters, Bai Yu replied. Su Mo's expression faltered with disappointment. He had hoped for something larger than 100 cubic meters. What kind of look is that? Even a 50 cubic meter spatial ring might not sell in a year. A ring of this size costs 2 billion. The 100 cubic meter ring that old man gave you is worth tens of billions. Each additional cubic meter requires the blacksmith to expend enormous effort, not to mention the need for space stones, which are incredibly hard to come by. Su Mo hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding not to buy the remaining ring. Just then, Bai Yu seemed to remember something, turned around, and walked away. Moments later, she returned with an exquisite box in hand. Excitedly, she said to Su Mo, "This is a protective suit. It can withstand dozens of attacks from beasts below the 9th level of transcendence. Do you want it?" Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, even though she was about to leave. After all, who would mind exceeding their sales target? Su Mo asked, "How much?" 9 billion. Bai Yu replied, her tone casual. "You're calling 9 billion cheap?" Su Mo exclaimed, stunned. Internally, he thought to himself, this price is outrageous. Expensive? I don't think so, Bai Yu said nonchalantly. Su Mo slapped his forehead, realizing it was pointless to argue with a rich woman. He recalled his school days and the saying, when the future is uncertain, we are all dark horses. Once we leave school, the outcome is set, and we're all just workhorses. In the end, he bought the protective suit. Watching 9 billion vanish from his account, Su Mo's heart ached as he reminded himself he still had over 20 billion left. Seeing his expression, Bai Yu continued her pitch. You're still planning to leave the city, right? How about upgrading to a new radar? It has a detection range of 200 meters and isn't expensive. Su Mo thought about how his previous radar was broken. This time, he did indeed need one. How much, he asked. This 200-meter radar can detect all beast levels within the Transcendence realm. No tricks, fixed price 5 billion. 5 billion. Su Mo was shocked again, but he ultimately decided to buy it. Another 5 billion disappeared from his account, and his heart bled even more. First, a woman tricked me out of tens of millions in seconds. Now, this woman has made me spend 15 billion in under a minute, Su Mo thought bitterly. By the way, do you need any medicinal pills? You're at the Divine Aperture stage now, and recovery pills aren't that expensive. I only have 5 left, and the total is 5 billion. What do you think? Fine, I'll take them. Su Mo gritted his teeth and agreed, losing another 5 billion from his account. Wait, don't leave yet. Su Mo, come back. Bai Yu called after him anxiously. I'm doing this for your benefit. After leaving, Su Mo took a deep breath and thought to himself, with 20 billion gone, if I stay any longer, I might have to take out a loan. He regretted not treating Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao better. They were wealthy women, after all. After gathering his things, Su Mo headed toward the city outskirts. Bai Shou saw him and asked, "You're heading out again, Su Mo?" "Of course I am. My sister just scammed me out of 20 billion. I am practically broke now." Su Mo replied impatiently. "Don't talk like you're any better," Bai Shou muttered under his breath. He opened his mouth to retort, but was cut off as Su Mo turned and walked away. Grumbling to himself, Bai Shou said, "My sister scamming you has nothing to do with me. She scams me too." He sighed and went back to guarding the gates. He recalled the time as a child when he grabbed an official's nameplate during a traditional fortune-telling ceremony. His family had cheered, hoping he would one day reach a high-ranking position. But now, here he was, guarding a gate, the nameplate still hanging around his neck. Fate is cruel, he thought. Su Mo donned the protective suit, pulled out a map, and headed toward the yellow zone. Midway, he abruptly changed direction, concealing his presence. His previous battle with the serpent outside the city had taught him valuable lessons. Not long after, a massive creature appeared. Its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, radiating an air of hatred. The serpent was frustrated. This human was becoming increasingly cunning, and his strength was growing steadily. If it didn't kill him soon, the tables might turn. The serpent pondered its options, wondering if it should pay a price to enlist the help of other beasts to deal with this troublesome foe. At this moment, Su Mo had already hunted down his first demonic beast, slaying a level 3, stage 5 black bear, earning himself 3.5 kill points. After skillfully extracting the bear's gallbladder, paws, and pelt, he turned and disappeared from the scene. Although Su Mo's divine aperture realm at the 5th level matched the black bear's rank, ever since he comprehended the essence of blade intent, he discovered that beasts of the same level could not withstand even a single strike from him. Unfortunately, the system couldn't enhance his blade intent. Otherwise, Su Mo couldn't imagine how ecstatic he would be. After hunting a few more beasts, Su Mo suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a bone flute from his spatial ring. The demon he had encountered earlier used this flute to control beasts, but Su Mo wasn't sure if he could replicate the feat. If he could summon demonic beasts, he could wipe them out all at once. His eyes lit up with anticipation as a glimmer of excitement filled his heart. However, as he tried playing the flute, an awkward expression crossed his face. Luckily, no one was around to witness this embarrassing moment. Suddenly, he noticed a few beasts stealthily observing him. After slaying 3 level 1 beasts, Su Mo earned 1 kill point. He carefully recalled the demon's technique from their earlier confrontation and began manipulating the flute's holes. A melodious tune emerged as his fingers moved skillfully. Then, rumbling sounds echoed through the mist, and pairs of scarlet eyes gradually appeared. Witnessing this, Su Mo's eyes gleamed with joy. This method actually worked. With one decisive slash, his blade intent surged forward, a flash of white light cutting through the air. He killed 600 level 1 beasts, gaining 90 kill points, 150 level 2 beasts, earning 200 kill points, and 22 level 3 beasts, collecting 70 kill points. After gathering the materials from the level 3 beasts, Su Mo moved like a phantom, treading lightly through the snow with unpredictable movements. When the python arrived, it was met with a field of lifeless bodies. Gazing into the mist, it sensed Su Mo's lingering aura. Unsure whether this was a deliberate diversion, the python hesitated before choosing to head in the opposite direction, moving farther and farther away from Su Mo. Within the mist, the sound of Su Mo's flute occasionally resonated, followed by the anguished cries of demonic beasts. Relocating to a new spot, Su Mo prepared to play the flute again, but his expression suddenly tensed. A deafening roar shattered the silence, reverberating across the land. Su Mo glanced at the bone flute in his hand as cracks began to form. With a sharp snap, the flute shattered completely. Cursing under his breath, Su Mo thought, "Can I just stop playing? This sounds terrible." The roar had almost ruptured his eardrums. Without hesitation, he vanished into the mist like a ghost. Not long after Su Mo left, the area he had just vacated was devastated as 100 myrtle trees crumbled one after another. A black tiger emerged, its back adorned with 2 pairs of wings, surrounded by swirling winds. With every beat of its wings, the ground was swept with flying debris. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the shattered remnants of the bone flute on the ground. Letting out another furious roar, it unleashed a powerful shockwave, obliterating everything in its path. Today, it was determined to capture the culprit who had disturbed its rest. Once or twice might have been forgivable, but repeated disruptions had pushed it to the brink. The sound was unbearably grating, akin to flatulence. Suddenly, Su Mo's figure came to an abrupt halt. His pupils contracted sharply, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. He swallowed hard as unease gripped him. The black tiger, catching up, fixed its blood-red eyes on Su Mo, its movements cautious as it approached him. Just as it was about to pounce and devour him, something ahead caught its attention. Its open jaws slowly closed as it hesitated. Su Mo felt the ominous shadow behind him and was startled, but what lay ahead filled him with even greater dread. The black tiger stood beside Su Yao, its blood-red eyes fixed on the distant horizon. There, a massive pit nearly a kilometer wide emitted a nauseating stench of blood. Inside the pit, dozens of figures sat cross-legged, their heads adorned with twin horns and their faces covered in runes. The surrounding mist had turned black, shrouding these demonic beings. Along the edge of the pit, countless corpses, both human and beast, were scattered, and even the blood pool was littered with the floating remains of various beasts. The black tiger extended its claw, lifted Su Yao, and, with a swift beat of its wings, disappeared into the distance. After covering a significant distance, the black tiger set Su Yao down and spoke in a low voice. "Human, how about we work together?" Su Yao took a deep breath. He had sensed something unusual about those demonic beings. They seemed to be in some kind of slumber, surrounded by a force that made it difficult to approach. Turning to study the black tiger, he noticed its immense size, easily spanning 100 meters, with 2 pairs of wings on its back. "Human, are you listening to me?" The black tiger growled when Su Yao didn't respond. "How do you propose we cooperate?" Su Yao asked reluctantly. He was wary of the blood pool's danger, but he knew he had no say in the matter. "Kill them. You are the king of this region, aren't you? Why should I cooperate with you? If you refuse, it'll just eat you," the black tiger said, its gaze sharp as a blade, pressing Su Yao for an answer. "Your reasoning has won me over. Go on, how do we work together?" Su Yao agreed helplessly, knowing the black tiger had ulterior motives. He explained, "I encountered a barrier earlier. It's hard to advance. Those demons must already know we're here. There are a few soul realm demons hidden in that area. They'll hold them off while you kill the ones in the pool. The demons lying in the pool aren't particularly strong, but their bloodlines are extraordinary. Kill them, and they'll let you go." The black tiger's eyes gleamed as it growled softly. "Fine." After Su Yao agreed, the black tiger flapped its wings and instantly carried him back to the previous location. 3 demons emerged from the black mist, their eyes gleaming with greed as they stared at the black tiger. "Didn't expect you to come back. Courting death, are we?" One of them sneered as they lunged at the black tiger. With a powerful sweep of its wings, the black tiger created a fierce gale, the sound of shattering echoing all around. Su Yao was caught in the turbulent winds. The black tiger took to the skies, its wings generating massive tornadoes over 100 meters wide, slowing the 3 demons' movements. Seeing this, Su Yao let out a sigh of relief. In the blood pool, several demons began to stir. Su Yao gripped his black iron blade tightly and unleashed a devastating strike. A radiant slash cut through the air, instantly killing 3 demons of the 6th level of the spirit aperture realm. He earned 10 points of slaughter for the kills. "You dare!" The 3 soul realm demons roared in fury, momentarily stunned by what they had witnessed. Even the black tiger's eyes flickered with surprise. The storm intensified, and the roar of the king of beasts echoed across the land. The tornadoes grew larger, and one of the demons, unable to evade in time, was swept into the vortex. The sickening sound of bones being crushed echoed, and soon a severed head tumbled out of the storm, landing near the remaining 2 demons. "To cause trouble on my territory, how bold of you demons. Are you trying to start a war with us beasts?" the black tiger growled. The 2 remaining demons hesitated, their faces darkening. Su Yao managed to kill 8 demons at the 5th level of the spirit aperture realm, earning 68 slaughter points. At that moment, the blood pool began to ripple violently. Gurgling sounds rose as massive blood bubbles erupted continuously. Su Yao witnessed the scene, moving swiftly across the snow like a ghost, disappearing into the distance. The black tiger sensed the disturbance, its blood-red eyes flickering as its wings flapped frantically, trying to escape. Suddenly, a hissing sound accompanied by a painful roar echoed through the air. With a sickening tear, the black tiger's 2 pairs of wings were ripped off, leaving it sprawled on the ground, its eyes filled with the fear of impending death. A hand grabbed the black tiger's head, and with a crunching sound, its skull was crushed, revealing a blood-red crystal within. Blood bubbles surfaced with a gurgling noise as the black tiger's form vanished, leaving behind a massive skeleton above the blood pool. Only then did the 2 kneeling demons dare to rise, their demonic energy flickering as they chased in the direction Su Yao had fled. A mere ant at the spirit aperture realm dared to imagine escaping right under their noses. When they caught up, they realized Su Yao's presence had completely vanished. The 2 demons exchanged glances, surprise flashing in their eyes, before splitting up to search. Despite encountering each other again, they found no trace of Su Yao. Eventually, the demons returned to guard the blood pool. Meanwhile, Su Yao was hiding underground, not daring to make a sound. Only when midnight arrived did he crawl out, taking a deep breath before vanishing like a phantom, fleeing into the distance. He ran for an unknown amount of time until he found a secluded spot and took out his phone. The images he had captured earlier were nothing more than blurry afterimages, revealing little. The black tiger was surely dead by now. Su Yao hadn't expected that with his limited strength, he could escape the pursuit of the demons. He speculated that the ghostly being in the blood pool had set its sights on the black tiger's corpse, blood, and blood crystal. The black tiger had involved him out of fear of the hidden dangers within the blood pool, using him to test the waters. Luckily, that entity found him unworthy, and Su Yao silently thanked his luck. He realized that the ghostly entity seemed unable to stray far from the blood pool. Even so, he dared not return the presence. There was too powerful and too dangerous. He needed to inform his master that the entity in the blood pool must never be allowed to awaken. Yet, he had no idea where he was. The thick mist obscured everything, even the sky, leaving him to rely solely on his instincts to find his way back. After resting briefly, Su Yao changed direction. He hoped the giant python could find him. If it did, it would mean he wasn't too far away. However, the black tiger's speed had been astonishing, covering dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Coupled with his desperate escape, who knew how far he had run? Fortunately, he had purchased protective gear and recovery elixirs beforehand. Activating his radar, he scanned his surroundings within a 200-meter radius. Taking out his black iron blade, Su Yao hunted down a level 3, 7th-tier beast, earning 3.7 slaughter points. Like a ghost, he continued killing the beasts detected by the radar. The area was filled with level 3 beasts, with not a single level 2 in sight. After slaying 20 level 3 beasts, he accumulated 80 slaughter points. Gathering the materials, he resumed his journey, drifting further away. Before long, his radar screen was filled with red dots, causing Su Yao's heart to tighten. A thunderous rumble, like the sound of an earthquake, shook the ground. Su Yao found an area with fewer beasts, but just as he prepared to fight, he noticed the creatures fleeing in another direction. 10 minutes later, Su Yao was left gasping for breath. The horde of beasts had completely disappeared, and nearly all of them were third-tier beasts. Su Yao's eyes flickered as he contemplated the direction they seemed to be heading. Could it be that some rare opportunity had appeared? With this thought in mind, he moved like a shadow, silently following them. Eventually, Su Yao caught up with the beast horde. At this point, the beasts appeared to be under some form of control, mindlessly charging forward. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao murmured to himself, "Well, I can't be blamed for this." He wiped his black iron blade and silently thought, "Slaughter points, here I come." Slaying 10 third-tier beasts earned him 45 slaughter points. Killing 30 third-tier beasts brought him 120 points, and taking down 9 fourth-tier beasts added 35 points. At first, Su Yao eliminated a few beasts before vanishing like a phantom. The thick scent of blood filled the air, and the beasts, realizing something was amiss, quickly surrounded him. However, it seemed they couldn't sense his presence. Su Yao was not about to hold back. He followed closely behind the horde, and any beast that lagged behind met its demise. He meticulously collected materials from each fallen creature, sparing no effort. Even fourth-tier beasts were not exempt. Taking out a recovery pill, he quickly swallowed it, restoring his energy. He continued his relentless assault, knowing this was a rare opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Besides, accumulating more slaughter points to enhance his strength far outweighed the value of the pills he consumed. The beasts charged forward for several hours, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Glancing at his radar, Su Yao halted and retreated cautiously. The beast stampede had dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing several massive figures in the distant sky. Four towering beasts were gazing intently at the ground, where a spiritual plant bore a single golden fruit. The fruit exuded an irresistible fragrance, drawing the attention of the beasts. Hiding in the shadows, Su Yao felt a mix of excitement and unease, not daring to act rashly. The arriving beasts crouched low to the ground, equally hesitant to make a move. Su Yao licked his lips and thought to himself, "The golden dragon fruit is mine." A blood-red tiger, its veins bulging, stared greedily at the fruit and growled, "Let's settle this with our abilities." A black-feathered eagle, shrouded in a dark aura, spoke in a low, human-like voice. "Only by maximizing benefits can we determine the winner." A golden giant ape hovering in the sky declared, "Then let's rely on our strength and see who claims it first." A fox, its third eye slowly opening, chimed in, its gaze locked onto the golden dragon fruit as well. Su Yao's body gradually sank into the ground as the overwhelming presence of the surrounding beasts bore down on him. He had no choice but to fully activate the concealment technique to hide his aura. Silently, he thought to himself, "Master, the pathcrafting technique and the black iron blade, he used them to dig a tunnel. You won't blame me when you find out, will you?" At this moment, Su Yao felt fortunate that he had perfected the concealment technique. The four powerful beasts failed to detect his presence, a stroke of luck, as being discovered would have had unimaginable consequences. The four colossal beasts circled above the golden dragon fruit, their movements stirring the surrounding mist into chaos. A thunderous collision echoed, dispersing the fog across several kilometers. The shockwaves even flung many weaker beasts into the air. A few beasts at the Soul Realm narrowed their eyes and began inching toward the golden dragon fruit. The four mighty beasts, realizing they were evenly matched, could only temporarily hold each other at bay. What happened next would depend on the abilities of their respective followers. The battle in the sky raged on. Su Yao caught a faint, fragrant scent growing stronger, and a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Even from several hundred meters away, he could clearly sense the intensity of the fight. With his enhanced strength, his digging speed had significantly increased. Time passed, and dozens of Soul Realm beasts had drawn near the golden dragon fruit. Their killing intent was palpable as they leaped toward the prized fruit. Those who were a step behind turned on their companions, biting them fiercely. Agonized roars echoed through the air. Forget any code of honor. If we fail the boss's mission, we're dead. A few beasts clung directly to the golden dragon fruit, piling on top of one another like a living tower. The aerial battle came to an abrupt halt as four furious roars erupted. Moments later, the beasts clinging to the fruit were blasted away by a tremendous force. The pupils of the four beasts contracted sharply. The golden dragon fruit had vanished. Whose follower had managed to seize the fruit? Each of the four beasts hoped it was their own. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yao had already used the concealment technique to slip unnoticed through the chaotic horde of beasts. With the golden dragon fruit gone, the four beasts dared not continue their fight, knowing that sustaining injuries would only benefit others. Regardless of which faction had claimed the fruit, it was certain that the beast who consumed it would grow stronger, and no one wanted to see that advantage fall into human hands. After leaving the scene, Su Yao sprinted for an unknown length of time before finally moving aside an inconspicuous stone and digging out a small hiding spot. Thankfully, he had advanced to the spirit aperture realm, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he retrieved the golden dragon fruit and swallowed it whole. A treasure like this, once ingested, would become his and his alone. As the fruit entered his body, a golden light radiated from within him. His meridians surged like a coiling dragon, and his flesh felt as though it were being torn apart. Biting down on a piece of beast material, he endured the excruciating pain in silence. The agony pierced him like needles, then slashed through him like knives, even causing his bones to emit cracking sounds. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead, and his entire body was drenched as if he had been submerged in water. At last, the searing pain began to subside. Su Yao's tense spirit relaxed, and he could no longer hold one passed out. Time slipped by unnoticed until, finally, a stone was pushed aside, and a dark-skinned figure emerged from the ground, revealing a flash of white teeth and eyes. Su Yao became aware of the foul stench emanating from his body. Hurriedly, he located a nearby pond. After ensuring no powerful beasts were in the vicinity, he jumped in to wash himself clean, then changed into a fresh set of black clothing. Su Yao picked up the Xian iron blade and lightly grazed it across his arm, leaving only a faint white mark. He took a deep breath, a faint smile playing on his lips. If he weren't in the wild, he might have laughed out loud. The Xian iron blade couldn't even scratch his skin, truly a treasure coveted by level 6 beasts. Beyond the Transcendence realm lay the Divine Soul realm, followed by the Sky Ascension realm, which stood on the same level as level 6 beasts. Human cultivation levels were categorized as Qi and Blood, Warrior, Meridian Connection, Divine Aperture, Transcendence, Divine Soul, Sky Ascension, Creation, Destiny, and the Sacred Realm. For beasts, the corresponding levels were Fierce Beasts. Although there wasn't a drastic power increase from level 1 to 9, their meridians widened, and their physical strength multiplied several times over. The spatial ring couldn't prevent the power of the golden dragon fruit from dissipating, and Su Yao was eager to consume it. If not for the beast calling it the golden dragon fruit, Su Yao might not have recognized it. Next, he needed to accumulate enough slaughter points to break through to the Transcendence realm while also advancing his cultivation of the plastic Dao technique. Afterward, he still had to return and inform his master about the demonic beings. Snapping out of his thoughts, Su Yao felt a wave of dizziness, and his stomach growled in protest. He took out a bare paw, its aroma wafting through the air, but even after eating it, he still felt hungry. Without hesitation, he moved swiftly and began hunting beasts. The tantalizing aroma filled the air once more as he cooked another meal. After eating, he quickly extinguished the flames and moved stealthily in a particular direction. Along the way, he activated the concealment technique, transforming into a ghostly figure and vanishing from sight to avoid being tracked by other beasts. Sky-splitting slash. A loud cry echoed through the mist. Su Yao struck down a level 3, 9th stage beast, earning himself 3.9 slaughter points. He resumed his relentless killing spree along the way. Before long, his radar showed a dense cluster of red dots, and he couldn't help but grin. A swarm of golden, human head-sized insects appeared, emitting strange noises. Their blood-red eyes fixated on him, and they surged forward like a golden curtain descending from the sky. After slaying 1,000 gold corpse bugs, he earned 308 slaughter points. Another 700 bugs brought him 260 points. Suddenly, a gold corpse bug leaped onto Su Mo's back, biting fiercely at his neck. With a crunch, its teeth shattered on impact, leaving the bug momentarily stunned, its red eyes flashing with confusion. Su Mo grabbed it and crushed it with his hand, earning another 3.2 slaughter points. Mine, all mine. Not a single one will escape, he muttered, gripping the Xian iron blade with both hands. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Su Mo quickly took out a pill, restoring only half of his strength. After consuming another, his strength was fully replenished. However, he was running low on the pills he had bought, and the gold corpse bugs kept multiplying. These bugs fed on corpses, growing stronger and reproducing faster the more they consumed. Although Su Mo had no idea how many had already killed, the scene before him was now a sea of gold. Many beasts in the distance, witnessing the chaos, turned and fled, including a divine soul realm beast that didn't dare to approach. Come on, let's continue. Su Mo challenged as he launched another attack on the gold corpse bugs. Half an hour later, his heart sank when he heard a voice behind him. Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Transforming into a ghostly figure, he darted away. Brother, don't chase me. I really made a mistake. The voice trailed after him as he escaped, his thoughts racing. Gold corpse bugs in the transcendence realm had appeared, and there were more than 10 of them. These bugs could not only fly, but were also incredibly fast. Suddenly, one of them bit him on the rear. Su Mo leaped in pain, his speed surging even further. When he realized the bugs had stopped chasing him, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had planned to lure them away and then double back for a surprise attack, but they gave up after a short pursuit. Scratching his rear, Su Mo noticed that his clothes had been torn, exposing part of his backside. No wonder he felt a sudden chill. After changing his clothes, Su Mo no longer dared to continue searching for the golden corpse worm. The golden light in the distance had already vanished. He changed direction and continued drifting in the mist. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity with this place. After hours of wandering, Su Mo finally saw the mountain peak in front of him. It was the same place the ape had brought him to before. It seemed he had finally found his way back home. Unfortunately, his phone was dead, the thick mist obscured his surroundings, and the sky was out of sight. Moreover, after eating the golden dragon fruit, he had been unconscious for some time. Seeing the familiar place, his tense mind began to relax. The Su Mo of today was no longer the same as before. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Power level: Spirit Aperture Stage 809000. Cultivation Technique: Dao Shaping Technique, Stage 3103000. Martial Skills: Stacked Waves Blade Profound Grade, High Quality, Perfected. Treading Snow Profound Grade, High Quality, Perfected. Concealment Technique Earth Grade, High Quality, Perfected. Slaughter Points: 28,779. I'm going to break through. Su Mo, upon seeing his slaughter points, quickly found a hidden spot and began focusing on his breakthrough. As he allocated points, a soft white glow emerged from within him. Finally, 40 apertures were opened, and his power level directly advanced to Spirit Aperture Stage 9. After consuming another 10,000 points, the energy in his body converged in his dantian. The inner palace of his dantian opened wide, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body. He quickly allocated more points to his cultivation technique, raising the Dao Shaping Technique to Stage 4. The surrounding spiritual energy surged rapidly, pouring entirely into his body. An hour later, Su Mo opened his eyes. As he spread his palm, a surge of energy hovered above it, radiating multiple colors, the most prominent being a streak of gold. Could it be the golden dragon fruit? Su Mo wondered to himself. That fruit seemed far from ordinary. During his breakthrough to the transcendent stage, he had only opened his dantian, which meant his physique had already undergone a transformation while still in the Spirit Aperture stage. He hadn't noticed it before, but after the breakthrough, it became clear the golden dragon fruit was no ordinary fruit. When awakening attributes, most cultivators choose the most prominent one to focus on, maximizing its benefits. A combination of metal affinity and blade intent seemed like a good choice. A single slash would now be far more powerful than before. As Su Mo glanced at his status panel, his pupils suddenly contracted. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Power level: Transcendence Stage 1020,000. Cultivation Technique: Dao Shaping Technique, Stage 4015,000. Martial Skills: Stacked Waves Blade Profound Grade, High Quality, Perfected. Treading Snow Profound Grade, High Quality, Perfected. Concealment Technique Earth Grade, High Quality, Perfected. Blade Intent, Stage 2. Spiritual Power Attributes: Metal Affinity 9309300. Wood Affinity 303000. Water Affinity 2802,800. Fire Affinity 5305300. Earth Affinity 2902,900. Wind Affinity 6406400. Lightning affinity, 1301-300. Space affinity, 303000. Time affinity, 101000. The changes on the panel left him astonished. His blade intent had reached the second stage. It seemed that continuously hunting beasts had indeed been beneficial, though blade intent couldn't be enhanced through point allocation. The biggest surprise, however, was his spiritual power attributes. His metal affinity had reached an impressive 93, clearly thanks to the golden dragon fruit. Following that were wind and fire, possibly due to fire-nurturing metal. Most importantly, the affinities could be improved through point allocation, meaning all 9 attributes could eventually reach the perfect score of 100. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had noticed that increasing the affinity of space and time by just 1 point required 10 times the effort compared to other attributes. However, this challenge didn't faze him. Gently rubbing his chin, he calculated his priorities. First, raising the metal attribute to 100, followed by the wind attribute metal for combat and wind for escape. What puzzled him even more was why he had awakened 9 attributes, something he'd never heard of before. Could it be related to his vitality level? Su Yao recalled that after breaking through to the martial artist level, his vitality was extraordinarily high, far beyond what could be measured by normal standards. Well, sooner or later, these questions would have answers. As Su Yao's strength advanced to the transcendent realm, his speed became astonishingly fast. Before long, he spotted the familiar city gates. Taking a deep breath, he mused to himself. These past days felt like a trip to the underworld. When Baisho saw Su Yao, his expression turned slightly strange. Damn, 2 months. You still remembered to come back? I thought you kicked the bucket out there. Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. What? 2 months have passed. Baisho teased. What else? Yeah, 2 months. I even thought you might have turned into a pile of, well, you know. Wait a minute. What level is your strength at now? This time, Baisho couldn't sense any trace of killing intent from Su Yao. His aura was restrained, completely unlike the sharp and aggressive vibe he had before. Why should I tell you? Su Yao waved him off and headed straight for the Martial Artist Guild. After 2 months without seeing that pair of big thunderbolts, he actually felt a bit nostalgic. Upon entering the guild, Su Yao plopped down in a chair and greeted Baiyu with a smile. Long time no see. Baiyu looked up and rubbed her eyes. You still remembered to come back? Do you know how many times I tried to call you? I thought you were dead out there. Maybe even eaten by a python and turned into a pile of crap. Su Yao sighed helplessly. You're a young lady. Can you be a bit more refined with your words? Just help me calculate the value already. He placed a 100 cubic meter spatial ring and a 10 cubic meter one on the table, his eyes full of anticipation. Baiyu teased. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you went on a shopping spree. She called someone over to start tallying the items. Then, out of the blue, Baiyu asked, Su Yao, do you have a girlfriend? Su Yao shook his head. Baiyu continued. How about coming to my place today? My cat can do handstands, splits, backflips, and even eat ice cream. She added with a grin. Oh, my cat is amazing. It can make a 6 with its left paw, a 7 with its right, draw circles with its left foot, and kick with its right. A nearby waitress froze in disbelief. Is there really such a cat? Baiyu thought for a moment and realized she didn't even own a cat. The two of them mimicked Su Yao's actions, only to realize he had been messing with them the whole time. After the playful banter, Su Yao checked his phone and found that it could turn on. He quickly sent the photos he had taken to his master. Baiyu, curious, asked, what did you send to the old man? Let me see. But when she caught sight of the blood pool in the picture, her expression turned serious. It was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. After sending the message, Su Yao's phone rang. It was his master calling. Su Yao, where did you find this? The old man asked. Outside Z9 City, Su Yao replied. A mutated black tiger at the spirit soul level didn't even have a chance to resist before it was killed. There were also a few spirit soul level demons guarding the blood pool. The old man spoke gravely. That's a blood demon among the demonic tribe. They can absorb blood to enhance their strength. These special demons must not be allowed to recover. I'll send people over immediately to eliminate them. Shortly after, Su Yao received another call with a new number, which he saved on his phone. What level is your strength now? Baiyu asked, her heart tightening at the thought of Su Yao encountering spirit soul level beasts. She was relieved that he was safe. Take a guess, Su Yao teased. Baiyu snorted. Half a month until school starts. Let's see if you can still act this cocky by then. The next day, Su Yao's phone rang again. Young lord, hurry up and get out here. Stepping outside, he saw 3 approaching figures, one of whom was an assessment instructor from the Northern Academy. Young lord, long time no see, the instructor greeted him. Su Yao smiled and greeted. Let's go, time to head out. He nodded in response. One of the teachers grabbed Su Yao and soared into the sky, heading beyond the city walls. This was Su Yao's first time experiencing the sensation of flying in the air, a feat only achievable by cultivators who had reached the sky-stepping realm. The teachers nodded respectfully to Baisho as they passed him, then disappeared beyond the city gates. Suemo couldn't help but feel surprised at how respectfully Baisho greeted them. Relying on his memory, he led the three teachers to a familiar blood pool. Once they landed and set Suemo down, all three teachers fixed their gazes on the blood pool, their pupils contracting sharply. Suddenly, two demons appeared. Upon seeing the three teachers standing behind Suemo, their expressions darkened, and they dared not make a move. Ignoring the two demons, Suemo focused on the black tiger's corpse floating in the blood pool. At that moment, one of the teachers stepped forward, pointing a finger. Lightning flashed, and before the demons could react, they were blasted away, their bodies scorched. Seizing the opportunity, Suemo stepped forward, gripping his black iron blade, and delivered the final blow to both demons. The teachers paid no attention to this. Their eyes remained locked on the blood pool. 2 Soul 6 demons killed. Gained 11.2 slaughter points, Suemo murmured, gripping his blade tightly as he stared at the blood pool. Suddenly, massive blood bubbles began to surface, accompanied by gurgling sounds. Without warning, the blood transformed into countless flying swords, shooting toward them like a relentless storm. Sumo's figure flickered like a ghost, swiftly evading the blood rain and retreating behind the three teachers. Crackle! A shield of lightning appeared before the teacher who had acted earlier. The blood rain collided with the lightning barrier and was completely obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The teacher glanced at Suemo, his expression showing satisfaction and approval. Suemo, however, felt speechless. Seriously, big guy, we're in the middle of a battle, and you still find time to tease me? He's trying to escape. The examiner teacher stepped forward, golden light radiating from his body. A golden wall materialized around the blood pool, enclosing it completely. The demon panicked and shouted desperately, "Don't kill me. I know the secret of the disappearance of the 10th district." Before he could finish, a torrent of lightning erupted, engulfing the blood pool entirely. A deafening explosion followed, and everything returned to silence. Suemo stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe how easily the situation was resolved. However, a question lingered in his mind. What was the hidden secret of the vanished 10th district? Why had the teachers reacted so strongly upon hearing 10th district and immediately silenced the demon? There's still the inner chamber. Plenty of treasures inside. Want to take a look? One teacher suggested. Of course, Suemo wouldn't decline. As the blood pool rapidly drained, dozens of demon crystals of various colors red, black, white, purple were revealed. Suemo collected them all into his spatial ring. Consider this my first gift to you, the teacher said confidently. Suemo gave him a thumbs up, feeling deeply impressed. The teacher laughed heartily, while Suemo couldn't help but marvel at how easily the blood demon was dealt with. Then again, he thought, it wasn't that the blood demon was weak, it was simply that the teachers were overwhelmingly powerful. After the martial arts competition concluded, a deputy dean from the North Academy quietly approached Suemo. Suemo's gaze sharpened upon recognizing the teacher's identity. It was clearly someone of significant stature, far beyond his expectations. Let's go. Time to head back, the teacher said softly. Without further ado, he lifted Suemo, and with a swift movement, they ascended into the sky and flew towards the city. Once Suemo was safely placed in the city, the three teachers vanished without a trace. Suemo wasted no time and headed directly to the warrior guild in search of Baiyu. You're back again? Baiyu asked, slightly surprised upon seeing Suemo. The money has already been transferred to your badge. Suemo shook his head. It's not about the money. He sighed. 2 months of hard work outside the city, and the materials I collected only sold for 1.8 billion. Making money is really tough. As he spoke, Suemo took out a demon crystal. Baiyu's pupils contracted sharply. Where did you get this? One of the teachers from the North Academy came today. They took out that blood demon in just a few moves, and this was left for me. Suemo explained briefly. A flicker of envy flashed in Baiyu's eyes. She couldn't help but wonder why she never had such opportunities. Carefully examining the demon crystal, she remarked, its energy is severely depleted, it's not worth much anymore. I'll round it up and give you 1.2 billion. Suemo handed over his warrior badge, watching his balance increase by another 1.2 billion, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. By the way, Baiyu suddenly asked, which teacher helped you out? There was one who used lightning, and another said he was a deputy dean. They didn't leave their names, Suemo recalled. Baiyu exclaimed in shock. The Thunder Deputy Dean personally came? When Suemo nodded, she added, he's ranked first among the 4 deputy deans and happens to be my idiotic brother's mentor. Only then did Suemo realize why Baisho held him in such high regard. Baiyu continued, there are still 2 weeks left. Get some rest. When the time comes, I'll take you to the North Academy. Our internship period will be over by then. You'll get to meet even more geniuses there. Meanwhile, back at the North Academy, Deputy Dean Lei and 2 teachers reported to the Academy President, Long Lintian. How did it go? Long Lintian asked. It was indeed related to the 10th district. We've already eliminated him, Deputy Dean Lei replied. Hearing this, Long Lintian breathed a sigh of relief. What about that boy? Long Lintian inquired further. He was quite fortunate. He broke through to the transcendence realm, likely with a gold attribute. I estimate his affinity is above 80. Deputy Dean Lay analyzed. Long Lintian was so astonished that he spat out a mouthful of water. While Lay dodged in time, the other two teachers weren't so lucky. They looked at the president with disdain, but their expressions also carried shock. Breaking through to the transcendence realm at just 18 years old, with such a high affinity, was truly rare. Regaining his composure, Long Lintian placed a document in front of the group. After glancing at it, Deputy Dean Lay's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? He muttered before turning the document in his hand to ashes. Could it be that our human race has reached such a perilous state? Lay's expression turned melancholy, and the two teachers behind him shared the same somber mood. Long Lintian spoke gravely. This matter must not be publicized for now. The secrets surrounding the disappearance of the 10th district must also remain confidential. Otherwise, it will incite widespread panic. As the strongest figure in the northern region, he understood the consequences of such information spreading. At least we still have some time. Let's hope more strong individuals emerge among the human race. Long Lintian sighed. Then, as if suddenly struck by an idea, he added, in 2 weeks, why don't we have that boy participate in by you and her group's return to campus assessment? Let's see what rank he can achieve. Deputy Dean Lay and the two teachers exchanged knowing smiles. Your students are truly unlucky. Do you even realize what kind of people are in that group? Still, it might be interesting. All right, it's decided then, Long Lintian concluded. The group exchanged mischievous smiles, clearly looking forward to the upcoming assessment. When Su Yao left the Martial Artists Guild, he did not return to rest. He was always someone who would settle scores, and he had once vowed to take N's life after breaking through to the Transcendence realm. At the city gate, Baishio noticed Su Yao leaving the city again but couldn't be bothered to greet him. Baishio was secretly annoyed. The last time Su Yao had passed by with 2 girls, he had ignored Baishio completely, and this time, he didn't even glance his way. Clenching his teeth, Baishio silently plotted ways to trip Su Yao up in the future. After leaving the city, Su Yao walked through the snow, his figure vanishing like a phantom into the mist. At that moment, a sudden notification appeared on the North District forum. The pride of the North District, the genius acknowledged by the Northern Academy, and the headmaster's final disciple today marks his death. The post's views skyrocketed instantly, and people were stunned to see a live feed of Su Yao walking through the mist. Inside the Martial Artists Guild, a staff member hurriedly informed guild leader Bai Yu to check the forum. Bai Yu's expression darkened the moment he read the headline. At the city gate, Bai Xiao and the 9 city lords from the security management office also wore grave expressions. Everyone tried to contact Su Yao, only to discover that his phone was unreachable. In the Northern Academy, Long Lintian and several vice headmasters watched the live feed with heavy expressions. Vice Headmaster Lei suggested sending reinforcements, but Long Lintian instructed the technical team to first trace the source of the live stream. He knew someone was trying to sabotage the unity of the human race he had worked so hard to cultivate. Unaware that he was being live-streamed, Su Yao had already encountered him beside and stood a black eagle, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. N's blood-red eyes locked onto Su Yao as he spoke, his tone laced with both anger and excitement. Human, I never thought you'd dare to show yourself again. The livestream chat erupted with discussion. Some marveled at the 4th-tier demonic beast's ability to speak, while others questioned why Su Yao would willingly seek out his enemy. Most, however, expressed concern for Su Yao's safety. It's over. Su Yao is only at the spirit aperture realm, and now he's facing a 4th-tier beast. I can't bear to watch, one person commented. Others called for the Northern Academy to intervene and rescue him immediately. In the Martial Artists Guild, Bai Yu received a call from Long Lintian. Without hesitation, she donned her combat gear and rushed toward the city outskirts. Meanwhile, Su Yao had already engaged in a fierce battle within dozens of ice arrows hovered in the air before hurtling towards Su Yao with deadly speed. Su Yao moved like a phantom, shadows trailing behind him as he skillfully dodged the onslaught of ice arrows. With a swift leap, the gleam of his blade flashed. Above, the black eagle spread its wings, its feathers sharp as steel needles, diving down in an attempt to cut Su Yao in half. Su Yao's expression tightened as he stepped back repeatedly, instantly channeling metallic energy into his blade. Bang! Sparks flew as he countered with his sword. The black eagle was struck, blood splattering in the air. This scene left the live stream audience utterly stunned. The display of elemental power made them realize Su Yao was no ordinary cultivator. He had already reached the transcendent realm. At only 18 years old, he had comprehended the essence of blade intent, a feat that seemed almost impossible. No wonder someone wanted him dead. He was undoubtedly a threat to the foundation of humanity. The live stream chat was filled with shock and angry outbursts. The black eagle steadied itself midair, its sharp eyes fixed on Su Yao in disbelief. This young man was a transcendent? Wasn't he merely at the Meridian realm not long ago? How could his strength have grown so rapidly? Even the serpent, froze momentarily, a flicker of fear flashing through its crimson eyes. This young man was terrifying, his power escalating far too quickly. In a low voice, warned, "Do not act alone." With the warning, icy energy began to spread around him, forming head-sized ice spheres that shot towards Su Mo with sharp precision. Meanwhile, the black eagle hovered above Su Mo, watching intently for the right moment to strike. Su Mo let out a cold snort, his movements light and elusive as if walking on snow, his figure vanishing like a ghost. The Xian iron blade in his hand, bolstered by metallic energy, easily shattered the incoming ice spheres. Seeing this, the black eagle dived down suddenly, its talons gleaming darkly like iron, its wings generating a fierce wind aimed straight at Su Mo. But Su Mo didn't hesitate. He charged directly towards him. The serpent reacted, its tail wrapped in icy energy, swinging like a massive hammer towards Su Mo. Su Mo's eyes lit up. Halting his movements abruptly, he threw his blade into the air, using it as leverage to leap onto it. Wind energy swirled around him, lifting him into the sky. The Black Eagle and N were both dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. The audience was equally shocked. Su Mo had just demonstrated the legendary art of weapon flight. Could he truly be a reincarnated immortal? How could an 18-year-old possess such extraordinary abilities? At the city gates, Bai Xiu stood up abruptly, astonished. Only those at the Skiriching realm could fly, and using a weapon to do so was even rarer. Even cultivators who had grasped the essence of Tao struggled to achieve such a feat. How was Su Mo capable of this? In the security office, Zhang Dahai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Xuetian were all left speechless. How many secrets was Su Mo hiding? Weapon flight was almost unheard of. In the Northern Academy, Long Lintian's eyes sparkled with a mix of pride and excitement. The four vice principals, snapping out of their shock, revealed envy in their gazes. Su Mo, standing on his blade, dove down from the sky. The Black Eagle hastily adjusted its position, attempting to change direction. Heaven-cleaving strike. A blade light several meters long slashed down like lightning, splitting the Black Eagle in two in an instant. Witnessing this, N coiled its body and tried to retreat into the mist in panic. Fear consumed its thoughts, but before it could escape, Su Mo intercepted it with another strike. A deep crater formed as An's escape was forcibly halted. Its body twisted, its pupils dilating in terror. Heaven-cleaving strike. With this strike, Su Mo unleashed his power to its fullest potential. Earlier, he had been surrounded by a group of beasts, and if not for the help of the Black Gorilla, he would have perished. Every time he ventured outside the city to hunt beasts, he had to be on guard against that serpent. Suddenly, the power of ice erupted, forming layers of ice walls that cracked and shattered with a sharp sound. With a swift motion, a head flew high into the sky. 2 fourth-level, second-tier beasts were slain, earning him 8.4 kill points. As the system notification sounded, Su Mo took a deep breath, finally putting an end to this enemy. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with excitement. Unbelievable. He killed 2 Transcendence Realm beasts. It's much safer to leave the city now. As expected of the North Academy's headmaster's prized disciple. A strike like that must be a move he created himself. 18 years old, at the Transcendence Realm, has comprehended blade intent, created his own technique, and can even fly using his blade. Is he even human? I'm 70 this year, and I've never seen such a prodigy in the northern region. If I had just 1/10 of Sumo's talent, I wouldn't have spent my life tightening screws. Still outside the city, Su Mo dug out 2 beast cores, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Carefully packing the corpses, he knew that Transcendence Realm beasts were treasure troves from head to toe. Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger washed over him, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Without hesitation, he used his treading snow technique, his body gliding away into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows shot out from the mist, striking the ground where Su Mo had just stood. The earth scorched black, emitting a nauseating odor. Holding his breath, Su Mo swiftly retreated. In the live stream, blood-red words appeared on the screen. The moment of Su Mo's death is coming. Are you ready? The sinister text writhed and crawled across the screen, terrifying many viewers, some of whom nearly dropped their phones. No, someone's really trying to assassinate Su Mo. I'd trade my roommate's 20 years of life for Su Mo's safety. Where are the North Academy people? Why aren't they rescuing him yet? Look, who's in the mist? Su Mo's pupils locked onto 5 shadowy figures in the distance. They were masked, armed with bows, and radiating an overwhelming aura. Even the livestream viewers could feel the murderous intent emanating from their screens. This is bad. 5 masked individuals at the Transcendence Realm Theory really here to kill Su Mo. Why are they masked? Who are they? They must be traitors of the human race. Damn it, people like that deserve to be struck by lightning. Narrowing his eyes, Su Mo turned into a blur and disappeared into the mist, using the concealing technique to mask his presence. He constantly changed direction, But as soon as he stopped, the sound of arrows slicing through the air reached his ears. The arrows emerged from the mist, hurtling toward him. His expression tensed as he quickly dodged, his mind racing. Why isn't the concealing technique working? How are they tracking me? Questions swirled in his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the North Academy, Long Linchen's eyes narrowed dangerously, a cold gleam flashing within them. Even the concealing technique is ineffective. Have their methods reached this level? The 4 deputy headmasters wore grim expressions. To think they have signal coverage even outside the city. Their technological advancements are terrifying. Perhaps they achieved this long ago, one murmured. Long Lintian took a deep breath, his sense of crisis intensifying. The precarious situation of internal and external threats loomed ever larger, while the expressions of the 4 deputy headmasters grew colder by the moment. At this moment, Su Yao had already stopped in his tracks. No matter what he did, these people could easily trace his movements, as if they had installed a surveillance camera on him. He glanced at the radar unintentionally and thought to himself that perhaps this device explained everything. Radar, a marvel of human science, had it been weaponized? If this was true, the consequences would be unimaginable. Countless martial artists could be monitored, hunted down at will, with no chance to escape. Su Yao moved his body and continued heading into the mist, discreetly removing his radar watch and placing his phone into his storage ring. He tossed the radar watch away, and the live broadcast scene shifted instantly. Many viewers watching this couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the radar had indeed become a tool for those people? Have they been secretly monitoring martial artists and hunting them down while we remain completely unaware? This would mean that we have no secrets from them, and we don't even know who they are. 5 arrows landed again where the radar was. Su Yao suddenly leaped out, charging toward one of the figures. With a swift strike, a head flew through the air, landing near the radar. Eliminated a second-tier transcendent demon, gained 4.2 kill points. A voice rang out. Su Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. Why did these demons appear so human? Could it be? Damn, that scared me. Suddenly, a head popped into view, truly startling. Fortunately, it wasn't Su Yao's head, but that of an enemy. Go, Su Yao. Come back alive, someone cheered in the live stream. Su Yao is so clever to have noticed the radar watch anomaly so quickly. With a single strike of his blade, Su Yao unleashed a powerful move, splitting the 4 demons apart. Flying with his blade, he ascended into the sky and disappeared into the mist. The 4 demons lost track of him and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a blade light descended from above. As the demons looked up, Su Yao's voice echoed from behind them. In an instant, 4 heads flew through the air, landing near the radar. Eliminated 4 second-tier transcendent demons, gained 16.8 kill points. After Su Yao dealt with the 5 demons, cheers erupted in the live stream. Everyone praised his performance, agreeing that his pursuers still had much to learn if they wanted to take him down. However, no one let their guard down. They must have more tricks up their sleeve, someone commented. But we don't know what they are yet. Su Yao tore off the veils from the 5 demons, revealing human-like faces with distinct markings that made them appear somewhat sinister. The live stream viewers gasped in shock. Wait, why do they look so human? No horns. Could they have been human once, only to transform later? Su Yao picked up the radar watch, and a crackling ringtone sounded from one of the demons. The eerie tone was unsettling, like the whispers of a demon or the screeches of restless spirits. Why is there such a sound? This is terrifying. What has this world come to? Someone murmured. Quiet. Su Yao is about to answer the call. He stared at the virtual number displayed on the phone and pressed the answer button. A raspy voice emerged, sounding inhuman. Su Yao, 18 years old, orphaned, first-tier transcendent, personal disciple of Long Lintian, the head of the Northern Academy. You've mastered blade intent and reached the 2nd tier, even capable of flight. Truly a genius, the voice said. Despite having evidence of enemy crimes, you've waited until the martial arts tournament to reveal it. Impressive, very impressive. It continued, followed by slow clapping. The tournament has made you the center of attention. Perfect. I enjoy this kind of stage. Next, I'll keep playing my cards. Let's see if your luck holds up. Su Yao's expression grew tense as he realized the situation had escalated. These people weren't just targeting him, they might harm those around him as well. He quickly sprinted toward the city, mentally preparing himself for what lay ahead. Along the way, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Bai Yu appeared, her demeanor anxious, but she slowed her steps slightly upon seeing him. Are you alright? Bai Yu asked with concern, handing Su Yao a pill. Su Yao shook his head, indicating that dealing with those people wasn't as difficult as it seemed. The two continued heading toward the city. Just as Su Yao pulled out his phone, a notification popped up on the screen, and a message appeared on everyone's phones. What do you think? Will Su Yao win this game? The message was brief, but it prompted many people to click on it immediately. The screen transitioned to a dimly lit room, empty and eerie. Suddenly, a single candle was lit, its faint glow casting unsettling shadows in the darkness. A raspy, ghostly voice broke the silence. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for waiting. The image of a grotesque mask appeared on the screen, illuminated by the candlelight, which made it look even colder and more desolate. Su Yao, you're probably watching this live broadcast right now. The martial arts tournament has made the Northern District recognize you as a genius. Since you're acknowledged as such, let's play a little game, the voice continued. I have a few people here whom you might know. The first is Zhao Yong, the chicken butcher from the market who once helped you. Then there's Lu Shuetian, Li Wuyo, and Zhang Dehaithief all lent you a hand before. Finally, there's Lu Shuadao, who secretly assisted you in bringing down the Zhou family. Revenge must have felt sweet, didn't it? At this moment, the live stream's comment section began flooding with messages. The Zhou family tried to kill Su Moe, shouldn't he retaliate? Hey, coward in the shadows, why don't you show your face? Stop pretending to be spooky, it's just pathetic. Some viewers, however, started expressing discontent with Su Mo, questioning whether he was truly a good person. The masked figure watched the comments with indifference, his eyes cold and calculating. Meanwhile, Su Mo borrowed Bai Yu's phone and tried dialing the numbers of Zhao Yong, Lu Shuetian, Lu Shuadao, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wuyo, but none of the calls went through. The masked figure mocked him, asking, Su Mo, did any of your calls connect? He then held up a phone for the audience to see. Try calling again, Su Mo said calmly as he dialed Zhao Yong's number. Let's talk terms, he added, his tone steady. The masked figure burst into laughter. Haha, Su Mo, I didn't think you'd stoop to asking for help. I like this attitude, it suits you. But remember, in the one orchestrating this game, you're just a player. He moved the candle slightly, and the faint light revealed a figure suspended in the air. The person's mouth was gagged, rendering them unable to speak. Upon seeing that familiar bald head, Su Mo's gaze instantly sharpened. The masked man spoke coldly. State your terms. Since you hate me so much, I suppose you'd love nothing more than to kill me. He crushed the phone in his hand, as if unwilling to hear any more of Su Mo's words. Everyone, take a good look. This is the fate of those who help Su Mo. And this is just the beginning, the masked man said before pulling the cloth gag out of Zhao Yong's mouth. With a mocking look, he turned to Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong, do you regret helping Su Mo? Sweat dripped from Zhao Yong's forehead, but he glared at the masked man fearlessly and spat out. Pa, you sewer rat. Don't think I don't know your intentions. You're too much of a coward to face Su Mo, so you target those around him. You're nothing but a rodent in the shadows, filth in the gutter. It's a pity I'm not a martial artist. Otherwise, I'd chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Even if I die, there are thousands like me. Not everyone fears death. Go ahead, do your worst. Su Mo, my brother, Zhao Yong continued. I don't regret knowing you. Even if I die today, don't blame yourself. You have a greater mission to fulfill. In the silence that followed, the sound of clapping suddenly echoed. The masked man sneered coldly. Su Mo, your moral integrity is truly admirable. But I'll make sure you understand what a nightmare really is. Everyone who helps you will face a terrible end. I'll bring you crashing down from the heights until you shatter completely. With that, he pulled out a dagger. Su Mo's eyes were locked on the screen, his anger blazing. You bastard. Come at me if you have the guts. Why go after them? Stop it. Don't you dare. A sharp, grating sound came through the phone, followed by a sickening thud. The dagger had already plunged into Zhao Yong's neck, and blood splattered across the camera lens. The chat flooded with furious messages. Trash. Scum. Come out, you coward. This is insane. Doesn't anyone in the Northern District care? This is what happens when you help Su Mo. To the one above, just wait. I'll find your address, you piece of garbage. I want to see who you really are. People like this are traitors to humanity, trying to undermine our unity. Don't fall for it. At this moment, Su Mo's vision blurred, and he mumbled. No, 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 stop it. Please stop. In the live stream, the masked man had already severed Zhao Yong's head and held it up to the camera. Zhao Yong's lifeless, enraged eyes stared into the screen, sending chills down countless viewers' spines. Some fainted from fear. Su Mo, are you watching closely? This is the fate of those who help you. Don't lose your resolve now. There are still 4 people waiting for you to save them. You have 3 hours until nightfall. If you don't find them in time, I'll live stream their executions one by one. With those words, the masked man turned and left. Su Mo's eyes remained fixed on the retreating figure, a strange sense of familiarity gnawing at him. He had seen that figure before. Who was it? The anger within him burned with an intensity that made him want to tear the man to pieces. The live stream ended abruptly, and Su Mo's phone rang. Seeing that it was his master calling, he quickly answered. Su Mo, my team couldn't pinpoint the exact location. That masked man, he probably knows you well. The organization is called Eternal Life. That's all I can tell you for now. If we intervene, the Eternal Life organization will likely retaliate. I can only say this. The disappearance of District 10 is connected to them. After hanging up, Su Mo clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling as his killing intent surged. Bai Yu stepped forward and embraced him, gently stroking the back of his head. Don't do this. It's not your fault. You have more important things to focus on. Sister Bai Yu, let me go. I won't do anything foolish. I still have 3 hours left. Bai noticed Su Mo calming down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to suggest helping with the investigation when Su Mo spoke first. No need. Don't get others involved. This is a game between him and me. Su Mo's voice was steady, but his eyes glimmered with determination. Suppressing his anger, Su Mo's thoughts gradually became clearer. He realized that those targeting him would inevitably proceed methodically, step by step. This approach was strikingly similar to how he had dealt with Su Yao and Zhou Liang in the past. This realization sent a chill through Su Mo's opponents had clearly studied his behavior thoroughly. Su Mo turned and headed toward the security management office, his mind already piecing together a few suspicions. The next step was to confirm whether these suspicions were correct. Bai watched Su Mo's figure disappear into the distance and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Su Mo had barely begun to taste success, and fate had already dealt him a harsh blow. She silently vowed in her heart, "Eternal Life Organization, if I ever find your hiding place, I, by you, will destroy you all." 10 minutes later, Su Mo arrived at the security booth of the management office. He asked bluntly, "Are you sure the three of them left together?" The security personnel, visibly anxious, nodded repeatedly. "I'm sure. The three of them went out together, but they didn't say what they were going to do. They were clearly uneasy, fearing that the new leader might be difficult to deal with after their boss was captured." Su Mo offered a brief word of thanks and then stepped into Lu Zuishan's office. The room remained untouched, with no signs of change. Su Mo sat down, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew that the more critical the situation, the less room there was for panic. He began to piece together the recent events. The three men, along with the city lord Lu Xiaodao, had been captured, and Zhao Yong was already dead. The situation was growing increasingly dire. Su Mo speculated that if the Eternal Life Organization was behind the operation, finding them would be nearly impossible. However, if it was the work of a single individual, it warranted deeper consideration. His thoughts turned to Bai Yu. Her safety might have been due to her being away, or perhaps her own strength. This brought Su Mo to think of the masked figure. That person's abilities didn't seem particularly overpowering. Otherwise, they would have already made a move against him. Could the 5 slain transcendence-level demons have been the masked figure's accomplices? And if so, did their deaths mean the masked figure had lost their support? Suddenly, a thought struck Su Mo. Only the city lord could have brought Lu Xuetian and the other two together for an assignment, or it could have been related to the mutated beasts. If it was the city lord, then the major task he had been working on recently must be that particular mission. With this realization, Su Mo abruptly stood up and hurried out of the office. 20 minutes later, Su Mo stood in front of the familiar gates of 10th High School. The campus was now completely deserted. Shutting down 10th High and relocating the students was currently Z9 City's most pressing task. Su Mo became increasingly certain of his speculation. The mastermind was likely someone who enjoyed being in the spotlight, but had previously been forced to keep a low profile due to the Eternal Life Organization's mission. Now that 10th High was about to disappear, it meant their plan had failed, and they were at risk of being expelled from the organization. Standing in the empty campus, Su Mo replayed the person's usual behavior in his mind. Even with deliberate attempts to conceal their true nature, certain personality traits would inevitably slip through, causing them to stand out among the other teachers. This thought solidified Su Mo's conviction even further. Su Mo knew the personalities of several teachers at Su Yao High School like the back of his hand. When he caught sight of that familiar figure from behind, memories in his mind overlapped with the present, and his expression turned grim in an instant. "So, it's you," Su Mo murmured under his breath before sprinting off in a particular direction. The most concealed spot at Su Yao High School was undoubtedly the abandoned teaching building. In the past, Su Mo had often honed his combat skills there. Now, he moved quickly through the overgrown weeds surrounding the building. The sweltering heat filled the air with an unpleasant stench. His sharp eyes noticed suspicious, dried-up clumps scattered in many of the rooms. If it's dark, it must be underground, Su Mo speculated silently. However, what he didn't realize was that a live broadcast had already begun. "Now, let's enjoy my masterpiece. Watch how Su Mo disappears," the livestream host declared. Within moments, over 1 million viewers flooded in, and the comment section exploded like snowflakes. "Where on earth is Su Mo? Wait a second, isn't this the abandoned building at Su Yao? Why is Su Mo at that place? I figured it out, this person knows Su Mo. It must be connected to Su Yao. Only something about Su Yao could bring the city lord out." Speculation filled the screen. Some comments turned cruel. "I just want to see how Su Mo disappears. People like him are a danger to everyone and deserve to die. Su Mo isn't a god. Do you really think he can predict everything? Hey, just wait. I've already found your home address. See you soon. Come at me if you dare." Honestly, if Su Mo dies, it might even be a good thing. Su Mo reached the farthest corner of the building, where a pile of miscellaneous items was stacked. Carefully, he began clearing the debris, and soon, a handle embedded in the floor came into view. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the masked figure reappeared, still in a dimly lit room with a candle obscuring his face. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy my masterpiece. Watch how Su Yao disappears. The masked figure's excitement was palpable as Su Yao placed his hand on the handle. But Su Mo's movements were as swift as a phantom. With a single motion, he vanished from the abandoned building. Moments later, he soared through the air on his blade, speeding off into the distance. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted into the sky, followed by 3 deafening explosions. Cement and steel rained down like shrapnel in every direction. In the blink of an eye, half of the abandoned teaching building was reduced to rubble. The live stream's comment section erupted. This is insane. Who the hell is this lunatic? Thank goodness Su Yao was smart enough to escape. Otherwise, he'd be dead. Serves you right, masked freak. Even the heavens aren't on your side. Too bad Su Yao didn't get blown up. That would have been the end of this. Just 2 seconds later, and Su Yao would have been dead. What a waste. Such a shame. I really wanted to see Su Yao blown to bits. The masked figure stared intently at the screen. Though his face was obscured, his trembling body betrayed his anger. After landing safely, Su Yao still felt a lingering sense of unease. He recalled seeing someone sneaking out of this place before. Back then, as a so-called nobody, he hadn't thought much of it. But now, that detail had become a crucial clue. Suddenly, in the live broadcast, the masked figure noticed Su Yao had vanished, and an ominous feeling crept over him. The candle extinguished as he hurriedly made his way out. Bang! A sharp sound rang out. On the live stream, Su Yao abruptly appeared in front of the masked figure. The audience erupted in cheers. Well done. That's the Su Yao we know. Let's see who this freak really is. Keep running your mouth, you coward. You wanted Su Yao to disappear? This time, Su Yao's going to make you disappear. In the dimly lit room, the masked figure stumbled backward, clearly terrified of Su Yao. Su Yao's voice was icy as he said, "You've got some nerve, haven't you?" Su Yao finished speaking, then charged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, lunging at the masked man. The masked man tried to resist, but was kicked hard by Su Yao, slamming into the wall with a loud crash. With a ripping sound, Su Yao tore down the black cloth covering the room, allowing sunlight to spill in and illuminate the masked man's face. In the corner of the room, 4 unconscious figures lay slumped, alongside a corpse. Blood on the corpse's neck had already clotted, and its severed head rested grotesquely on the corner of a desk, its face twisted in horror. Su Yao's eyes instantly turned blood red. He stepped forward, his fists raining down like a storm. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the room. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Good. Hit him harder. Scum like this deserves to die? Another comment suggested, Su Yao, take off his mask. Let's see who he really is. Some viewers expressed different opinions. This is so violent. Honestly, he might as well die. I'm rooting for the masked man. Others agreed. Yeah, I feel the same way. Who cares about humanity's foundation? The North District will function just fine without him. After nearly breaking every bone in the masked man's body, Su Yao's rage began to subside. He tore off the mask, revealing a face familiar to many. Gasps erupted from the crowd. What? Teacher Qianming? How could it be him? Disbelief spread as Qianming's former students questioned in the chat. No way. How could the masked man be Teacher Qianming? Despite his unmasking, Qianming's expression remained calm. He knew his end was near the moment Su Yao found him. With a cold smile, Qianming sneered, Su Yao, you really are clever. But it's a pity Zhao Yong is still dead. Ha. He recalled the first time he learned about Su Yao through Wang Yang's phone. Wang Yang had tried to fool him, claiming the video was meant to inspire students. Did they think he was stupid? Everyone knew Su Yao was a failure. Su Yao struck again, landing a brutal punch to Qianming's face. The sound of a fractured eye socket was followed by Qianming's sharp intake of breath and pain. Su Yao drew his black iron blade, ready to end this despicable man's life. Qianming, however, asked, Wait, I want to know, how did you figure it was me? Su Yao pressed the blade's tip against Qianming's forehead, his gaze piercing. I know you're just a pawn, and there's no point in questioning you. As for how I guessed it was you, go to hell and ask the king of the underworld yourself. With a swift slash, blood spurted, splattering onto the camera lens. Good. Monsters like him deserve to be killed. Who would have thought a place like 10th High would produce so many remarkable people? Qianming's former students were now in serious trouble. Su Yao walked to the corner, pulled out some medicinal pills, and fed them to the 4 unconscious individuals. Before long, they began to stir and slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Su Yao, they felt a sense of relief. Let's go, Su Yao said, then carefully wrapped Zhao Yong's severed head back onto his body. Uncle Zhao, I've avenged you. Don't worry about your family anymore. At that moment, several helicopters appeared in the sky above 10th High. 2 figures quickly descended, running towards Su Yao in haste. Others entered the room, clearing out all the equipment. Su Yao immediately recognized the 2 individuals. Auntie, Xiao Yao. I'm sorry, he said. Zhao Yong's wife shook her head, tears streaming uncontrollably down her pale face. Her knees buckled, and she almost collapsed. but Bayu caught her just in time. Brother Suemo, said Xiaomo, Dad said he doesn't blame you. Thank you for avenging him. Suemo lifted her head, her eyes gradually welling with tears until they spilled over. Her father, Zhao Shu, had passed away, leaving her heart filled with longing and sorrow. Holding Zhao Yong tightly, she boarded the helicopter. Amid the deafening roar of the blades, the helicopter slowly ascended, disappearing into the horizon. After burying Zhao Yong, 3 days passed, and Suemo remained by the gravesite the entire time. Brother Suemo, don't be sad. You still have more important things to do, and so many bad people are waiting for you to take them down. Zhao Mo whispered softly beside her. Suemo gently stroked Zhao Mo's head, feeling a faint warmth in her heart. Auntie, Xiaomo, someone will escort you back to the area near the north courtyard. Everything is ready there, Shin Chuanli said, looking at Suemo with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Suemo pulled a card from her pocket and handed it to Shin Chuanli. No, I can't accept this. You've already avenged Zhao Shu. I can't take anything more from you. Shin Chuanli protested, but Suemo had already placed the card in her hand. The password is Xiao Mo's birthday. This is my gesture of goodwill. With Zhao Shu gone, it will be hard on you to take care of Xiao Mo. This is the least I can do. Shin Chuanli understood the immense burden Suemo carried. Suemo, you're just a few years older than my son. You're still my junior. In the future, if you face danger, prioritize your safety. When the sky falls, let the taller ones bear the weight. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Suemo listened quietly, silently bearing the weight of her responsibilities. Hours later, Suemo stood staring at the disappearing helicopter, lost in thought. Bayu stood silently beside her, offering quiet companionship. Finally, Bayu took Sumo's hand and said softly, let's go home. The living must keep moving forward. Back at their residence, the atmosphere was heavy. 2 cardboard boxes sat on the table, their contents obscured. Bayu was about to approach, but Suemo shook her head, signaling her to stay back. The boxes gradually turned red, the metallic scent of blood filling the air. Blood dripped from the corners of the table, forming a small trail on the ground, winding like a crimson serpent. Suemo stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. Her face turned pale instantly. Inside were the severed heads of 2 people she recognized Su Yao's biological parents. Her heart tightened at the thought, and she hastily pulled out her phone. Brother Suemo, Lu Zuishan's excited voice came through the line. Are you sure Su Yao is dead? I'm sure. She's already dead, and Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo buried her in the cemetery. Come pick me up. Let's go to the cemetery. Half an hour later, several people stood in the empty cemetery, their faces blank. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo even jumped into the grave, desperately searching for Su Yao's body. Don't bother. She's not dead, Suemo said calmly but firmly. We buried her ourselves. Her body was already stiff. We swear she was definitely dead. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Perhaps some people had their eyes on Su Yao for a long time. Fortunately, she took her own life in advance. By burying her, you made it impossible for them to find her body. Otherwise, it would have been you lying in that grave, Suemo explained. A chill ran down the spines of Zhang Dahai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Xuetian. Despite the sweltering heat, they felt an icy dread envelop them. Let's go. On the way back, Lu Xuetian couldn't help but ask, Brother, how did you know Su Yao isn't dead? You'll find out when we get to my house, Suemo replied without elaborating. When the 3 arrived at Sumo's home and saw the 2 severed heads in the box, they finally understood. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo carried the box outside and began cleaning the house. Suemo sat silently on the couch, the atmosphere growing heavier with each passing moment. I see now, Suemo finally said after taking a deep breath, as if he had pieced everything together. You should leave. Focus on your training. There shouldn't be any more trouble for the time being. As night fell, Bayu returned home from the Martial Artists Guild. When she pushed open the door, the aroma of food greeted her, instantly calming her mind. It seemed Sumo's condition had indeed improved. The 2 of them sat down for dinner. While eating, Bayu observed Suemo and asked, There are still 2 weeks before school starts. How's your preparation going? Suemo looked up, meeting Bayu's gaze directly. Instead of answering, he asked, Do you really think the monster siege on D6 City was just an accident? Bayu paused, setting down her chopsticks as she recalled the events. Are you suggesting that the sudden appearance of that screeching realm monster was meant to draw the attention of everyone in the northern district, creating an opportunity for certain people to infiltrate? Suemo nodded. It's just a theory, he said, pulling a dismantled radar watch from his pocket and placing it on the table. This kind of equipment being exploited requires significant manpower and resources. The Northern Academy and the 5 major academies are full of talent, yet someone managed to act ahead of them. Bayu felt a chill run down her spine after hearing this. She pondered aloud. If we're talking about financial resources, the Martial Artists Guild, with its presence in every city, is indeed the easiest place to amass funds. As for research capabilities, she hesitated. Are you implying that some of the gatekeepers might already be working for them? Su Yao remained silent, which was as good as confirming her suspicion. Bai Yu continued. Do you know why our cohort of students has been assigned to guard the city gates and work for the Martial Artists Guild? Su Yao suddenly understood. So that's why? And yet, you acted like you didn't know anything earlier? Bai Yu's expression grew serious. Some things, even if suspected, cannot be acted on recklessly. The fate of District 10 serves as a warning. At least for now, District 9 remains safe. Su Yao nodded without further comment, but Bai Yu keenly noticed a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. After all they've done to you, don't you want revenge? Bai Yu asked cautiously. Su Yao responded with a faint smile, but said nothing, clearly harboring his own plans. What do you think of those two leaders? Su Yao suddenly asked. Caught off guard, Bai Yu was momentarily confused. Do you mean the big boss or the little boss? Su Yao sighed in exasperation. I'm being serious. But Bai Yu changed the subject. Speaking of which, two young girls came to the Martial Artists Guild today. They seemed really worried about you, and were on the verge of tears. Su Yao didn't respond, dismissing her words as more of her nonsense. After dinner, Su Yao returned to his room and lay on his bed, contemplating recent events. He speculated that Qianming might only be a peripheral member of the mysterious organization, with no access to the core. Qianming's actions against him were likely a result of the disbandment of Tenhai, which had led to a failed mission. Faced with the choice of killing Su Yao or facing his own demise, Qianming had chosen the former. All of this seemed to point to one undeniable fact. Many schools had already been infiltrated, and the hunt for geniuses might be concealing a deeper secret. These individuals used such actions to expand their influence while diverting attention from Su Yao's corpse. Almost everyone had focused their attention on the ghost-faced man instead. Su Yao couldn't help but marvel at the cunning of these people. They were so meticulous and calculating, willing to orchestrate larger schemes to conceal even the smallest of actions. Their depth of strategy was both chilling and terrifying. Su Yao's resurrection seemed to convey a chilling message to Su Yao through the two heads. Im still alive. Her biological parents were already dead, and now it was his turn to face her. Among the gatekeepers of the city, how many were members of that mysterious organization? And what secrets were hidden in the vanished 10th district? Last time, Vice Dean Lei had swiftly dealt with that demon. Was this connected to some important figure or a larger conspiracy? What kind of organization dared to name itself after eternity? What method had Su Yao used to return from death? And within these 9 districts, how many others were hiding, having also returned from death? Who were they truly? Suddenly, Su Mo's phone buzzed. He saw a message from Lu Shuetian. Another message, from Qianming, revealed that Qianming's real name was Lu Ming, a fugitive despised by all. Now, Su Yao was in a similar position. Once scorned, her resurrection was sure to bring forth vengeance. Such individuals seem to follow a pattern, either a deeply misanthropic nature or the desperation of being pushed to the brink. Su Yao speculated that the appearance of the demon might be linked to the Eternal Life Organization. Today, he hoped to extract some information from Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu's teasing and crude jokes yielded nothing useful. His master clearly wouldn't divulge much either. It seemed he would have to seek out that crow's mouth. Perhaps there was some valuable intel to be gained there. As for revenge, Su Yao had devised 2 plans. One involved the upcoming enrollment of new students in the Northern District in half a month. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao focused on the panel in front of him. Name, Su Yao. Age, 18. Strength, Transcendence level 10200000. Inner technique, Path shaping level 401500. Martial skills, Overlapping waves blade high profound grade, perfected. Snow step high profound grade, perfected. Hidden concealment technique high earth grade, perfected. Intent, blade intent level 2. Spiritual power attributes, gold affinity 9309300. Wood affinity 303000. Water affinity 28028000. Fire affinity 5305300. Earth affinity 290290. Wind affinity 6406400. Lightning affinity 1301300. Space affinity 303000. Time affinity 101000. Slaughter points 6843. While strength was critical, spiritual power attributes were equally vital. If, by the time the semester began, his spiritual power attributes reached 100 in more than one category, Su Yao knew how dangerous such a move would be. This was the simplest approach, though there was another option to personally enter the fray, taking on even greater responsibilities. Torn between the 2 choices, Su Yao struggled to make a decision. The night passed without sleep. As dawn approached, he picked up his phone and made a call. Master, he said. Before he could continue, a robust voice answered from the other end. Kid, follow your instincts. This old man can hold out a while longer. Warmth surged in Su Mo's heart. But before he could explain his plan, Long Lintian interrupted him firmly. Do what you must. These are extraordinary times, and extraordinary measures are needed. Don't be constrained by what's in front of you. As long as I'm alive, the Northern District won't descend into chaos. No matter what happens, your master has your back. After hanging up the phone, Su Yao let out a long sigh of relief. Since his master had given his consent, both of his plans could now proceed simultaneously. After packing his belongings, Su Yao headed out of the city. Bai Xiao, upon seeing him, had a strange look in his eyes. Su Mo's ability to suppress his emotions so quickly seemed uncharacteristic of someone only 18 years old. Thinking of all that Su Yao had been through, Bai Xiao could somewhat understand. Don't ask me anything. I don't know a thing, and even if I did, I wouldn't say, Bai Xiao said preemptively, as if anticipating Su Mo's intentions. Su Yao had planned to subtly probe for information, hoping to extract something useful from this crow's mouth, but Bai Xiao had already put up his guard. You're so full of yourself. Do you think you know everything? Su Yao retorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yes, you're absolutely right. I know nothing. Just go handle your business, Bai Xiao replied, covering his mouth as if to avoid saying more. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao turned and walked away. It seemed that provoking Bai Xiao wouldn't yield any results. After leaving the city, he plunged into the dense mist. Since Bai Xiao was unwilling to share any information, Su Yao decided to resolve the matter in his own way. As he searched for traces of the giant gorilla, he also hunted down demonic beasts. The plan was now in motion, but any lack of strength could lead to complications. After slaying 10 third-tier demonic beasts, Su Yao earned 42 kill points. As he ventured deeper, the mist began to thin. Suddenly, something dropped onto his neck, startling him. Picking it up, he realized it was a golden corpse bug. Crushing the second-tier, third-rank insect, he gained 2.3 kill points. Su Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Why was a golden corpse bug here? These creatures only appeared in places with an abundance of corpses. Could it be? A thought flashed through Su Mo's mind, and he began searching for more golden corpse bugs. Killing 100 earned him 107 kill points. Slaying 1,000 earned him 1,300 points. After eliminating 1,900, his total kill points reached 4,200. As the hunt continued, Su Mo's expression grew increasingly grim. There were far more golden corpse bugs here than during his first encounter with them. To Su Yao, these bugs were a source of experience points. However, their rapid reproduction posed a serious threat. If left unchecked, they could swarm and attack the city, making them nearly impossible to fend off. Drawing his black iron blade, Su Yao moved like a phantom through the swarm of golden corpse bugs. With blade intent imbued with the power of metal, combined with the speed of wind and the lightness of stepping on snow, he swept through the bugs, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Many golden corpse bugs began devouring their fallen kin, growing stronger rapidly. After killing 3,000, Su Yao accumulated 7,300 kill points. Suddenly, the ground began to quake. Cracks spread across the earth as golden figures surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a massive ruin emerged, and a golden sea filled the air. Countless golden corpse bugs appeared, their numbers overwhelming. Among them, a few leading bugs had grown to human size, their wings vibrating with a sharp metallic hum. Su Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized one of the bugs. It was the very same one that had bitten him before. This time, as he prepared to break through the Transcendence realm, he intended to use these golden corpse bugs to test his strength. Human, you dare show yourself again? You have no sense of self-preservation. Last time, I spared you. But this time, you won't escape. The bug's words were met with Su Mo's response, his heaven-splitting slash. Squelch. After slaying a level 4, Tier 2 demon beast, Su Yao gained 4.2 slaughter points. With the fall of one of the level 4 leaders, the golden corpse insects completely lost their sanity. Dozens of level 4 golden corpse insects charged at Su Yao, their bodies glowing with golden light, transforming into streaks of golden swords aimed directly at him. Su Yao gripped his black iron blade tightly, his slashing speed accelerating. The intent of his blade surged in his mind. Taking a deep breath, his blade seemed to unsheath itself, unleashing a single strike to cleave the heavens. A 10-meter-long blade arc slashed forth, leaving destruction in its wake, obliterating the golden corpse insects in an instant. Triple blade intent? How is this possible? Fear flickered in the crimson eyes of over a dozen golden corpse insects. After slaying 4,000 golden corpse insects, Su Yao earned 8,300 slaughter points. His body moved swiftly, surrounded by the energy of his blade, striking repeatedly. With each impact, a vacuum zone several meters wide formed around him. The corpses of golden corpse insects piled up higher than Su Yao himself. Observing some of the insects devouring their fallen companions, Su Yao refrained from striking immediately. Since these corpses were of no use to him, he decided to let the weaker insects consume them and grow stronger, so he could eliminate them all at once for maximum gain. Walking on the blade, Su Mo flipped through the air and landed in front of over a dozen golden corpse insect leaders. He unleashed another cleaving strike, his blade intent surging. A nearly 10-meter wide wave of blade energy swept outward. The golden corpse insects summoned all their golden energy, radiating a brilliance like miniature suns, dispersing the surrounding mist. The blade arc landed with sparks flying, and Su Mo seized the opportunity, layering his strikes with the power of fire. The black iron blade burned with fiery energy. The golden corpse insect leaders were stunned, their expressions filled with terror. 3 elemental powers? How can this be? A human possessing such talent? Their killing intent ignited as they resolved to eliminate Su Mo at all costs. At that moment, the golden corpse insect leaders went into a frenzy, emanating a peculiar energy. Su Mo's expression hardened as he realized they were calling for reinforcements. Since they intended to stall for time, Su Mo had no intention of holding back. With the power of wind enhancing him, his speed reached its peak, his figure becoming a blur. Whoosh! 2 heads flew into the air as he slew 2 level 4, tier 3 demon beasts, earning 8.6 slaughter points. The remaining golden corpse insect leaders retreated continuously, clustering together while the dense swarm of golden corpse insects surrounded them protectively. Suddenly, Su Mo descended from the sky, his golden energy merging with his triple blade intent. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted into a 10-meter wide crater. Slaying 7,900 golden corpse insects, Su Mo gained 16,743 slaughter points. Gripping the black iron blade tightly, he moved forward, blade intent surging from his body. Wherever he passed, golden corpse insects were blasted away, disintegrating into clouds of blood mist. Slaying another 4,000 golden corpse insects earned him 9,200 slaughter points. Slaying 3,200 more earned him 6,452 points. And slaying 2,200 earned him 5,386 points. Finally, Su Mo stopped, his chest heaving, sweat dripping from his forehead, and his arms aching with fatigue. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, but he paid it no mind. He walked directly toward the deep pit from which the golden corpse insects had emerged. He sensed that something unusual was hidden within. Entering the pit, Su Mo's expression grew increasingly grave, his killing intent unconsciously radiating outward. Swarming gold corpse worms lurked underground, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Su Mo. At the same time, an iron gate appeared before him, surrounded by a dense pile of bones. The remains of humans and beasts were intertwined, with human skeletons making up the majority. Upon closer inspection, these bones seemed to have been deliberately altered. Su Mo tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and launched an attack on the gold corpse worms. A buzzing sound filled the air as the gold corpse worms began to stir. Su Mo's expression grew serious, hadn't expected their attribute to be wind rather than metal. A few of the worms advanced toward him, their wings covered in intricate patterns. Su Mo's gaze shifted slightly as he realized these creatures were guarding something. He thought to himself that he had to uncover what was hidden inside. With his black iron blade in hand, Su Mo charged at the gold corpse worms. He slew 10,000 of them, earning 32,750 kill points, then 11,000 more, gaining 36,450 points. Seeing how effortlessly he dispatched their ranks, the worms with mysterious runes on their backs began to emit strange energy waves. A sharp sound cut through the air as a head was sent flying had slain a 4th tier, 3rd-level gold corpse worm, earning 4.3 kill points. Facing the massive iron gate, Su Mo infused his blade with intent and unleashed a powerful strike. The gate trembled slightly, but held firm. His expression grew darker as he discovered the gate was forged from black iron in exceptional feat. Without his blade intent having reached the 3rd level, he doubted he could have even made it budge. 10 minutes later, with a resounding crash, the black iron gate finally shattered. Su Mo retrieved the valuable material into his spatial storage ringgit would serve as a precious asset, potentially even aiding in an escape if needed. He cautiously stepped into a long corridor. Spotting the corpse of a gold corpse worm, Su Mo tossed it into the passage. A barrage of bullets rained down from the walls, ceasing only after 3 minutes. With a single slash, Su Mo caused cracks to spread along the walls, dislodging hidden mechanisms and objects. He pressed forward, blade in hand, his footsteps echoing ominously. Soon, the sound of approaching steps grew louder, and his expression hardened. Opposite him appeared dozens of figures, all at the divine aperture stage at the very least. Their faces bore unique runes identical to those of the ones who had tried to kill him before. The strongest among them seemed to have reached the 5th level of transcendence. Glancing at his status panel, Su Mo noted his kill points plentiful enough for his needs. Name: Su Mo. Age: 18. Strength: Transcendence level 1020,000. Heart method: Path shaping level 4015,000. Martial skills: Stacked Wave Blade Advanced Mystical level, Mastery, Snow Steps Advanced Mystical level, Mastery. Concealment Art Advanced Earth Level, Mastery. Blade Intent, 3rd Level. Spiritual Affinity Attributes. Metal, 9309300. Wood, 300300. Water, 2802800. Fire, 5305300. Earth, 2902900. Wind, 6406400. Thunder, 1301300. Space, 303000. Time, 101000. Kill points, 113,580. With his blade at the ready, Su Yao charged headlong into battle against the demonic figures. The leading demon fixed his menacing gaze on Su Yao, his face twisted with a feral grin. A mere human at the 1st level of transcendence dared to approach, seemingly courting death. As Su Yao closed the distance, he rapidly allocated points, breaking through to the 2nd, 3rd, and finally the 4th level of transcendence. With over 20,000 kill points remaining, he unhesitatingly invested them all into his affinity for the metal element, boosting it instantly to 95. Wielding the force of triple blade intent, Su Yao unleashed a strike. The demon, initially dismissive of Su Yao, realized too late the sudden surge in his strength. Unable to withstand Su Yao's assault, the demon fell, and Su Yao's assault didn't stop there. After slaughtering 30 demons, he gained 128 kill points and thought to himself with disdain, "Humph, what a waste. Killing these demons is far less efficient than hunting beasts." Blood flowed freely along the corridor as Su Yao stepped over the corpses, advancing further inside. Passing through a long, shadowy passage, he discovered a hidden chamber. Rows of sealed crystal coffins lined the space, each containing figures resembling the demons he had just slain. Tubes connected the coffins to various instruments. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the coffins burst open, releasing the figures within. Like feral beasts, they lunged at Su Yao. He chuckled and shook his head. These incomplete creations were no match for him. 2 minutes later, he had cleared the area, effortlessly slaying 100 demons and earning 360 kill points. Standing before a massive gate, Su Yao was about to push it open when he abruptly halted and retreated. A deafening explosion erupted, flames surging wildly as the ground beneath began to collapse. Taking to the air on his blade, Su Yao swiftly escaped the inferno. The thunderous roar echoed for several minutes before finally subsiding. The surrounding mist dispersed completely, and the intricate machines were reduced to rubble. Everything had been obliterated. Su Yao took a deep breath, realizing that if he had been a second slower, he'd have perished inside. So, these demons were created through research. But what kind of special method did they use? Sensing a disturbance in the distance, Su Yao activated his concealing Yin technique and headed into the mist. Not long after he left, 4 figures appeared. A fox, a shadowy figure, a golden giant ape, and a blood tiger. They studied the collapsed ground and the remnants around them, their eyes gleaming with thought. The fox opened its 3rd eye, glimpsing a faint silhouette in the distance. Realizing someone had escaped, it immediately ordered a search. The blood tiger let out a deafening roar, summoning countless beasts that charged in a single direction, their cries echoing through the mist along with the sound of distant screams. Su Yao moved like a phantom, his blade intent cutting through the air with sharp, resounding strikes. The examiners, witnessing the rampage of the beasts, thought their end was near, only to find Su Yao stepping in to save them. "Get back to the city. A beast tide is coming," he urged. Without hesitation, they fled toward the city. Su Yao continued his relentless efforts, saving as many as he could. His plan could not afford any setbacks, and these people, living on the edge of survival, each represented a family that might be saved through his actions. As the sounds of battle gradually subsided, Su Yao allowed himself a brief moment of relief. But as he turned, his heart tightened at the sight of blood-red eyes glaring at him. Tightening his grip on his black iron blade, he prepared for the next confrontation. A 3-eyed fox appeared in front of him, its gaze as sharp as a blade, locking onto him with an intense stare. Su Yao felt an overwhelming and vast aura enveloping him, causing a buzzing sound to echo in his ears. Following closely behind were a blood tiger, a black eagle, and a golden giant ape. They hovered in the air, their cold eyes fixed on Su Yao. "Human, how dare you? Prepare to die!" The blood tiger roared, ready to strike. However, the golden giant ape intervened, stopping it. "Wait. I sense a familiar aura on you. Have you met my son?" The surrounding beasts immediately erupted into murmurs of suspicion. The conflict between humans and beasts was typically one of life and death, with no room for compromise. Yet, Su Yao claimed to have helped the ape's son. "Was all that commotion you're doing?" The golden giant ape pressed further. Su Yao nodded, fully aware that escaping under the watchful eyes of these beasts was nearly impossible. Besides, would they even let him go? "It was me," Su Yao admitted. "But it was a facility for studying demonized humans." The three-eyed fox's gaze grew sharper, and its crisp voice declared, "You cannot leave here alive. Your talent is too great. If we let you go, you'll become a formidable enemy to us beasts." Sumo's heart sank as his eyes narrowed slightly. He stared directly at the three-eyed fox and replied, "Then let's see who dies first." Before his words had fully settled, Sumo gripped his black iron blade and charged at the three-eyed fox. With a swift movement, the fox effortlessly countered his attack. Suddenly, flashes of blades appeared in the distance, accompanied by the sound of combat. Dozens of figures dissolved into blood mist as 50 demonized humans were slain, earning 230 slaughter points. The third eye of the fox opened, spinning as it led Sumo through the dense fog. The blood tiger, giant ape, and black eagle kept their eyes fixed on the depths of the mist, where several shadowy figures stood atop the trees, staring back with piercing gazes. A powerful aura descended upon the scene, making the beasts wary. Another 100 demonized humans were slain, adding 430 slaughter points. The three-eyed fox finally released Sumo, who was now breathing heavily. The overwhelming number of demonized humans had been significantly reduced, making the beasts less of a threat for the moment. Standing amidst the four beasts, Sumo's gaze was fixed on the shadowy figures in the mist. Rustle, rustle. The sound of movement emerged as a hulking figure stepped forward, its face covered in menacing runes, exuding a terrifying aura. "Be careful. These demonized humans are unusual," the blood tiger warned in a low voice, its eyes filled with caution. At this moment, Sumo took a deep breath, as if realizing something. His eyes locked onto a blurry figure in the mist that had remained motionless. "Still not coming out, my dear sister," he said coldly. The four beasts turned their heads in unison, staring at Sumo in shock. A figure draped in a black hooded cloak emerged slowly, pulling back the hood to reveal a calm, unruffled face. Her complexion was as rosy as ever. "Lucky you," Su Yao said coldly, her eyes fixed on Sumo. "You weren't blown to pieces earlier." A faint killing intent emanated from her as she continued. "It seems even the heavens favor you." Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly, searching for any clues in her expression. As she met his gaze, Su Yao's anger grew more intense, as though recalling something. This was the same cold, emotionless look Sumo had given her when she had begged for her life before. Her voice turned icy as she commanded, "Kill them." The demonized humans around them surged forward, encircling Sumo. The blood tiger let out a deafening roar, prompting the surrounding beasts to launch an attack on the demonic figures. A fierce battle erupted instantly between the burly demons and the beasts, and the stench of blood quickly filled the air. The golden giant ape pounded its chest, preparing to leap towards Su Yao. Sumo urgently shouted, "Don't attack. Stay away from her." The golden giant ape froze in its tracks. At this moment, Sumo and Su Yao stood face to face. "My dear brother, since when did you become so timid? Even with four beasts at the sky-treading realm on your side, you're still this cautious? That's not like you," Su Yao said coldly, her gaze fixed on Sumo. Sumo remained silent, staring intently at her. Suddenly, Su Yao's shadow rippled, and an unusual demon emerged. It had two horns on its head, blood-red eyes, and glowing runes etched on its face. This was a pure-blooded demon. Sumo's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He shouted urgently, "Run!" Before finishing his words, he moved swiftly, flying away on his blade. Out of nowhere, Sumo's own shadow surged and attacked him. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have perished on the spot, leaving him shaken with fear. "Brother, I didn't expect you to still be so clever. But how long can you keep it up? Just wait. I have a surprise for you," Su Yao said, her voice echoing as her figure gradually disappeared into the mist. Regaining his composure, Sumo noticed the burly demons around him attacking the beasts. With a flurry of strikes, Sumo slew 30 demons, earning 160 kill points. The remaining burly demons were also slain by the beasts. A three-eyed fox approached Sumo and clung to him tightly. The four beasts soon vanished, leaving Sumo uncertain of where they intended to take him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the three-eyed fox set Sumo down, its blood-red eyes staring fixedly at him. The blood tiger followed close behind, its gaze equally intense. "She's your sister. Are you involved in this?" The four beasts were still shaken, recalling the shadow's sudden attack. Sumo recounted the events in detail. The blood tiger, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "Impossible. Resurrection from the dead? I suspect you're deceiving us." However, seeing the resolve in Sumo's eyes, the blood tiger fell silent. Sumo continued, "They're using beasts and humans for experiments. Those demons are their creations. Now they've set their sights on the northern region. It's only a matter of time before war becomes inevitable. Moreover, they've created a bone flute that can control beasts. This is your territory, so I assume you've encountered it before." The blood tiger pondered for a moment before spitting out an object. "Is this what you're talking about?" Sumo's expression turned serious as he recognized it. "Yes, that's the one. This flute can control beasts, and its power depends on the strength of the player. The stronger the player, the stronger the beasts they can control. Hearing this, the four beasts fell into a heavy silence. No wonder those people could set up research facilities here so easily. Using this flute to control beasts, they could operate right under our noses without being noticed. The three-eyed fox spoke in a somber tone. I want to ask for your help, or rather, propose a collaboration. Su Yao looked at the four beasts, his voice steady and serious. I initially planned to seek cooperation with the gorilla. Now that my father is here, along with four sky-treading realm beasts, this is the best opportunity for me. The three-eyed fox fixed its gaze on Su Yao. What's your plan? You must already know how ruthless those people are. Their organization, called Eternity, sees both humans and beasts as disposable tools. Our battle against the demons today has been recorded. They'll twist the narrative and label me a traitor for collaborating with beasts, Su Yao said, taking a deep breath. This was exactly the result he needed, and Su Yao would unknowingly help him achieve it. The three-eyed fox blinked its third eye and stared at Su Yao. You want the beasts to attack the city, solidifying the accusations against you, and willingly bear the infamy. You're planning to dive headfirst into the game. The fox looked at Su Yao with a hint of admiration. Su Yao nodded. I have no choice. Those people are too well hidden. I have to take this risk to force them into the open. But humans won't tolerate you either. Once word gets out, you won't even be able to enter the northern region. You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways. Don't you want revenge? Su Yao asked, looking at the four beasts. Your proposal is interesting, but what do we gain from it? The three-eyed fox took a deep breath, as if in deep thought. Su Yao, however, responded indifferently. Then just kill me. Dead is dead, whether it's sooner or later. If I die early, I can line up for reincarnation quicker. Who knows? Maybe you'll be born into a wealthy family next time. He sat casually on a rock, appearing completely at their mercy. The four beasts exchanged glances. Although they intended to kill Su Yao, it seemed the time wasn't now. The three-eyed fox fixed its gaze on Su Yao and spoke slowly. We beasts repay kindness and don't play tricks. Your warning earlier saved our lives, and for that, we owe you. We'll cooperate with you this time. Hearing the fox's agreement, Su Yao took a deep breath and continued. There's something else I need to do. You should know where I can find traces of the golden corpse bugs. Wherever they are, there must also be places where they're being studied. The four beasts' expressions instantly grew tense. The three-eyed fox pondered for a moment before saying, no wonder those corpses were never found. It turns out they were devoured by the golden corpse bugs. I do know a few places where they can be found. Their numbers are vast, but we can't go there. You'll have to go alone. The black eagle stared at Su Yao and said firmly, fine, you'll go alone. Upon hearing Su Yao's decision, the black eagle sent out a signal. Soon after, another beast arrived and led Su Yao away. As Su Yao's figure disappeared into the distance, the black eagle's eyes became sharp and calculating. What are you planning, Black Eagle? Don't cause unnecessary trouble, the three-eyed fox warned. That kid's words can't be trusted. What if he's just using us? We should be cautious. If he wants to deal with the golden corpse bugs, let him. He's young, exceptionally talented, and clearly unbothered by the threats of humans, which means he likely has powerful backing. If he dies, a glint of scheming flashed in the black eagle's eyes. Look at him, barely an adult and already at the transcendent level. Someone like that shouldn't die by our hands. If he falls to the demons instead, it has nothing to do with us. When the human elites show up, they'll target those places researching demons, not us. We won't have to lift a finger to expose those hidden sites. For us, it's all benefit and no loss. Sure, some beasts might die, but given how slowly we reproduce, it's a price we can accept. The other three beasts nodded in agreement at the black eagle's reasoning. Their eyes reflected approval. If Su Yao survived, they would help him once, keeping their word. After all, the loss of a few beasts was a small price to pay. If Su Yao returned and informed his powerful allies, there was a chance they could collaborate with human elites to eradicate the filth entirely. For the beasts, it was a win-win scenario. Besides, let the dogs fight each other. We might even gain something extra from it, right? The black eagle concluded with a sly grin. The other three beasts nodded, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. They hadn't expected the black eagle to be so cunning, and now was the perfect time to act. At this moment, Su Yao followed the guiding demon beast, heading toward the trail of the golden corpse worms. He was filled with suspicion about the four demon beasts. With their advanced cultivation, reaching the treading heaven realm, how could they be deceived by the disturbances here? This was precisely why Su Yao had deliberately brought up the bone flottetto to probe their true intentions. Among the four demon beasts, some played the role of the good cop, while others the bad cop. The golden giant ape even involved its own son. Thinking of this, Su Yao couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Su Yao was selfish and had backing from others, yet he hadn't been killed. It was absurd. He had even murdered his own parents, and Su Yao, whom he hated the most, remained alive. Did he really think this was just a game? Why did the golden corpse worms appear along Su Yao's path? If they could track Su Yao's movements, How could they fail to notice the presence of so many demonic beings? It seemed as though the four demon beasts were targeting Su Yao specifically. Su Yao sneered coldly in his heart. His plan had already been set in motion imperceptibly. His master was surely prepared. Suddenly, the guiding demon beast stopped in its tracks. Su Yao squinted his eyes, seeing countless golden corpse worms swarming in the distance. After leading Su Yao to this location, the demon beast turned and disappeared into the mist. Su Yao gripped his black iron blade tightly. Since they were already working together, he knew he wouldn't die here. With a swift motion like a phantom, he charged toward the golden corpse worms. He slew 3,000 golden corpse worms, earning 4,765 kill points. Then, after killing another 5,346, his kill points surged to 11,382. Half an hour later, a sudden pillar of flame shot skyward. Su Yao activated his blade control technique, vanishing into the fire as a phantom. When he reappeared, the number of golden corpse worms before him had doubled. The guiding demon beast reappeared, leading Su Yao to their next destination. 3 hours later, as another blaze erupted into the sky, for treading heaven realm demon beasts had gathered around Su Yao. To their surprise, he had actually managed to accomplish the task. The four demon beasts looked at Su Yao with astonishment and disbelief. The minor issues at hand no longer mattered. What lay ahead would be far more troublesome. Su Yao took a deep breath, his face showing a hint of concern. "Let me take you back," the black eagle said, signaling for Su Yao to climb onto its back. Su Yao didn't hesitate, and the black eagle soared into the sky at incredible speed. Before long, the familiar city walls came into view. The black eagle set Su Yao down before flying off into the mist, vanishing from sight. Su Yao took a deep breath, fully aware of what was to come. Insults, possibly even an outright attack. But he couldn't let it show, as the plan was not yet complete. This was a necessary step. "Uncle Zhao, rest assured, I will make sure they join you in hell," Su Yao thought to himself as he walked into the city. The moment he entered, he was greeted by a crowd surging toward him. "Traitor, why didn't you die out there? What are you doing back here? Get out of the North District. This is no place for someone like you. If you're so close to the demon beasts, why don't you go live with them? Why come back at all?" In the Northern District, a storm was brewing. Accusations against Su Yao surged like a tide, and the air was thick with the sound of curses and growing anger. Su Yao chose not to respond, silently calculating his next steps. Once his plans were complete, he vowed to settle accounts with those who opposed him. His patience had its limits. Though a few were willing to defend him, most people blindly followed the crowd. "Enough! Shut up!" a guard bellowed. Facing four formidable beasts at the treading sky level, who would dare act recklessly? "If you keep insulting him, he'll argue back with you." Why were the photos of Su Yao with the beasts leaked? Have you forgotten what just happened? Those beasts came here to target Su Yao. If you push him to the brink, you're playing right into their hands. Amid the chaos, tensions escalated at the city gate. Some even began throwing rotten vegetables at those who stood up for Su Yao. Just then, Bai stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Su Yao. She held his hand and said firmly, "Let's go home." Her presence was like a warm current, offering Su Yao a moment of solace. A golden light shielded them as they moved, and Su Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. The killing intent rising within him sent chills through the crowd around him. Meanwhile, in the northern courtyard, Long Lintian clenched his fists tightly, his piercing gaze fixed on the screen showing Su Yao. His fury was directed at those throwing vegetables, and he muttered under his breath, "Mark down every single one of them. After this is over, make sure none of them remain in the northern district." The four deputy deans, seeing his anger, realized the gravity of the situation. "Investigate their backgrounds, where their children go to school. I want every detail about them," Long Lintian said as he regained his composure. He was determined to root out these opportunists to prevent them from becoming traitors in the event of a beast outbreak. In his mind, he resolved that the northern district would not fall into chaos like the 10th district. When Su Yao returned home, his once familiar residence had been defaced with the word traitor scrawled across it, and the walls were covered in hateful graffiti. He let out a faint smile, having anticipated such a reaction. Bai Yu, worried he might take it to heart, tried to comfort him. "Don't let it bother you," she said. Su Yao shook his head and replied calmly, "It's nothing. I already foresaw this when they killed Uncle Zhao. These petty tactics are child's play. All I need to do is keep a record of them." Those despicable individuals showed no mercy when they killed Uncle Zhao. Su Yao was filled with rage and vowed to settle the score with each of them. The insults he faced now were insignificant in comparison. After speaking, he took out his phone, its screen displaying a series of photos, images of items from the laboratory, and even rows of humanoid creatures. Handing the phone to Bai Yu, he said calmly, "Take a look. These things are probably related to genetics." Bai Yu took the phone, her eyes scanning the photos. When she saw the images, her pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of coldness appeared on her face. She returned the phone to Su Yao, suppressing the anger rising within her. Human nature was unpredictable. Wherever people gathered, conflicts were inevitable. Those individuals always believed themselves to be extraordinary, attempting to prove it through any means utterly detestable. Su Yao nodded in understanding. Tonight, the beasts would attack the city. He took a deep breath and looked at Bai with firm resolve. Su Yao turned and walked toward his room. After freshening up, Bai returned to her own room and checked the martial artist forum on her phone. A trending post immediately caught her attention. Is this the pride of humanity or a traitor? Below the title was a photo of Su Yao standing beside 4 heaven-treading realm beasts, seemingly in conversation. The post quickly rose to the top of the forum. This can't be true. It must be photoshopped. Someone doubted. Su Yao would never do such a thing. Another commented, you can never truly know someone. He's the one who set the rules for the martial exams. How could he do this? Yet another voice chimed in, exactly. A traitor like this should be eliminated quickly to avoid bringing disaster to humanity. But today, Su Yao saved us while we were hunting beasts outside the city, someone countered. Yes, he must have been surrounded by the 4 beasts while trying to protect us. He probably had no choice but to feign cooperation. However, the skepticism persisted. Stop trying to defend him. The evidence is right in front of us. Who do you think you are, running your mouth like that? Have you had it too easy lately? An angry user retorted. So many promising talents have been driven away because of idiots like you. When Su Yao was out there killing beasts, what were you doing? Back then, he cleared out the beasts within dozens of miles of the city while you were too scared to even step outside. Now you dare to criticize him? Who knows if it's all just an act? Maybe he's planning to lead the beasts when they attack the city, another commented skeptically. It wouldn't be the first time something like this happened. I think he's just trying to gain your trust. When the beasts invade, you'll regret it. Look at you, always switching sides. You were all supporting Su Yao before, and now that things are uncertain, you're the first to turn on him, someone mocked. You're just full of it. If any of you could clear 30 miles of beasts, I'd call you my father. People like them can't handle even a little hardship. Even when they're wrong, they'll post online to garner sympathy and use public opinion to force others to apologize. When the truth comes out, they'll finally admit their mistake, another user fumed. I think, once Su Yao's innocence is proven, all of them should be banished from the city. They shouldn't be allowed back until each of them has killed 10,000 beasts. I support you, someone agreed. These people are just looking for trouble. And Su Yao's rapid growth and strength, who knows if it's because he's working with them? Maybe it's all part of a plan to gain our trust. I mean, breaking through to the Transcendence realm at 18? That's unheard of. Who knows if he used some sinister method? Stop being keyboard warriors. If you're so tough, let's settle this offline. He'll bash your heads in with one swing. Another user roared angrily. The online debate grew increasingly heated. Bai saw the mixed discussions on the forum, took a deep breath, and felt a sense of relief knowing there were still people supporting Su Yao. The malicious comments against him brought a cold glint to her eyes. These fools, just wait and see, she thought. Su Yao, however, paid no attention to the discussions on the forum. To him, they were meaningless. What truly mattered now was killing more members of that organization to avenge Uncle Zhao. Su Yao decided to first raise his affinity with the gold element to its maximum value. He only needed to increase it by 2 points, and during his battle with the golden corpse insects, he noticed his attacks becoming sharper. The slaughter points were quickly consumed 9,500, 9,600, 9,700. When his gold affinity reached 100, Su Yao felt the surrounding gold spiritual energy enveloping him, continuously flowing into his body. It was as if he had become the embodiment of gold's spiritual power. The impending beast siege that night presented the perfect opportunity to strengthen himself. He continued allocating points, rapidly depleting his slaughter points. Su Yao carefully observed the changes within his body, gradually familiarizing himself with his newfound power. A faint smile curled on his lips. At this moment, the only thing that brought him joy was growing stronger. Eternal Life Organization, just you wait. And as for those traitors, one day I'll uproot every last one of you. Snapping back to reality, Su Yao's gaze shifted to his status panel. Name, Su Yao. Age, 18. Power level, 9th tier of Transcendence. Cultivation method, 4th tier of the Shaping Tao. Martial arts, Stacked Wave Blade High-Grade Mystic, perfected. Treading Snow High-Grade Mystic, perfected. Concealment Technique High-Grade Earth, perfected. Tao Intent, Triple Blade Intent. Spiritual Energy Attributes, Gold Affinity 100, Wood Affinity 30, Water Affinity 28, Fire Affinity 53, Earth Affinity 29, Wind Affinity 64, Thunder Affinity 13, Space Affinity 3, Time Affinity 1. Slaughter points, 67,468. His power had reached the 9th tier of Transcendence, an achievement made possible by hunting down hundreds of thousands of golden corpse insects. The fact that his gold affinity had reached 100 was especially significant. Now he was just one step away from having 2 attributes maxed out. The Beast Horde presented a golden opportunity to quickly accumulate a large number of slaughter points. Next, he needed to raise his wind affinity to 72, but his current slaughter points were insufficient. Lying on his bed, Su Yao felt refreshed from his breakthrough, carefully sensing the changes in his body. The gold energy around him continued to flow into him, gradually enhancing his physical constitution. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the last rays of daylight faded, at the gate of Z9 City, Baishio yawned and glanced drowsily at the person taking over his post. Something about this individual seemed off. "Brother Bai, let me cover for you for a bit. You should get some rest," the man said, rubbing his eyes and looking weary. "All right, I'll grab a late-night snack and clear my head." "I'm too tired," Baishio replied before leaving the city gate post, his eyes unfocused. Once out of sight, Baishio hid in the shadows, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The person who had replaced him glanced around furtively, then let out a soft whistle. A group of people emerged from the darkness, carrying several corpses. A figure dressed as Su Yao quietly opened the city gate. Baishio, watching intently, recorded everything, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of killing intent. Su Yao glanced at the time, stepped out of the room, and happened to see Bai Yu walking out in her combat gear. At this moment, a large number of traders had already gathered outside the city gates, and the demonic beasts were beginning to assemble, preparing to storm the city. To his shock, those people were impersonating him. Bai Yu looked at Su Yao, her eyes filled with concern, worried that his emotions might be affected. Su Yao's tone remained calm, as if he had transformed into a phantom, disappearing from the room in an instant. Meanwhile, the Northern District Martial Artists Forum erupted into chaos. "So it's true, a traitor killed the gatekeepers, opened the gates, and let the beasts in to attack the city." Heated discussions filled the forum, accompanied by photos showing corpses lying on the ground and a figure opening the city gates, their height almost identical to Su Yao's. In the final photos, the demonic beasts outside the city appeared particularly terrifying in the night, their crimson eyes exuding a chilling aura, as if ready to devour anyone in their path. Those who had previously defended Su Yao began to speak out in despair. "It's over, it's over. How dare this traitor do such a thing? He's trying to destroy humanity." They turned on Su Yao's supporters. "Why aren't you speaking up now? Go on, defend him. A traitor like this deserves death. Now that the beasts are attacking the city, where's your hero? Let this be a lesson for the future," one enraged commenter wrote. "If Z City falls, it'll create a breach in the Northern District, and the beasts will gradually consume other cities. A traitor like this deserves to die 100 times over. Who knows where he's hiding now? Find him and kill him. He must die outside today, along with those beasts." And to think he was the so-called genius of the Northern Academy, the dean's prized disciple. Who would have thought the Northern Academy could misjudge someone so badly? "Let's see how they clean up this mess," another commenter sneered. "They even made an 18-year-old boy the chief examiner for the martial exam in Z City. Ridiculous. An 18-year-old capable of slaying demonic beasts and breaking through to the transcendence realm? I've always doubted it. It's clearly some kind of underhanded trick. Why is it that no one else's beast-slaying feats are posted on the forum, only his? This was all deliberate, to draw attention and build a hero image, just for today's beast invasion," another commenter fumed. "Don't disgrace the Northern Academy anymore. If I were Su Yao, I'd have ended myself already. The Academy was deceived, sure, but its understandable thief always protected the Northern District. Of course, they'd be excited to see a prodigy. But this time, they owe us an explanation. Even if the Dean of the Northern Academy misjudged him, that doesn't give you the right to slander him," someone retorted. "The Dean has been protecting the Northern District for years. Without the Northern Academy, you'd all have been beast fodder by now." In this turbulent world, words cut like knives, and the flames of hatred burn in everyone's hearts. Someone shouted angrily. "This idiot can't even tell the difference between the jokers in a deck. In this world, strength is the only truth. If you reach the Saint Realm, you could destroy the Northern District, and people would still praise you as incredible." His words were filled with disdain for those who rely on others for protection, yet are quick to criticize. The Northern Academy has never acknowledged Su Yao as a traitor, yet here you are, endlessly ranting. He continued to roar, as though unleashing his pent-up fury. "Did your dad poop directly into your mouth? That's why it reeks so much." He showed no mercy toward those accusing the Northern Academy. Meanwhile, discussions about the matter were growing increasingly heated on online forums, and the battle at the city gates had already begun. Su Yao and Bai Yu arrived at the scene, their surroundings crawling with hidden enemies. The two exchanged tense glances. In the distance, screams echoed relentlessly as countless iron-eating ants swarmed the city walls like a tide, and beasts charged in waves. "Bring Su Yao out. That traitor is clearly colluding with the beasts. If he hadn't opened the city gates, there's no way they could have gotten in so quickly," someone angrily accused. The person impersonating Su Yao had donned a different outfit and, while fighting the beasts, cursed Su Yao furiously. "I can't believe I trusted him so much. When the photos showed up online, I thought they were fake. If I had known, I never would have let him in. Letting him in was like inviting a wolf into the house. Request reinforcements now, or we're all going to die." The warriors began to shout in desperation as four colossal beasts soared through the air, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating presence. This is bad. Sky-stepping beasts have appeared. Where are the Northern Academy's strong fighters? Panic filled their hearts. The arrival of four sky-stepping beasts left them in despair. Shut the hell up. Were you the ones who opened the gates? You kill one beast and blame Su Yao every time. I'm starting to think you guys have ulterior motives. One warrior began to question the situation, sensing that something was off. Those who were usually silent were now the loudest, and suspicion arose. Were they the real traitors who had deliberately opened the gates? Damn it. If I were a traitor, I would have opened the gates long ago. Why would I wait until now? Someone angrily retorted, shouting as they turned around after slaying a beast. Look at these beasts. They just keep coming. I might die here, and you won't even let me vent a little? In the sky, the four sky-stepping beasts exchanged low conversations. The blood tiger, invigorated by the sight of beasts flooding into the city, said, "Not bad. This time, we might take down a city. With those insiders working with us, this whole area might fall." The three-eyed fox's third eye swiveled, as if deep in thought. This sudden assault caught them completely off guard. By the time the Northern Academy's warriors arrive, it will all be over, the Black Hawk observed, its sharp gaze fixed on the battlefield, though a trace of unease lingered in its heart. Internal strife and external threats. They clearly want to investigate the traitor, but we must first solidify the charges against that young man, the golden giant ape said in a deep voice. At this moment, the insults directed at him could still be heard. If he truly manages to survive this, and if powerful individuals come looking for us, we can claim it was all part of an agreement with him. If this matter is resolved and the human warriors go after the demons, we can even guide them. No matter the outcome, we won't lose anything, the blood tiger said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With that thought, the black tiger glanced toward the absent Su Yao and growled softly. Haha, Su Yao, well done. I didn't expect you to actually open the city gates. Come on out, and we'll take you away from here. As the blood tiger's shout echoed, those who had previously supported Su Yao began to waver. The tiger's roar was uploaded to the warriors' forum, making it seem as though everything had been carefully orchestrated. Traitor! Traitor! He deserves to die? People like him should be executed. Damn it! He really collaborated with the beasts. The voices of those who had been shouting earlier grew even louder. Drive the beasts out. Put Su Yao on trial. People like him must be beheaded. How can we possibly kill them all? I'm already out of strength. Who can kill them all? I'm going to die here. Many of the traitors, looking at the overwhelming number of beasts, were filled with fear. They hadn't expected that opening the city gates would also cost them their lives. Stop cursing and start killing the beasts. Otherwise, Z9 City is doomed, one warrior shouted, his voice trembling. The battle between the warriors and the beasts raged on. Waves of beasts continued to pour toward the city gates, their blood-red eyes fixed on the human warriors as if they were gazing at a feast. The stench of blood filled the air, corpses littered the ground, and even the damaged city walls were stained red. The human warriors stood in rows, forming a living wall to prevent the beasts from advancing even a single step. Every time a warrior fell, another would step forward to take their place. No matter what, they could not allow the beasts to enter the city, for it would mean the death of countless lives. The beasts, their crimson eyes locked on the humans, drooled and growled, their bloodlust driving them into a frenzy. For every beast slain, dozens more would rush forward to take its place. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the shadows, moving like ghostly hunters as they began to reap the beasts' lives. The warriors from the Northern Academy are here. Everyone fight! Fight! The once despairing warriors, seeing the arrival of the powerful reinforcements, immediately regained their spirits, wielding their weapons to slay the beasts around them. These warriors were relentless killing machines, creating a clearing in the battlefield in no time. The attacking beasts growled lowly, their blood-red eyes flickering between fear and madness. Finally, they leaped into the air, charging at the humans. The Northern Academy warriors let out a cold snort, their blades swinging relentlessly. The airborne beasts were instantly struck down, their bodies split in two. In the blink of an eye, the charging beasts were forced to retreat once again. These warriors, clad in black combat uniforms and wielding long knives, dripped with the blood of their enemies, the blades slick with crimson. Kill! Seeing the pressure on the city easing, Su Yao and Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, more figures emerged in the shadows, bows drawn and arrows knocked. Su Yao and Bai Yu exchanged a glance, and, under the cover of moonlight, moved like phantoms. Stifled grunts came from the darkness as figures attempting to draw their bows were swiftly knocked unconscious by the pair. After incapacitating them, Su Yao pried open their mouths to check for hidden poison. Vice Dean Lei, who had been observing from the shadows, refrained from taking action immediately. With a wave of his hand, a group of people stepped forward, collecting the unconscious traitors that Su Yao and Bai Yu had subdued. At this moment, as the Northern Academy warriors continued to slaughter the beasts, The traders grew increasingly anxious. Damn it, why haven't those people acted yet? If they don't move soon, the beasts are really going to be pushed back. These people resembled ruthless executioners, their eyes filled only with the intent to kill. With a casual wave of their hands, each of them could take the lives of dozens of beasts. At this moment, Su Yao, taking advantage of the moonlight, quietly hid atop a large tree, his body sliding down slowly. Below the tree, several figures held remote controls in their hands. Suddenly, 3 muffled groans echoed, and Su Yao swiftly dismantled the remote controls from their hands. Damn it, these people are truly insane, he thought. It was clear they intended to blow open the city walls and let more beasts pour in. The beast horde was continuously being pushed back, and the traders were beginning to panic, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Why hasn't the city wall been blown open yet? Relying on the iron-devouring beasts to chew through the walls was far too slow. If the strong reinforcements from the Northern Academy arrived, it would all be too late. Even the 4 sky-stepping realm beasts circling in the air noticed something was amiss, their minds filled with doubt. Why hasn't the wall been breached yet? The human warriors seem almost unharmed. Could they be playing tricks? Wasn't today supposed to be the day this city would fall? Or could it be they're actually planning to side with the humans and eliminate the traitors? After dealing with the traitors who were scheming in the shadows, Su Yao made his way to Vice Dean Lei. Well done. This plan worked out nicely. It exposed quite a few traitors. You deserve the credit, Vice Dean Lei said, patting Su Yao on the shoulder. Su Yao shook his head, indicating it was nothing. These traitors were bound to be eliminated by me sooner or later. I'm fine, but as for those 4 sky-stepping realm beasts, we can keep them around for now. Let's try to trap as many of the attacking beasts as possible. If we manage that, Z City will be safe. Vice Dean Lei nodded, agreeing this was their intention all along. However, a faint sense of unease lingered in his heart. Things were unlikely to go so smoothly. But from now on, you need to be careful. There are probably others still lurking in the shadows, waiting for you to show up. Once you do, they'll try to kill you. For them, taking you down would be a huge blow to us. Be cautious in everything you do, Vice Dean Lei advised earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao drew out his black iron blade and, blending into the darkness of the night, vanished like a phantom before Vice Dean Lei's eyes. Bai Yu watched Su Yao's retreating figure, her heart heavy with worry. The moment he stepped out, those warriors would undoubtedly criticize him. Su Yao was powerful, but he was only 18 years old. By all rights, at his age, he should be enjoying a carefree life with his parents. Yet here he was, bearing infamy while still risking his life to protect humanity. This ordeal was truly a test of Su Yao's resolve, but every great warrior's path to growth comes with a price. Vice Dean Lei seemed to realize something as well. A faintly amused glint flickered in his eyes, though a trace of killing intent briefly emerged before he suppressed it. Bai Yu snapped out of her thoughts, turning her gaze back to the distant battle. The more extraordinary Su Yao's performance was, the more they feared him, and the more they wanted to eliminate him. However, after this incident, it wouldn't be so easy for those people to continue targeting him. The Northern Academy would have to take a clear stance. Otherwise, there would always be rotten elements and troublemakers causing issues. Bai Yu clenched her fists, a cold determination brewing in her eyes. Naturally, the dean had already spoken personally. Once this matter was resolved, it would be time to settle accounts completely. Those who insulted Su Yao would pay the price. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression flickered with doubt and surprise. Would that old man really lose his temper? Su Yao stepped out from the shadows, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The former traitors became even more aggressive, their angry curses echoing. Bastard! You dare show your face? Why don't you just die? Don't think we still trust you. The evidence of you opening the city gates is undeniable. Stop pretending to be some hero coming out to hunt beasts. Is just a show for us. Su Yao cast a cold glance at them, and with a single swing of his blade, a golden arc of light sliced through the air, stretching over 10 meters. Those who had been shouting moments ago froze, their throats tightening as they stared at the deep gash left in the ground. Hidden in the shadows, someone quickly snapped a photo and uploaded it to the forums. No, this can't be. Su Yao would never attack a human warrior. I don't believe it. The photo of him opening the gates only shows a blurry figure. I think they're framing him. Stop making excuses for Su Yao. The evidence is right in front of us. His act can only fool people like you who lack a brain, came an angry shout. From above, someone chimed in. Shut your filthy mouth. There must be more to this. Why would Su Yao step out if he were truly a traitor? He could have just fled outside the city. Exactly. There must be a reason. Once this is over, I trust the Northern Academy will give us an explanation. Su Yao glanced at the jeering crowd, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Inwardly, he vowed that once everything was resolved, he would personally cut down each of these people. Taking a deep breath, he vanished like a phantom. In the next moment, a flash of golden light tore through the area, and every beast in his path was instantly cleaved in two. Within moments, he had slain 300 beasts, earning 770 kill points. In the sky, the The four great beasts observed the scene, their eyes betraying surprise. What is this guy up to? Blood Tiger growled. The beasts that had been attacking Su Mo abruptly parted, clearing a path. Step aside. Don't block him. He's our benefactor. At that moment, several figures appeared in the distance, moving at incredible speed, heading straight for Su Mo. Don't let him escape. A traitor like him can't be allowed to leave. We've traveled so far just to kill Su Mo. If he escapes the northern zone alive, it will be a disaster for humanity. The figures closed in like lightning, their sharp gazes locked onto Su Mo in the dark of night. Blood Tiger hesitated, its expression shifting. What should we do? Should we intervene or let this young man die? Intervene, Three-Eyed Fox suggested. If we fail to kill Su Mo today, we can use this as an excuse later. The other three beasts nodded in agreement. Block them. Don't let them get close to Su Mo, Three-Eyed Fox commanded. The surrounding beasts quickly gathered, forming a living wall. The warriors in the distance hesitated, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Why are these beasts stopping us? We were told they wouldn't interfere and might even help us kill Su Mo. High above, Three-Eyed Fox narrowed its eyes. This is exactly the outcome they wanted. Meanwhile, outside the city, a man watched the scene unfold on a screen, a group of people standing behind him. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Should we call off this plan? Something's not right with these beasts. Could they be working with Su Mo? Are you sure the beasts are really cooperating with you and not with Su Mo? Someone behind him asked Su Yao skeptically. Su Yao turned her head and cast a cold, piercing glance at the person in front of her. With a soft sound, a head fell to the ground. I don't need anyone meddling in my affairs. If anyone dares to question me again, this will be their fate. The people standing behind Su Yao froze in terror. The shadowy assassin was elusive and untraceable, and even those in the divine soul realm couldn't resist. At that moment, Su Yao's eyes were glued to the screen, seething with rage. Su Mo had humiliated her during the martial arts exam, forcing her to kneel and beg for mercy, only for him to ignore her completely. Now, she had finally caught an opportunity to frame him for colluding with demonic beasts, branding him as a traitor to humanity. Once the people of the Northern District exiled Su Mo, she would have all the time in the world to torment him. Everything she had suffered, Su Mo would experience tenfold. 18 years old, surpassing the mortal realm, comprehending blade intent, the personal disciple of the Northern Academy's headmaster, a martial arts prodigious. So what? Su Yao's eyes were sharp as blades, brimming with unhidden murderous intent. Su Mo, I will destroy you piece by piece, leaving you neither able to live nor die. Just then, someone standing behind Su Yao couldn't help but advise. Su Yao, I urge you not to act recklessly, or else, before he could finish, the shadow demon appeared behind him, placing a hand on his neck. If you dare say another word and ruin my plans, I'll kill you. Didn't the death of the last person teach you a lesson? Su Yao said coldly without even turning her head. Seeing the people behind her fall silent, Su Yao let out a disdainful snort and continued staring at the screen. Soon, her fingers flew across the keyboard, sending out a message. Begin the operation. Take over City Z9. As for Su Mo, make sure he's severely injured and unable to refute the evidence. After sending the message, she began whispering to the shadow demon beside her. As her soft murmurs continued, the shadow demon nodded, and several figures silently disappeared into the darkness. The person who had tried to argue with Su Yao earlier broke out in a cold sweat. These shadow demons weren't particularly strong, but their stealth was unparalleled. None of them had noticed when the demons had crept up behind them. Meanwhile, masked figures began appearing throughout the city, launching sudden attacks on human martial artists. The four sky-treading realm demonic beasts in the sky observed the chaos below, their eyes sharpening instantly. Those people have made their move, so we should act now. Delaying will only lead to complications, the three-eyed fox said, its gaze narrowing as it glanced casually at Su Mo, who was still under the protection of the demonic beasts. Its mouth emitted a peculiar sound wave. Suddenly, the demonic beasts guarding Su Mo turned on him, lunging to attack. The abrupt betrayal caught everyone off guard. The martial artists who had been advancing to kill Su Mo were overjoyed at the sight, including the traitors who had previously been intimidated by him. This is what happens to traitors. How could demonic beasts ever cooperate with humans? This disaster is all you're doing, Su Mo. You brought this upon yourself. No wonder so many people want you dead. You're nothing but a hypocrite. Su Mo remained calm, his expression cold as he swung his black iron blade, slicing through the attacking demonic beast in an instant. The beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist that rained down on him. At that moment, the killing intent emanating from Su Mo grew thicker and more tangible. The assassins charging toward him felt their hair stand on end. How many demonic beasts had this man slain to radiate such a terrifying aura? Killed 200 demonic beasts, gained 407 kill points. The four demonic beasts in the sky exchanged glances as black-clad figures appeared. Their gazes grew wary, each silently preparing for what might come next. for immense forces suddenly erupted, striking the city walls with tremendous power. Four heaven-treading level beasts launched dozens of consecutive attacks. With a deafening crash, the walls crumbled, and a tide of beasts surged into the city. Human warriors let out cries of despair, their hearts filled with dread. The walls have fallen, it's over this time, they lamented. Why hadn't the powerful figures from the northern court appeared yet? If this continued, Z City would be completely lost, creating a massive breach in the northern region. Su Yao, you traitor. You will go down in history as a disgrace to humanity, the sinner of the northern region. The traitors cursed, their faces twisted in despair. And you dare call yourself the pride of Z City? Shame on you. Their anger and hopelessness intertwined as they hurled accusations at Su Yao, doubting him and suspecting he had orchestrated everything, using sympathy to deceive others, even framing his own sister. Su Yao, however, remained unfazed, calculating silently in his mind. Outside the city, Su Yao observed everything with a faint smile on her lips. Su Yao, my dear little brother, this is only your first step. After today, let's see how you'll explain yourself. I can't wait to watch you driven out of the city in disgrace. I want you to kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Holding his Xian iron blade, Su Yao coldly watched as the traitors charged toward him, his killing intent palpable. He said icily, "So, you traitors finally decided to show yourselves." His words sent a ripple of unease through the enemies rushing toward him. At the same time, the four heaven-treading level beasts in the sky also seemed to sense an ominous foreboding. Buzz, rumble, crackling. A heavenly force descended like a collapsing sky, sweeping across with a storm of thunder. Hidden warriors convulsed and fell to the ground. The four beasts in the sky showed terror in their eyes and roared in unison, "Run!" But Vice Dean Lay stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. "Do you think you can escape?" Crackling sounds filled the air as four pillars of lightning struck down, slamming heavily into the beasts. They had no chance to resist and plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. At this moment, Su Yao moved like a phantom, unleashing his power to the fullest as he launched a ferocious assault on the beasts. Those who had insulted Su Yao earlier were now stunned. What's going on? Why were the northern region's strong warriors already here? No one paid attention to their shock as more powerful figures emerged from the shadows, beginning their hunt for the beasts. Su Yao, like an unfeeling executioner, swung his Xian iron blade with precision, leaving nothing but corpses in his wake. He slaughtered 10,000 beasts, earning 20,750 slaughter points. Golden light shimmered, flames occasionally erupted, and fierce winds swirled around him. The seamless use of his tri-elemental powers left everyone in awe. What on earth is happening? Someone cried out, realizing the extent of Su Yao's strength. I knew he could never be a traitor. Just wait until I get back. I'll make sure to scold all of you who insulted him. As Su Yao continued to decimate the beasts, he suddenly paused, sensing a faint sense of danger and an overwhelming aura of death approaching. He stared at the corpses littering the ground, understanding that he needed to draw out the lurking threats. As he resumed hunting the beasts, a creature exuding the aura of the divine soul realm lunged at him. Su Yao raised his Xian iron blade before him, his entire being falling into a state of calm. The power of gold surged as he prepared to unleash his ultimate attack, Sky Sever. With a single swing of his blade, a 20-meter arc of light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the earth. The ground split open into a massive chasm, and the beasts in its path turned to blood mist, vanishing without a trace. Just as a beast lunged at Su Yao, only half a meter away, it was cleaved in two by his strike. Su Yao's chest heaved violently, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, with beads of sweat rolling down his face. Suddenly, three eerie shadows emerged from the ground, each wielding sharp blades aimed directly at Su Yao. Having just slain a beast at the Divine Soul Realm, Su Yao was left exposed, and the shadows seized the moment to strike at his vital points. Su Yao twisted his body swiftly, narrowly avoiding the critical hits, and activated the path forging technique. The power of gold enveloped him instantly. However, the three daggers still pierced through his defenses, stabbing into his body, causing blood to gush out. Su Yao's muscles tensed and convulsed as he fought to prevent the shadow demons from pulling out their weapons. The shadow demons reacted quickly, abandoning their embedded daggers and drawing three more to continue their assault. Seeing this, Su Yao silently cursed their dishonorable tactics and activated Snow Step, gliding away to create distance. Yet the shadow demons were even faster. Just then, Bai Yu let out a thunderous roar, her speed reaching its peak as she rushed towards Su Yao. Witnessing the scene, Vice Dean Lay gritted his teeth in rage and bellowed, "How dare you bully the genius of the Northern Academy?" His voice was as loud as a tolling bell, shaking the air. The three shadow demons momentarily faltered, their heads spinning as the runes on their faces flickered. Their crimson eyes locked onto Su Yao again, and they resumed their relentless attack. Su Yao swung his blade once more, its intent like a rainbow cutting through the air. The shadow demons, undeterred, gripped their daggers tightly and lunged at him. At this critical moment, Su Yao channeled the power of gold to its limit. A golden wall materialized in an instant, and with a metallic clang, the daggers struck the wall, halting the shadow demon's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao escaped. The shadow demons, seeing an incoming thunderous strike, tried to vanish, but golden lights spread across the ground, forming a cage. One of the other examiners, a teacher assisting Su Yao, had joined the fight. The three shadow demons attempted to flee, but the golden walls had sealed their escape. Thunder descended from the heavens, and fear filled the shadow demons' faces. They turned to look at Su Yao's pale expression, which now carried a mocking smile. You did this on purpose, one of the shadow demons finally realized. Su Yao had used himself as bait to lure them out. Though they tried to resist, the thunder struck them, reducing them to ash that scattered into the air. A faint smile tugged at Su Yao's lips. He knew Su Yao would never let such an opportunity slip by. Though he didn't fully understand the Eternal Life Organization, he knew Su Yao well enough. His gamble had paid off. Looking at the three weapons still lodged in his body, Su Yao gritted his teeth and endured the pain as blood poured out. He harnessed the power of wind to manipulate the weapons and moved towards the distant battlefield. Bai Yu, who had just arrived, halted in her tracks. Her face contorted with anger and worry as she roared. Kill! 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 They'll just kill you already. Stomping her foot, she stayed by Su Yao's side, launching attacks on the surrounding beasts while keeping a constant eye on him, her concern growing with every passing moment. She feared this younger brother might not make it. Su Yao gave Bai Yu a faint smile, signaling her not to worry. Injuries were nothing compared to this rare opportunity to hunt beasts. This battle was crucial for earning kill points, strengthening his abilities, and building rapport. Such chances didn't come often. As dawn broke, the golden walls had turned crimson, surrounded by countless corpses. Su Yao panted heavily, silently relieved that he had survived. Clang! Su Yao knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his blade, gasping for breath. His face was pale, his body trembling slightly. Surrounding him were mountains of corpses. Many had dropped their weapons, their gazes fixed on his lone figure. His clothes were soaked in blood, the blade of his weapon was chipped and dull, with fist-sized gaps along its back. His hair was stained red, and fresh blood continued to flow from his wounds. Despite the agony, Su Yao forced himself to rise, swaying unsteadily. In front of him, three monstrous beasts growled lowly, retreating step by step. Bai Yu and the other warriors wanted to step forward, but Deputy Dean Lei took a deep breath and said calmly, "Do not go." Hearing his words, the warriors halted, looking at him in confusion. Though his eyes betrayed his pain, he knew they couldn't act recklessly. Su Yao's heart was heavy with guilt. This was his plan, and it had cost the lives of many warriors. He blamed himself deeply. Even though everyone had anticipated sacrifices, the plan was effective. It had successfully drawn out many traitors, making the northern region safer. The curses and Zhao Yong's death left Su Yao seething with anger, unable to vent his frustration. Perhaps this battle was his outlet. Even if the remaining enemies were three Soul Realm beasts, he believed Su Yao could slay them. This was the pride of the Northern Academy. Dragging his blade, Su Yao trudged forward. The blade scraped against the ground with a crisp clang, sparking faintly. His entire body felt drained. He couldn't lift his arms, and his blood-soaked eyes blurred his vision. The three beasts watched him warily, growling as if issuing a warning. Stay back! Stay back! The beasts snarled, their eyes darting nervously between Su Yao and the surrounding warriors, who glared at them like predators. At that moment, the three beasts almost seemed to regret their decision to come here. What they thought would be an easy hunt had turned into their graveyard. They, as mighty fifth-level beasts, were now trembling before a mere transcendent realm human. Tonight, Su Yao had already slain over a dozen beasts of their level. In his heart, he vowed, "They'll kill you. They'll kill all of you. They'll wipe you out completely." He murmured softly, his gaze distant and unfocused. "If only I were stronger. Today, my plan caused so many to suffer. If I were stronger, I could have protected more people. If I were stronger, who would dare harm Uncle Zhao? Xiao Mo wouldn't have lost his father." Lowering his head, Su Yao took a step forward. Roar! The three Soul Realm beasts lunged at him in unison, hundreds of ice arrows forming around them and shooting straight towards Su Yao's head. Clang! 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 The sound of impacts rang out as golden light flared around Su Yao, deflecting the attacks. Kill! His voice thundered through the skies, shaking the heavens. The three beasts froze, startled by the surge of killing intent emanating from Su Yao. His eyes snapped up, sharp as blades, piercing into the hearts of the beasts. A chill ran down their spines. Heaven-slaying slash. There were no elaborate movements, just a single strike. With a deafening roar, the three beasts' heads fell to the ground, and a 20-meter-long, half-meter-wide gash scarred the earth. Those watching from afar stared in shock, their eyes wide, frozen like statues. Slaying 3 5th-level, second-tier beasts earned him 26 kill points. A hum resounded as Su Yao stood still. Suddenly, golden light erupted from his body, and a powerful shockwave swept through the area. Clang, clang, clang. A golden barrier materialized, shielding the surrounding warriors. The golden light and blade intent radiating from Su Yao surged wildly. Deputy Dean Lay stared in disbelief. 4-layer blade intent. Well done, kid. But that wasn't all. This boy was on the verge of breaking through to the soul realm. The corpses around him were blown apart by his blade intent, dissolving into a bloody mist that rained down from the sky. Su Yao suddenly felt everything around him grow clearer. He could see details 100 meters away as though they were right in front of him. A faint smile appeared on his lips. She had finally reached the soul realm. All the martial artists stood still, not daring to approach. Many swallowed hard, their hearts filled with shock. 18 years old, at the soul realm, it was truly unbelievable. This was Su Yao, the 18-year-old chief examiner. Previously known to have reached the divine aperture realm and comprehended blade intent, he had now broken through to the soul realm before everyone's eyes, with his blade intent advancing to the 4th level. Only after his aura subsided did the people around him dare to approach. Outside the city, Su Yao witnessed the scene, her face darkened. She cursed inwardly. Damn you, Su Yao. You've completely ruined my plan. How dare you break through to the soul realm and even reach the 4th level of blade intent? Furious, she thought to herself, just wait. Your time will come. Huh, Su Yao, you'll face punishment soon enough. I told you to retreat, but you refused to listen. Now, the arrangements in the northern district have been nearly wiped out. Not to mention, even the beasts near Z City have suffered heavy losses. Su Yao approached a man, a dagger in her hand, and without hesitation, stabbed him. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. The man looked at her in disbelief, unable to fathom that Su Yao would even kill him. She said coldly, my mission is to kill Su Yao. You have no right to interfere. What are you anyway? I can even kill my own parents, let alone a clown like you daring to make noise here. With that, she tossed the dagger aside and destroyed all the equipment in front of her. Su Yao, the future is long. This time, those foolish beasts caused my plan to fail, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Su Yao muttered before vanishing into the mist. The corpse she left behind was soon devoured by beasts. Meanwhile, inside the city, Bai Yu approached Su Yao, seeing the dried blood on his body and some color returning to his pale face. She finally felt relieved. As the sun rose, Su Yao smiled warmly, his expression as comforting as sunlight. Sister Bai Yu, I'm fine. Don't worry, he said. Bai Yu took a deep breath, reached out, and held his hand. Let's go home, she said. Su Yao nodded, and Bai Yu led him through the crowd, walking towards the distance. Vice Dean Lay watched with a gossipy expression, clicking his tongue in amazement. He had never seen Bai Yu so proactive before. Normally, anyone who even touched her hand would end up beaten. Watching the rising sun, Vice Dean Lay took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. This time, the gains have been huge, easing a lot of pressure. Especially with those traitors who emerged yesterday. There were thousands of them. They wanted to take Z City, but it's a pity they were countered by Su Yao. Even the beasts around Z City suffered greatly. If other cities had someone like Su Yao, we wouldn't have to worry so much. His gaze turned contemplative as he thought. Those shadow fiends are truly unpredictable. Could there be stronger ones lurking in the northern district? It seems we need to investigate thoroughly. Just then, a teacher adept in using gold energy approached Vice Dean Lay and asked in confusion. Logically, these traitors wouldn't act so recklessly. Why were they so determined to kill Su Yao this time, even at all costs? Vice Dean Lay pondered as well. When did the leaders of the Eternal Life Organization become so foolish? Perhaps we can ask Su Yao when the time comes. He might know about the shadow fiends. Judging by how the shadow fiends were drawn out earlier, it seems he anticipated it. I'm quite curious myself. The battlefield was cleared to prevent the outbreak of disease, and the materials from the beasts were collected in the process. This time, Su Yao's contribution was significant. The northern region hadn't experienced such a glorious victory in a long time, and it was essential to publicize this success, reigniting pride in the Northern Academy. Jean Li's teacher watched Lay, the vice dean, leave with a hearty laugh, shook his head, and remarked with a smile. At his age, he still acts like a child. With a slight curve of his lips, he began organizing the others to get to work. As the battle concluded, the entire northern region erupted with excitement. Millions of beasts had attacked the city. This was the largest scale assault in recent years. The Northern Academy, initially silent, now basked in unparalleled glory. Su Yao's discovery led to the destruction of 3 human-demon research bases, indirectly safeguarding the northern region. He held a few photos in his hand, depicting rows of eerie crystal coffins, along with images of the ruins. The pride of the Northern Academy, sharp and calculating, achieved a double victory. After Zhao Yang's death, Su Yao originally intended to feign cooperation with the beasts, using their attack on the city to expose the traitors. The beasts agreed to collaborate for two reasons: to leverage Su Mo's strength against the human demon research traders, and to work with those traders to capture the city. However, Su Mo saw through their plan, turned the tables, and captured thousands of hidden traders. Even the beasts outside City Z suffered heavy losses. Who opened the city gates? A video attached to the post revealed that the culprits had impersonated Su Mo to unlock the gates. Yesterday's plan was a resounding success, resulting in the elimination of over 4.7 million beasts and the capture of 3,756 traders. The Northern Academy released 4 consecutive posts, catching everyone off guard. This time, all the causes and effects were laid bare by the Academy. After the posts were published, the Academy took no further action, but the comment sections were abuzz. People couldn't fathom the consequences if Su Mo had been forced away by those who opposed him, potentially turning him against humanity. Thankfully, Su Mo held firm to his beliefs, proving himself worthy as the prized disciple of the Northern Academy's dean. While everyone admired Su Mo's brilliance, they overlooked his struggles. Zhao Yang's execution was broadcast live, yet Su Mo couldn't openly express the significance of his plans for the northern region. He also endured the scorn of ignorant critics, which was truly disheartening. Why didn't those despicable people come forward to apologize? Capturing traitors and eliminating over 4 million beasts, such achievements deserve praise. Where were the loudmouth detractors now? I wish I could track them down through the internet. Meanwhile, in the office of the Northern Academy's dean, Long Lintian glanced at those around him and decided to continue posting, determined to teach those critics a lesson and make them pay for slandering his disciple. The teacher handling the computer, weary of the dean's relentless demands, was already nursing a headache. My clan's prodigy, slandered by his own people. Is this the kind of person the Northern Academy should protect? Are they even worth it? The moment this post was published, it caused an uproar. Everyone was exclaiming, "What the heck is going on?" I couldn't help but wonder if the warriors from the Northern Academy would be angered by these remarks. Deep down, I thought to myself, if Su Mo were ever to truly become a traitor one day, I could understand and wouldn't blame him. As the saying goes, every man for himself. From Zhao Yang's situation, it's clear that Su Mo is a person of loyalty and deep emotions. We shouldn't hurt him. It's not worth it. The Northern Academy has never acknowledged Su Mo as a traitor, yet those idiots keep inciting division, trying to disrupt the unity among the warriors. I can't help but suspect they have ulterior motives. Suspicious? Of course they are. These people are just troublemakers. They should be thrown outside the city and left to fend for themselves. Why should we protect such scum? Rising Sun, the fourth realm of Blade Intent. Stepping into the soul is the pride of the Northern Academy and the hope of humanity. Below this caption was a photo of Su Mo after his breakthrough, a faint smile on his lips with the rising sun behind him, creating a perfect harmony. My husband Su Mo, no matter how you look at him, he's amazing. That smile warmed everyone's hearts, leaving them captivated. Please, can we keep this thread positive? Enough with the nonsense. Made outfits, black stockings, white stockings. What a bold move by that user to show up here. Impressive. But seriously, someone needs to moderate this. I just want to see Su Mo. What are you all even doing? You know, there's something about Su Mo standing against the backdrop of the rising sun. It gives off an indescribable feeling, like a moment of peace and a sense of security. Sigh. Reading the earlier posts almost made me waver and doubt Su Mo. Thankfully, my wife hit me with a frying pan and brought me back to my senses. I even started doubting Su Mo myself. My father, who's 93 and bedridden, somehow managed to get up and hit me with a belt, making it clear that Su Mo could never be a traitor. My son also doubted Su Mo, so I hung him up and gave him a good beating. Anyone who slanders Su Mo deserves a curse. May they have children born without a conscience. Wait a second, does this mean your son refers to those who insult Su Mo? You're sharp. Yes, that's exactly who I meant. Feeding the tiger with his own body, fearless and brave, luring out the most troublesome demon, the Shadow Fiend. Below this caption were photos of Su Mo using himself as bait to draw out the Shadow Fiend, especially the 3 blades piercing his body, captured in vivid detail. As the post gained traction, the comments were filled with empathy. Everyone felt for Su Mo, enduring slander, risking his life, and even being misunderstood by his peers. It was heartbreaking. 3 blades. If Su Mo weren't so strong, he might not have survived. Thinking about those who insulted him makes me want to tear them apart. Where are they now? Come out and keep shouting. Oh, they've changed their usernames? Cowards. If you're so bold, come out and face us. These people are nothing but opportunists, unable to stand seeing someone else excel. They wouldn't dare take such risks themselves. I've heard of the Shadow Fiend before. It can transform into a person's shadow and launch sudden attacks. Even the strongest warriors might not react in time and could lose their lives. Su Mo, you've worked so hard. Wait, the Shadow Fiend is that terrifying? Su Mo truly is incredibly. No wonder he's my digital hero. Yesterday, when Su Mo returned, I shielded him from the flying rotten vegetables and punches. Although I ended up with bruises all over my face, I was incredibly happy inside, thinking I could boast about this later. I've always believed Su Mo isn't that kind of person, has my pride. Yesterday, when my daughter said she wanted to marry Su Mo, I locked her up without hesitation. She's simply not worthy of him. Wow. Upstairs, you're a real parent. I've already secretly tracked down a few addresses of those who insulted Su Mo. Want to go confront them together? Count me in. Count me in. Haha. How dare they slander my idol? Make sure they pay the price. I still remember when President Bayu stood in front of Su Mo and gently said, "Let's go home." That moment was truly touching. Let's go home. Many people quickly reposted this line on forums. It was exactly what Bayu said to Su Mo. And seeing Bayu holding Su Mo's hand was so sweet it made me jealous. Why can't I meet someone like that? Get lost. To the person upstairs, you're just pretending, but don't think I won't recognize you. You're not worthy of my brother Su Mo. Sigh. Someone like her has never once slandered Su Mo. If not for life's hardships, she probably wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. That's true. Some people really don't deserve to be called human. Those who slandered Su Mo back then should be recorded and exposed. People like that shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. Exactly. Such trash and pests need to be dealt with. Su Mo is far too kind. If it were me, I'd have already investigated everything and confronted each one of them. I discovered that Su Mo's place had been vandalized with insulting words about him. What? Who's the bastard that did this? Damn it, I'm heading out now. If I catch them, they'll regret it. They'll go check it out too. Daring to insult the pride of Z9 City, they must be tired of living. Those who insulted Su Mo seem to have vanished overnight. Many even rushed to delete their martial artist forum accounts, afraid of being tracked down. At this moment, the North Court finally played its ultimate card. The pride of our people shall not be defiled. Attached were pictures clearly showing the faces of those who had thrown things at Su Mo before, over 100 photos, with names printed alongside. Haha, well done, well done. Earlier, I thought we wouldn't be able to find them. Great job. This time, they won't escape. If I run into them, I'll beat them every time. The pride of the North Court shall not be defiled. Below the photos were the details of those who insulted Su Mo, and their pictures were fully exposed, even with their names labeled. Many people realized that the individuals in the photos matched those from previous incidents. These scumbags, it's really them. Trash, vermin. How dare such scum insult the pride of the North Court? This time, the photos included records of what these people had done, even digging into their family backgrounds for 3 generations. Those who had slandered Su Mo before were now panicking as they stared at the 3 posts from the North Court. Their backgrounds, appearances, and ages were all uncovered in detail. No one knew what the North Court was planning, so people were hesitant to comment, waiting to see what would happen next. The pride of the North District was treated this way. The photos of those who vandalized Su Mo's house were clear, showing their twisted, even gleeful expressions. The faces of these individuals were clearly displayed, and seeing the excitement and ferocity on their expressions sent chills down the spines of many. Insulting the pride of the Northern Academy, their lives and deaths will be determined by Su Mo. Anyone who dares to plead for them should know that the Northern Academy will no longer protect any city they belong to. Let them fend for themselves. After the post was published, panic spread among many. Was the Northern Academy serious this time? It was long overdue. There were still plenty of traitors in the northern region, and perhaps some of them were among these individuals. How many talented warriors had been forced to leave because of these people? Many of the traitors were driven away. If I were Su Mo, seeing the people I tried to protect treat me this way, I might choose to leave the northern region too. Putting myself in his shoes, I would have done the same. Those who had once insulted Su Mo, throwing things at him, were now all in a panic. The Northern Academy had already made their stance clear. This was no joke. If any of these individuals turn out to be warriors, their names will be removed from the warrior guild. Of course, the final decision lies with Su Mo. Their household registrations will also be removed from the security administration. Our human race has no need for such trash. The ultimate outcome will also be determined by Su Mo. The posts from the warrior guild headquarters and the security administration headquarters caused another uproar. They've gone mad, truly mad. Ha ha ha. It's about time these troublemakers were dealt with. They've been the reason our northern region lacks unity. This will teach them a lesson. I just wonder how Su Mo will punish them. The posts were clearly made in support of him, but his opinion will ultimately decide the matter. Mo Bao, don't go soft-hearted. These people have insulted you so terribly you must punish them harshly. Su Mo Bao, take a look. Please, punish them severely. Everyone, stop tagging Su Mo. Let him get some rest. Su Mo returned home with Bayu, and after washing up, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Bayu sat nearby, holding a white jade porcelain bottle in her hand. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Su Mo's face. Shaking her head, Bayu muttered, "This reckless boy, he really doesn't know how to take care of his safety." She gently placed Su Mo's hand on her lap and carefully applied medicine to the wounds on his arm. After tending to his arm, Bayu hesitated for a moment before lifting the blanket. The 3 ghastly scars across his chest made her heart ache. This foolish little brother. she thought. How dare he take on something so dangerous? He nearly scared me to death. The image of the three shadow demons' weapons piercing Su Mo's chest flashed in her mind, and her heart skipped a beat at the memory. Snapping herself out of it, Bai Yu pushed the thoughts aside, poured some medicine onto her hand, and gently dabbed it onto Su Mo's chest. She noticed that Su Mo remained still, but his breathing grew slightly uneven. His sharply defined face even seemed to flush faintly. Bai Yu didn't have the energy to tease him. After carefully applying the medicine, she tucked him in and left the room. Outside the room, Bai Yu took a deep breath. This reckless boy, he's got quite the figure, she muttered to herself. Inside, Su Mo opened his eyes briefly, staring at the closed door. Then, as sleepiness overtook him once more, he shut his eyes and drifted back into slumber. The fierce battle from the previous night had left Su Mo utterly exhausted. Even though he had just made a breakthrough, it did little to alleviate his fatigue. By dawn, a group of people had already gathered outside his house, armed with buckets and various cleaning tools, ready to get to work. Bai Yu stepped out of the house, looking puzzled at the crowd. One of the workers approached her and explained, "Miss Bai Yu, we're here to clean up the graffiti." Bai Yu nodded in understanding but reminded them, "Please be careful. Su Mo just went to sleep." The workers all nodded in agreement. One of them kindly advised, "Miss Bai Yu, you should rest too. Last night's battle must have been exhausting for you as well. Don't worry, we'll be quiet and won't disturb you." Bai Yu didn't refuse. She was indeed worn out. After she left, the leader of the workers turned to his companions and whispered, "Remember, work quietly. Those idiots are bound to come looking for trouble with Su Mo. We need to keep them out and not let them get anywhere close." "Don't worry," another worker vowed, patting his chest. "If anyone gets near, it'll be on us." The workers began scrubbing the offensive words off the walls, their faces showing barely concealed anger. "These brainless fools," one muttered through gritted teeth. "Just wait until Su Mo recovers, she'll teach them a lesson. The Martial Artists Guild's safety management post is already enough to give them a headache," another worker chimed in. "But in the end, it all depends on Su Mo's stance." As they were discussing, a crowd of people suddenly appeared in the distance. The workers, who had been cleaning the walls, immediately went on high alert, forming a line like a human barricade. "Step aside," someone from the approaching group demanded. "We need to see Su Mo. This has nothing to do with you. Don't make things difficult for yourselves." The arrogant tone instantly angered the workers. "Coming here to ask for something and still acting so cocky," one worker sneered. "Go on, try something. If you dare touch us, we'll just lie down and pretend to be hurt. When the safety management office shows up, you'll be in real trouble. And if Su Mo finds out, you're done for." The intruders exchanged uneasy glances, clearly not expecting such resistance. A man who appeared to be their leader stepped forward, softening his tone. "Sir, we really have urgent business with Su Mo. We're here to apologize. My brother here was just too anxious and spoke out of turn. Could you let us through?" At that moment, Lu Shuetian strode over from a distance. "What's going on here? Get lost," he barked. Seeing Lu Shuetian, many in the crowd turned pale. It was well known that Su Mo and Lu Shuetian were close. Lu Shuetian scanned the gathered crowd, his expression full of disdain. "Don't even speak," he said, covering his nose and taking a step back. "You stink. I don't want to be anywhere near you. Leave now. If you dare raise your voices, they'll have every single one of you arrested." Several people's faces darkened, and their bodies trembled slightly. They had never been subjected to such humiliation before. If not for their personal information and photos being leaked, they wouldn't have come here to grovel. Now, with their household registrations about to be revoked and their jobs at risk, they had no choice but to endure. "Fine, we'll just wait here," someone said, plopping down on the ground, clearly intending to wait until Su Mo woke up. In the crowd, someone muttered under their breath, "What's the big deal? It's just a few insults. It's not like it's going to hurt him." "Exactly," another person chimed in. "And he calls himself a genius? So petty. If it weren't for the risk of losing our household registrations, who'd bother coming to apologize?" "That's right," a third person added. "Plenty of people have insulted him before. Why is he targeting us? He's ridiculous." "TCH," someone else scoffed. "If I had his talent, I'd be way more magnanimous. He's probably sitting inside right now, laughing at us." Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dehai, and Li Wuyo squinted their eyes simultaneously upon hearing those words. They thought to themselves, "These people are truly stubborn. Even in such dire straits, they still refuse to admit defeat." As time ticked by, night quietly descended. Many were growing weary and famished. A few individuals even linked arms and snuck into a nearby restaurant, eating and drinking while loudly complaining. "I really don't understand what those people are thinking," one of them said with a mouthful of food. "Is it really worth all this fuss over Su Mo? Without others to back him up, what can he achieve on his own? We criticize him for his own good, to keep him from getting too full of himself." Exactly, another chimed in. "Someone like Su Mo is just a small man who's gotten a bit of power." Other patrons in the restaurant frowned upon hearing their remarks. Someone muttered under their breath, What a bunch of idiots, so selfish and self-centered. Suddenly, a voice roared, "Get them! Teach them a lesson." In an instant, chaos erupted as fists and kicks flew. The sounds of blows landing and objects being overturned filled the air. Before long, the restaurant echoed with cries of pain. "Stop, stop! Big brother, I was wrong. I really was." One of the men who had been bad-mouthing Su Mo pleaded desperately. "If you keep hitting me, they'll report you to the safety office and have them arrest you." His words only added fuel to the fire. A burly man bellowed. "Threaten me, will you? Even if I get arrested, they'll make sure to beat you up first. It's scum like you that ruin the unity of the Northern District. Soon, you won't even have a household registration. Harry'll be no better than the wild beasts outside the city. Killing you wouldn't even matter." Hearing this, the crowd became even more relentless, joining forces to throw the troublemakers out of the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant stepped out, calmly watching the beaten men. "Wait a minute," he said coolly. "You need to pay up. You damaged my property." "Why should we?" One of the battered men shouted angrily. "It was them who attacked us. Didn't you see? Are you blind, old man? We didn't even fight back." The owner looked at them with a serene expression, a hint of mockery in his tone. "All I saw was you lot drinking and causing trouble. If you'd like, I can call the safety office to sort this out. But then you'll not only have to pay damages, you'll also spend a few days locked up." One of the men glanced at the security camera and sneered. "Go ahead, report it. There's a camera here. You think we're afraid?" The owner narrowed his eyes slightly and smirked. "Oh, that? Sorry, it's broken." In truth, he had discreetly turned off the camera during the commotion. He thought to himself, "Old as I am, I can only sneak in a few kicks behind the scenes, but boy, does it feel good." In the end, the troublemakers had no choice but to fork over money for the damages before fleeing the restaurant in disgrace, heading hurriedly in the direction of Su Mo's residence. Meanwhile, Su Mo had already woken up and was cooking 2 bowls of noodles, each topped with a sausage and an egg. Bai played with the food in her bowl, teasing. "Su Mo, 2 eggs and 1 sausage. Are you trying to hint at something?" Su Mo nearly choked on his noodles and replied helplessly, "Are you going to eat or not?" He reached out as if to take Bai's bowl, but Bai was quick to dodge, smacking his hand away and deliberately pushing the 2 eggs and sausage together in her bowl. Clicking her tongue, she said, "You're so naughty, brother." Su Mo rolled his eyes speechlessly. Pointing outside, Bai asked, "What are you planning to do with those people?" Su Mo pondered for a moment and said, "I've got a plan in mind, and I think it's a good one. But I'll need my master's cooperation. Who knows, it might even yield some unexpected benefits." Bai looked at Su Mo with a hint of suspicion, knowing he was probably scheming something again. With that, Su Mo picked up his phone and made a call. Bai rolled her eyes and took a fierce bite of the sausage. A hearty voice rang in her ears. "Haha, disciple, are you missing your master?" She thought to herself, she did miss her master. After all, there was a matter she needed her master's help with. On the other end of the phone, Long Lintian's tone suddenly turned serious. "Tell me your thoughts." "Live stream the execution of traitors," Su Mo said word by word. Bai was dumbfounded, her chopsticks slipping from her hands as she stared at Su Mo in disbelief. She thought to herself, Su Mo actually wanted to announce it in advance, causing a sensation and dealing a heavy blow to them. Long Lintian's voice followed. "Your master was right. That's exactly my idea." Su Mo, after thorough consideration, nodded firmly. "How can you be sure they'll come to the rescue?" Long Lintian asked the critical question. Su Mo responded confidently, "Let's bet on it. They'll definitely send someone, and their strength won't be insignificant." Long Lintian began to contemplate the feasibility of this plan. Su Mo continued her analysis. "Those who slandered me will also target them, perhaps even using them to stir up trouble. What if they use ordinary people to threaten us and abandon those traitors instead?" Long Lintian posed one final question. Su Mo replied resolutely. "Su Yao has been revived. Now, all matters concerning me are her responsibility." Hearing this, Long Lintian no longer doubted, as if understanding the truth of the situation. After hanging up the phone, a trace of surprise flickered in Su Mo's eyes. She thought to herself how surprising it was that her master agreed so readily when Su Yao was mentioned. Bai wiped her mouth and slowly said, "What are you still doubting? That arrogant and self-centered woman? There's no way she'd listen to anyone else's opinions. She's probably already come up with another terrible idea." Shaking her head, Bai continued her analysis. Now that she's been entrusted with such an important role and has various forces protecting her, someone as selfish as her won't tolerate anyone else in her way. Even after experiencing death, she's beyond saving. Bai knew all too well that some people's personalities were set in stone, nearly impossible to change. Su Yao was a prime example, selfish to the extreme. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. "Su Mo, come out. We know you're awake. We can smell the aroma of fried eggs," someone shouted. Another voice chimed in. "That's right, come out. We're here to apologize. Hurry and post something saying you've forgiven us." The crowd grew louder, their voices creating a ruckus. Yet Bai felt a sudden chill creeping over her, her instincts on high alert. Why is it getting colder? No, this is killing intent. It's Su Mo's killing intent, she thought. She stared at Su Mo in a daze, realizing that this person was already showing the early signs of developing a domain. It wasn't fully formed yet, but it wouldn't be long before Su Mo mastered it completely. Leave, or die, Su Mo said coldly, her tone radiating an unmatched authority. The commotion outside quieted instantly when the crowd heard the murderous intent in Su Mo's voice. Terrified, they scrambled away in panic. From beyond the door came mocking laughter. A spineless coward like that. All talk and no action. You mongrel, if you've got guts, don't run. Haha, scared off by just one sentence from Su Mo. Su Mo stepped outside and noticed the walls had been freshly cleaned, and the people who had been blocking the entrance were all gone. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he thought about the people still worth protecting. Thank you, everyone, Su Mo said with a slight bow. It's getting late. Please, go and rest. Hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement. All right then, we'll head back for now. If anything comes up, just call for us, and we'll be there. Actually, we should be thanking you. Who would have thought there were so many traitors hiding in the North District? Plus, the beasts outside have been significantly weakened. It's much safer now, all thanks to you. After saying this, they all bowed to Su Mo. He quickly returned the gesture, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Let's go now and not disturb Su Mo and President Bai Yu while they create the next genius for the North District, someone teased, prompting laughter from the group as they left. Su Mo shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, but watching their retreating figures, he felt a genuine warmth deep inside. When he returned inside, Bai Yu had already tidied up. She wore a purple silk robe, reclining sideways with her head propped on one hand, her gaze fixed on a melodramatic soap opera playing on the TV. Su Mo sat down beside her, his eyes instinctively scanning her from head to toe. Noticing his gaze, Bai Yu smirked and lightly stroked her smooth, pale leg. Little brother, what's with that look? Are you thinking of devouring your elder sister? After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo asked, I've never seen you train. What level are you at now? Bai Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of exasperation at the question, thinking to herself how utterly clueless this straight-laced man was. If you're hoping to see me tie my hair up for battle, that'll take a while. There's no need to be curious. In the North Academy, your sister is practically a living legend. Su Mo nodded, recalling what the instructors had said during the martial arts exam that even Bai Xiu wouldn't dare to cross her. Bai Yu is indeed extraordinary. Are we good friends? He asked, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Bai Yu instinctively pulled her legs back and asked warily, what are you up to? I heard that good friends are the kind who can help each other lick their wounds. Su Mo replied mischievously. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she straightened up. Her delicate hand slid along Su Mo's arm, and she leaned in close to his ear, her voice soft and teasing. So, little brother, what do you want your elder sister to do? Su Mo froze in place, his body stiffening. Realizing what was happening, he quickly stood up and bolted into his room, leaving Bai Yu laughing uncontrollably behind him. Once inside, Su Mo took a deep breath and thought to himself, what a vixen. He grabbed a glass of water and drank deeply, trying to calm the turmoil inside him. Little brother, are you alright in there? The bathroom is better for cleaning up, less chance of leaving a mess. Want me to help? With my years of theoretical expertise, I guarantee you'll be utterly satisfied, Bai Yu called out teasingly. Big sister Bai Yu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Su Mo pleaded from the other side of the door. Satisfied with his response, Bai Yu finally returned to her room, a smug grin on her face. Before long, the door to Su Mo's room was pushed open, startling him. What are you doing? I'm still young to try anything funny, he exclaimed in panic. Bai Yu, however, showed no mercy and slapped him hard on the backside. I'm here to apply some medicine, she said. Resigned, Su Mo obediently lay on the bed, removed his shirt, and revealed 3 gruesome wounds on his back. You reckless fool. You were severely injured, yet you still pushed yourself to hunt down beasts. Do you really think you're invincible? Bai Yu scolded harshly. If you act like a brute again, I'll break both your legs. Su Mo didn't argue, simply lying there quietly as the cool sensation of the medicine spread across his chest. Big sister Bai Yu, why are you so kind to me? Su Mo asked after a moment of silence. Bai Yu's hand froze slightly at his words. Why do you ask that? She responded, a trace of surprise in her voice. Ever since my parents passed away, no one has treated me this well. Back then, I was only 13 and had to take care of everything myself. I haven't experienced anyone's care since. I cooked for myself, and even looked after that ungrateful wolf. By the time I was 15, I was already working part-time jobs to earn money. People looked down on me, calling me names, first a bastard, then a useless nobody. I used to fight back, argue with them, but the more I resisted, the worse they became. Eventually, I just gave up, Su Mo said, his tone calm, as if recounting someone else's story. Listening to him, Bai Yu's eyes gradually reddened. She had looked into Su Mo's past, and the more she learned, the more she admired his resilience. He had every reason to become a villain, yet he still retained a kind heart. Perhaps it was sympathy, or maybe something else, that made her want to treat him better. In their brief time together, they had become something between family and friends. Snapping out of her thoughts, Bai continued applying the medicine. There's no deeper reason. Just think of me as a kind-hearted older sister who can't stand to see someone as pitiful as you. Maybe I would have helped someone else in your position, too. Once everything is settled, and you join the Northern Academy, plenty of people will treat you well. Who knows how many beautiful women will want to marry you. Okay, Su Yao replied with a single word, offering no further comment. Silence fell over the room, the atmosphere growing heavy, broken only by the faint sound of Bai's fingers rubbing the medicine onto his wounds. All done. Get some rest, Bai said as she finished and stood up. Su Yao instinctively sat up and grabbed her hand. Bai's body trembled slightly, the warmth of his touch sending a strange feeling through her. Su Yao froze for a moment before slowly letting go. Thank you, big sister Bai, he said softly. Bai nodded, turned, and left the room without looking back. After closing the door behind her, she paused outside for a moment, taking a few deep breaths before returning to her own room. Su Yao lay on the bed, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Eventually, he pulled himself together, took a deep breath, and a resolute look filled his eyes. Picking up his phone, he posted a message. 3 days from now, at the site of the martial exam in Z City, I will livestream the trial of a traitor. As soon as Su Yao's post was published, it quickly climbed to the top, and even the Northern District released a similar post. Many who saw the post immediately commented below. Good. That's how traitors should be dealt with. Letting them die directly would be too easy for them. Mobao is so bold. Why don't you start a livestream now? They'll send you $1 billion as pocket money right away. Another comment followed. Mobao, do you want a girlfriend? Just say the word, and he'll come to you willingly. The person above, your abacus beads just hit me in the face. With someone like you, do you think you're worthy of our Su Yao? Su Yao, are you feeling stressed? I can come over to help for free. To the person above who claims to be able to fly nationwide. If Su Yao doesn't want you, how about coming to me? Wait, no, you're not worthy either. Wow guys, that hurts. Stop derailing the topic. We're discussing punishing traitors here, and it's truly satisfying. Hey, you who can fly nationwide, why don't you come find me? We can watch together. I've got all the looks you want. Hurry up, bro, I'm waiting. Sister Pian is still the best. She shows up everywhere. Truly admirable. Sigh, when will I find a man like Su Yao? I wouldn't even mind if he hit me every day. Ah, so you're a masochist. Streaming it is a good idea. Let those traitors who haven't shown up yet see what happens to them. An eye for an eye. They used to play these games, so now it's our turn. Exactly. They've targeted Su Yao so many times, only to be outsmarted by him in the end. It's so satisfying. Do you think this will make the traitors even more desperate? Idiot. The more desperate they are, the more likely they'll expose themselves. That's how the Northern District will stay safer. Right? Either explode in silence or perish in it. With so many traitors in the Northern District, the situation might be worse than we think. Instead of waiting for them to catch us off guard, we should strike first. If death is inevitable, who's afraid? Don't overestimate those traitors. They're scared of death too, constantly living in fear of being exposed. Exactly. If they weren't afraid of dying, they wouldn't have become traitors in the first place. Let's just wait for 3 days. That's when things will probably get the most exciting. Too bad it's a live stream. It would have been better if no outsiders could join. That's a bit unfortunate. It's for our safety. Don't think about joining the crowd. You can watch it all on your phone. My phone isn't good enough. He'll buy a new one so I can see it more clearly. Thanks for the reminder, bro. I almost forgot about that. After Su Yao published his post, he received numerous private messages in the background. Su Yao, do you want a girlfriend? My parents don't want me anymore. Can you take me in? High kicks with a JK skirt, hands making a scissor gesture. Black stockings with stilettos, paired with a white puffy dress. Su Yao wasn't interested and opened the next message. 100 billion a month, they'll sponsor you. He clicked his tongue. Some people really had money to burn. He opened the next one. Stupid straight guy, be careful. I'm busy right now and can't come over. Your strength is improving too fast. If I don't work hard, the gap between us will only widen. Su Yao guessed this was from Lu Yao. Su Yao, stay safe. They'll be waiting for you at the North Courtyard. Yi Xiaoxi. Su Yao shook his head, didn't reply to any of them, and turned off his phone. Su Yao, at the age of 18, had reached the first level of the Divine Soul Realm. His cultivation in the Dao molding technique was at the 4th level, and he had mastered several high-tier techniques such as the stacked wave blade, the perfected treading snow, and the hidden concealment art. The embryonic form of his killing god domain had begun to take shape, and his spiritual energy attributes were steadily improving. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he focused on the initial form of the killing god domain, thinking to himself that advancing it to the beginner stage would make hunting demonic beasts significantly easier. Without hesitation, he invested 100,000 slaughter points into it, immediately advancing the killing god domain to the beginner stage. The next upgrade, however, required a staggering 1 million slaughter points, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. The domain's range was currently limited to 10 meters, perhaps due to his insufficient strength. As Su Mo observed his affinity levels, he began calculating in his mind. To attract attention from certain individuals, he had deliberately revealed 3 different attributes during the city gate battle, drawing the traitors' eyes toward him. He decisively allocated points to increase his wind attribute affinity to 100, consuming 250,000 slaughter points. His fire attribute affinity was then raised to 70, and the remaining 600,000 slaughter points were invested in enhancing his strength, directly boosting his power to the 4th level of the Divine Soul realm. The Dao molding technique also needed improvement. Su Mo allocated 15,000 points, feeling the vibrations within his body as his physical strength surged rapidly. With the remaining 128,000 slaughter points, he decided to invest in spatial abilities. By combining the domain with spatial power and the forces of gold and fire, his strength was further enhanced. His spatial affinity rose to 15, but the slaughter points were now insufficient. During the battle to defend the city from the demonic beasts, Su Mo had slain a significant number of them, achieving these advancements. He reflected inwardly, wondering how many days it would take to achieve the same progress if he hunted alone outside the city. While he was fully immersed in strengthening himself, Bai Yu's attention was caught by a post he had made. Her gaze appeared hollow, as though deep in thought, though her focus wasn't truly on her phone's screen. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message from the old man. "You've taken a liking to that brat, haven't you?" Snapping out of her thoughts, Bai Yu sighed helplessly and replied with a speechless emoji. Old Lei teased. "You're being quite forward." Thinking of the quick-tongued Vice Dean Lei, Bai Yu felt exasperated. "I saw he was struggling to hold on, so I helped him home. He's a hero, I couldn't just let him collapse," she defended herself. "Didn't he just break through to the Divine Soul realm? And he can't stand?" Bai Yu's cheeks reddened slightly, as she silently cursed the old man for prying so much. "If you don't like him, then step back quickly. Don't get too attached," Old Lei warned, leaving her with an uneasy feeling. "Old man, are you just bored with nothing to do? Besides, how old is he? Why are you thinking so far ahead?" Bai Yu pouted, her face full of disdain. Long Lintian laughed heartily and quickly hung up the phone. Vice Dean Lei from the Northern Institute looked at Long Lintian, his eyes glinting with amusement. "So was I right? That girl Bai Yu has her eye on him, doesn't she?" He spoke with a knowing expression. Long Lintian shook his head. "Old Long, what's that shake of the head supposed to mean?" Long Lintian stared silently at his phone, saying nothing. With the appearance of Su Mo's post, the news spread rapidly. Those who had slandered him before were now struck silent with fear. After Su Mo executed the traitors, would he deal with them next? Many began to regret their actions, especially those who had gone to apologize but failed to express their remorse properly. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, 3 days had passed. On the 3rd day, the examination grounds were packed with countless live streaming devices. By then, many people in the Northern District had tuned into the live stream, where they saw Su Mo standing alone on a high platform. Behind him, rows of cages holding human traitors. The live stream chat exploded with activity as viewers eagerly tried to uncover the identities of the 3,756 traitors. Unfortunately, their faces were all covered, making it impossible to discern who they were. "This is exactly how it should be, an eye for an eye. Let those traitors know there's no good ending for betrayal," someone wrote in the chat. "I hope Su Mo deals with those who slandered him the same way, kill them, and give everyone closure." Another comment responded. "Why? Why?" A viewer sneered. "Judging by your tone, you must be one of those who slandered Su Mo. For people like you, Su Mo doesn't even need to act. The shame of your own words is punishment enough. We're here to apologize, not to argue with you." One person tried to calm things down. "Oh, apologizing now, are you? If I were Su Mo, I wouldn't forgive you either. Think about your attitude that day. You only backed down after seeing his post. Why didn't you keep up the bravado?" Another viewer retorted. "Those who criticized the loudest before, why aren't you speaking up now? Keep shouting, go on. Cowards with no backbone," someone else mocked. Su Mo glanced at the time, took a deep breath, and a faint aura of killing intent spread around him. "Everyone, it's time to begin," he announced. Instantly, the livestream chat fell silent, and the barrage of comments ceased. In the shadows, Vice Dean Lei narrowed his eyes, watching the scene unfold intently. "Vice Dean, do you think those traitors will make a move?" A teacher who had previously used the power of gold asked. "Zhao Kuang, do you believe they've already made their move?" Vice Dean Lei replied with a cold smile. "What do you think would happen if Su Mo were suddenly beheaded while judging the traitors?" Vice Dean Lei's eyes gleamed with menace. "Shadow Demon," Zhao Kuang muttered grimly. "Probably not, just that there must be more to it," Vice Dean Lei said, shaking his head, his expression pensive. Outside the city, Su Yao stared intently at the screen, her eyes narrowing slightly as a faint but palpable killing intent gathered around her. It was that place again. During the martial arts examination, Su Mo had stood on that very same high platform, looking down at her. She had begged for mercy, only to be kicked down by him. Now, standing in the same spot, It felt as though she had been transported back to that moment. Those traitors resembled what she once was. Su Yao's hand clenched involuntarily, her face twisting with rage. Brother, oh brother, are you deliberately provoking me? Do you really think I'm still the same as before? This time, you'll die, just wait. Regaining her composure, Su Yao took a deep breath, suppressing her anger and forcing herself to remain calm. But the thought of tearing Su Mo to pieces consumed her. On the high platform, Su Mo opened 6 cages, dragging the people inside out and removing their hoods, revealing their faces. Wait, aren't those the ones who patrol the north gate of Z9 City every day? It's them. If something like this can happen in Z9 City, what about the other cities? Guys upstairs, don't scare me back is already cold. Su Mo addressed the screen, saying, these people are the ones who impersonated me to open the city gates. The hard work and honor of our predecessors have all been trampled on by these scum. With that, he drew his black iron blade and raised it high. No, no, no. Please, I was wrong. I know some secrets I can tell you. But with swift, decisive movements, his blade fell. One by one, 6 heads rolled to the ground. My God, I'm terrified, but I can't look away. For traitors like these, I can't wait for them to be executed. After the 6 were beheaded, another dozen people were brought forward. Su Mo removed their hoods. Wait a minute, one of them looks familiar. No, isn't that the homeless man from our neighborhood? He's a traitor? What the hell, me back's freezing. Have these people been spying on us all along? Guys, don't freak out, one of them works security at our neighborhood. Damn it. One of them runs the breakfast stall I eat at every day. Without hesitation, Su Mo decapitated them as well. The dozen heads hit the ground, their faces frozen in grotesque expressions. This is horrifying. These traitors infiltrated the most inconspicuous positions, it's terrifying. Thinking about it now, I've got goosebumps. Su Mo dragged another group forward. No way, it's him. Isn't he the captain of Z6 City's security department? How could he be a traitor? Someone of his rank and status, why would he betray us? What? With a sickening sound, Su Mo's blade fell again, and heads hit the ground. As the hours passed, the last person was brought forward. When his hood was removed, someone completely lost their composure. The Lord of Y7 City? How could it be him? Why? Why would the ruler of an entire city become a traitor? It's terrifying. What kind of methods are they using to turn even city lords into traitors? Who can we trust anymore? Has the world we live in become this dangerous? You bastard. The people of Y7 City respected you so much, why would you betray us? What? Su Mo demanded an explanation. It was devastating to see someone they had admired turn out to be a traitor. Why? What? Su Mo also looked at this man. Among the more than 3,000 traitors, he held the highest status. He was the lord of one of the many cities in the northern region. Lin Zhang lifted his head, his face gaunt and his eyes lifeless. His gaze fell blankly on the severed head rolling beside him, and for the first time, a ripple of emotion crossed his heart, a mix of fear and dread. Staring at Su Mo holding the black iron blade, Lin Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes turned to the live broadcast, tears welling up as he muttered, I'm sorry, Y7 City. With that, he fell to his knees with a heavy thud, his face full of regret. I know I made a grave mistake. Please forgive my ignorance. Our Y7 City is resource poor, and even producing a single talented martial artist is a rarity. Among all the cities, we are at the bottom. That's why I collaborated with them. They provided resources to help us train martial artists. I truly know I was wrong. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. Lin Zhang kowtowed heavily, tears streaming down his face. Nearby, someone sighed. Ah, what a pity for Lord Lin. Another person, however, spoke angrily. You believe people like him? He keeps saying it's for Y7 City's benefit. But has Y7 City ever improved? Every year, our martial arts exam results get worse and worse. At that moment, someone brought up, I suddenly remember that we once had a highly talented student in Y7 City who disappeared without explanation. Back then, Lord Lin was furious and launched a full investigation. Looking at this now, it's almost certain he was behind it. The motive is obvious. Ordinary people like us wouldn't have the means to do something like this. Only someone like him could act so recklessly. Su Mo pulled out a document and showed it to the crowd. This is the result of a full investigation conducted within 3 days. Take a look, everyone. These are the talented individuals who disappeared from Y7 City. All of them were taken out of the city by him. Do you all remember those human demon research facilities? Lord Lin, do you deny what I'm saying? Lin Zhang's expression instantly turned grim as he saw the photos. Fear surged over him like a tidal wave, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. No, 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 this isn't true. You're framing me, he stammered in desperation. I've worked tirelessly since becoming the lord of Y7 City. Why would I send my family out of the city? Su Mo crouched down and asked coldly. Why don't you tell me? Lin Zhang's throat bobbed slightly as he stammered. I don't know what you're talking about. Just then, a group of people appeared in the distance, escorting a man and a woman. The young man anxiously ran up to Lin Zhang and cried, Dad, why? Why is it you? What? Lin Zhang's wife, on the other hand, confronted him in fury. Lin Zhang, You scoundrel. Why did you do this? Why? Becoming the city lord wasn't enough for you? Why did you have to go this far? Her voice was filled with disappointment and anger. You're still so selfish, never thinking about me or our child. Our son will come of age next year and could participate in the martial arts exam. He's already broken through as a martial artist, and now it's all ruined. With that, she stepped forward and slapped Lin Zhang several times. Lin Zhang's face was full of remorse as he kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Someone nearby sighed. If this were my father, I think I'd be furious too. I've seen people who ruin their parents' lives, but this is the first time I've seen someone ruin their child's. A 17-year-old martial artist, and a prodigy at that. If he had been allowed to grow, he could have become a pillar of the northern region in the future. His wife and child are innocent. They had no idea. I hope Su Yao will show them mercy. Another person commented. Are they truly innocent though? Someone questioned. It's hard to say. Maybe they really didn't know. But if you were 17 and had broken through as a martial artist, and you found out your father was a traitor, what would you do? True. Lin Zhang brought this on himself. Finally, Lin Zhang's son stepped in front of the camera, his face filled with anger and confusion. Everyone, I sincerely apologize for my father's actions and for betraying the trust of Y7 City. After saying this, Lin Yang bowed deeply to the screen. His eyes were unfocused, clearly not expecting that his father would turn out to be a traitor. A father is supposed to be a son's pride. Who could have imagined he would betray me? If I were Lin Yang, I would have already broken down. But this boy didn't crumble. His composure is remarkable. Perhaps this is what defines a genius. Let's not rush to clear their names. Let's see how events unfold. How can you be so sure they're innocent without any evidence? After apologizing, Lin Yang moved to Lin Zhang's side and knelt silently. Lin Zhang, however, coldly said, What are you doing? This is my mistake. It has nothing to do with you. His wife, the lady of Y7 City, also knelt down beside him, guilt-ridden. I failed to oversee things properly. I am also at fault. I am willing to atone with my life. Lin Zhang's eyes turned red as he roared in anger. Get up. This is my mistake, and I will bear the consequences myself. Lin Yang took a deep breath, pulled out a weapon from his spatial ring, and pointed it at his own neck, seemingly ready to take his own life. Su Yao quickly shouted, Stop Lin Yang. He's trying to kill himself. This boy is so foolish. His father's mistakes have nothing to do with him. Even the lady of the city is ready to die. Someone stop them. Save Lin Yang now and nurture him. He'll surely remember this day. A talent like him could be a great asset to the northern district. Hurry up, Su Yao, stop standing there doing nothing. Watch out, brother Su Yao. At that moment, Lin Yang's eyes widened as he suddenly shouted. He stood up immediately and ran towards Su Yao. A blade pierced his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Shadows appeared in rows, armed with sharp weapons, confronting Su Yao. The live stream comments went silent in an instant. Shadow Demon's Thief appeared again. Lin Yang is such a good child, shielding Su Yao like that. Lin Zhang, on the other hand, is such an irresponsible father. Clutching his wound, Lin Yang's face turned pale, and his eyes gradually lost their light. Brother Su Yao, did you know? You've always been my idol. I've finally done something for my hero. The shadow demon withdrew its dagger, causing blood to spray out. Lin Yang fell to one knee, his body swaying unsteadily. Su Yao, what are you waiting for? Save Lin Yang now. People shouted anxiously. Everyone shut up. A bunch of fools, can't you see something's off? Su Yao swept his cold gaze across the crowd and thought to himself, another group of brainless people, so easily manipulated. Just as the shadow demon's dagger was about to strike Lin Yang's head, it suddenly stopped. Su Yao smirked as he looked at them mockingly. Why aren't you finishing him off? Su Yao's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin Yang, a faint hint of killing intent flashing in his gaze. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. Could I have been deceived again? No, it's impossible. Was that all an act? If it was, then it's terrifying. Someone like that can't be allowed to remain. Weren't you all just saying we should save Lin Yang? A bunch of fools, I can see it clearly now. Su Yao's real intention isn't to kill these traitors. He's baiting them. Using these traitors as a lure, he might already be taking action in secret. Lin Yang stood up, his complexion gradually regaining its color, but his gaze turned venomous, devoid of the previous innocence. He stared coldly at Su Yao, his tone laced with disdain. When did you figure me out? Su Yao glanced at the vanishing shadow demon, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Murderous intent emanated from him, spreading instantly. In a flash, Su Yao's figure blurred, leaving only afterimages. Moments later, the heads of over a dozen shadow demons fell to the ground, landing near Lin Yang. Eliminated 15 first-tier soul demons, earning 76.5 slaughter points. Lin Yang took a step back, cold sweat forming on his face as he cursed inwardly. Damn, he really was a traitor. Damn it, who can you trust these days? He fumed, not because he trusted too easily, but because those fools were so easily deceived. Distrusting Su Yao, but believing in worthless trash serves them right to be broke. Hey, we're just online acquaintances. Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Lin Yang questioned sharply. Su Mo sneered dismissively. Overstepping? You tell me how much do you make an hour? With that lack of brains and no backbone, I bet you barely scrape together 3,000 a month. At this moment, a crazed glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. If it weren't for you, our plan would have succeeded. It's all your fault. Without your sudden rise, I would have been the greatest genius in the entire Northern District at the next martial exam. Su Mo watched coldly, a mocking smile on his lips. Your parents were dragged down by you, and you think you are in any position to lecture me. Before Lin Yang could respond, Su Mo's figure blurred again, instantly appearing in front of him. No! Lin Yang cried out in terror, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, two more heads flew into the air, rolling to the ground. At that moment, commotion erupted in the distance, followed by the arrival of over 100 figures. Vice Dean Lei eyed the group with disdain, his gaze full of contempt. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, comments flooded in. Another 100 traitors flushed out. Who would have thought there were so many already? Someone remarked. Another added. Su Mo's brilliance is unmatched. Exposing these traitors like this is exactly why we should admire him. Even those who had doubted Su Mo earlier now showed no shame, indistinguishable from those who insulted him. To the guy above, don't attack people personally. At least those who insulted Su Mo had some conviction. The doubters? Spineless cowards, one viewer pointed out. Others chimed in agreement. Exactly. The ones who insulted Su Mo stuck to their guns. These doubters are just opportunistic fence-sitters. Su Mo mercilessly executed the traitors in front of everyone, beheading them without hesitation. He killed 120 traitors, earning 345 slaughter points. After dealing with them, Su Mo turned to the screen and spoke coldly. The traitor trials are over. Tomorrow, I'll punish those who have slandered me. Feel free to guess how I'll do it. I bet he'll exile them and make them hunt beasts outside the city, someone suggested. Another countered. Why should we? We didn't commit any major crimes, just said a few bad things about you. Does it really warrant this kind of escalation? Su Mo chuckled coldly. Petty and vindictive, aren't you? Calling me a villain while you cower in fear. You think you deserve leniency? If you have the guts, come face me. We're sorry, all right? We admit you're impressive, someone grudgingly conceded. Another scoffed. Seriously? A so-called genius with no tolerance for criticism? What a joke. Su Mo was burning with rage, thinking to himself. Damn it. Since they're leaving us no way out, they can't blame us for being ruthless. He coldly warned. Su Mo, don't push us too far. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. The surrounding shouts grew louder, their anger laced with disdain for the other side. Trash like you dare to act so arrogant? Selfish people like that deserve to be thrown out of the city to fend for themselves. You're all protecting Su Mo? Just wait, you'll regret it. The opposing side threatened openly. If worst comes to worst, we'll go down together. Tomorrow we'll decide who's really unlucky. Come on, you think we're scared of you? If you've got the guts, step up, and he'll beat you to a pulp. One of the agitators shouted back furiously, his voice hoarse from yelling. If you don't dare to come, then you're nothing but a coward. Heh, a pack of dogs barking, why bother with them? Another person sneered coldly. A dog bites you. Are you going to bite it back? At that moment, Su Mo stood silently in front of the screen, his eyes sharp as he scanned the shouting crowd. He thought to himself, it seems they found something to rely on and think they're untouchable. Everyone, let's take a look at something interesting, Su Mo suddenly said. His words made the audience in the livestream pause in confusion, unsure of his intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen quickly switched, splitting into hundreds of frames. The people who had been shouting moments ago were instantly dumbfounded. Their interactions with others had been recorded, and their words were clearly documented. Before they could react, the door was abruptly kicked open, and security personnel stormed in. What are you doing? We didn't do anything. The agitators stammered in panic, trying to defend themselves. But the security team ignored their protests and began collecting evidence from their homes. The scene in the livestream left everyone stunned. This is insane. They actually dared to collaborate with traitors. Unbelievable. The audience exclaimed, realizing that Su Mo had seen through these people all along. Thanks to Su Mo, I might have just dodged a bullet. From a distance, Vice Dean Lei observed quietly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Zhao Kuang, watching Su Mo's actions, smiled broadly and thought to himself, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, capturing 2 waves of traitors in 1 move. What a huge win. Su Mo nodded at Vice Dean Lei and turned to leave, his expression calm and composed. Vice Dean Lei stepped forward with a smile and announced, hello, everyone. I'm a teacher from the Northern Academy. Just now, another wave of traitors was exposed. Su Mo is handling it, and will soon start the 3rd wave to deal with the traitors. After Su Mo left, his figure vanished like a phantom into the mist. Not long after, he arrived at the city gate, nodded to Bai Xiao, and disappeared from sight. Bai Xiao watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in awe. That kid is truly something else, coming up with a plan like that. After stepping outside, Su Mo took out an item gift from Vice Dean Lei. Beep, beep, beep on the device, a red dot flashed. A faint smile appeared on Su Mo's lips before he vanished into thin air like a ghostly shadow. Meanwhile, Su Yao, still staring at the screen, watched yet another defeat unfold. Her face darkened, her expression as cold as ice. Su Mo, how do you keep outmaneuvering me? Why is every step I take already part of your plan? Anger boiled within her as she stood abruptly, her demeanor growing increasingly unhinged. He'll kill you, Su Mo. Just wait. One day, he'll kill you, she roared, gripping a stick and smashing everything around her in a frenzy. The fury inside her burned so fiercely it threatened to consume her entirely. Despite having countless followers at her command, why did she always end up losing to Su Mo? Because you're too foolish, came a cold, detached voice, startling everyone in the room. When they turned to look, they saw Su Mo standing in the distance. The sight of him caused Su Yao's crazed expression to instantly shift to eerie calm. But the murderous intent within her surged, her eyes glowing with a blood-red fury. Just the thought of his cold, emotionless gaze made her feel as if a thorn was lodged in her throat. She longed to tear him apart. The followers standing behind her instinctively stepped back, their minds racing. Isn't this the guy who's been killing traitors? How dare he deceive us and show up here? Su Mo, you've got a death wish. You must be tired of living to dare show yourself here. Don't think breaking through to the soul realm makes you invincible. Su Yao snarled. When she mentioned the soul realm, her once handsome face twisted like torn fabric. Clenching her fists tightly, she ground her teeth with an audible crack. Kill him. Kill him now. He's not leaving here alive today, she screamed in rage. Shadows beneath her feet surged forward, lunging towards Su Mo. Su Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as a figure suddenly appeared at his side. Bang! The shadow was struck back, retreating with a rustling sound. From the mist, another figure emerged. Young lord, we meet again, the figure behind Su Mo said with a cheerful grin. Teacher Zhang, long time no see, Su Mo replied calmly. Su Yao finally realized she was surrounded. Her throat tightened, and a flicker of fear crossed her face. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. You leaked that information on purpose, didn't you? It was all to lure me out. You've been preparing for this for 3 days. Clarity dawned on Su Yao as she pieced together Su Mo's true intentions. Whether it was hunting traitors or punishing those who defamed him, all of it had been a ruse to lull her into complacency. From the very beginning, Su Mo's target had always been her. Su Mo stepped forward, his cold gaze locking onto Su Yao. His expression was indifferent. It seems dying and coming back to life has made you think a little more clearly. I am curious, though how did you manage it? As for those traitors and the people who slandered me, I never cared about them. Ever since Uncle Zhao's death, I've set myself into motion. My ultimate goal has always been you. Su Yao's throat tightened, and a wave of shock washed over her. How could someone plan this far ahead? The beast attack on the city, capturing traitors, killing them, punishing those who defamed him, all of it was just to get to me. Her mind reeled as a sudden thought struck her. You're trying to figure out how to resurrect someone using me, aren't you? You want to bring Zhao Yong back to life? She exclaimed. Su Mo didn't answer. He simply continued to look at her with an unyielding calmness. At this moment, even Mr. Zhang's eyes showed a trace of astonishment as he looked at Su Mo. This young man had calculated everything so meticulously that even they hadn't noticed. The beast's siege, bearing infamy, dealing with traitors, and even uprooting the hidden threat, she had a final purpose behind it all. Headmaster, is this your eye for talent? Why isn't such an extraordinary disciple mine? Truly enviable. Su Mo decisively gave the order. Take action. Hesitation will bring trouble. Mr. Zhang stepped out from behind Su Mo, locking his gaze on the shadow demon, a faint smile curving his lips. The wind surged suddenly, transforming into razor-sharp blades that permeated every corner. The shadow demon tried to escape, but was pierced through and killed by the wind blades. Su Mo appeared like a phantom in front of Su Yao, swiftly severing the tendons in her limbs with his dark iron blade. He pried open her mouth and, after confirming there were no hidden poisons, felt slightly at ease. I suggest you let me go, Su Yao threatened. Otherwise, you'll die too. Do you even realize the price of capturing me? Su Mo removed his shoes and stuffed his sock into Su Yao's mouth. Mr. Zhang and the martial artist from the North Institute couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. They thought to themselves, this kid is really straightforward, but it works. At least Su Yao stopped shouting. Just then, Mr. Zhang suddenly warned, watch out. A long, eerie flute sound echoed. Su Mo reacted instantly, grabbing Su Yao and slashing at the spot where she had been lying. Boom. A series of explosions erupted, leaving a few meters of rubble on the ground. Over 200 venomous insects were obliterated, earning Su Mo 570 kill points. The flute sound ceased abruptly. Mr. Zhang wanted to pursue, but Su Mo shook his head. Don't chase. They might be deliberately luring us. After a moment of thought, Mr. Zhang realized Su Mo's judgment was correct and followed him back to the city. Su Mo posted a notice, instructing them to wait outside the city. Everything had been prepared for this day. He then sent a message to Vice Dean Lei. Upon reading it, Vice Dean Lei immediately ordered the execution of the traitors, marking the end of the live broadcast of their punishment. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber at the Martial Artists Guild, Su Mo stood coldly before Su Yao, who was tied to a chair. His gaze held no trace of pity, as if he were staring at a corpse. Vice Dean Lei, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhao didn't enter the room. Some matters were better left ignored. They wouldn't treat others this way, but this was Su Mo, Mr. Zhang's side. I truly admire the headmaster's discernment. To find such an exceptional disciple. Vice Dean Lei glanced at him. Old Zhang, this doesn't sound like you. After Zhao Yong was executed during the live broadcast, Su Mo cleverly used the beast siege to expose the traitors. He then live-streamed their trial, and even used those who slandered him to capture the traitors. On the surface, it seemed like everything was directed at the traitors, but in truth, the ultimate goal was this woman. He placed himself in the center of the storm, making everyone think he was avenging Zhao Yong. Who would have guessed that this was all a ruse, and Su Yao was the final target? Zhang Zheng felt a surge of pride and joy in his heart. Seeing such an outstanding junior, he was filled with immense happiness. They often dealt with crises in the North District, always at risk of becoming fodder for the beasts. Now, with someone capable of taking the lead, he naturally felt relief. Vice Dean Lei also turned to look at Su Mo on the screen, silently musing. When he killed the shadow demon today, I seemed to sense the power of a domain, but am not entirely sure. After Vice President Lei finished speaking, Zhang Jingxin and Zhao Kuang stared at him intently. Vice President Lei, you're not joking, are you? Forget about someone of this age and strength comprehending a domain. It's something even those who have broken through to the creation realm might not achieve. They found it utterly unbelievable. An 18-year-old at the Divine Soul realm was already shocking enough, and combined with the mastery of 4 levels of blade intent, it was awe-inspiring. Now, to claim he could comprehend a domain? How could cultivation possibly be this simple? I'm not entirely certain. It might just be my imagination. Vice President Lei responded hesitantly. Perhaps this is just the prelude to the manifestation of a domain. Let's go's letting us in. He glanced at Su Mo, who gestured for them to come inside. It seemed the boy was trying to prevent them from overthinking. Well, no matter once he's admitted to the Northern Academy, he'll be one of us. Let's see for ourselves. No point in speculating further. The 3 of them entered the room and, after sitting down, turned their gazes to Su Yao. They were curious how had this person seemingly come back from the dead? Su Yao finally spat out the foul sock, her voice sharp with fury. Su Mo, how dare you humiliate me like this? Su Mo said nothing, simply staring at her coldly. Seeing the indifference in Su Mo's eyes, Su Yao began to unravel. Why? Why do you always look at me like that? You can bear the insults for someone like Zhao Yong, let demonic beasts attack the city, and even kill traitors, yet I, your sister, who has lived with you for over a decade, am treated like this. What? Her voice grew increasingly agitated. During the martial exams, I begged for mercy in front of so many people, and you couldn't lower your head even once for me. Su Mo, your heart is so cruel. Just over a medal, over something as trivial as selling a house. You blew it out of proportion and made me the target of everyone's hatred and condemnation. What's so good about that chicken butcher Zhao Yong? He only took you in briefly and gave you a couple of meals. And what about everything I did for you? Why do you ignore it? People say I'm cold and heartless, but you're even more pitiful than I am. Why, after you were expelled, did you go against me at every turn? Everything you do earns you praise and admiration, while I face only ridicule and scorn. You should die. You deserve to die. If you were gone, none of this would have happened. Su Yao's emotions spiraled further out of control. Back when our parents were still alive, I should have secretly killed you. That way, none of this would exist. I would still be the prodigy, the beloved and revered goddess. Now, I'm nothing more than a rat in the shadows. And those wretched parents of ours, they gave birth to us but refused to raise us, selfish and despicable, not even willing to come and see me. Do you know what happened when I went to kill them? They knelt on the ground, begging and repenting, their heads bloodied from kowtowing. I wanted to kill them because they didn't deserve to be my parents. Having parents like that is my greatest shame. And even as they begged for their lives, they were still pleading for me to ask for your forgiveness. Huh, it was laughable. Then I slowly severed that woman's head, Su Yao said, her expression deranged as if reliving the scene. The man was so frightened he soiled himself. Do you know what I did next? Her voice turned chilling as she continued. I placed her severed head right in front of him and made him stare at it. For an hour, then another hour. In the end, he also lost his mind, rambling and revealing many secrets. They abandoned me on purpose, thinking that because of me, their lives became a burden. In a fit of rage, he severed his opponent's legs, chopped them into pieces, forcing him to endure the excruciating pain alive. If the man lost consciousness, he would inject adrenaline to wake him up, making him suffer the agony all over again. Finally, he slowly decapitated him. Su Yao stood to the side, laughing hysterically like a madwoman. Su Mo observed Su Yao's state with cold eyes, remaining silent. Her laughter carried an air of insanity. Isn't this amusing, Su Mo? You're no different from them. I wish I could kill you, slice your flesh piece by piece, and even eat you. You stand no chance. Sumo's voice echoed through the chamber, calm yet commanding. You won't get any information out of me. Upon hearing this, Su Yao, like a spring suddenly released, erupted in anger and self-loathing. I hate how foolish I was. That time outside the city, I should have let the shadow demon kill you instead of leaving you to be despised in the northern district. My mercy led to this situation today. If I could go back to that moment, I'd kill you, drain your blood, strip your flesh, and hang your bare bones on the wall, rather than fall into your trap and make you the winner. Her gaze gleamed with madness, like a bloodthirsty predator. She knew Su Mo wanted to uncover the secret of her resurrection, but she sneered coldly. You'll never know. Being captured by you means my mission is complete. The end for me is death. I won't utter a single word about the resurrection or the research data. Just wait. Su Mo, sooner or later, you'll pay a heavy price. With that, Su Yao bit down hard, and a piece of flesh fell from her mouth. Su Mo and the three professors from the Northern Institute froze in shock. They knew Su Yao well, selfish and unable to tolerate the slightest grievance. Yet in just a few days, the Eternal Life Organization had brainwashed her to this extent. Su Yao continued laughing, blood streaming from her mouth and dripping onto the ground. Her bloodshot eyes and upturned lips carried a mixture of mockery and glee. Su Mo felt a chill in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Su Yao closed her mouth, her throat convulsed, and her face turned black as her body began to spasm. A foul stench filled the room. Standing at the front, Su Mo clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. Vice Dean Lei stepped forward to examine her and froze, his expression heavy. He realized the blood contained toxins. No wonder they were so fanatical. They would never betray the Eternal Life Organization. Without an antidote, capturing them would be futile. Vice Dean Lei patted Su Mo's shoulder, then nodded to Zhang Jingxin and Zhao Kuang. Su Mo, burdened by the weight of the situation, had failed to obtain the information he sought, leaving him struggling to accept the outcome. As Vice Dean Lei exited the chamber, Su Mo followed, his face betraying no sign of frustration. Vice Dean Lei looked at Su Mo with a kind expression and remarked casually, I thought you'd be down for a while, but I didn't expect you to bounce back so quickly. After everything that had happened, Su Mo's growth was evident. Vice Dean Lei understood that Su Yao wasn't an easy opponent. When she was captured, he already knew they wouldn't get any useful information from her. If the secret to immortality were that easy to obtain, the organization would have been eradicated long ago and wouldn't have survived to cause even the disappearance of District 10. Su Mo gazed into the distance and replied indifferently, It doesn't matter. Vice Dean Lei patted him on the shoulder, a faint smile in his eyes. That mindset of yours is rare for someone your age. Maybe that's what sets you apart from others. He continued to tease. And as for Su Yao, she should have just accepted her fate the first time she died. Instead, she was revived only to die at your hands twice. I bet she's cursing you all the way on the bridge of no return. Still, Su Yao's death wouldn't stop the Immortality Organization. A tough battle lay ahead. The captured traitors were just the tip of the iceberg. The ones hiding deeper in the shadows were still active. Vice Dean Lei couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Even here in the Northern Academy, we can't guarantee there are no traitors among us. While their backgrounds might seem clean, it's inevitable that some of them have crossed paths with the Immortality Organization during their training and ended up being exploited. School starts in a few days. Do you want to come to the Northern Academy with me early to get familiar with the place? Vice Dean Lei suggested. Su Mo thought for a moment and replied, Dean Lei, we'll head over when school starts. I still have some matters to handle here. Once I've taken care of them, it won't be too late to go. The Northern Academy isn't going anywhere. Hearing Su Mo's response, Vice Dean Lei didn't push further, though he knew Su Mo's arrival would make things lively. However, he still offered a word of caution. You better prepare yourself. A genius like you is bound to attract a lot of attention. Don't lose yourself in all the admiration and end up getting tangled in romance. He was well aware of how intense the talented women at the Northern Academy could be. Su Mo hadn't even arrived yet, and there were already plenty of people interested in him. After seeing the others off, Su Mo returned to the Martial Artists Guild. He paid no attention to those who slandered him. Collaborating with traitors was a dead-end road, and those people were as good as dead in his eyes. However, he had managed to obtain some valuable items from them, resources he believed would be useful in the future. At that moment, Baiyu was sitting behind the counter. When she saw Su Mo enter, she glanced up briefly before quickly looking away. Lowering her head, she asked, Is everything resolved? Su Mo teased, Oh, Baiyu, this isn't like you. Are you shy? Anyone who didn't know better might think I did something to you. Baiyu raised her head again, her gaze landing on Su Mo with a hint of nervousness in her voice. School's starting soon, and who knows how many girls will be eyeing you. If I don't keep my distance, I might get torn apart by them. Su Mo reached out, gently tucking a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. Her neck, ears, and face instantly turned crimson. The blush of a young girl, nothing could be more captivating. Suemo finally experienced this firsthand. Watching Bayu lower her head shyly, Suemo leaned in slowly and teased, "Sister Bayu, your face is as red as a monkey's butt." This remark startled Bayu, and she angrily reached out to grab him. Suemo sighed inwardly, realizing he was no match for her. With one hand, she pinned him against the table, leaving him struggling to breathe. He quickly pleaded, "Sister Bayu, could you move a bit? I can barely breathe." Hearing this, Bayu became aware of her actions and quickly stepped back. "Next time you provoke me like this, it won't be so simple," Bayu said loudly, clearly trying to hide her inner panic. Suemo replied earnestly, "I get it, I get it." After the playful scuffle, he asked, "Sister Bayu, do you have a black iron blade here?" He then pulled out a previous one from his robes. It was a gift from his master, but the blade was already nicked, and the back had several dents. "I've already prepared one for you. Do you need battle armor too?" "Actually, forget it. The armor here is so poor in quality, it wouldn't stand a chance against your beasts." Bayu pulled out a black iron blade and asked, "How much?" 380 billion, she replied. Suemo frowned, shocked. "That expensive? Hold on." He took out his phone and sent a message to his master, Long Lintian, along with a photo of the damaged blade. "Master, seriously? Did you give me a defective product? It hasn't even been used for that long, and it's already broken." In the Northern Academy, Dean Long Lintian listened to the voice message, his face darkening. Vice Dean Lei, who had just returned with 2 teachers, overheard and coughed lightly, teasing, "Dean, are you out of funds? Should I lend you some? Suemo is the pride of our Northern Academy, and he can't even afford a decent blade. If word gets out, you'd lose face." The 2 teachers chuckled quietly in the background. Only the 4 vice deans dared to joke with the dean like this. "Lei Bao, who do you think you're looking down on? I've got plenty of money." Long Lintian snapped. When Lei Bao transferred 500 billion to Suemo, Long Lintian gave him a thumbs up. As expected of a vice dean, generous and bold. "Want to talk about a partnership?" Lei Bao and the 2 teachers left the dean's office, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter. At the Martial Artists Guild, Bayu nearly fumed with jealousy upon hearing that Suemo had received 500 billion. Meanwhile, Suemo was thrilled but ignored a video call from his master, thinking he'd probably get scolded. After rejecting 3 calls, he saw a 60-second voice message and decisively turned off his phone. "I didn't hear anything," he muttered. "Sister Bayu, time to settle the bill." Bayu watched Sumo's retreating figure and shook her head. Shortly after, her phone rang. "Where's that brat? Daring not to answer my calls, humiliating me. Get him to answer, or he's in big trouble." Bayu held the phone far away from her ear and thought to herself, "Oh, I see now. So it's master. Quite the generous move, 500 billion in one go. Turns out little junior brother is your favorite. I guess with a new disciple, the old one gets forgotten." Soon after, Bayu saw 500 billion added to her account and couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, back at the Northern Academy, Long Lintian sat in his chair, feeling frustrated. He had intended to scold Suemo, but ended up spending another 500 billion. Did they think his money grew on trees? After purchasing his weapon, Suemo headed out of the city. He knew that after causing such a commotion, the Yongxing organization must have set their sights on him. Although Suemo initially planned to capture Su Yao, he understood that doing so wouldn't yield much in terms of secrets. It was more about his own unwillingness to let it go. To lure in bigger prey, he decided to set a long-term trap and planned to deliver a small shock when the school term began. This way, the Yongxing organization would likely send more people after him. He didn't believe he couldn't get the information he wanted. As Suemo was about to leave the city again, Baishio approached him and asked, "Why are you heading out again? There are still a few days before school starts, why not take a proper rest?" Suemo ignored him and continued walking out of the city, leaving Baishio perplexed. Baishio recalled the Northern Academy's point system and thought that Suemo wasn't short of money now. Perhaps his sister should have explained it to him better. Once outside the city, Suemo noticed that there were almost no signs of demonic beasts. He shook his head. Although the beasts had suffered heavy losses that day, it didn't mean they were entirely gone. Besides, the strongest ones killed were only 4 heaven-treading realm beasts. Suemo moved swiftly like lightning, heading deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, he encountered and slaughtered any demonic beasts he came across, killing 100 Tier 3 beasts and earning 340 kill points. As Suemo advanced toward the dark yellow zone, a sudden, thunderous roar broke the silence. He turned to see a massive gorilla, the same one he had encountered before. Its golden chest fur had now spread across its entire body, and its eyes burned with murderous intent. Beating its chest with a deafening roar, the ground trembled, and dense groups of demonic beasts appeared in the distance. Suemo was surprised. He hadn't expected this gorilla to have become the leader, but he was no longer the same Suemo as before. Gripping his black iron blade, he unleashed his killing god domain. Any demonic beast that stepped into the domain froze momentarily, fear flashing in their eyes as the bloodlust faded from their gaze. Amid the blood mist, Suemo was like a god of slaughter. Corpses littered his path, and blood flowed like rivers. He killed 500 Tier 2 beasts, earning 1,300 kill points, and 300 Tier 3 beasts, earning 1,600 kill points. Su Yao approached the gorilla, which took a step back, fear flashing in its eyes alongside disbelief. During their last encounter, it could have crushed Su Yao effortlessly, but now, Su Yao had transformed into a god of death, wiping out its entire horde in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Su Yao swung his blade. A golden arc of light streaked through the air, and the gorilla's massive body was split in two. He had slain a Tier 4 Level 1 beast, earning 4.1 kill points. Picking up the crystal core, Su Yao thought to himself, a transcendence realm beast dared to challenge me. It must have known something, otherwise, it wouldn't have led other beasts to ambush me. Just as he was about to head to the next location, his expression changed, and he abruptly stopped. Golden blade arcs flashed around him as he slashed in all directions, killing 1,000 Tier 2 venomous insects and earning 2,300 kill points. Killing 1,500 Level 2 venomous insects earned 3,465 slaughter points. Eliminating 500 Level 3 venomous insects brought 1,876 slaughter points. 3 consecutive notifications sounded as Su Yao flew on his blade, hovering midair, his gaze locked on a shadowy figure faintly visible in the distant mist. The figure's face was blurred and indistinct. Within the mist, the shadow raised an arm, and a melodic flute tune began to play. Alongside the sound, rustling noises emerged as beasts suddenly appeared from the ground and trees. Venomous insects, scorpions, and other creatures gathered in swarms, their scarlet eyes glaring at Su Yao. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao thought to himself that this mysterious individual was indeed cunning. If he were to be poisoned and his movements restricted, the venomous insects would swarm him and kill him in an instant. Clearly, these creatures were under the control of the figure in black. As the flute melody shifted, the venomous insects launched their attack. Smoke began to rise from their bodies. Without hesitation, Su Yao shielded himself with the power of gold and enhanced his speed with the power of wind, reaching an extreme velocity. Despite flying on his blade, he found it difficult to close the distance to the figure in black. The gap was too great, and these beasts were also valuable for gaining experience points. She intended to take advantage of the situation to harvest some. Killing 3,000 Level 3 venomous insects earned 12,366 slaughter points. Eliminating 2,000 Level 2 venomous insects brought 5,164 slaughter points. With the support of the stacked Waveblade intent, Su Yao unleashed the full potential of his blade. A single swing sent waves of blade energy surging forward like an unstoppable tide. Killing 5,000 Level 3 venomous snakes earned 17,450 slaughter points. Eliminating 3,000 Level 2 venomous insects gained 7,468 slaughter points. Slaying 300 Level 4 venomous insects brought 1,378 slaughter points. The flute melody in the distance shifted once again, its previously calm tune erupting with an intense killing intent. A blood-red glow began to emanate from the beasts surrounding Su Yao. Startled, he realized the figure in black was capable of directly driving the creatures into a frenzy, an ability far from ordinary. Heaven Cleave. With 4 layers of blade intent stacked, Su Yao swung his blade, unleashing golden energy that surged in all directions. Explosions rang out as the ground shattered, and within a 20-meter radius, no venomous insect dared to approach. Killing 1,000 Level 4 beasts earned 5,680 slaughter points. Eliminating 10,000 Level 1 beasts gained 10,080 slaughter points. Slaying 7,000 Level 2 beasts brought 15,798 slaughter points. The figure in black lowered the flute, watching as the summoned venomous creatures were decimated by Su Yao in less than a minute. Though these beasts might not have been able to stop Su Yao, he was determined to slay them all, sensing that a secret lay hidden within. Standing tall with his blade in hand, Su Yao's sharp gaze fixed on the shadowy figure. The figure exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. Su Yao was certain this individual was a member of the Eternal Life Organization, with strength far surpassing that of Su Yao. Heaven Cleave. Su Yao swung his blade once more, sending a golden blade arc hurtling toward the shadow. The figure in black raised the flute, and with a resounding clash, the golden blade energy shattered instantly. Su Yao flew on his blade, appearing beside the man in the blink of an eye. With a swift turn of the blade, Su Yao grabbed it in his hand and descended from the sky, aiming directly at the eerie black shadow below. Bang! A sharp clash resounded as sparks flew. Seeing his strike blocked, Su Yao used the rebound force to leap into the air once more, coming down again with another powerful strike. Bang! This time, the black shadow's feet landed firmly on the ground. Courting death, a raspy voice echoed like a ghostly whisper. The black shadow bent its knees and sprang up like a coiled spring, but Su Yao had already retreated to a safe distance. He remained cautious while facing his opponent, knowing this figure could control venomous creatures. The area could be filled with poisonous gases, and falling into such a trap would be disastrous. Heh, is this all the so-called immortal organization can do? Su Yao mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. The figure raised his head, revealing a ghostly mask on his face, with only narrow slits for his eyes. Daring to insult the immortal organization? You must have a death wish, the masked man growled. He then began to play a flute. Sumo's expression hardened. This was a soul attack. Summoning the power of wind, he disrupted the flute's sound from reaching him. A wall of golden energy manifested as a shield in front of him. The masked man's expression shifted slightly at the sight of Sumo's techniques, thinking to himself, two elemental affinities, and he's mastered them so adeptly. His affinity must be extraordinarily high. The flute's melody changed, and the ground began to tremble. Sumo smirked inwardly. Now this is more like it, he thought. He had no intention of dragging out the fight. Killing this man wouldn't be easy, given his considerable strength and the venomous creatures surrounding him. But exterminating these pests would earn Su Yao valuable kill points. Unbeknownst to the masked man, Su Yao had already decided to use him as a tool to rack up points. Suddenly, several rank 5 demonic beasts appeared, causing Su Yao to tense up. Rank 5, second tier equivalent to the second level of divine soul cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Yao was only at the 4th level. How could he possibly win? Looks like I'll have to keep up the act, he thought. The rank 5 beasts surrounded Su Yao. As soon as he landed, the ground began to churn and shift. Su Yao scanned his surroundings, searching for an escape route. The masked man, sensing an opportunity, revealed a vicious glint in his eyes as the flute's melody grew more intense. The ground erupted, and countless venomous insects swarmed forth. Su Yao paused, realizing the masked man had summoned every beast and creature at his disposal. Now, it was time for the slaughter to begin. Sky Slash, Tidal Surge. Su Yao roared, unleashing his power. He killed 10,000 rank 2 demonic beasts, earning 23,560 kill points, annihilated 24,000 rank 1 venomous insects, gaining 22,280 points, destroyed 9,000 rank 3 beasts, earning 29,450 points, eliminated 1,000 rank 4 beasts, gaining 5,166 points, and vanquished 15 rank 5 beasts, earning 80 points. The masked man froze, staring at Su Yao in disbelief. You bastard. You've been toying with me this whole time. The masked man couldn't comprehend how Su Yao, who had seemed to struggle against the rank 5 beasts earlier, had suddenly unleashed such astonishing power, wiping out every single one of his summoned creatures. Fooling you a little, and you really think you're all that, huh? Su Yao chuckled, running a finger along the edge of his blade. He frowned slightly, noticing a few nicks on it. 350 billion, and it's still not as durable as I'd hoped, he muttered. Without hesitation, Su Yao charged forward, blade in hand, aiming to finish the fight. A sudden gust of wind swept towards Su Yao with fierce intensity. Just as it neared, another gust blew in the opposite direction, catching the masked figure off guard and leaving him stiffly collapsed on the ground. Su Yao didn't approach, but instead chopped down a large tree and hurled it toward the masked man. The figure moved, gliding out like a ghost. Su Yao's gaze narrowed, confirming his suspicions this poison-laden individual was no easy opponent. Even the air around him was tainted with toxic fumes, as evidenced by the tree emitting smoke and sizzling as it burned. Su Yao thought to himself, these people are crazy, their tactics so cunning it sends chills down one's spine. The masked man dusted off his black robe, seemingly unfazed by Su Yao's lack of reaction. Impressive, you didn't fall for it, he said. Su Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, already gauging the man's strength 7th level soul realm. The masked man, wary of Su Yao, refrained from attacking with full force. Years of effort, my carefully bred venomous creatures, all destroyed by you. He'll remember this debt. Su Yao, cherish the time you have left. With that, the ghostly figure flickered and vanished from Su Yao's sight. Su Yao's eyes followed the departure, a faint smirk forming on his lips. Inwardly, he thought, if I want to stop him, I have my ways. The immortal organization had many members. With Su Yao gone, this man might be the next Su Yao, or at least connected to the next leader. Su Yao knew how to handle magical beasts and was familiar with their traits. Any slight disturbance, and he would sense it. Besides, he had other plans in mind. As the surrounding air became heavy with the scent of blood, Su Yao turned and left as well. This area was nearing the red zone, and who knew what powerful beasts might appear. Finding a safe spot, Su Yao opened his panel. Name, Su Yao. Age, 18. Strength, 4th level soul realm. Cultivation method, 5th level path forging. Martial arts. Overlapping wave blade high grade profound level, mastered. Snow step high grade profound level, mastered. Concealment technique high grade earth level, mastered. Intent, 4th level blade intent. Domain, beginner killing god domain. Spiritual power, 14 meters. Attributes, gold affinity 100, wood affinity 30, water affinity 28, Fire Affinity 70, Earth Affinity 29, Wind Affinity 100, Lightning Affinity 13, Space Affinity 15, Time Affinity 1. Slaughter points, 288,564. Instead of allocating slaughter points to enhance his strength, Su Yao chose to increase his fire affinity. If he wanted to shock them, why not leave them utterly astonished? He was certain the immortal organization wouldn't ignore him after this. Those people love their research, and Su Yao doubted they wouldn't take the bait. With that, he raised his fire affinity to 100, leaving 25,000 slaughter points remaining. Taking out his map, Su Yao noted a marked location. It was within the red zone, a region teeming with magical beasts. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his course and headed in that direction. Even at full speed, it would take him most of the day to reach the area. While Su Yao risked his life hunting magical beasts and preparing to shock others, the Northern Academy and the 5 elite academies released an announcement. Together, they were hosting a grand event, a combined assessment for new students and graduates, broadcast live for the entire northern region to witness the martial artist's prowess. The announcement sent shockwaves through the region, sparking widespread speculation. Was this a publicity stunt, or was there a deeper purpose? In the Martial Artists Guild, Bai stared at the post from the Northern Academy and the 5 elite academies, her mind clouded with confusion. She pondered the intentions of the veteran experts behind this, and suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be? As Bai was deep in thought, the phone rang. On the other end, her brother, Bai Xiao, asked curiously, "Sister, what do you think those old guys are up to?" Bai didn't respond immediately, though she had her suspicions. She just wasn't sure enough to voice them. Bai Xiao continued to speculate. Could it really be that they're trying to build momentum for Su Yao? It's possible, Bai replied, sharing her theory. I think they're trying to form a team that could rival the Eternal Organization. There was a brief silence from Bai Xiao before he sighed and said, "If that's true, then the Dean must know something we don't. The team they're assembling might uncover all the hidden secrets, including what really happened to the disappearance of the 10th district. There are so many secrets we aren't even qualified to know," Bai Xiao said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Even my sister probably only knows a fraction. Looks like you'll have to treat that kid better from now on. Just make sure to guard your own doors," Bai replied before hanging up. Her gaze turned contemplative as she looked into the distance, worry creeping into her expression. She guessed that Brat was out hunting beasts again. His wounds hadn't even healed, yet was he not afraid of getting himself killed outside the city? He was reckless, and it was troubling. Meanwhile, 5 days had passed since the post from the Northern Academy and the 5 major academies had been sent out. At that moment, Su Yao was still outside the city, his sharp eyes locked on the seemingly aimless movements of the beasts in the distance. His senses were heightened as his domain quietly expanded, picking up faint vibrations from the ground. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He hadn't expected to find the ghost-faced figure who controlled the beasts while hunting them along the way. Even with his awakened soul powers, the dense fog ahead still made it difficult to see clearly. Su Yao speculated that there might be a sizable underground research lab hidden in the area. The people who slandered Su Yao had collaborated with traitors, attempting to stir up chaos but they were apprehended before they could succeed. Su Yao had left behind substantial evidence, which could now come in handy. His figure flickered like a phantom as he activated his concealment technique, using the fog to evade the beast's detection. As he moved, Su Yao noticed a disturbance in the ground. That familiar aura returned at it was the golden corpse worms. Wasting no time, he drew his black iron blade and dug a deep pit. Sensing more movements in the distance, he paused to bury the before moving to another location. After carefully planting all the, Su Yao vanished into the mist like a ghost, a faint smile playing on his lips as he pulled out a device. With a light press of his finger, the device activated. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, flames shooting skyward as the ground collapsed. Shattered fragments of various devices flew in all directions. Su Yao had successfully killed 70,000 third-level golden corpse worms, earning 235,760 slaughter points, 20,000 fourth-level golden corpse worms, earning 94,268 slaughter points, 10,000 fourth-level poisonous worms, earning 43,758 slaughter points, 3,000 Transcendence Realm Demons, earning 13,546 slaughter points, and 8,000 Spirit Aperture Realm Demons, earning 25,400 slaughter points. By the time the dust settled, Su Yao had already disappeared far into the distance. In this crimson territory, such a commotion would inevitably attract the attention of the beasts. Su Yao's lips curved into a faint smile. The power of these weapons had surpassed his expectations. The person who left these items behind had once said they were immensely powerful and extremely rare. Amidst the flames, 2 safety pods shot out, flying into the distance. Following this, roars erupted from the ground as countless beasts emerged, their eyes locked onto the source of the firelight. One of the beasts casually spat an ice arrow. instantly freezing the ground and transforming the area within several kilometers into an icy expanse. As the flames extinguished, the power of the ice also dissipated. These beasts were indeed formidable and unpredictable. Finding them meant leaving no survivors. At that moment, a low growl echoed. The gathered beasts' pupils contracted sharply, and their bodies trembled slightly. The king has awakened. Retreat immediately. In an instant, several beasts vanished without a trace. Several kilometers away, the safety pods opened, and two disheveled figures emerged, smoke still rising from their bodies as they crawled out. A man in a ghostly mask roared angrily. Who did this? Which beast dared to? Don't let me find out. His voice was sharp and furious, like an enraged rooster. The other person, brushing off his clothes and gripping a flute in his hand, couldn't help but think of Su Yao. However, this was the Crimson Territory. Su Yao couldn't possibly be here. Could it have been the work of those beasts? I've never been this humiliated in all these years. I swear I want rest until I get my revenge. Baoyang gritted his teeth in fury. Quiet, Baoyang. This is the most dangerous place. If you attract the beasts, we'll die here, Shuedi warned coldly. Shut up, you useless fool. The poisonous creatures you raised are nearly all dead after just one trip, and you still have the face to come back. If I were you, I'd have reincarnated by now. Baoyang retorted angrily. Don't forget the mission from above. If we fail, neither of us will escape the consequences, Shuedi replied icily. I can handle it myself. I don't even know why they sent someone as useless as you. Baoyang sneered, inwardly fuming. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, always sending idiots. First, there was that Su Yao, ridiculously incompetent, and now there's you, a coward. The two stood facing each other, and it didn't take long for their argument to escalate. When they finally came to their senses, they realized a group of beasts had gathered around them. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. After finding a safe spot, Baoyang pulled out an object, his brows furrowed in confusion. This doesn't make sense. This looks like something I just developed. How could it be used against me? He cursed furiously. Damn it. Who did this? How dare they? Hearing this, Shuedi lifted his head and said in a low voice. If anyone has the guts to pull this off, there's likely only one person. Baoyang looked at Shuedi's grave expression, his heart sinking as he recalled the person in the photograph. You mean that cunning and devious Su Yao? Shuedi nodded. He's the most likely culprit. That guy never plays by the rules. But how did he discover our hidden location? What a coincidence. The two became increasingly cautious, both wondering, could there be a traitor among us? However, they quickly dismissed the thought. If there had been a traitor, they'd have been torn apart long ago. It was probably just a case of accidental discovery. Suppressing his rage, Baoyang began plotting in his mind. That Su Yao should be starting school soon, right? In that case, he'll prepare a few grand surprises for him. A flicker of madness and cruelty flashed in Baoyang's eyes as he spoke. Su Yao sprinted all the way until he left the red zone, finally allowing himself to relax a little. Next, he decided to check his gains. Name, Su Yao. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Soul, level 40140000. Cultivation method, Path Molding, level 50500000. Martial skills, Stacked Wave Blade High Shin Grade, Perfect Step on Snow High Shin Grade, Perfect Concealment Technique High Earth Grade. Dao Intent, Blade Intent Domain, level 4, Killing God Domain, beginner level, range, 14 meters, 01000000. Spiritual Energy. Attributes, Gold Affinity 100, Wood Affinity 30030000, Water Affinity 2802, 800, Fire Affinity 100, Earth Affinity 2902, 900, Wind Affinity 100, Lightning Affinity 1301, 300, Space Affinity 15015, 000, Time Affinity 101000. Slaughter points, 620,000. Gaining over 600,000 slaughter points filled Su Yao with immense joy. Without hesitation, he began to enhance his strength. As spiritual energy rapidly gathered within him, forming a small storm, his divine soul broke through from level 4 to level 5, then to level 6, and finally to level 7 before coming to a halt, completely depleting his slaughter points in the process. After the breakthrough, Su Yao set out to hunt beasts to familiarize himself with his newfound power. He killed a level 5, tier 4 beast, earning 5.4 slaughter points, and then defeated a level 5, tier 6 beast, gaining 5.6 slaughter points. Once he had fully adjusted to his new strength, Su Yao turned and ran toward the city. After being away for several days, it was nearly time for the new semester to start. Bai Xiu was preparing to close the city gates when he noticed a figure swiftly approaching like a nimble swallow. As the figure came closer and steadied, Bai Xiu recognized Su Yao. Su Yao, you really have a great sense of timing, Bai Xiu suddenly remarked, leaving Su Yao puzzled. What do you mean by that? Su Yao asked, looking at Bai Xiu in confusion. The gates are about to close, and here you are, just in time. Tomorrow, you head to the Northern Academy, and you come back tonight. Truly, your sense of timing is impeccable, Bai Xiu explained with a chuckle. Su Mo shot Bai Xiu a glance and thought to himself, if you can't flatter someone properly, just don't try. Focus on guarding your gate. Bai Xiu watched Su Mo walk away, feeling a bit helpless. He muttered under his breath, damn it, you're something else. Keep wandering around. But don't come crying to me if the Eternal Life Organization comes after you. Sumo made his way to the Martial Artists Guild, where he saw Bai Yu still busy with her work. He approached her, sat down, and said, hey, you're really swamped. Do you have time to entertain me? Bai Yu looked up and saw Sumo. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes, but she rolled them playfully. Don't worry. Even if you died out there, I wouldn't have missed you. Seeing Sumo return safely, her worries eased, and she began organizing her documents. How about I add another achievement to your record? Without further ado, Sumo handed over a storage ring along with his martial artist badge to Bai Yu. She took the ring and entered a room to calculate its contents. She knew that every time Sumo returned, he brought back a large haul of beast materials. Half an hour later, Bai Yu emerged from the room, tossed the martial artist badge back to Sumo, and resumed sorting through her documents without sparing him another glance. Sumo lowered his head to look at the balance in his bank account, and his pupils suddenly contracted 150 billion. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath, then looked up at Bai Yu with a teasing smile on his lips. Sister Bai Yu, I know I'm handsome and you like me, but isn't this a bit too blatant? Hearing this, Bai Yu calmly explained, don't overthink it. Last time, when the beasts attacked the city, we collected a large amount of beast materials. Part of it was used to trade for materials to repair the city walls, and the remaining money was distributed to everyone who contributed. You made the greatest contribution, so you received the most 700 billion. She paused and added, oh, by the way, I didn't touch the Xian iron gate in your ring. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Go to the north yard and find Master. He can forge a blade for you. As she spoke, Bai Yu looked up, only to find Sumo gazing at her with a tender expression. This immediately put her on guard. What are you planning? Sumo flopped onto the sofa, pretending to be relaxed. Sister Bai Yu is so good to me. I'm truly touched. How about I repay you with myself? I don't mind sacrificing a little. Bai Yu ignored his joke and continued organizing her things. Sumo fell silent as well, and the room sank into a brief stillness. They were leaving Z9 City tomorrow, and both felt a tinge of nostalgia. When Bai Yu finished, Sumo stood up. Come on, let's go for a walk. Hearing his suggestion, Bai Yu didn't refuse. The two walked out of the Martial Artists Guild and strolled along the street, illuminated by the warm glow of orange streetlights, looking like an otherworldly couple. Before they realized it, Sumo had led Bai Yu to the cemetery. Bai Yu only then snapped back to reality, thinking to herself, what kind of man brings someone to a graveyard in the middle of the night? Sumo stopped in front of a tombstone and knelt down, bowing 3 times respectfully. Dad, Mom, your son is here to visit you. That traitor is dead now, he said in a low voice, his voice tinged with emotion. Bai Yu quietly knelt beside Sumo, gazing at the photos on the tombstone without saying a word. After a moment, Sumo stood up, pulled Bai Yu along, and approached another tombstone, this one belonging to Su Yao. Sumo took a bottle of liquor and a cup from his spatial ring, poured a full cup, and placed it in front of the tombstone. Uncle Zhao, I've made arrangements for Annie and Xiaomo. You don't need to worry. After paying their respects, Sumo brought Bai Yu to the bustling food street. As soon as they reached the entrance, someone recognized them. Sumo, President Bai is here. Several vendors and diners gathered around. Sumo smiled warmly. Uncles and aunties, I'm just here for some food. No need to make a fuss. Before he could finish speaking, someone pulled him to a seat. Come, sit down, sit down. In no time, the table was filled with all kinds of snacks. Eat up. They'll taste bad if they get cold. We won't bother you. Just call if you need anything. The vendors said with knowing smiles before walking away. Go ahead, eat. It's all from their hearts, Sumo said, no longer holding back. On a hot summer night, eating barbecue and drinking cold beer felt undeniably satisfying. By the time they returned home, it was already midnight. Sumo, having indulged more than usual, was slightly tipsy. As soon as he hit the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Bai Yu collapsed beside him as well, her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly parted, and the faint scent of alcohol lingering around her. In her hazy state, she glanced at Sumo beside her before succumbing to the darkness herself. The next morning, Bai Yu woke up first. Groggily opening her eyes, she saw Sumo lying beside her and nearly screamed. She suddenly realized her leg was draped over Sumo's back. Looking around, she noticed they were in Sumo's room, and panic set in. What on earth happened last night? After a quick check, she found that both of their clothes were intact, and she let out a sigh of relief. Tiptoeing out of the room, she was careful not to wake Sumo. In truth, Sumo had been awake for a while, but kept his eyes closed. After Bai Yu left, a faint smile slowly appeared on his lips. Bai Yu finished freshening up and sat leisurely on the sofa, as if none of this had anything to do with her. After a while, Sumo emerged, rubbing her eyes, still groggy with sleep. She winced at a sharp pain in her lower back, feeling as though something had pressed down on her all night. Stretching her arms, she mumbled, "Why does it hurt so much?" Bayu's cheeks turned slightly red. She took a deep breath, fixed her gaze on Su Mo, and teased, "You were so drunk last night, like a dead weight. Maybe your seductive sleeping posture twisted something. That might be it. Bayu Ejia, your alcohol tolerance is impressive. You look totally fine." Su Mo replied, turning to head into the bathroom to freshen up. Watching her go, Bayu let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that Su Mo must never find out what happened last night, or her image would be completely ruined. Once Su Mo got ready and locked the door, Bayu stood silently at the entrance, not rushing her. In a soft voice, she said, "Let's go. We can come back and visit when there's time." The two of them made their way to the Martial Guild, where Baixio was already waiting, his eyes darting between them, scrutinizing. "What took you two so long? You weren't up to something behind my back, were you?" Baixio stepped closer, sniffing slightly. "There's a faint smell of alcohol. Did you guys drink last night? Don't tell me you got drunk and ended up sleeping in the same room." Both Su Mo and Bayu's faces flushed red. Baixio smirked and teased, "Little sister, you didn't, crush him in your sleep, did you?" Before he could say more, Bayu punched him in the shoulder. Baixio clutched at it, crouching down while sucking in a breath through his teeth. "Try slandering me again, I dare you." Bayu shot him a cold smile and walked away. Baixio, one eye already bruising, stood up and glared at Su Mo, threatening, "Let me tell you," but before he could finish, Su Mo landed a punch on him, leaving him crouched again in pain, groaning, "Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Just as Bayu was about to board the helicopter, Su Mo suddenly grabbed her arm. "Don't go up there," she said firmly. Bayu hesitated for a moment before realizing what she meant. Su Mo then spoke quietly to the pilot, who nodded gravely after hearing her instructions. The helicopter's roar faded into the distance. Half an hour later, Su Mo's phone rang. There really was an ambush. "Luckily, I parachuted out in time. Otherwise, I'd be dead," a voice reported. Su Mo took a deep breath, realizing that those people were targeting her with such ruthless determination. Even once they reached the North Academy, peace would be hard to come by. Switching to another helicopter, the three of them finally left Z9 City. During the flight, Bayu glanced at Su Mo, whose expression remained calm. She thought to herself, "This young man has really grown into someone remarkable." Hours later, they gazed out of the window, marveling at the opulent structures below. The towering gate, hundreds of meters high, stood proudly with the words North Academy emblazoned on it. As the helicopter landed, a crowd had already gathered at the gate, their eyes fixed on the aircraft. Some of the girls licked their lips in anticipation, their faces alight with excitement. "He's finally here. We can see Su Mo in the flesh," one of them whispered. None of them had expected the dean to accept such a prodigy as his final disciple. Su Mo was only 18, yet he had already reached the soul realm. Someone like him was a treasure to be seized. "Exactly. A young man like this is so easy to charm," one of them schemed internally. "If I can find the right moment, seal the deal, and make him mine." However, Bayu's constant presence at his side was a significant obstacle. Everyone knew that Bayu was a legend at the North Academy. If she decided to claim Su Mo for herself, their chances would be slim. "What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten Bayu's nemesis?" She would never stand by and watch Su Mo being pursued. Besides, Bayu herself has no shortage of admirers. That's our opportunity. Many have already started fantasizing about their lives after winning over Su Mo. The helicopter slowly descended, and Bayu and Su Mo stepped out, followed closely by Baixio. His panda eyes stood out awkwardly, but fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Su Mo. Bayu's gaze, however, settled on another woman. That woman had long black hair cascading naturally and a small, emotionless face. From the moment Bayu appeared, her eyes remained locked on Bayu, completely ignoring Su Mo. "Brother Su Mo, you're finally here." A voice suddenly called out from the crowd, followed by someone running towards Su Mo. The crowd's attention shifted immediately, clearly sensing an unusual connection between this person and Su Mo. Su Mo's expression tensed as he quickly pulled Bayu behind him. In a flash, he moved like a phantom and kicked the person away. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, silencing the murmuring crowd as a downpour of blood rained from above. The power of gold materialized, forming a shield that protected Su Mo and Bayu. Baixio, however, was a step too slow, and the blood rained down on him. Bayu stood frozen for a moment, her face gradually darkening. The onlookers were struck with terror. What on earth just happened? Clearly, the traitor's schemes were far from over. Luckily, Su Mo reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the headmaster would have been furious. "I'm starting to wonder if our Northern Academy has been infiltrated as well." This speculation caused many to exchange uneasy glances, their faces growing grim. In the distance, a few figures approached. Upon seeing Su Mo unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Zhang, we meet again," Someone called out as Mr. Zhang led Su Mo and Bai Yu toward the headmaster's office. Su Mo, this is what the Northern District has become. Those traitors have grown this audacious, Mr. Zhang said with a hint of relief in his tone. Still, it's manageable. I had thought they might outright destroy the Northern Academy. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but laugh. This kid's actually trying to comfort people now. The hidden major threats, we can eliminate them in secret. But there are so many smaller issues we can't address, so the burden on your shoulders is heavy, Zhang Jing said, patting Su Mo on the shoulder with a weighty tone. Su Mo remained silent, fully aware of the challenges ahead. Powerful beasts, lurking traitors, the complexity of human nature. Even the Northern Academy struggled to withstand it all. The major crises had left the strongest exhausted, while minor crises continued to arise. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Su Mo scanned the room. 5 individuals were seated, their presence as imposing as a mountain. At the head of the room sat Long Lintian, his gaze filled with approval as he looked at Su Mo and Bai Yu. Take a seat. You've had a long journey, he said, gesturing. Su Mo and Bai Yu found seats and quietly observed Long Lintian. How are you feeling? Long Lintian asked. The 5 individuals fixed their eyes on Su Mo, making him feel immense pressure. Taking a deep breath, Su Mo steadied himself and replied, quite eventful. The 5 exchanged glances, evidently surprised by Su Mo's composure. Long Lintian continued. Tomorrow, representatives from all 5 academies will be arriving. The day after, the new student assessments will begin. After that, there will be assessments for the graduating students. You'll be participating as well. This time, the assessments will be live-streamed. What are your thoughts? The headmaster and the 4 vice-headmasters all focused their attention on Su Mo. Su Mo pondered for a moment, beginning to grasp his master's intentions. The Northern Academy had many students, and not everyone was willing to stand out. There were undoubtedly hidden talents among them. Involving all the students in the process might be a good idea. Long Lintian tapped his fingers lightly on the table as he considered Su Mo's suggestion and its feasibility. Was Su Mo trying to use this opportunity to identify traitors hiding among the students? Inwardly, Long Lintian approved. After all, the extent of infiltration in the Northern Academy was still unclear, and this assessment could help them gain a better understanding of the students. Long Lintian nodded and then asked, do you have any thoughts on the assessment method? Su Mo was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, is that even a question? They must already have a plan. Recalling the earlier plane incident and the unexpected events at the gate, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Perhaps someone was orchestrating the assessment, and it might even be extremely dangerous. The expressions of Long Lintian and the 4 deputy heads also shifted subtly, as if they had realized something. Take a good rest, and be ready the day after tomorrow. As for the threats targeting you in the Northern Academy, you'll have to handle them yourself. After all, this is what you wanted. Long Lintian smiled at Su Mo, seemingly encouraging him. Outside the meeting room, Bai Yu walked alongside Su Mo and suddenly asked, what do you think they're planning? Su Mo thought for a moment before replying, I don't know. He didn't want to say much, but Bai Yu keenly sensed his hesitation, wondering if he truly didn't know, didn't want to say, or had already figured something out. Let the soldiers come to meet the enemy, and let the water be blocked by the earth. We're in the open, while our enemies are in the shadows. The Eternal Life Organization, traitors, and the beasts, these are all our adversaries. Surrounded on all sides, we can only take things one step at a time. After saying this, Su Mo suddenly slapped his forehead. I haven't even asked where I'll be staying. Follow me. I have a place of my own, Bai Yu said as she walked ahead. Su Mo teased, Sister Bai Yu, are you so eager to live with me? Aren't you worried about people getting the wrong idea? Bai Yu rolled her eyes and kept walking. At that moment, someone stepped forward to block Bai Yu's path. You can't leave. I need to talk to you, the person said coldly. Bai Yu frowned as she stared at the woman blocking her way. Move aside. I don't have time for your games right now, she said sharply, attempting to push Jiang Xian out of the way. You've grown complacent, your vigilance is slipping, Jiang Xian said coldly, her eyes narrowing as they flicked over Su Mo, a hint of killing intent flashing in her gaze. Su Mo's heart tightened. Could this woman be one of those dangerous figures? He stepped forward, grabbing Bai Yu's hand and pulling her into his arms. In a low voice, he asked, Yeah, who is she? Bai Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she thought to herself, this brat. Couldn't he have given me a heads up so I could prepare myself? Before she could respond, Jiang Xian issued a chilling warning. Let go of her. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Mo had already pressed his Xian iron blade against her neck. Jiang Xian's expression was stiff as she glared at Su Mo with a grim look. Inwardly, she fumed. How dare he be so brazen? With a flick of her fingers, the black iron blade moved away from her neck, and she instinctively took a step back. Her voice turned icy. Don't think that just because you're the dean's disciple, you can do whatever you want. Believe it or not, it'll kill you. Su Mo sheathed the black iron blade and waved his hand in front of his nose with exaggerated disdain. Ugh, what a strong sour smell. Could it be that someone's jealous because the dean didn't choose them? trying so hard to prove themselves, thinking it was a mistake not to pick them. How laughable. Honestly, it's pathetic. I've never seen someone so shameless. You know, people like that, narrow-minded and selfish, only end up harming themselves. Their cultivation slows, they're consumed by inner demons, and in the end, they achieve nothing. Yu, standing nearby, couldn't suppress her laughter and covered her mouth, trying to stifle the sound. Jiang Xin was livid, pointing a trembling finger at Su Mo, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. You, let's see if you have the guts to defeat me during the assessment. What's the point of all this trash talk now? Look at you standing there like an idiot, can't tell front from back. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face, let alone flaunt myself. And look at my you are graceful and composed. Besides, I'm only 18. How old are you? Don't tell me you're worse off than me. Seriously, go home and train already. With that, Jiang Xin lowered her hand and turned to leave. As she walked away, 2 glistening tears fell to the ground. Su Mo smirked, appearing unbothered, but Yu stepped out of his embrace and looked at him with a mix of admiration and amusement. You've really got a sharp tongue. Her tone wasn't malicious, almost as if she was trying to remind them of something. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. So, you provoked her on purpose? Yu looked at him in surprise. People like her, with ambition as high as the heavens, but no self-awareness. If she's competing with you, it means she's talented. TCH, don't tell me you've taken a liking to her, Yu said with a slight frown. Su Mo shook his head, declining to answer. 10 minutes later, a loud explosion echoed, flames erupted, and Yu's expression turned colder. They're courting death. One day, they'll uproot them all, she muttered. Su Mo silently agreed. As expected, Jiang Xin had noticed something and was trying to warn them. Come on, let's go find your nemesis. We can't stay here any longer. Let's give her a little trouble, Yu said, her tone shifting slightly. The old man clearly wants us to handle this mess and is washing his hands of it, Yu added, shaking her head. If I were the master, I wouldn't intervene either. The northern district is on the brink of collapse. People who live sheltered lives will never grow up, Su Mo replied firmly. Hearing this, Yu paused, her gaze sharp and incredulous as she stared at Su Mo. So the master's plan is. She swallowed hard, her thoughts racing. Deep down, she knew it was something no one would believe. It hasn't even started yet. What's the rush? Su Mo said nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Xin opened it, her expression shifting when she saw Yu and Su Mo. She moved to shut the door, but they slipped in quickly. Get out, Jiang Xin said coldly, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. It's bad enough they insulted me. Now they're here to torment me in person. This place is pretty nice. They'll give you the honor of letting me stay here for a while, Su Mo quipped, ignoring her protests. 5 minutes later, Yu watched Jiang Xin burst into tears, feeling a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Su Mo stood with the smugness of a rooster in victory. As time passed, Su Mo suddenly stood up, his eyes narrowing. Yu and Jiang Xin both sensed that something was wrong. The 2 women's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Su Mo, disbelief written all over their faces. How is this possible? Jiang Xin was utterly stunned, thinking to herself, a domain? How is that possible? He's only 18. Back when the Northern Academy sent out notices, she had already taken note of Su Mo's achievements: fourfold blade intent, breaking through the divine soul realm, a feat unimaginable among his peers. And now, another shock, a domain. It takes breaking into the creation realm to comprehend a domain, and even then, many fail to achieve it. Yet Su Mo had already done so within the divine soul realm. Yu was equally shaken to her core. She knew that the last time someone came to slander Su Mo, he had already shown traces of a domain's embryonic form. But now, it had fully manifested. Su Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, silently musing. The Northern Academy truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Before anyone could react, Su Mo vanished like a phantom from the room. Moments later, muffled grunts and a series of thuds echoed from outside. Su Mo returned, dragging 3 figures with him, their belongings already confiscated. Jiang Xin and Yu shook their heads, indicating they didn't recognize the intruders. They deduced that these individuals clearly weren't from the Northern Academy. Perhaps their master had let all sorts of riffraff slip in. Su Mo shook his head, thinking to himself, that old man really has nerves of steel. Just then, he suddenly looked outside, where a shadow flickered into view. Yu and Jiang Xin tensed up, their gazes fixed warily on the eerie figure. Su Mo didn't attack, but simply stood observing. Swish! A piece of paper was tossed over by the shadowy figure before disappearing without a trace. Su Mo unfolded the paper and carefully read its contents. The note said, Su Mo, do you still remember what happened outside the city? Consider this just a small appetizer. Prepare for my revenge. Su Mo couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh as he read. Yu and Jiang Xin leaned over, both asking in unison, what did you do this time? Nothing much, Su Mo replied casually. Just blew up a research base for hybrid demons. Killed tens of thousands of them. plus a fair number of demonic beasts. Jiang Xin and Bai Yu froze, their thoughts racing. That's supposed to be nothing much? Judging by the hatred behind the note, its sender must be enraged. Sumo's domain had already expanded, and with a casual glance at the insects lingering outside, he mused, so that flute-wielding guy really is in the Northern Academy. Keeping him around will prove useful after all. TCH, what's so impressive about that? Jiang Xin scoffed, curling her lips in disdain. Su Mo ignored the haughty girl, thinking to himself, if I weren't kind enough to warn them, who would bother to help? Bai Yu's eyes flickered as she recalled Su Mo's earlier words. Jiang Xin, you've already been targeted. I know, Jiang Xin replied, her expression turning serious. Su Mo walked over to the sofa and flipped it over, revealing a hidden explosive device. Jiang Xin's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation, Su Mo flew on his blade, grabbing Bai Yu and Jiang Xin, and swiftly left the scene. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a blazing mushroom cloud skyward. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the insects outside darting into the flames. It seemed that individual was becoming increasingly cautious. One controlling insects, the other playing with explosives. These two working together were indeed formidable, far from being as foolish as Su Yao. After setting Bai Yu and Jiang Xin down, Su Mo took Bai Yu with him, leaving Jiang Xin standing alone. I warn you once, and I save your life once, he said without looking back. Jiang Xin stood rooted to the spot, her mouth slightly open, watching Su Mo depart. Her expression revealed a trace of inner conflict, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Bai Yu teased Su Mo, you're so domineering, aren't you afraid someone might fall for you? Su Mo chuckled and replied, I doubt I have that kind of charm. Besides, who would like it under a girl? If anyone's worth liking, it'd be someone caring like Sister Bai Yu. At least that way, I wouldn't have to worry about spending all my money on baby formula in the future. Hearing Su Mo's playful remark, Bai Yu covered her mouth and laughed, but soon realized what he said. She grabbed Su Mo, ready to give him a beating. Don't move. Be careful, Su Mo suddenly said with a serious tone. Bai Yu froze in surprise. Her movements halted as she scanned her surroundings. By the time she realized what was happening, Su Mo had already bolted away. Left behind, Bai Yu shouted angrily. You sneaky Su Mo, you tricked me again. Meanwhile, a few people were observing them from the shadows. Long Lintian watched the two walking away, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, I never expected Su Mo's arrival to attract so many shady characters. I hadn't noticed before. Vice Dean Lei, however, seemed a bit frustrated. Once the 5 major academies arrive tomorrow, there'll be even more troublemakers. They'll find all sorts of ways to cause chaos. He gestured toward the site of the earlier explosion and asked, did you notice anything? You mean those insects? Vice Dean Lei recalled the sound of the flute and the swarm of poisonous bugs that Su Mo had used to trap Su Yao earlier. A sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead. I just remembered the explosion earlier is connected to those insects. His eyes sharpened, as if piecing together a crucial clue. It seems even some teachers have been infiltrated, and they're hiding very well. Long Lintian remained silent, understanding that it wouldn't be easy to uncover the culprits. Besides, he had no intention of revealing his hand just yet. For now, it was only minor disturbances. Turning away, he said, let's go. It's been a while since the Northern Academy has been this lively. With that, his figure vanished into the darkness, followed by the disappearance of the other 4 vice deans. For now, these small matters weren't worth their intervention. It was the perfect opportunity to let Su Mo gain some experience. Half an hour later, Bai Xiu stood outside the gate, covering his eyes in frustration. Is there no justice? No rules? Who does this? Waking me up in the middle of the night to guard the gate, are you royalty, or what? Bai Yu, I'm your older brother, for heaven's sake. Can't you show me some respect? I'm only doing this gatekeeping thing as an internship, and you really think I'm just a gatekeeper? If you've got guts, come out and face me. All right, I'll give you 3 moves. Bai Yu's voice responded from inside. Bai Xiu sat on the steps by the gate, staring up at the moon with a heavy heart. The next morning, Bai Xiu had just opened his eyes when he noticed a dense crowd gathering in front of him. He quickly stood up, rubbed his eyes, smoothed his hair, and flashed a radiant smile. Wow, so many girls here so early in the morning. This is going to be a great day. He noticed 2 familiar faces at the front. Weren't they the girls Su Mo had taken with him before? Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yao Yao. But as they saw the people following behind them, their expressions immediately turned sour. Bai Xiu stepped forward to greet them. Move aside, we're here to find Su Mo, one of them said. Bai Xiu opened his mouth to say something, but ended up closing it without a word. At that moment, Su Mo and Bai Yu walked out of the building, surprised by the scene outside. Su Mo's younger sister called out excitedly, Brother Su Mo, I brought you breakfast. The other girl playfully chimed in. Su Mo, look, I wore black stockings just for you today. What kind of outfit do you like? Maid, black stockings, white stockings, fishnets. Teacher, just say the word, and he'll make it happen. Warm water, cold water, Your choice too. Su Mo froze in place, and Bai Yu was equally stunned. Was this how bold and open people were when pursuing boys nowadays? Su Mo felt a jolt of surprise. She had never been this nervous, not even when facing a monster. She carefully observed the crowd, realizing that many of them were undoubtedly from the Eternal Life Organization, and their purpose was obvious. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao stood to the side, unable to get a word in. Everyone shut up. To be fair, let's have a fight. Whoever wins gets the right to choose. Su Mo losers must back off. Someone proposed with a disdainful tone. Good idea, another chimed in. Ha, shameless. You're older than us and started school earlier too. Suemo thought to herself, feeling annoyed. We're the same age as brother Suemo. You older spinsters should stop dreaming about robbing the cradle. Baisho muttered as he quietly stepped back, sensing a threatening aura and feeling uneasy. Get lost. A roar, as fierce as a lion's, erupted, silencing the noisy entrance. Do you all have a death wish? He'll gladly fulfill it. Just because I've been away from the academy for a few days, you think you can act like this? Baiyu said coldly, her eyes narrowing as she glared at the people blocking the doorway. Aside from Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi, the others quickly scattered. Stupid straight man. Why didn't you come find us to sleep over yesterday? Lu Yaoyao snapped, hands on her hips, visibly furious. Don't accuse me. When did I ever get so close to you guys? Su Mo responded helplessly, feeling a headache coming on. I mean, why didn't you stay at our place? Lu Yaoyao quickly clarified, realizing her earlier words had come out wrong. Big sister, please be clear next time, or people will misunderstand, Su Mo said. Just then, she suddenly pointed to a spot in the distance, her voice filled with alarm. Wait, look over there. What's that? Everyone turned to look, only to see a clear, cloudless sky with nothing in sight. By the time they looked back, Su Mo had already vanished. Walking away from the crowd, Su Mo wiped the sweat off her forehead and thought to herself, these people are such trouble. I need to find a way to stop them from pestering me. Maybe I should just teach them a harsh lesson. Stop right there. Su Mo halted as three figures approached, their expressions hostile. She sighed inwardly, not expecting such a scene. Su Mo, stay away from Baiyu. Before the words even settled, the three figures were sent flying. Su Mo coldly flicked her hand and turned to leave. What kind of trash dares to provoke me? Talking big won't help. Come at me with real skills if you've got the guts. Su Mo then went to find Long Lintian and asked, what are you doing here? Long Lintian looked at Su Mo, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as if he hadn't expected her to show up under these circumstances. I need the master's help, Su Mo said, taking out items from her storage ring, revealing a massive door forged from black iron. Long Lintian's eyes showed a trace of astonishment. Master, can you find someone to forge me a new blade? My black iron sword isn't cutting it anymore. Su Mo explained as she pulled out her recently purchased black iron sword, now with a chipped edge. Long Lintian was about to agree but suddenly began scrutinizing her. There's a sword behind the academy. You can try to claim it. If you can take it, it'll be more than enough for you. Even I couldn't retrieve it, he said. A sword even my master couldn't take? Su Mo asked, visibly shocked. As she walked away, Long Lintian hurriedly pulled out his phone. You four, come over quickly. Let's see if that kid can manage to retrieve that sword. Not long after Long Lintian sent the message, there was a loud bang as the door swung open, revealing four figures. Vice Dean Lei was the first to speak. Let's go and take a look quietly. This kid really seems to have the best chance. The other three vice deans followed silently, their expressions tinged with skepticism. That blade had long become the symbol of the Northern Academy. If Su Mo could pull it out, it would carry extraordinary significance. Su Mo walked steadily toward the martial arts training ground in the rear courtyard. At its center stood an altar with a blade embedded in it, its rusty blade partially exposed. At first glance, it looked like a discarded, worthless sword. Many students of the Northern Academy recognized Su Mo, and upon seeing him fix his gaze on the blade, they began whispering among themselves. Is Su Mo really here for that blade? The blade had been there since the founding of the Northern Academy, untouched for hundreds of years. Although Su Mo was a prodigy who had comprehended the fourth stage of blade intent, this blade was not something just anyone could easily claim. As Su Mo approached the blade, he examined it closely, finding nothing remarkable about it. It appeared utterly ordinary. Fully focused, he continued to stare at the blade, oblivious to the growing crowd around the training ground. Even students from the 5 major elite academies, having heard the news, hurried over. Baiyu also rushed to the scene upon hearing about it. Jiang Xin, noticing Baiyu's arrival, sneered coldly. What an overestimation of your own abilities. If you don't value your life, I wouldn't mind ending it for you. Baiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of killing intent in her gaze. Jiang Xin was taken aback and asked, why are you defending him so much? What's so special about him? Baiyu gave no reply, her eyes remaining locked on Su Mo's figure. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Long Lintian was joined by several individuals, including the deans of the 5 elite academies, the president of the Martial Artists Guild, and the head of the Security Administration. Zhou Tianxian, the president of the Martial Artists Guild, scrutinized Su Mo with sharp eyes and asked, "Old Long, do you think your disciple can pull out that blade?" Long Lintian shook his head, admitting he wasn't sure. However, he believed Su Mo had the highest chance of success. The emblem worn by the Northern Academy students bore the image of that very blade, the Academy's defining symbol. The deans of the other 5 elite academies also observed Su Mo closely. At 18 years old, he had already broken through to the divine soul realm and comprehended the 4th stage of blade intent. If even someone like him couldn't succeed, then no one else stood a chance. So far, they had never encountered anyone as monstrously talented as Su Mo. "Do you think he can really pull it out?" The students murmured among themselves. "No way," one scoffed. "The Northern Academy has always been a cradle for geniuses. Over the years, countless prodigies have tried and failed. He won't be able to do it either." Some sneered, dismissing Su Mo as someone who just craved attention and believed he could achieve anything. Others, who simply disliked him, resented how much attention he garnered, particularly from the female students. "With so many people watching, if he fails, it would be utterly humiliating," one student remarked. Another retorted, "Even if he fails, he's still out of your league. Look at yourselves, how old are you? And you're still stuck in the mortal transcendence realm? He's already in the divine soul realm. Not to mention, he's comprehended the 4th stage of blade intent at 18, devised strategies to annihilate millions of demonic beasts, none of which you could ever accomplish. So why waste your breath here? Admit you're outclassed and focus on improving yourselves. Barking like this only makes you look like clowns." At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, he's reaching for the blade." Su Mo grasped the hilt of the blade effortlessly. Strangely enough, others who had attempted before had always felt a resistance that kept them from even approaching it. Could it be that this blade truly chose Su Mo? He wondered silently. Was today the day to witness a historic moment? Holding his breath, he prepared to exert force. At that moment, from a distance, Bayu's gaze was fixed on him. She had tried to seize the hilt herself before, but it was always met with great difficulty. Baixiu's lips curved into a slight smile. He hadn't even been able to touch the hilt previously. Jiang Xin's mocking words were swallowed. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao exchanged glances, silently thinking that Su Mo was indeed the man they had placed their hopes in. "What do you mean, your man? He's mine," Lu Yaoyao retorted, unwilling to back down, her voice tinged with nervousness. In the shadows, Long Lintian and his group watched intently. Once upon a time, even the dean and the 4 vice-deans had managed to touch the hilt, but none had succeeded in pulling it out. Now, Su Mo grasped it with ease. Did he truly have a chance to draw the blade? Su Mo tightened his grip on the hilt and applied gentle force. A crack sound echoed, and the training ground fell silent. The blade moved. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on him. To their disbelief, the blade was indeed being pulled by Su Mo. The Northern Academy was about to witness the birth of another legend. From a distance, Bayu let out a soft sigh of relief, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing on her lips. Jiang Xian had fallen completely silent, her gaze locked on Su Mo, her mind racing. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao's chests swelled with excitement, silently thinking that Su Mo was truly the hero they admired. In the shadows, Long Lintian's body trembled slightly, and even the 4 vice-deans couldn't help but gasp. If Su Mo could pull out this blade, it would signify much more than just a victory. The deans of the 5 academies also stared unblinkingly at Su Mo, fully aware of the blade's legenda blade that no one had managed to draw for centuries. And today, they were on the verge of witnessing history. The president of the Martial Artists Guild and the head of the Safety Management Division also focused their attention on Su Mo. Yet Su Mo seemed unfazed by all the stares around him. His sole focus was on acquiring a good weapon. After pulling the blade out with ease, he noticed the rust covering it and frowned slightly. Did I just con Long Lintian out of 50 billion for this? That old man wouldn't have tricked me, would he? He thought to himself, running his fingers along the blade. All he could feel was the rough texture of rust, with no discernible special energy emanating from it. The crowd remained immersed in their shock, the thought echoing in their minds. He really pulled it out. We're witnessing history. Su Mo's act of drawing the blade seemed so effortless, as though it required little strength, leaving everyone in awe. Bayu's heart finally relaxed, and a smile crept onto her face. Genuinely happy for Su Mo, Jiang Xen fell into deep thought, her gaze firmly fixed on him. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao silently rejoiced, thinking to themselves that it was only a matter of time before they would have Su Mo entirely to themselves. Long Lintian and the others finally relaxed completely when Su Mo threw the knife down. Just moments ago, it felt as if their hearts had been gripped tightly, making it hard to breathe. Su Mo scrutinized the knife carefully, growing increasingly disdainful the more he looked at it. In the end, his brows furrowed deeply. This is just a piece of junk. Even the knife I sharpened myself is better. What trash. Master is such a liar, he thought, still brooding over the 50 billion debt. Without hesitation, Su Yao tossed the knife to the ground, his face full of contempt, even patting the dust off his hands afterward. Why did Long Linchen's expression seem to carry a trace of disdain? No, it wasn't just a trace, it was clear disdain. Su Yao had absolutely no interest in the knife and discarded it without hesitation. What a cold-hearted manha used it, and then abandoned it without a second thought. The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, trying not to overthink. Everyone witnessing the scene was stunned, including Bai Yu and the others, who were left speechless with mouths slightly agape. Su Yao shook his head, snapping out of his thoughts. Realizing so many people were staring at him, he felt a little embarrassed. Sorry for wasting everyone's time, he said, preparing to leave without sparing the knife on the ground another glance. Just then, several students from the north courtyard stepped forward to block his way. Even Long Lintian approached. Su Yao looked at him, his eyes filled with reproach. Master, why did you give me a piece of junk like this? Long Lintian ignored him and gestured for the others to give it a try. Bai Yu stepped forward, grabbed the knife's hilt, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift it. She looked at Long Lintian and shook her head. Su Yao found it odd. You're not all trying to prank me, are you? He asked, kicking the knife aside with one foot. Bits of rust fell off, and his disdain grew even stronger. Sister Bai Yu, you don't need to put on an act for me. Long Linchen's expression turned serious. Many people stepped forward to try, but none of them could lift the knife. Even Vice Dean Lei gave it a shot, but to no avail. No luck. Same as before, I can touch the handle, but I can't pull it out, he said. Su Yao, exasperated, inserted the knife back into its original spot. All right, disperse, disperse. Master, don't forget to make me a proper knife. He doubted the knife was anything extraordinary, but at the moment, it was clearly useless, probably not even sharp enough to kill someone. Just as Su Yao was about to turn and leave, the knife suddenly began to tremble where it had been placed. Su Yao froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Could it be? This knife was actually something special? He stepped forward and tried to lift it again. An idea came to him, and he let a drop of his blood fall onto the blade. A low hum echoed as the rust rapidly fell away, revealing a brand new knife in a matter of moments. The blade was entirely dark, about 1.2 meters long, and faintly glimmered with a sharp light as it moved. At that moment, Su Yao was abruptly drawn into a strange space. A phantom blade descended from the sky, slashing down with immense force. Mountains crumbled, and rivers and seas split apart in an instant. Su Yao closed his eyes, and everything around him seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a powerful blade aura erupted from him. Long Linchen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly warned the others. Move back, quickly. Su Yao's blade aura grew stronger, a humming sound surrounding him as the aura expanded within a several-meter radius. A loud rumble followed as the ground collapsed beneath him. Su Yao's eyes snapped open, and an overwhelming blade aura burst forth, radiating around him. To the onlookers, Su Yao was no longer just a manha, was the blade itself. The crowd finally came to their senses, staring in shock at the 5-meter-wide area of destruction on the ground. This is five-fold blade intent. As Su Yao's blade intent continued to grow stronger, the surrounding crowd couldn't hide their astonishment. 5 layers of blade intent, it was simply terrifying. How did this guy manage to cultivate to such a level? At this moment, Bai Yu's mouth hung open in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. 5 layers of blade intent combined with a divine soul realm, plus a domain. Could such achievements really be possible at the age of 18? Long Lintian's eyes sparkled with immense joy, while the 4 vice deans wore expressions of satisfaction. If it weren't for the large crowd present, they might have already cheered out loud. Unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. In the distance, Lu Yao and Yi Xiaoxi looked grave, scanning the area as if every woman around was their rival. Not only had Su Yao broken through, but he had also advanced further in blade intent. Why? Why wasn't this person one of them? Stop being jealous. We could reach his level too if our ancestors blessed us. One of their brothers joked. You're wrong, it's not just a blessing. It's as if their graves are burning with incense, another chimed in. I should call my dad later to check if something's wrong with our ancestral tomb. Otherwise, why am I still stuck at this level? Su Yao, come with me, Long Lintian said, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement as he addressed Su Yao. The gathered crowd dispersed after seeing Su Yao leave, followed by waves of posts flooding online. Centuries-old weapon of the North Academy drawn, blade intent advances further, read one post, complete with a video link. People from the Northern District quickly clicked on it, and, upon seeing Su Yao's display, erupted into cheers. A weapon that remained untouched for centuries was mastered by Su Yao, and his blade intent even broke through to 5 layers. Haha, he's truly the pride of Z9 City. Don't create divisions here. Su Yao is the pride of the Northern District, someone teased in the comments. Man, I'd love to have Su Yao's child, wouldn't even need to take care of it. Another joked. Plenty of people want to have his child. Get in line, a friend interjected. Isn't exposing Su Yao like this a bit risky? People are already watching him closely, Someone expressed concern. Maybe it's just to promote Su Mo, let's not overthink it, another reassured. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Long Lintian and the four vice deans stared at Su Mo with eyes blazing like fire. Master, why did you call me here? Are you planning to give me money? Su Mo asked. Before Long Lintian could respond, Vice Dean Lei spoke up first. Su Mo, are you short on money? Hold on, I'll transfer you 5 billion. Let me know if it's not enough. The other three vice deans quickly echoed their support. Watching the 2 billion credits land in his account, Su Mo couldn't help but smile in delight. He really appreciated vice deans like these. However, Long Lintian's face darkened as he scolded. Damn it. You 4 old fools. Now you're putting me on the spot. Reluctantly, he transferred Su Mo another 1 billion, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. This time, you deliberately exposed yourself. What? Long Lintian questioned, clearly unconvinced that Su Mo would act carelessly. He knew the young man was far too shrewd for that. Recovering from his brief moment of greed, Su Mo's expression grew calm and composed. Master, do you know how to fish? Su Mo asked in return. The 5 of them exchanged glances, seemingly understanding his implication. Do you realize how dangerous this is? Long Lintian took a deep breath, his gaze sharp and cautious. I do. I'm fully aware that during this live-streamed assessment, I'll face all kinds of dangers. But if I encounter danger, at least I'll have a chance to resolve it. It's better than allowing those people to target the ones around me. Hearing Su Mo's reply, Long Lintian narrowed his eyes slightly. You little rascal, are you up to something again? Su Mo took a deep breath, his gaze steady and unwavering as he locked eyes with Long Lintian. Master, do you dare to take a big gamble with me? This was Su Mo's grand plan, conceived after Su Yao's death. For the past few days, he had been contemplating the feasibility of his idea. Long Lintian and the 4 vice principals wore solemn expressions. Previously, Su Mo had mentioned a plan involving millions of demonic beasts attacking the city. Now, he was directly proposing that the principal join him in this risky endeavor. Since Su Mo seemed so confident, they had to carefully consider his safety. In a secluded chamber, Su Mo laid out his ideas in a calm and measured tone. Before long, Long Lintian's voice rang out, rejecting the plan, and the 4 vice principals also voiced their objections. Half an hour later, Su Mo emerged from the chamber with a faint smirk on his lips. Inside the meeting room, Long Lintian slammed his fist on the table and angrily cursed. That brat. Where does he come up with all these crazy ideas? So clever, yet he let a foolish woman play him. And now he's suddenly smart again, it's maddening. The 4 vice principals remained silent, inwardly acknowledging the madness of Su Mo's plan. Old Long, calm down first. Let's discuss this. His plan might actually be feasible, one of them suggested. If this works, our original plan can be put on hold, and the risks will be reduced. At that moment, Vice Principal Yi Yujian suddenly raised a concern. Do you think that kid might have guessed our intentions and is using this plan to change our minds? Even he found the thought hard to believe. The 4 of them turned abruptly to look at Vice Principal Yi. Long Lintian took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tapped his fingers on the table. I suspect that kid really has figured it out. Ever since he put himself in harm's way to capture Su Yao, we can't treat him as just an 18-year-old anymore. How does his mind work? Long Lintian muttered in frustration. Well, don't forget the environment he grew up in, Vice Principal Lei added with a hint of sympathy. He lost his parents at 13 and was constantly exploited by those bloodsuckers. With that, they agreed to proceed with Su Mo's plan but decided to keep it strictly confidential among themselves. They began meticulously discussing every detail to ensure nothing could go wrong. Later, Su Mo found Bai Yu and spoke casually. Come on, we've got a place to stay now. I just asked Master for it. Bai Yu gave him a peculiar look. Don't you have anything else to say to me? She asked. Su Mo looked puzzled. Say what? Bai Yu shook her head without elaborating and followed him, silently observing his back. This brat, she thought, really thinks him a fool, as if I can't see through him. Back in the room, Su Mo looked around at the furnishings, then flopped onto the sofa with a satisfied sigh. So comfortable, he exclaimed. Bai Yu, watching him, covered her mouth and chuckled softly before finding a spot to sit. Su Mo, what kind of woman do you like? She asked nonchalantly. A lot of girls asked for my contact information today and wanted me to find out what kind of girl you're into. Hearing this, Su Mo immediately sat up and leaned closer to Bai Yu. Is Bai Yu asking for someone else, or for yourself? He teased. Bai Yu froze for a moment, then pushed him away with a hand. Of course, it's for someone else, she replied, lowering her head. I like someone mature, who can take care of others, and of course, she has to be strong. Otherwise, she'd just be a burden. Bai Yu's eyes flickered slightly as she noticed that Su Mo had already stood up and left. As the sun set, the dawn of the next day slowly broke. The joint entrance and graduation assessments for the Northern Academy and the 5 allied academies officially began. The collaboration between the Northern Academy and the 5 major prestigious institutions caused a sensation, making the entire northern region feel like it had erupted. It could be said that this joint venture was a grand event for the northern area. As soon as the live broadcast started, millions of viewers flooded in instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the number of viewers had surpassed 100 million. Finally, it began. Where is Su Yao? I'm here to see Mo Bao. Me too. I'm so excited to see Su Yao. I'm curious about Mo Bao's affinity attributes. Did you see yesterday's post? It said Su Yao mastered the Northern Academy's blade technique and broke through to the 5th level of blade intent. Look quickly in the high platform. The Northern Academy's dean, the deans of the 5 major institutions, the president of the Martial Artists Guild, and the head of the Safety Management Department are all here. This lineup is incredible. It's been years since the Northern region has seen such a grand occasion. Let's hope those traitors don't cause trouble. Shut your crow's mouth. With so many big shots present, how would the traitors dare to make a scene? You all know how crazy those traitors are. For an event this big, it'd be surprising if they didn't show up to stir trouble. Those big shots have probably anticipated this, which is why they didn't let us observe Su Yao up close. You're all just focused on Su Yao. Don't forget there are other martial artists participating in this event too. Sumo's strength will definitely have to go through the graduate assessment. I wonder what rank he'll achieve. Su Yao is the best, no one else stands a chance. The dean of the Northern Academy stepped forward and first announced the new student admission assessments and strength evaluations. After Long Lintian finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Wait, no rewards? For such a huge assessment, there must be rewards and punishments, right? Maybe they'll announce it at the end. Since when do we get to question the Northern Academy's ways? But I have to admit, the dean's words were concise and to the point, just like Su Yao, no nonsense. Rows of machines had already been prepared. Su Yao stood among the crowd and felt a bit strange watching the scene unfold. During the last martial arts assessment, he was one of the examiners. Now, for the Northern Academy's admission assessment, he was experiencing it as a participant. In the previous martial arts exam, only about 1,000 students were admitted to the Northern Academy and the 5 prestigious institutions combined, all of them geniuses. The assessments proceeded quickly. Feng Yu, Martial Artist Level 2. Miao Xiaoyu, Martial Artist Level 2. Tang Mo, Martial Artist Level 3. The assessment results were announced one after another. Lu Yao, the teacher called out. The girl stepped forward and stood on the machine, which displayed her strength, Martial Artist Level 5. As soon as her result was revealed, comments flooded the live chat. 2.5 months, and she's improved by 3 levels? That's insane. Is this what it means to be a genius? I remember during the martial arts exam, Lu Yao's scores were similar to Yi Xiaoxi's, and there was also someone named Kong Ping. Lu Yao stepped down from the machine and glanced in Su Mo's direction, only to find that this oblivious guy wasn't even looking at her. Could Lu Yao be falling for Su Mo? Is there even a question? Look at Su Moho wouldn't like someone like him. If I were a woman, I'd want to marry Su Mo too. Forget women even as a guy, I'd marry Su Mo. The teacher's voice continued to call names. Kong Ping stepped onto the machine. Kong Ping, Martial Artist Level 5. Seeing the displayed result, Kong Ping breathed a sigh of relief, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His hard work over the past few days had paid off. As expected, all eyes turned to Yi Xiaoxi next. During the martial arts examination back then, the 3 of them had far outperformed the other candidates, and the assessments were still ongoing. Finally, it was Yi Xiaoxi's turn, and Su Mo suddenly realized that Yi Xiaoxi bore some resemblance to Vice Dean Yi Yujian. At this point, Yi Xiaoxi had already reached the 6th level of martial cultivation. When her results were announced, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but cast curious glances. Lu Yao, hands on her hips, thought to herself, this woman has secretly advanced another level without me noticing. Kong Ping, witnessing this, focused his gaze and thought about how he had fallen behind in the last assessment. He wanted to catch up this time, but it seemed both of these women were equally determined. Don't underestimate this one level. It could take a very long time, the examiner said, looking at Su Mo with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Su Mo, it's your turn. Finally, it was Su Mo's moment. After breaking through to the Divine Soul Realm last time, it was likely he had already reached the 2nd level of the Divine Soul Realm by now. That's impossible. It hasn't been that long. How could he already reach the 2nd level of the Divine Soul Realm? It's notoriously difficult to cultivate, someone remarked skeptically. Why not aim higher? Maybe he's at the 3rd level of the Divine Soul Realm. Another person chimed in. Come on, don't joke around. Su Mo's talent might be extraordinary, but advancing that quickly is just unrealistic, someone else said, shaking their head. I think he's probably still at the 1st level of the Divine Soul Realm, just about to break through to the 2nd, another speculated. Honestly, I'm more curious about Su Mo's affinity for attributes. Last time, he demonstrated compatibility with 3 different attributes, one person noted. Now that you mention it, I'm curious too, another agreed. Su Mo approached the testing machine, which began to tremble before abruptly emitting black smoke. Su Mo's expression darkened as he thought, is this machine doing this on purpose? The examiner froze in shock and asked, has your strength surpassed the 5th level of the Divine Soul Realm? Su Mo nodded. Step down. The machine can't measure you anymore. Anything beyond the fifth level of the divine soul realm is beyond its capacity. The discussion among the crowd immediately erupted. What? He's surpassed the fifth level of the divine soul realm? That means he's at the sixth level. How is he advancing so quickly? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the genius of our northern district? Reaching the sixth level of the divine soul realm so quickly, it's terrifying. Who dares to say that our human race cannot produce a great emperor? Isn't Su Yao proof of that? Another person marveled. Oh my god, the sixth level of the divine soul realm? Other geniuses his age are at most at the sixth level of martial cultivation. The gap is enormous. Suddenly, I feel like those so-called talented women aren't worthy of Su Yao, someone commented. They were never a match for Su Yao, yet they deluded themselves into thinking they were. Lu Yao and Yi Xiaoxi exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. They had assumed that Su Mo's cultivation speed would slow down after reaching the divine soul realm. Yet, in such a short time since his last breakthrough, he had already reached the sixth level of the divine soul realm. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Long Lintian's eyes also reflected astonishment. He hadn't expected Su Mo's strength to grow so rapidly. Could the Dao crafting art really be this powerful? He had never cultivated it himself, and Bai Yu hadn't succeeded either. Bai Yu and Bai Xiu stood together, looking at the distant figure. Bai Yu remarked, "Sister, his strength is about to surpass yours." "Brother, his strength has already surpassed yours," Bai Xiu replied bluntly. "Could you not be so discouraging?" Bai Xiu sighed helplessly. "Su Yao, you are the only freshman to exceed the transcendence realm. Now, we'll conduct an attribute affinity test," the examiner announced. A massive machine, 3 meters tall and requiring several people to carry, was brought forward. Su Yao took a deep breath and walked toward the machine. Su Yao stood in front of the device, his heart pounding with nervousness, as if it were his first date with his girlfriend. The atmosphere around him grew tense due to his presence, and everyone eagerly anticipated the results of his attribute affinity test. Speculations arose, with some guessing Su Mo's affinity might range between 80 and 90, while others believed it could reach as high as 95. Metal is Su Mo's most frequently used attribute, and considering how quickly he progresses in cultivation, I'd estimate his affinity to be around 95, someone speculated among the crowd. Following this, it was suggested that his wind attribute affinity might fall between 85 and 90, while his fire attribute was estimated between 70 and 80. As the device activated, Su Yao took a deep breath and placed his hand on the metal attribute orb. The machine roared to life, and a beam of light shot skyward as the numbers climbed rapidly past 70. Gasps echoed among the onlookers, their anticipation growing as they wondered if history was about to be made. In the entire Northern Academy, achieving an affinity of 90 was an extremely rare feat. Should Su Yao surpass 95, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure. 97 sounds about right, Long Lintian murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly with anticipation. Just then, the device's hum grew louder, and the numbers on the display soared, breaking past 95. The crowd erupted in exclamations of shock, holding their breath as their eyes locked onto the flashing digits. "This is insane," someone couldn't help but shout. As the numbers continued to climb, they ultimately leaped to an astonishing 100. The Northern Academy fell into a stunned silence, with everyone staring at the glowing display in utter disbelief. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Long Lintian roared with excitement, his voice echoing across the area. Su Mo's metal attribute affinity had reached an unprecedented 100. In that moment, it became clear to everyone that this was a record unlikely to ever be broken. 100 is already the highest possible. To break this limit, there would have to be a genius with dual attribute affinity reaching 100. At this moment, I realize how narrow my perspective has been. I had thought Su Mo's metal attribute affinity was 95, but it turned out to be an astonishing 100. With such rapid cultivation speed, how could it have been just 95? Among the crowd, Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yao exchanged a glance, both sighing helplessly in their hearts. "I give up. There's no way to catch up with him now. In just a few years, we probably won't even see his shadow," Yi Xiaoxi lamented. Lu Yao took a deep breath and tried to console her. "Don't underestimate yourself. Besides, we haven't even reached the transcendence realm yet." Hope flickered in Yi Xiaoxi's eyes. A man like this was truly worthy of her admiration. "Do you really think we can catch up to someone with a metal attribute affinity of 100? Stop fooling yourself," Lu Yao said with resignation in her tone. On the other side, Bai Xiu stood with his mouth agape, utterly shocked. How is it possible to have 100? What on earth has this guy been eating? With a metal affinity of 100, cultivating must feel like metal spiritual energy is pouring directly into him. Even Bai Yu couldn't hide her astonishment. Her cheeks turned slightly red, though a hint of sadness clouded her expression. Su Yao had once mentioned that he preferred women older and stronger than him. With a metal attribute affinity of 100, who could possibly surpass him? In just a few years, his strength might rival those at the very pinnacle of power. Jiang Xian stared at Su Mo on the stage, her heart filled with a mixture of envy and despair. This stubborn man had once made her cry twice out of frustration. She had intended to mock him, but now, she couldn't even find the words. Su Mo, however, remained unbothered, placing his hand on the wind attribute panel. The numbers jumped rapidly, this time reaching 90. The sudden change left everyone stunned. On the high platform, Long Lintian and the others had already risen to their feet, their gazes fixed intently on Su Mo. A sense of disbelief surged within them. Metal attribute at 100. Wind attribute surpassing 90. If someone with such attributes were to grow, they would undoubtedly become an unparalleled force and a cornerstone for humanity. I don't even dare to breathe loudly anymore. This is terrifying. Wind attribute directly reaching 90. It's absurd. A single attribute at 100 was almost unheard of, but two? It was beyond imagination. If Su Mo were to fully mature, just how powerful would he become? Look, the wind attribute affinity has reached 95. As the numbers leaped to 95, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Long Lintian's fingers clenched and unclenched, his palms even breaking into a sweat. In the distance, the four vice principals exchanged glances, each seeing the excitement reflected in the other's eyes. Su Mo, wind attribute affinity, 100. As the machine emitted its final hum, the number froze at 100. For a moment, even the chatter in the crowd fell silent. Not a single word appeared on the screens for several minutes. Long Lintian's chest rose and fell rapidly as he struggled to suppress his excitement. Even as the strongest in the Northern District, he couldn't hide his elation. This was his disciple, a super genius with metal and wind attribute affinities, both reaching 100. In the history of the Northern Academy, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yi Xiaoxi's eyes dimmed as she stood below, while Lu Yaoyao shook her head, sighing inwardly at the insurmountable gap between them. It felt like the distance between heaven and earth. How could they possibly catch up? Simply knowing Su Mo was already a stroke of luck for them. Bai Yu, Bai Xiao, and Jiang Xian all felt a similar sense of loss, as though something important was slipping further away from them. Unfazed by everyone's astonishment, Su Mo calmly placed his hand on the fire attribute panel. This time, Su Mo made no effort to hide his true potential. Amid the roaring sound of the machine, several words quickly appeared. Su Mo, fire affinity 100. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as pride filled his heart. He had always said he would leave others in awe, and it seemed the effect was just as he had hoped. An affinity of 100 for all three elements. Surely they would come seeking him now. This plan could move forward as expected. On the arena stage, Long Lintian stared intently at Su Mo, his breathing heavy, his excitement barely contained. Behind him, a few others were panting as though they had been running. Long Lintian tried to suppress his emotions but couldn't help feeling hesitant about Su Mo's plan. After all, it was far too dangerous for Su Mo. He would rather face trouble himself than see Su Mo harmed. Su Mo's growth represented humanity's hope. Thinking of how Su Mo had meticulously devised this plan and was even willing to risk his own life as bait, Long Lintian felt a sense of helplessness. There was no justifiable reason to refuse. This plan needs to be discussed further. Su Mo cannot be allowed to face any risks. It has to be foolproof, Long Lintian resolved silently. In the Northern Academy, the girls who had been admiring Su Mo now looked disheartened, questioning themselves were they even worthy of someone like him? Meanwhile, some of the more fervent admirers licked their lips, thinking, if I can't have Su Mo, having his child wouldn't be so bad. Lu Yaoyao glanced at Yi Xiaoxi and asked, do you still think you have a chance? Yi Xiaoxi took a deep breath and replied with determination, why wouldn't I? The more extraordinary a man is, the more I want to win him over. Sure, he's a genius, but who he falls in love with isn't entirely up to him, is it? I just need to make him fall for me. Her gaze locked onto Su Mo's retreating figure. Lu Yaoyao was stunned for a moment before nodding. You know, that's actually not a bad idea. Su Mo's genius was undeniable, but who he loved truly wasn't something he could control. Meanwhile, the livestream comments were going wild. Su Mo, you're my god. 3 elements with 100 affinity, unbelievable. I can't believe I dared to even guess Su Mo's affinity. I'm such a fool. Insane, insane, insane. Su Mo is incredible. This is more thrilling than being with my boyfriend. Hey, what are you doing? Show me the screen. This is sacrilegious. I can't handle this excitement anymore. Is this even humanly possible? Who can surpass Su Mo? Only Su Mo himself. My sword was ready to strike, but turns out it's one of our own. Next time, don't hold your breath when you speak. The people in the Northern District were ecstatic. We finally have hope. No other district could possibly produce a genius like this. Do you think there will ever be a day when the beasts won't dare touch anyone from the Northern District, and might even come to apologize to us? Someone joked. Another person quickly countered, don't daydream in broad daylight. What Su Mo needs right now is to grow stronger. This sudden exposure would undoubtedly make Su Mo's situation more dangerous. Su Mo, what were you thinking? You've made yourself a target for those traitors. I just hope the big shots in the Northern District can protect him, one viewer commented. Do you even need to say that? If anything happens to Su Mo, I bet Lord Long would tear the entire Northern District apart. That's right, we can't just rely on them. We, the people of the Northern District, need to be self-reliant. If we keep living under someone else's protection, we'll never break free. Exactly, we need to keep training. Even if we can't become warriors, we should at least strengthen our bodies. If we can't contribute, we should at least avoid causing trouble. Strong warriors are rare, and there are so many dangerous situations in the Northern District that need their attention. It's impossible for them to always look out for us. Besides, living under the constant protection of others is that any different from being a coward? What if those traitors threaten the people protecting us by using our lives as leverage in the future? What would I do? I'd end it myself right then and there. Sure, I may not be a warrior, but I've still got some pride. You talk big now, but you're all hyped up just because Su Mo's affinity with 3 attributes hit 100. When you calm down, who knows if you'll still feel this way. No matter what, Su Mo is my idol. Su Mo glanced at the examiner. Teacher, the test is over. Can I step down now? Hearing Su Mo speak, the examiner hastily picked up the notes that had fallen to the ground. In all these years of testing, they had never seen someone with an affinity of 100, let alone in 3 attributes. Truly, the pride of the Northern Academia genius among geniuses. Yes, you may step down and rest, young master. By the way, would you like to test for other attributes? Su Mo shook his head and turned to walk away. Su Mo's coming down. He's not going to test for the other attributes. Yeah, he only tested for 3. Now I'm starting to wonder if he has other attributes with high affinity as well. Come on, 3 attributes at 100 each is already unprecedented. What more do you want? You don't seriously think Su Mo could have 100 in all 9 attributes, do you? That wouldn't make him human, that would make him a god. True. Once he grows stronger, no so-called sages or saints could stand against him. Su Mo could crush them with a single finger. Don't exaggerate and drag Su Mo into it. Su Mo noticed Long Lintian staring at him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Long Lintian nodded slightly, understanding Su Mo's unspoken message the plan would proceed. At the same time, Long Lintian couldn't help but wonder, does Su Mo really only have 3 attributes? All 3 at a perfect 100, and yet he didn't test further. But it's enough. Those traitors are surely targeting Su Mo already. Long Lintian casually signaled to the 4 deputy deans in the distance. They nodded, understanding his intentions. The plan must continue. When they saw Su Mo awaken 3 attributes with perfect affinity, they had considered abandoning the plan. Like Long Lintian, they knew Su Mo couldn't be allowed to come to harm. But now that Su Mo's abilities had been exposed, they had no choice but to proceed. This reckless kid, he could have at least given them a heads up. If the plan succeeds, they'll beat some sense into him. If Su Mo had told them he could achieve 103 attributes, they would have never let him reveal it so openly. But now it's too late. After stepping down, Su Mo walked over to Baiyu. Once the graduate assessment is over, I'll participate. For now, I can leave. Let's go, Sister Baiyu. Baiyu nodded and followed behind him. Yesterday, you told me you like someone older and stronger than you. Honestly, I think you're destined to stay single. With your talent, once you've grown, who could possibly be a match for you? Su Mo turned around and looked at Baiyu. Baiyu stopped in her tracks and raised her head to meet his gaze. Sister Baiyu, shouldn't you be happy about my achievements? Why are you worrying about my love life instead? Baiyu was momentarily speechless, unable to come up with a response. Sister Baiyu, once this matter is settled, how about I give you a gift? Baiyu heard Su Mo's words and noticed the hint of confusion in her gaze. She caught sight of the strange smile on Su Mo's lips, and an uneasy feeling crept into her heart. Why are you smiling so slyly? Just because you have a perfect affinity score of 100 for 3 attributes doesn't mean you can grin at me like that, Baiyu said, raising her hand to strike Su Mo. However, Su Mo caught her hand and didn't let go. Instead, he turned and started walking toward the place they shared as their home. Baiyu froze, her expression stiffening as she felt momentarily at a loss. She wanted to pull her hand away, but hesitated, fearing that Su Mo might overthink her actions. His hand was warm and strong, and the rough calluses from years of gripping a blade somehow made her feel a sense of comfort. A faint warmth rose in her heart. Let go of me. What if someone sees us holding hands like this? She protested. Su Mo, however, didn't release her hand and kept walking. Back when people insulted and slandered me, Baiyu Ejia, you held my hand just like this and told me, let's go home. At that time, I didn't care about what anyone thought. Besides, I'm a genius with a perfect affinity score for 3 attributes. Holding Baiyuji's hand should be an honor, don't you think? Hearing this, Baiyu opened her mouth to respond, but found herself speechless. She thought to herself, how does he even connect these things? Ever since meeting this kid, she felt her ability to argue had significantly declined. When they arrived back at their shared home, Su Mo finally let go of her hand. So how do I look today? Handsome, right? He asked, sitting across from her with an expectant expression. Baiyu pulled out her phone, her excitement palpable. 3 attribute affinity score, 100. This is Su Mo. So impressive. Even though I saw the live broadcast earlier, seeing it again still gets me hyped. Look at Fish is the pride of Z9 City, the pride of the North District. I always knew Su Mo was a genius, but this is just insane. Every other genius in the North District has to bow to him. I love Su Mo so much. I'd marry him in a heartbeat, even if I had to pay for the privilege. Even if you're willing to pay, you'd still have to wait in line, Su Mo teased. Is there even a woman out there who's worthy of someone like me now? He asked confidently. Worthy. Baiyu replied nonchalantly, scrolling through her phone with a slight smirk. Look here, handsome doesn't even begin to describe it. You're practically the electronic husband of every woman in the North District now. Some even say they don't dare to disrespect you. How could you not be proud? Baiyu rolled her eyes. At that moment, Su Mo seemed like a peacock flaunting its feathers in front of her. I know I'm handsome, Su Mo said smugly before turning toward the kitchen. We haven't had a proper meal in days. Today, I'll cook. What do you feel like eating? Hearing his words, Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes followed Su Mo's silhouette as he moved into the kitchen. She couldn't help but think to herself, could this plan be dangerous? Otherwise, Su Mo wouldn't be acting like this. Before long, the aroma of braised pork, cola chicken wings, and oil-braised shrimp filled the air as Su Mo brought the dishes to the table. Baiyu took a deep breath, savoring the delicious smell, and thought to herself, this guy's cooking skills are still amazing. And of course, Su Mo added, setting down 2 bowls of noodle soup. I couldn't forget the first thing I ever made for Baiyu after we met, plain noodle soup. He placed a bowl in front of her, complete with 2 eggs and a sausage. See how well I know you, Baiyu? Su Mo said, his face beaming with a bright smile. Sister Baiyu, come and try my cooking. It's been so long since I last cooked. I wonder if my skills have gotten rusty. Baiyu took a few bites and found the taste surprisingly good. It reminded her of the first breakfast she made from burnt eggs and sausages, a complete waste of ingredients. Her cheeks flushed slightly, clearly recalling that moment. If you just take one bite, you'll see crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. You won't be able to stop, I teased her. Yeah, right, she laughed in response. I'd rather live a couple more days. With your cooking, I'd be lucky to survive one bite. The two of us bantered lightheartedly. After the meal, I looked at Baiyu and said seriously, Sister Baiyu, I'm going to see Master. She nodded in understanding. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Baiyu opened it to find Baisho standing there. What are you doing here? She asked. Baisho's face showed hesitation. If you've got something to say, just say it, I urged him. Stop beating around the bush like a girl. Baisho took a deep breath. Let me come in. Baiyu nodded, and Baisho casually found a spot to sit. Haven't you noticed something's off with Su Mo today? He asked. What are you trying to say? Baiyu replied absent-mindedly. I have this uneasy feeling, Baisho said seriously. Su Mo is a cautious person. For him to expose himself like this means there's more to it. Baiyu turned her head slightly and said calmly, Brother, I don't need your reminder. I already know he has his reasons, and I'll support him. I'm aware he might be walking into danger. Some things need someone to take the lead. Master and the others must have agreed to this too. If it's meant to be, it'll happen. If it's trouble, there's no avoiding it. He hasn't told me, so I won't bring it up. Sometimes, it's enough to understand without saying it. Hearing this, Baishio took a deep breath. If you're aware, then I feel reassured. I was just worried you might do something reckless. He stood up and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out, he stopped and said, If possible, I wish you and Suimo didn't have too much involvement. He's a genius, and I'd be happy to have someone like him as my brother-in-law. But he carries heavy burdens and faces countless dangers. You're my sister, and I promised our parents I'd protect you. If you ever find yourself in danger, I hope you'll tell me. My mind may not be as sharp as yours, and my strength may not match yours. But as your brother, I can stand in front of you and buy you a chance to escape. You're my sister, me real sister, and I can't bear to see you in any kind of peril. With those words, Baishio's figure gradually disappeared into the night. Baiyu lowered her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Though she often bickered with Baishio, she deeply understood his genuine care for her. His decision to keep watch over the gates was his way of protecting her in the shadows. She knew this while her brother truly looked after her. Meanwhile, Suimo had already found Long Lintian. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. You brat, Master began with a sigh. Forget it, I won't scold you. We should have tested your attribute compatibility ages ago. If we had, we never would have agreed to your plan. Master, there's no point in saying this now, Suimo replied. The plan is already well underway. Are you absolutely certain that person is Long Lintian? Master asked, still uneasy. Yes, Master, I'm sure. Everything will become clear tomorrow. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.